The girl you cannot let go of has already been embraced by another. Upon hearing those words, I slowly lifted my head. Yet, on their face, there was an expression of utter bewilderment. I have traversed through time. On the day of Su Yuxue's birthday in 2009, I found myself transported back in time. Gazing at the meticulously prepared gift in my hands, I'm finally convinced that I have traversed time. In my previous life, as a candidate barred from the college entrance examination, I declined the invitations from Tsinghua and Peking University. Even if it means pushing my parents into the ICU, I will attend the same school as Su Yuxue. What I received in return for my countless confessions was but a mere, "We are still students. Please grant me a little more time." However, as the university has just commenced its academic year, I made a special trip to the girls' dormitory, intending to surprise Su Yuxue on her birthday. However, to my dismay, I witnessed her embracing another young man as they boarded a vehicle together, guarding my childhood sweetheart until the age of 18, only to see her step into someone else's Tesla. Since then, I have become listless. Living has become so arduous that I dare not contemplate death. After 4 years of aimless wandering in university, I merely acquired a diploma. Upon graduation, I secured a job that is neither particularly prestigious nor entirely unsatisfactory. Until the moment before the journey began, I experienced a sudden bout of dizziness. Injured grievously, I lay on the hospital bed, teetering on the brink of existence. In the final moments of my life, I yearned to catch a glimpse of her. What I received in return was merely a statement: "I am too busy with work to be available." At that moment, my heart felt as though it were shrouded in ashes, and I despairingly closed my eyes. Silently awaiting the countdown of existence, I find myself on the brink of concluding this absurd tragedy of life. The ward door was forcefully swung open. A girl stood there, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms. Through the narrow slits of my eyes, I caught a glimpse of a pair of long, elegant legs. So fair and elongated, they seemed to radiate light. Even without seeing her face, I knew who had arrived. Shen Wanning. She is a girl who loves boldly and hates fiercely. A blend of fierceness and innocence, with long legs and a slender waist, complemented by a 36D figure, capable of unscrewing bottle caps with bare hands, yet also able to unveil the depths of your mind. In the final moments of life, Chen Wanning grasped my hand tightly, weeping with a heart-wrenching sorrow. "You scoundrel, I have awaited you for so long. Please do not slumber. Open your eyes and gaze upon me, if you would be so kind." In that moment, I realized that I too could be someone else's unfulfilled longing. Fortunately, I have returned. It is still the year 2009, and I remain 18 years old. All regrets have yet to transpire. Everything begins anew, a fresh commencement. "Hey, Lao Fang, do not frighten me." A pair of large hands waved before my eyes. As I focused my gaze, I realized it was my childhood friend, Pang Bo, whom I had summoned early in the morning to surprise Su Yuxue. Seeing him with a cigarette dangling from his lips, I approached and extinguished it with a swift motion. "How many times must I admonish you to refrain from smoking? You remain oblivious to how it may one day lead to your demise." As I spoke, I removed the greeting card and tossed the gift in my hand to him, saying, "This is for you." This is a gift I meticulously prepared for Su Yuxue after saving diligently for half a year, a pioneering smartphone that once stood far ahead of its time. However, it has now become unnecessary. Peng Bo blinked, pondering the words of his adoptive father, who had deceived him. Regardless, no one seemed to care. After a moment of contemplation, Peng Bo returned the phone to me. "Forget it, it's over 1,000 yuan. You have no idea how many instant noodles I consumed. If it doesn't work out, just return it. Later, treat Dad to a meal at a local chicken restaurant." I smiled, my gaze softening towards him. No matter how lost or disheartened I felt in my past life, Pang Bo would always be that steadfast brother supporting me. A phrase to enjoy a drink. He can accompany me for an all-night beer session. A phrase reflecting recent difficulties. He can bear the pain of selling his car. That works. We can return the phone later. I jested, suggesting that Dad would take you out for a delightful meal. Indeed, there are countless beautiful flowers scattered across the world. My brother, such an exceptional individual, finds you unworthy. It is she, Su Yuxue, who lacks discernment. Pang Bo gently patted my shoulder, a gesture that was part jest, part sincerity, straddling the line between playful banter and earnest truth. I nodded in affirmation. Pang Bo turned his head to gaze intently at my face. The reality of Su Yuxue, whether genuine or false, is your fate. Can you truly let go? The character Ming is unique in the dictionary for lacking any homophones. Perhaps this itself suggests that life is singular in nature. Whenever I recall my past self, casually uttering the melodramatic phrase that Su Yuxue is my life, I feel an involuntary tightening in my toes, as if I could unearth an entire three-bedroom apartment at any moment. There are things that weigh heavily on her heart, and you have listened to her share. I am merely the elder brother of her neighbor. 18 years of childhood companionship pale in comparison to a sudden encounter of merely 18 days. I exhale a breath of murky air, as if I have released the melancholy that has lingered for so many years. Upon hearing this, Pang Bowen burst into hearty laughter. Isn't he my brother? With a heart unburdened by romantic entanglements, he instinctively drew his sword. One must first love oneself before extending that love to others. Treating oneself to new attire is certainly delightful. And speaking of changing hairstyles, I happen to know of a rather fine salon. The shopkeeper is affectionately referred to as Aunt May. Hair washing and cutting services are priced at $28, while the wash, cut, and blow-dry package is offered at $28.88. Today, my father is treating you to some meat. I cast a sidelong glance, and Pang Bo's face flushed with embarrassment. How dare you drive this car when you haven't even held a girl's hand? Returning to the dormitory, it is already past 9 in the morning. As the saying goes, spring brings drowsiness, summer induces fatigue, and autumn offers the finest slumber. I remained oblivious to the passage of time in slumber until the familiar chime of my mobile phone pierced through the haze of my dreams. Groggily, I answered the call. Before I could utter a word, an enchanting and familiar female voice resonated from across the line. Fangzhou, do you have time now? The caller ID revealed it was Su Yuxue. The phone emitted a haunting melody reminiscent of wailing ghosts, as if I were in a KTV. Oh, but there was none. I promptly ended the call. I turn over and continue to slumber. I truly have no time. After all, I still need my rest. For the sake of preparing a so-called birthday surprise for Su Yuxue, I have not had a proper night's sleep in several days. On the other side, within the confines of the Bayalidi KTV, the incessant beeping emanating from her phone left Su Yuxue in a state of bewilderment. He actually dared to hang up on me. A nameless flame ignited within Su Yuxue's heart. In the past, when she called Fangzhou, it was not merely a matter of him hanging up on her. No, Fangzhou would eagerly engage in a myriad of topics, relishing the opportunity to converse with her for just a moment longer. How is Yuxue doing? Has Fangzhou agreed to assist our dormitory with the group project? My roommate and close friend, Xue, inquired. Xing must comply. In Fangzhou, our Yuxue's words are akin to imperial edicts. Does he dare to defy such commands? Another roommate jested. Indeed. As soon as Yuxue claims she will ignore him for just 2 days, it feels as though the sky is about to fall upon him. Was a mere project assignment in comparison. Another roommate added. In the KTV private room, alongside the 6 girls from Su Yuxue's dormitory, there were also 6 boys from another dormitory celebrating her birthday. However, the atmosphere of the KTV had just begun to reach a crescendo. It was precisely at that moment that I remembered the assignment due for my afternoon class. None wished to return to the dormitory to tackle their coursework. Yet, Su Yuxue suddenly thought of Fangzhou. In her perception, he would always be there whenever she needed him, a constant presence from her childhood to adulthood. Even in the absence of time, even with other matters at hand, Fangzhou would set everything aside, prioritizing her affairs above all else. Yet today, however, he mentioned that he had no time, as if he were asleep. Su Yuxue hesitantly replied. Upon hearing this, the other girls in the dormitory grew somewhat anxious. Sleeping at this time of day? What notion? Indeed, quickly rouse him to attend to his duties. He will surely heed your words. Su Yuxue pointed at her phone, yet he had already terminated the call. As she spoke, a sense of grievance welled up within her. He had never before ended a conversation with her in such a manner. How could he behave this way today? Even though he had previously left with someone else in her presence, it was only because the residents from both dormitories were awaiting her arrival at the gathering. She could not possibly have made others wait in frustration for the sake of Fangzhou alone. Xing sent a message to Fangzhou. He must be in a daze from sleep and didn't recognize your voice, Su Wei, my close friend, remarked. Su Yuxue pondered for a moment and concluded that it must be so. How could he not even recognize my voice? How infuriating. He must be punished. I shall decree that he is forbidden from bringing me breakfast for an entire week. Su Yuxue contemplated as her fingers deftly danced across the keys, sending a message to Fangzhou. You didn't realize it was me when you asked, did you? Please take care of our dormitory group assignment. We need it for class this afternoon. The haunting melodies of sorrowful songs once again reverberated through the KTV. At that very moment, I activated the Do Not Disturb mode on my phone, while I lay comfortably in bed, indulging in a deep and peaceful slumber. Chapter 3. Awei is dead. The sun began to set as the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, inside a computer science classroom. The gathering had concluded by 3, and Su Yuxue, along with her roommates, decided to linger in the classroom rather than return to the dorm. Where's Fangzhou? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Su Wei inquired, her tone tinged with impatience. Su Yuxue shook her head. I don't know. Perhaps he is busy assisting us with our project assignment. I'm not sure if he will make it in time. Are you joking? He is a prodigy from Qingbei, a true academic warrior. Completing a secondary-level project assignment is a piece of cake for him, one of her roommates remarked. Although they looked down on Fangzhou's sycophantic behavior, they had no doubts about his academic prowess. Let us wait a little longer, Su Wei suggested. After a brief wait of 10 minutes, the classroom began to fill with students. Su Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Fangzhou and his roommate appear at the door. She tugged Su Yuxue and hurried over. Fangzhou, over here. As he caught sight of the familiar figure approaching, Fangzhou momentarily lost his train of thought. This was his first encounter with Su Yuxue since his rebirth. Even in a new life, he couldn't deny that she was a rare beauty, embodying the quintessential goddess image cherished by countless boys in their youth. With an elegant visage, a tall stature, and waist-length hair elegantly styled, she donned a tailored white dress and simple leather shoes, as if wherever she stood, it transformed into a picturesque scene. However, what occupied Fangzhou's mind at that moment were her long, fair legs that seemed to radiate light. Finally, you're here. Hand over our project assignment, Su Wei said, holding her chest and slightly panting. Project assignment? Fangzhou was taken aback. What does your assignment have to do with me? The others exchanged puzzled glances, turning their attention to Su Yuxue. Su Yuxue's voice held a hint of dissatisfaction. I messaged you. You promised to help us with our project. Realizing something, Fangzhou retrieved his phone from his pocket and turned off the Do Not Disturb mode. After returning to his dorm, he had slept until 3:30, and in his haste to get to class, he had forgotten to disable the setting. Ding! As the Do Not Disturb mode was lifted, notifications from a messaging app began to flood in. Did you not hear me? Please help with our dorm's group assignment. We need it for class this afternoon. This tone was so presumptuous. But when did this become my obligation? Fangzhou, feeling indifferent, gestured with his phone. He just saw it. You. Su Yuxue's brows furrowed in disbelief. Su Wei, standing nearby, chimed in. Since Yuxue has already informed you, you are responsible for our dorm's project. If you didn't TC it, just give us your dorm's assignment. After all, you are boys and won't face any repercussions from the teacher. Fangzhou's roommate was incensed by this remark. What do you mean you boys won't face any consequences? Are you suggesting that we should do your work for you? This peculiar logic fueled a chorus of protests from their dorm mates. Simultaneously, they grew concerned, as Fangzhou had essentially completed their group's assignment alone. If he did hand it over to Su Yuxue, there would be a loss for words. Though it had only been less than a month since the new semester began, Fangzhou's reputation had already spread throughout the campus. He would rather endure the teacher's scolding than let Su Yuxue suffer such indignity. It was a feat he was capable of. I don't care. If you don't help today, I will. I will. Su Yuxue hesitated, finally stomping her foot in frustration. I want to let you sit next to me. Fangzhou chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. Suit yourself. He then joined his roommates at the back of the classroom, leaving Su Yuxue momentarily stunned. Fangzhou's roommates were equally taken aback. Is little Fang this assertive today? What little Fang? Call him Brother Fang. Let us raise a toast when we return. Meanwhile, Su Yuxue's roommates grew anxious. What should we do now, Yuxue? Class starts in 10 minutes. Su Yuxue lowered her head in silence. Perhaps she herself was unaware that she had a scholarly childhood friend who had always been at her beck and call. A point of pride she boasted about to her roommates. Yet today, that advantage seemed to have vanished. There's no choice but to spend money. Let us each contribute 50 to buy the assignment from a senior, Su Yuxue sighed. In college, courses in the same major often mirrored each other. Assignments from previous cohorts were frequently similar, and even final exam questions tended to be alike, provided the teacher didn't notice. That was the only option left. Reluctantly, the girls each handed Su Yuxue 50 yuan. Finally, just moments before the instructor entered, they received a copy of the secondary-level webpage source assignment in their inboxes. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. The balding computer science teacher stepped onto the podium, connected his presentation, and commanded, "Class, please submit last week's assignment. Those with backups can transfer them directly to me. Those without can send them to my email." Soon enough, the assignments were submitted without incident, and the teacher commenced the lecture. Somehow, he suddenly recalled a famous scene from a past life. 18 years, 18 years. Do you know how I've spent these 18 years? Fangzhou is already dead. You chose him as your idol. I have set my sights on Kuan. Even if Fang comes, he won't be able to stay. Mark my words. Meanwhile, Su Yuxue had waited for a long time, but received no reply from Fangzhou. Stealing a glance back, she found Fangzhou casually scrolling through his phone, deliberately ignoring her. Wei, what do you think is going on with Fangzhou? Su Yuxue inquired, biting her lip. Su Wei, the leader of their dormitory, was the oldest due to a year of retaking studies, and her family's business had given her a broader perspective. After pondering for a moment, Su Wei replied, "Did he not bring you breakfast yesterday? What transpired between you two?" "Well, when Lin and Mo came to pick me up from the dormitory today, we just happened to run into Fangzhou. You were all waiting over there. So I didn't think much of it and left with Lin and Mo," Su Yuxue explained, somewhat evasively. The flustered expression she had worn at that moment, along with the detail of not accepting Fangzhou's gift, was conveniently omitted from her narrative. Su Wei contemplated for a moment before suddenly declaring, "I understand now. He must be trying to attract your attention in this manner. The crying child gets the milk. What should I do? Just give him the cold shoulder for a few days. When he realizes this tactic is ineffective, he will naturally come back to you." Su Yuxue considered this and felt that Su Wei made a valid point. Previously, when Fangzhou first confessed his feelings for her, she neither accepted nor rejected him, merely deflecting with the excuse that we are still students. At that time, Fangzhou had indeed felt disheartened for a while. She, too, had a cold temperament. If Fangzhou ignored her, she would reciprocate. Before long, however, when Fangzhou noticed her genuine indifference, he returned with a conciliatory demeanor to reconcile. "I will heed your advice and give him the cold shoulder for a few days. Yes, when he wishes to make amends. You must maintain your composure and not acquiesce too easily. Otherwise, if he dares to turn his back on you this time, he will certainly do so again in the future." "I understand." Su Yuxue nodded in agreement, silently vowing that this time she would not forgive him easily. He must learn his lesson. Chapter 4. Letting go of the cold, idealized beauty, I choose the fiery queen at 6 o'clock in the evening. The sun dipped low in the west. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and students began to pack their belongings, pouring out of the classroom like a swarm. Su Yuxue noticed Fangzhou and his roommates heading out, deliberately walking ahead of them, then leaving without a backward glance. Old Fang, it seems Su Yuxue is genuinely upset. Is everything really all right? Enjoying tormenting your wife is one thing, but pursuing her is another matter entirely. Why don't you go and coax her? Girls tend to appreciate sweet talk. Old 3, be serious. Can you even navigate this bumpy road? Fangzhou chuckled lightly and shrugged nonchalantly. Let be. His roommates paused, momentarily in disbelief, as Fangzhou appeared to have undergone a subtle transformation. By the way, could you help me carry my books back? Aren't you heading back to the dorm? I wish to meet someone. As he spoke, Fangzhou's mind drifted to the enchanting girl with long, slender legs, reminiscent of a goddess who had once held his hand in a moment of desperation, pleading for him not to leave this world. A smile crept onto his face. In Dragon Clan, Jiang and Lao Ze penned a thought that resonated deeply with Fangzhou at this moment. Lu Mingfei stared ahead, chest out, as if driving a Ferrari to a date, the trunk filled with weapons and ammunition. Every man dreams of such a rendezvous, does he not? On that day, you will suddenly understand that you can conquer gods and Buddhas alike. It was a rather juvenile notion, yet beautifully idealistic. Now, He too was about to embark on such a date, to meet that treasure of a girl who had reached out to him in his life as final moments. However, Fangzhou ran a hand through his thick bowl-cut hairstyle, resembling a bowl turned upside down on his head. In his previous life, he had encountered a facial shape test that determined whether one should reveal their forehead or opt for bangs based on the proportions of hairline height, forehead width, cheekbone width, and jaw width. Fangzhou shared the same facial structure as Peng Yuyan, making him more suited to showcase his forehead. Rounded up, Fangzhou Peng Yuyan. Since this was their first meeting in this life, it had to be formal. Near Jinling University, at a barbershop named Yijianmei. "Hello, what kind of haircut would you like?" Tony, the barber, asked with a smile as he played with Fangzhou's bowl cut. "Master, please give me a 2/8 side part." Fangzhou replied. Tony looked perplexed. 2/8 side part? In my years of cutting hair, this is the first time I've heard of that. Fangzhou quickly realized that the popular 2/8 and 3/7 side parts among male stars had not yet emerged in 2009. "Just follow my instructions. First this way, then that way." As he gestured, Tony finally understood. 20 minutes later, Fangzhou gazed into the mirror at his refreshed, handsome self, thoroughly impressed by Tony's skills. His once heavy bowl cut had transformed into a sleek 2/8 side part, revitalizing his entire demeanor. Now, this is just the beginning. Fangzhou mused contentedly as he settled the bill and stepped outside. Next, he took a taxi to Golden Eagle Plaza, returned the phone he had borrowed from Su Yuxue, and received 1,200 yuan in return, which was quite cheap at that time. With money in hand, Fangzhou initiated a complete makeover from head to toe. First, he replaced his loose, oversized t-shirts with a clean, fitted white shirt. He swapped his baggy shorts for a pair of tailored 9-point straight pants and exchanged his flashy mesh shoes for simple, solid-colored sneakers. Lastly, he changed his heavy black-framed glasses for a pair of sleek, rimless spectacles. "Ah, now I exude a charming, scholarly aura," he thought. Standing before the full-length mirror in the store, Fangzhou smiled, admiring his youthful, handsome appearance, exuding a refreshing and refined demeanor, embodying a sense of restrained desire. It felt as if he had transformed entirely. Coupled with his height of 186 centimeters and a vibrant, youthful physique, everything felt remarkably invigorating. Perhaps this is the essence of youth. With everything prepared, the clock struck 10. It is no wonder that the internet claims that scattered provinces lack nightlife. Even at this hour, the streets were nearly deserted. Fangzhou muttered to himself as he walked. Soon enough, he arrived at the largest internet CAF near Jinling University, named Wangshi Suifeng. Chen Wanqing was not only a thorny queen, but also an avid gamer. In his previous life, he had met her while playing CF overnight at this very CAF. Entering the CAF, Fangzhou didn't rush to log in. Instead, he took a stroll around. And there she was. In the familiar spot, he spotted a radiant girl with softly curled, silver-gray hair, a charming face, and captivating, peach blossom eyes. She was casually sucking on a lollipop, her neck long and graceful, clad in a black crop top that revealed her elegant collarbones, boasting a figure of 36D and an A4 waist. Now, the highlight, she wore a pair of blue denim shorts that showcased her long legs, which seemed to stretch beyond his very existence. One leg casually crossed over the other, swaying gently, captivating all who beheld them. Fangzhou inhaled deeply, recalling a famous saying from teacher Fan. "Are you testing the cadres with this? Which cadre can withstand such trials?" Having pinpointed her location, Fangzhou approached the counter, presenting his ID and a 100 yuan note. "Hey, could you set me up with a machine at number 36 for the night?" The attendant, a girl in her early 20s, likely a part-timer, looked up at Fangzhou, her cheeks flushing slightly. In 2009, the era of Sham 8, Ghost Fire Youth, and Burial Love Family was in full swing. Fangzhou's look, embodying a refined and restrained aesthetic, was a stark contrast to the prevailing trends of the time. "Excuse me?" He waved his hand in front of her face. "Oh, right. Okay." The girl quickly regained her composure, accepting the ID and cash. Once processed, she glanced at Fangzhou's name, then confirmed, "Your machine is ready, number 36. The night session is 30 yuan. Please pay 70 in total. Also, could you grab me a pack of Alps lollipops, the caramel F, a touch of boldness, a hint of innocence, a dash of rebellion, and an unrestrained spirit. Forever passionate and eternally sincere." Perhaps this encapsulates her charm. In a past life, due to Fangzhou's disdain, Chen Wanning intentionally altered her habit of using foul language. It was out of affection that she chose to change. In contrast, Su Yuxue often proclaims, "This is simply who I am." While she appears carefree and straightforward, she is, in truth, unwilling to modify herself for the sake of his feelings. At her core, she remains indifferent. Fangzhou chuckled softly, not in a hurry to greet Chen Wanning, as he gazed upon the girl before him. With her skin as white and delicate as snow and legs that gleamed with a luminous radiance, he ascended to his social platform and, inspired, posted a reflection. "I can only recall the first time I laid eyes upon you. It felt like an ancient, warm light. You possess a slender waist and long legs, shining brilliantly while the waters of the world ripple in the depths of your gaze. In that moment, I thought to myself, I must believe in luminescence." Chapter 5. The girl whom the divine beings cannot save. Meanwhile, in the girl's dormitory, Su Yuxue had completed her morning routine early and was now resting on her bed. Disturbed by the events concerning Fangzhou, she had spent the entire night brooding, holding her phone without the inclination to browse the internet. Suddenly, a notification popped up. "The person I care about has updated their status." Su Yuxue clicked on it, discovering that Fangzhou had just posted. She had designated him as someone she cared for due to a playful bet lost during an adventure where he had taken her phone and changed the settings. Later, she forgot to revert it. Curiously, she opened the post. "All I remember is the first time I saw you, like an ancient warm light with a slim waist, long legs, glowing skin, and the world's waters rippling in your gaze. At that moment, I thought to myself, I must believe in luminous beings." At this, Su Yuxue couldn't help but smile. Wasn't this description of her? Wei Wei was indeed correct. It had only been a short while since she had distanced herself from Fangzhou, and he couldn't contain himself, intentionally posting this as an apology and a gesture of goodwill. She even speculated that this post was visible only to her. However, she thought reconciling over a mere post was not that simple. Her mood lifted considerably as she turned over in bed and began to happily scroll through her phone. In a cyber CAF. Why did I die again? Chen Wanling pushed her keyboard away, leaning back in her chair, puffing her cheeks like a pufferfish. After playing Dota, she had moved on to CF, engaging in a standoff on a pirate ship. However, as a novice, she was perpetually outmatched in the game. Frustrated, she took a lollipop and popped it into her mouth. It was then that she noticed a boy had taken a seat next to her. Since the last time she had spent the night at the CAF, where she had kicked a troublesome bully into the hospital with a swift kick, no one had dared to sit within 3 meters of her. She glanced over curiously to see that he was also playing CF. Unlike her reckless approach, he executed advanced maneuvers, skillfully navigating the game. "How do you do that?" Chen Wanling asked instinctively, her curiosity getting the better of her. Fangzhou, with a subtle smirk, explained while pretending to play. "It's called a super jump. Hold WS and then jump and crouch to reach up there." "Oh, is it possible to do that?" she exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise, akin to Columbus discovering a new land. She attempted a few jumps and successfully landed atop a large crate. From there, she leapt to a container, making her way toward the enemy base with a small AK in hand. Bang, 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 bang. Why did I die again? That person is invincible. They must be cheating. Chen Wanling grumbled, her small teeth gnashing in frustration. That's the invulnerability period. You can't be killed for 3 seconds after respawning. Fangzhou sighed, explaining. "Oh, that makes sense. No wonder I kept dying," she replied, a look of realization dawning on her face. "What about that crouch jump? How do you keep jumping back and forth? How do you manage to snipe people with that scope?" Chen Wanling transformed into a curious child, bombarding Fangzhou with questions. He patiently answered each one, providing a thorough tutorial. 10 minutes later, as the game concluded, Fangzhou turned to find Chen Wanling had unconsciously leaned closer, her bright eyes fixed intently on a screen. Perhaps too engrossed, the distance between them was no more than the length of an arm, allowing Fangzhou to notice the delicate lashes framing her eyes. "So, this is what they mean by having bright, captivating eyes," he mused. "Why don't we add each other as friends and play a few rounds together?" he suggested. "Sure." Chen Wanling agreed enthusiastically. Soon, a notification chimed. "A punch for a little friend has sent you a friend request. Accepted. You and a punch for a little friend are now friends. Let us chat." Add me, add me. Watch me wield the AK and take them down. Chen Wanling exclaimed, resembling a spirited little rooster. Fangzhou instinctively remarked, girls shouldn't be so violent. Chen Wanling pondered for a moment and then replied, then I'll just carry a pink AK to take them down. Fangzhou chuckled. This girl was quite something. He recalled a New Year's gathering from the previous year when Chen Wanling, inebriated, had cornered him at the boys' dormitory. With her long legs straddling his shoulders, she playfully kicked him, her face filled with a pout as she demanded, Fangzhou, what do I have to do for you to like me? But I like Su Yuxue. With a small fist, she playfully tapped his forehead, declaring, no, you must like me. Not liking me is a sickness that must be cured, or you'll suffer. She was a bit fierce, a bit silly, and a tad domineering. Regrettably, he had only ever seen Su Yuxue, overlooking her brilliance. Additionally, there was a time in their senior year when Fangzhou went to a mountain village for volunteer teaching. After hearing about a landslide, Chen Wanling had flown through the night, traversing over 900 kilometers to find him. Upon seeing he was safe, she didn't embrace him in tears, but repeatedly reassured him, it's good that you're fine, it's good. That was true fear. For every moment of relief she expressed, there had been an equal moment of dread. Yet at that time, Fangzhou didn't understand. In the cyber CAF, under the orange glow of the lights, the two quickly immersed themselves in the game. Chen Wanling, wielding her AK, charged forward with vigor, while Fangzhou, expertly maneuvering with his BMW, sniped enemies with precision. With each enemy Fangzhou eliminated, Chen Wanling would bounce up in delight. He silently observed her profile, her neck long and fair, skin smooth, with a distinctly defined jawline. At that moment, she appeared as joyful as a little Peppa Pig. The one who accompanies you to the sea is gentler than the sea itself. In this lifetime, let me cherish you well. Fangzhou silently vowed. Chapter 6. Why aren't you pursuing me anymore? Time flies. Unbeknownst to them, the two had been engaged in their gaming battle until the late hours of the night. As the night wore on, the number of players dwindled, leading to extended waits for each match. Chen Wanning pouted in dissatisfaction, her expression one of mild annoyance. Fangzhou yawned and suggested, shall we try something else? Sure. Can you play QQ Racing? She inquired. Of course. I'm the king of Aokigahara Mountain. I can navigate the drainage ditches with remarkable finesse. Covering her mouth, Chen Wanning chuckled, her laughter resonating with a delightful tremor. As she glanced over, her eyes fell upon the packet of Alpen lollipops resting on Fangzhou's desk. I want that, she pointed, indicating the lollipop. Without hesitation, Fangzhou handed the entire pack to her. As she took the lollipop, her hair brushed against the back of his hand, sending a subtle, tingling sensation through him. Chen Wanning noticed this seemingly flirtatious detail, but casually tossed her hair aside, unfazed. Despite it being their first encounter, she found herself unbothered by this boy named Fangzhou. Though typically carefree, Chen Wanning maintained a sense of propriety when it came to matters between men and women. With her beauty and figure, she had never lacked admirers. To date, no one had ever claimed to have received a gift from her. The king of Aokigahara Mountain. And you don't even have a character in the game? Chen Wanning questioned with curiosity. Upon entering QQ Racing, Fangzhou realized he had never played the game before and hadn't even registered an account. My old account is gone, but that's no issue. I'll just create a new one, he replied, dismissively entering the registration process. As the introductory animation concluded, the game displayed a page featuring the goddess of racing. Xiao Juzi, please enter your game nickname. Fangzhou glanced at the radiant Chen Wanning beside him and typed, plum sauce. Your smile is as sweet as plum sauce. What does it mean to add sauce to your name? Chen Wanning leaned in, intrigued. Fangzhou chuckled. Adding sauce to any word makes it seem cuter and more sincere, doesn't it? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Wanning agreed, changing her nickname to Mincemeat Sauce. Fangzhou's silence was deafening. That night was destined to be one of restless slumber. The following day, at 8 in the morning, the warm morning light bathed the earth, heralding the dawn of a new day. Fangzhou, appearing rather listless, walked side by side with Chen Wanning out of the internet CAF. After a night of indulgence, he felt utterly drained, a sensation familiar to those who had spent the night gaming. In contrast, Chen Wanning appeared unaffected, perhaps owing to her decade of Taekwondo training. I must start exercising from tomorrow. I need to enhance my physical fitness. Fangzhou silently vowed. His father had always emphasized that while a man might falter in various aspects, maintaining good health was paramount. As they passed a breakfast shop, the steaming buns caught Chen Wanning's attention. Fangzhou, understanding her desire, offered, "What would you like?" "It's on me." Nodding eagerly, she requested, "1 cup of freshly ground soy milk, 1 pickled vegetable bun, 1 red bean bun, and 1 spicy vermicelli bun." Fangzhou called out, "Boss, she wants double portions." 5 minutes later, they ambled through the gates of Jinling University, each with a bun in their mouths and soy milk in hand. The morning sun illuminated the campus's tree-lined avenues, where Fangzhou exuded a refined demeanor while Chen Wanning radiated a blend of sensuality and purity. Their presence drew the attention of numerous fellow students. "Who is that girl? Her figure is astonishing." "Chen Wanning from the Civil Engineering Department." "How do you not know her? Is she famous? Did you hear about the school flower selection last semester?" "She was the frontrunner until she kicked a local ruffian into the hospital, prompting the school to retract her votes overnight." "Ah, I see. No wonder she seems even more stunning than the school flowers. Yang Li, Ling Fei, and Su Yuxue. Each has their own charm, but her figure is unparalleled. Are you guys really that superficial? Is appearance all that matters? Try turning off the lights and see." As Fangzhou quickened his pace, Chen Wanning, with a bun in her mouth, matched his speed effortlessly thanks to her long legs. Soon, they arrived at the campus South Polonia Avenue, bustling with seniors recruiting for various clubs, their voices echoing alongside an array of display boards. Suddenly, Fangzhou spotted a familiar figure at the literature club's recruitment booth, a graceful silhouette in a floral dress swaying in the breeze. "Su Yuxue? What's she doing here?" At that moment, Su Yuxue noticed Fangzhou, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Fangzhou, she exclaimed, incredulous. Today's Fangzhou seemed like a different person altogether. Gone were the bowl-cut hairstyle, the thick black-rimmed glasses, and the outdated t-shirt and shorts. Instead, he donned a crisp white shirt, straight-leg trousers, and stylish sneakers, complemented by a neat hairstyle and frameless glasses that accentuated his fresh and clean appearance. Standing at 6 feet tall, he exuded an aura of youthful charisma. Su Yuxue was momentarily taken aback. She had never imagined Fangzhou possessed such an appealing side, a hidden treasure suddenly revealing its brilliance. Fangzhou intended to avoid her gaze, but upon hearing her call his name, he politely nodded and walked past her. "Aren't you going to greet me?" Su Yuxue felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Yet, recalling Fangzhou's recent social media post, her confidence surged. She jogged to intercept him, lifting her chin slightly, resembling a proud swan. "Don't you owe me an explanation for yesterday?" Fangzhou, perplexed, looked at her. "What explanation? Why didn't you reply to my message yesterday?" Su Yuxue questioned, her face stern. "Oh, I forgot." "You forgot." Su Yuxue furrowed her delicate brows, her teeth gently clenching together. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a beautiful girl trailing closely behind Fangzhou. The girl's beauty rivaled her own, perhaps even surpassing it. Each had their own allure. Su Yuxue embodied elegance and aloofness, while Chen Wanning exuded a blend of sensuality and innocence. The pivotal difference lay in their figures. As Su Yuxue glanced at Chen Wanning's striking features, her self-esteem waned. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the girl's long, flawless legs that seemed to surpass her own in length and allure. She recognized this girl as Chen Wanning from the Civil Engineering Department, who had recently made headlines for kicking someone into the hospital during the school flower competition. Having pulled an all-nighter gaming, Chen Wanning's hair was slightly tousled, and her attire appeared somewhat disheveled. Meanwhile, Fangzhou bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue, dark circles under his eyes, and a look of exhaustion. In that moment, a bold thought flickered through Su Yuxue's mind. "You too, you didn't tea." She pointed at them, her mouth agape in astonishment. In a previous life, Fangzhou, though a perennial innocent, had been eager to learn, amassing a wealth of knowledge from online materials. He had thoroughly studied various formats: AVI, MP4, WMV, MPG, MOV, during his online classes, absorbing every lesson frame by frame. While lacking practical experience, his theoretical knowledge was rich and extensive. Upon witnessing Su Yuxue's reaction, it became evident that her thoughts had wandered astray. Fangzhou hastily gestured to clarify. "Please do not misunderstand. It is exactly as you think." He sensed her initial confusion. Yet upon hearing the first half of his statement, Su Yuxue began to doubt her own assumptions, for this girl before her appeared to be of exceptional quality. Could such a girl truly have any interest in Fangzhou? Thus, when he urged her not to misunderstand, a flicker of pride ignited within her. However, before she could fully bask in her triumph, Fangzhou continued, "It is indeed as you envision." This combined message read, "Do not misunderstand. It is precisely what you think." Goodness, was he truly concerned that she might not grasp his intentions? Yet, upon observing Fangzhou's teasing expression, she realized he was undoubtedly jesting at her expense. Irritated, Su Yuxue demanded, "Fangzhou, what on earth do you mean?" "Nothing of significance. Please continue with your activities. We shall take our leave," he replied, waving his hand dismissively as he tugged at Chen Wanting's sleeve, prompting her to follow obediently behind him. "You shall not depart. I have not dismissed you," Su Yuxue interjected, positioning herself between him and Chen Wanting. In truth, she was perplexed by her own behavior. She did not perceive herself as the heroine from a romantic novel. After experiencing Fangzhou's indifference, realizes her affection for him and laments her lost opportunity, pursuing him in a frantic attempt to win his heart back. Instead, she merely felt a sense of unwillingness. "You have pursued me for so long. How can you simply declare that you are no longer interested?" Chapter 7. Test me? Only the nation and its people can test me. Su Yuxue obstructed Fangzhou from leaving. In that moment, Fangzhou found himself in a quandary, unable to advance or retreat. Just when he was at a loss for what to do, a mischievous little hand stealthily reached out to Su Yuxue's forehead, forming a fist. Bang! The tiny fist struck down with force. Su Yuxue cried out in pain, cradling her head, turning around helplessly, her eyes brimming with tears. Why did you hit me?" Her pitiful demeanor and delicate voice instantly ignited the protective instincts of several boys present. Each of them rolled up their sleeves, ready to step forward, but upon realizing that the assailant was Chen Wanting, they reluctantly withdrew, shrinking back. "Don't cause trouble. She's the kind of fierce girl who could send a little thug to the hospital. Who would dare provoke her? Little ancestor, why did you hit her?" Fangzhou, startled by the sudden scene, hurriedly stepped forward to pull Chen Wanting behind him. It wasn't that he couldn't let go of Su Yuxue or had lingering feelings. He merely feared that Chen Wanting might invite trouble by resorting to violence. Yet, upon reflection, he remembered that in his previous life, this little ancestor had frequently beaten Su Yuxue. Each time Chen Wanting pummeled Su Yuxue, the latter would run to Fangzhou in tears to complain, prompting Fangzhou to reprimand her. Every time he scolded her, Chen Wanting would sincerely apologize, only to later retaliate against Su Yuxue again. It was a cycle of genuine remorse followed by unrepentant behavior. Fortunately, Chen Wanting was always careful in her actions, and her family background was respectable. Her father was a billionaire in Jinling. Despite some familial discord, he would always clean up after her. Upon hearing Fangzhou's words, Chen Wanting peeked out from behind him, pointed at him, and then at herself with her thumb, proclaiming, "He is under my protection. I won't let you bully him." Su Yuxue, on the verge of tears, gazed at Fangzhou with sorrowful eyes that seemed to plead for him to speak. "I'm sorry," Fangzhou said apologetically, pulling out 200 yuan from his pocket and gently placing it on the literature club's table as compensation for her medical expenses. Then he hurriedly grasped Chen Wanting's sleeve, swiftly leading the little tiger girl away from the scene. Watching Fangzhou's retreating figure and the 200 yuan on the table, Su Yuxue's eyes suddenly turned red, tears spilling over uncontrollably. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Growing up, her parents had indulged her, her elders had cherished her, friends adored her, and Fangzhou had treated her like a precious gem, always obedient and compliant. Never before had she experienced such treatment as today. "You're crying, Yuxue?" Su Wei, who had arrived late, noticed Su Yuxue in tears and rushed over to inquire about the situation. Both were new members of the literature club, and Su Wei had just gone to fetch a registration form. Upon her return, she found Su Yuxue in a state of distress. Wei, Fangzhou has changed. He would never have treated me like this before. Chen Wanting hit me, and he didn't even defend me. He did it on purpose to upset me." Su Yuxue, with tears in her eyes, bit her lip, her breath quickening as she felt increasingly wronged. Just moments ago, Fangzhou's gaze toward her had carried an unmistakable hint of disdain, as if she were something repugnant. All along, Su Yuxue had believed herself to be a kind-hearted girl. Even if she didn't truly like Fangzhou, she had never closed the door on him, repeatedly offering him chances to come closer, to care for her, and to accompany her, providing him with light and motivation. Yet Fangzhou, not only did he show no gratitude, but he also repaid kindness with malice. Was this not excessive? Just because they had a minor disagreement? He stood by and watched as others bullied her? No, I must stand up for myself today. Su Wei took out her phone and began typing a fierce tirade against Fangzhou. The more Su Yuxue thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. After a moment's contemplation, she too pulled out her phone, finding her father's contact and dialing. "What's wrong, Yuxue?" A middle-aged man's voice soon came through the line. Su Yuxue, her voice trembling with tears, exclaimed, "Dad, Fangzhou is bullying me," and proceeded to embellish the story. Meanwhile, Fangzhou was jogging away from the scene, pulling Chen Wanning along, until they reached the fork at the girls' and boys' dormitory buildings, where he finally stopped. "Why did you hit her just now?" Fangzhou released Chen Wanning's sleeve, his tone slightly exasperated. Chen Wanning stepped in front of him, lightly rising on her toes to reach his shoulder, then patted him gently. "We added each other as friends, played games together, and stayed up late. That makes us comrades. Of course, I have to protect you from being bullied." As she spoke, she imitated a heroic gesture, patting her chest, only to have her small hand bounce off due to a bit of excess patting. "This girl is not just a little fierce, is she?" Fangzhou suddenly recalled that in his previous life, perhaps her first assault on Su Yuxue had been for a similar reason. Whether personal grievances played a role afterward remained uncertain, but surely there was a hint of that. Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle, amused by this invincible rationale. "All right, Wanning, you're formidable. I'll rely on you from now on." What was meant as a light-hearted jest was taken seriously by Chen Wanning, who beamed at being called Sister Wanning. On the street, she stood with her hands on her hips, laughing in the wind like a mischievous child. Observing this scene, Fangzhou mused, "This is no big sister. She is clearly a fierce little potato." Just then, Fangzhou's phone buzzed incessantly. Upon checking, he found a barrage of messages from Su Wei. "Fangzhou, are you still a man? So what if Yuxue didn't celebrate her birthday with you? Or rejected your gift? Or walked with Lin Mo? You bully her like this? Can you not show a bit of masculinity? What's the harm in a girl giving you the cold shoulder once or twice? She is merely testing you. You can't possibly be so weak that you can't withstand such a trivial test, right? Even if Yuxue did something wrong, disregarding the facts as a man, don't you bear any fault?" Fangzhou stumbled slightly, caught off guard by this verbal blow. The so-called test Su Wei spoke of in his past life. He had believed Su Yuxue was testing him, enduring for so long, but what was the outcome? 18 years of childhood friendship could not compare to just 18 days of sudden romance. The master of love, Tong Jincheng, once said that in the adult world, a lack of clear acceptance is tantamount to rejection. He had previously scoffed at this notion, but now he absorbed it with newfound understanding. To hell with tests. Only the nation and its people can test me. Fortunately, in his past life, Fangzhou had faced off against the renowned piano virtuoso from Zhuan, becoming quite adept at handling such nonsensical provocations. After some contemplation, he replied to Su Wei with an ultimate retort. "When I respond with a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, it's that I believe you do." He then casually changed Chen Wanning's contact name to Fierce Little Potato. On the other side, Su Wei, initially brimming with determination, was now ensnared in a deep confusion upon receiving Fangzhou's singular question mark. How could something so simple convey such a profound mockery in this context? With a belly full of indignation and nowhere to vent, Su Wei's chest heaved with frustration. Chapter 8. The Master Tong Jincheng does not deceive me. What does Fangzhou mean? Before the screen, Su Wei felt an unprecedented vulnerability. A simple question mark conveyed unspoken words, yet it felt as though it said everything. Su Yuxue leaned closer, and after reading the message, she too felt a sense of frustration from that deeply ironic question mark. Wei, do you think Fangzhou really no longer cares about me?" Su Yuxue asked helplessly. Su Wei endeavored to calm her emotions, lowering her head in contemplation for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. You need not worry. I believe Fangzhou is merely pretending. Pretending? Su Yuxue. Consider the events of the past few days. First, he deliberately ignored your messages. Then he refused to assist you with your project, changed his hairstyle and wardrobe to look handsome, and finally appeared with other girls before you. Did you not notice that he has been trying to attract your attention in these ways? Did he? Has he? Su Yuxue asked herself earnestly. Hearing Su Wei's question, she ceased her tears and began to reflect. She realized that indeed, she had been paying more attention to Fangzhou than usual lately. I have indeed been more focused on him these past 2 days. Just yesterday, I even checked his QQ space. See, I told you I was right. It must be Lin Mo's presence that has pressured Fangzhou, making him feel that his previous methods of pursuing you were ineffective, prompting him to change his strategy. Moreover, you must ask yourself whether you prefer the former, taciturn Fangzhou who laid his heart bare for you, or the present version. Su Yuxue's pride surged once more. Who would like him? Yet, deep down, she had already found her answer. Compared to the previous, unassuming Fangzhou, she was indeed more intrigued by his current persona. Although reason told her this was wrong, the reality remained unchanged. If Fangzhou were to know of this, he would likely find it both amusing and perplexing. In his past life, he had come across a video featuring the renowned romantic master Tong Jincheng, which contained a line, "When is a man most attractive to a woman? Answer, when he does not love her." At that time, he had scoffed at the notion, yet now rang hauntingly true. Indeed, the master did not deceive me. And I recall you mentioning that Fangzhou seems quite skilled at gaming. Su Wei Sudenli in Guit. Su Yuxue nodded in affirmation. He excels at all the popular computer games. Last year, he even took up coaching to buy me a New Year gift. That makes sense. Chen Wanning is a gaming enthusiast. Fangzhou must have met her through gaming and orchestrated this entire charade with her assistance. All the clues aligned perfectly. Su Wei thought to herself, feeling a rush of pride, "Please call me Detective Wei Wei." It was not unreasonable for Su Wei to deduce this, given Fangzhou's past tendencies. In many ways, her logical reasoning was sound. However, she could not fathom that Fangzhou, having experienced life and death, had genuinely moved on. Su Yuxue lowered her gaze in contemplation for a while, and a look of realization finally dawned upon her exquisite oval face. It must be so. He has gone to such lengths to capture my attention. Instantly, she cast aside her previous displeasure, forgetting the tears she had shed while on the phone with her family, transforming back into the proud and aloof swan she was known to be. "Thank goodness for you, Wei Wei. What should I do now?" she asked, joyfully linking her arm with Su Wei's. "It's simple. He feigns nonchalance, and you should do the same. I believe he will soon be unable to maintain his facade. All right, I shall follow your advice." Meanwhile, Fangzhou and Chen Wanning had each retreated to their dorms to catch up on sleep after parting ways at the intersection. As it was Saturday, both had no classes and could sleep in until dinner time. As Fangzhou passed the cafeteria, contemplating whether to bring food back for his roommates, a charming voice with dimples and long eyelashes, utterly enchanting, suddenly broke through his thoughts. His phone rang. Caller ID, Comrade Lao Fang, father. Seeing this humorous yet endearing label, Fangzhou could not help but be momentarily distracted. It had been quite a while since he had seen that name. After the incident in his past life, Fangzhou had not referred to his father as Comrade Lao Fang in jest for so long that he nearly forgot how. He answered the call, and a strong, familiar voice came through. "You little rascal, you still know how to answer my calls? Come on, Dad. That sounds as if I've done something shameful." Fangzhou replied, his spirits lifting. "Stop the playful banter. Did you bully Yuxue? Her father called me. Is this how we solve things? By calling parents?" Fangzhou thought to himself, somewhat incredulous. Fangzhou's family and Su Yuxue's had been neighbors for over a decade, with their fathers Fang Bingbua and Su Guwei being colleagues and maintaining good relations. "How could I bully her? She has always been the one to pick on me." Fangzhou retorted. "That may be true, but old Su said," Yuxue cried. "You should apologize to her. She's a girl, and a few kind words will suffice." "Why should I apologize? I'm not the one being unreasonable." "What do you mean by that?" Fang Bingbua paused, slightly taken aback. His son had always cherished Su Yuxue, treating her with utmost respect. What had changed? Fangzhou's tone turned serious. Dad, I no longer wish to marry Su Yuxue. Silence enveloped the call for a moment before Fang Dingbua finally spoke. Are you serious? More genuine than pure yogurt. Fangzhou replied, his voice calm, yet resolute. He then recounted the entire situation to his father. Upon hearing Fangzhou's account, Fang Dingbua quickly grasped the situation, responding with irritation. So, Su Yuxue never mentioned this? It seems he's the one making a fuss. Just because his daughter is precious, my son must play the fool? He is the one who holds a higher position in the company, yet he struts around as if he were superior, all because you wanted to marry his daughter. Not marrying her is for the best. It spares you the heartache of a marriage driven by the pursuit of true love or destiny. In the end, it's all just irresponsible lust. Listening to his father's protective words warmed Fangzhou's heart, and he silently gave a thumbs up. Comrade Lao Fang, you certainly have a way with words. Don't exaggerate. I have always been devoted to your mother. After a pause, a voice chimed in from the other end. Dear, don't listen to Xiao Fang's nonsense. Fangzhou thought. Though our families have always been neighbors and our backgrounds are similar, Su Yuxue's parents have always looked down on mine. It is a common saying that men marry up and women marry down. Su Yuxue has always hoped for a better match for his daughter, which is understandable. However, Fangzhou's admission to prestigious universities, despite rejecting Su Yuxue, revealed potential that Su Yuxue had not previously recognized. Thus, his attitude began to shift. In a sense, Su Yuxue's feelings towards Fangzhou were indirectly influenced by her parents' views on him, neither fully accepting nor rejecting. In essence, it was akin to riding a donkey while searching for a horse, or perhaps waiting for the donkey to become a horse. Master Sayings 1. In the realm of adulthood, the absence of explicit acceptance equates to rejection. Master Sayings 2. When a man harbors no affection for a woman, she becomes most alluring to him. Chapter 9. The Angry Birds, serious version. 3 minutes later, Comrade Lao Fang finally pacified his wife and picked up the phone to continue. Son, since you have made your decision, your parents will undoubtedly support you. Besides, you are still so young. With my son's capabilities, what kind of girl can't you find? When you graduate, I will be a grandfather, and our family will celebrate double happiness. Ha. Hearing Lao Fang's implicit urging for marriage, Fangzhou couldn't help but think of someone. Perhaps it's best to wait a while longer. After all, he hasn't reached the legal age yet. After discussing Su Yuxue, the father and son delved into casual family chatter. Did you know? Your uncle's older brother just got married to a girl 10 years younger than him. A lovely girl from Sichuan and Chongqing. Your aunt's cousin flunked her exams again and is thinking of transferring to an art school to apply to a media university. Your mother just bought an iPhone 3 last month. She says touchscreen smartphones are incredibly convenient, allowing her to download any app she desires. On the other end of the line, Fang Dingbua rambled on, but as he listened, Fangzhou's pupils dilated. His cousin's marriage, his cousin's transfer to an art school, fragments of seemingly trivial events sparked a memory in Fangzhou's mind, piecing together a pivotal moment in time that had led to monumental changes in his family. Fangzhou struggled to recall. The global economic crisis of 2008 swept across the world, lasting nearly 2 years. This was the most challenging period for their family. His mother's women's clothing store was heavily laden with unsold stock, and his father's company faced layoffs while they still had to pay the mortgage every month. According to his recollection, his mother's store would go bankrupt early next year, and his father would be laid off. In truth, based on performance rankings, his father should not have faced layoffs. However, in a bid to help his son, he had facilitated a deal for Su Yuxue's father, Su Yuxue, which ultimately led to his father being surpassed in performance and included in the layoff list. Subsequently, due to financial constraints, his father took a job at a cement factory. To earn more for the family and save some for Fangzhou's future, he often worked overtime, ultimately succumbing to pneumoconiosis from prolonged exposure to dust, a grave condition that took him away far too soon. At his father's funeral, Fangzhou wept inconsolably. Trembling as he inscribed the epitaph, he watched the nurse carry me out of the delivery room. I was crying, and he was smiling. I watched him lie in the coffin. I was crying, but he no longer acknowledged me. In that moment, It felt as if 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. "Hey, are you still listening?" Fangzhou was jolted back to reality by his father's voice. "Yes, Dad, I'm here. Please don't think I'm rambling. These are the things your mother asked me to tell you." "Not all. Please continue, Dad." "All right, I'll stop now. I need to accompany your mother to the clothing market to pick out styles. By the way, is your allowance sufficient for this month?" "Yes, it's enough." "Good. I've had a streak of bad luck lately and lost a few games. Your allowance for next month might be delayed by a couple of days." "It's fine. Dad, I'm not dating anyone, so I have enough to spend." "Haha, that is true. I'll hang up now." "Okay, I'll see you during winter break." After hanging up, Fangzhou felt a lump in his throat, as if his heart were gripped tightly by an unseen hand. What bad luck! Their family was on the brink of destitution. In his past life, he had failed to assist his parents, and, due to his relationship with Su Yuxue, had inadvertently led his father to secure a deal for Su Yuxue, resulting in his own layoff. This time, he was determined to shield his parents from such a fate. It was now October, shortly after the National Day holiday, with over 3 months remaining until early next year. A fervent thought ignited in Fangzhou's mind. He must make money. He needed to accumulate sufficient funds within 3 months to help his parents navigate the impending crisis. With this resolve, Fangzhou lost all desire to return to his dormitory for a nap. He went to the school's supermarket to purchase pens and notebooks. Downed 2 bottles of Red Bull for a quick boost, but to little avail. In a moment of desperation, he boldly consumed half a bottle of essential oil. It's truly consumable. The invigorating sensation instantly revived his senses. Next, he swiped in with his student ID and entered the library at Nanda, finding an empty spot in the study area. The quiet environment allowed Fangzhou to immerse himself in his thoughts as he scribbled on paper. Bitcoin just emerged this year. Hold on to Bitcoin. The era of online literature is flourishing. Adapt novels for profit. E-commerce is booming. Open a shop on Taobao. The era of smartphones has just begun. Develop mobile games or apps for profit. Covering songs? The 3 giants of QQ Music? Customize songs for films and dramas? The biggest stock of 2015. Brokerages, insurance, internet. And Storm Technology. The real estate economy lasting 15 years. Now is the time to buy before appreciation. Betting on the 2018 World Cup's dark horse? In the serene study room, Fangzhou was lost in his world, occasionally biting the tip of his pen, jotting down opportunities of the era. He then wrote down his criteria for selection. Short-term, quick returns, easy to monetize. Looking at these 3 requirements, Fangzhou found himself at a loss. Standing at the forefront of the era, even pigs could fly. Yet these opportunities either weren't ripe, required substantial initial capital, or took too long to materialize. As for adapting books and songs, those 2 paths seemed the quickest for short-term returns. He pondered and deemed them unreliable. In the current age of rampant online literature, with Shengda Group dominating, new books took 2 months to be released, and royalties were only paid out in the 4th month. He simply couldn't wait that long. As for songs, without a well-known producer, it was unlikely to fetch a good price. In his previous life, Fangzhou had read entertainment novels where the protagonist, a novice, could sell a song for hundreds of thousands or even millions, which was pure fantasy. There were countless examples in the entertainment industry of good songs being overlooked. Even the finest wine fears a deep alley. This was, after all, why a plethora of old songs were rediscovered in the era of short videos. For instance, the song Luxury Lady by Phoenix Legend was not popular when it was first released, but gained immense popularity 14 years later on Douyin. Similarly, Zhang Jie's song Listen, which only became famous 9 years later, thanks to its feature in Wild Rush. Lost in these thoughts, Fangzhou fell into contemplation. At that moment, he suddenly recalled a casual remark from his earlier conversation with Lao Fang. Your mother just bought an iPhone 3 last month. Touchscreen smartphones are indeed convenient. The era of smartphones, touchscreen operation, touchscreen, touchscreen. Muttering to himself, Fangzhou suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Of course, touchscreen. In 2007, Apple launched the first-generation iPhone, heralding the arrival of the smartphone era. Domestic manufacturers quickly followed suit, unveiling a variety of Chinese smartphones. Except for Xiaomi, which was established in 2010, companies like Huawei, Lenovo, ZTE, and Meizu adopted countless innovative sales strategies to penetrate the smartphone market. Among these, touchscreen was the most significant selling point of smartphones. For those accustomed to traditional button phones, the first encounter with a touchscreen phone was nothing short of a revelation. Steve Jobs capitalized on this groundbreaking innovation, opening up the iPhone market and ultimately becoming the leader in the global mobile phone industry. Naturally, domestic manufacturers emulated this, promoting touchscreen vigorously and even recruiting planning teams across society. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to exemplify the most striking features of a touchscreen device, while simultaneously showcasing the auditory, vibrational, and visual effects of a smartphone. One must undoubtedly refer to that cataclysmic gaming phenomenon. At this thought, a smile played upon Fangzhou's lips, more difficult to suppress than the might of an AK. It was a calamity sparked by a mere egg, the inaugural mobile game of countless youths. Angry Birds. In its heyday, Angry Birds achieved an unparalleled level of popularity, becoming a phenomenon and a paragon of its genre. The developer, Rovio, initially a modest team of 4, soared to success with this singular game, eventually leading to their public listing. Subsequently, they expanded into merchandise, collectibles, and even a major film. In 2023, Sega acquired the game's developer for a staggering $706 million. In this era, among its peers, Angry Birds stands as a veritable titan, with only Fruit Ninja able to offer any semblance of competition, albeit being easily overshadowed. Notably, the development of this game was not particularly arduous, nor was it costly. In its previous incarnation, it was crafted by the small workshop team at Rovio for under $300,000, most of which stemmed from open-source code. However, for Fangzhou, a reincarnated soul well-versed in the IT realm, the existence of a ready reference would allow him to recreate it in a month, potentially reducing costs to under $100,000. Contemplating this, he reached into his pocket, only to feel a twinge of embarrassment. To say he had $100,000 would be a stretch. In fact, he barely possessed $300 in total. Thus, the question arose, where would he procure the startup funds? After a moment of reflection, his gaze drifted towards the window. Outside, the sky was adorned with the hues of dusk, the sunset casting a warm glow upon the boys and girls on the playground. Unbeknownst to him, he had been brainstorming in the study room for an entire afternoon. At this hour, the little heiress must have awakened by now. Chapter 10. Evening Citrus, Hungry. Dinner. Upon this thought, Fangzhou promptly sent a message to the fierce little potato. Fangzhou, Sister Ning, have you awakened? Fierce little potato. It seems that Chun Wansue rather enjoys being called Sister Ning, as it imbues her with a sense of authority. Upon seeing Fangzhou's message, she nearly instantaneously replied. Although she is a few months younger than Fangzhou, such matters are often subject to individual interpretation. Fangzhou, have you had dinner yet? Would you like to go out for a bite together? Fierce little potato, not yet, I'm famished. Fangzhou, let us head to the second cafeteria. The chicken stew with mushrooms at entrance 6 is absolutely delightful, and the pepper salt chicken cutlet at entrance 8 is also quite commendable. Fierce little potato, let us do it. Oh, Fangzhou, let us meet under the osmanthus tree at the entrance of the second cafeteria. The code phrase is, the king covers the tiger, chicken stew with mushrooms. Fierce little potato, message received. Having arranged their dinner plans, Fangzhou quickly gathered his belongings and briskly exited the library. The library of Jinling University is not far from the second cafeteria. It takes merely a few minutes to walk there. Under the setting sun, the orange glow elongated the shadows of all around. A gentle breeze whispered through the plane tree avenue, while cicadas serenaded in the afterglow. Pairs of couples sat closely on benches, basking in the sunset and the evening breeze, indulging in each other's affections. Witnessing this scene, Fangzhou could not help but exclaim, "University life is truly wonderful." It is often said that the decade from 8 to 18 constitutes 10 years, while the span from 18 to 28 encapsulates a lifetime. When one considers this, it becomes apparent that a significant portion of one's youth is spent within the walls of academia. It is no wonder that countless individuals reminisce about their university days after graduation. They may be longing for the life they once led. In the most beautiful of ages, In the most enchanting of places, I encountered you. Wait up, classmate. Suddenly, a senior leaped forth to obstruct Fangzhou's path. He subtly gestured toward his pocket, casting a knowing glance. Classmate, I have something splendid to offer you. A sales pitch? Fangzhou hastily shook his head. On the very first day of a new semester, he had already been persuaded by a senior to purchase 2 bottles of shoe cleaning solution, costing him 200 yuan. Later, he discovered the same item on Taobao for 30 yuan with free shipping. Don't speak so harshly. From the perspective of supply and demand, we stand as equals. The senior chuckled. Apologies, but I am in a hurry, Fangzhou responded, attempting to move past. The senior seized his arm, quickly clarifying, It is precisely because you're in a hurry that I approached you. I see you're in high spirits and walking briskly. I am here to lend you a helping hand. As he spoke, he produced a small square box from his pocket, emblazoned with the letter D. Goodness, are you selling worries? Fangzhou's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively quickened his pace. Don't rush. If you don't fancy the basic version, I have the advanced version. The senior, understanding immediately as a fellow experienced individual, drew forth a box of dull dead pills. However, upon seeing Fangzhou's increasingly grim countenance, the senior appeared slightly taken aback. I see you prefer something more thrilling. He then produced a bottle of blue pills. Feigning mystery, compensation for the gun's muzzle, 100 per bottle. Fangzhou's face flushed with embarrassment. Although he possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, having learned from numerous esteemed professors, this was his first encounter with such items in reality. Not worth the trouble. I'm leaving, Fangzhou exclaimed, hastily making his escape towards the second cafeteria. Don't run away, classmate. I'm Wang Baoyu from finance class 2. If you need anything, feel free to find me, called the senior from behind, but Fangzhou hastened his steps even more. Before long, he arrived at the second cafeteria. From a distance, beneath the osmanthus tree at the entrance, Chen Yuxue stood vivaciously. Her long, fair legs were particularly eye-catching, easily identifiable from afar, serving as a natural landmark. Having likely just finished her shower, her hair remained damp, and her delicate face glowed with a rosy hue. She carried a small purse, donned an oversized t-shirt, and wore ultra-short shorts just barely concealed by the cascading t-shirt, giving the impression that she was not wearing anything at all. It was a daring fashion choice, only manageable by those with long legs. Here, over here. Upon noticing Fangzhou, Chen Yuxue waved excitedly. Fangzhou took a deep breath, striving to calm the surge of emotions within him. Yet, as he approached, Chen Yuxue rose onto her toes, tilting her head with a look of suspicion fixed upon him, suddenly saying, There is desire in your gaze, you naughty person. Fangzhou, winky face, goodness, the senior has misled me. Fangzhou awkwardly cleared his throat, quickly diverting the conversation. Misunderstanding. Let's hurry inside for dinner. I am nearly starving. With that, he reached out to grasp the little potato's arm. The little potato shook off his grip. You haven't recited the code phrase yet. Fangzhou promptly replied, The king covers the tiger. The little potato grinned back. Chicken stew with mushrooms. This time, when Fangzhou reached for her again, she did not resist, obediently following him as he led the way. Fangzhou stifled a chuckle within. She remained a fierce little potato with a sense of ceremony. Upon entering the second cafeteria, Chen Yuxue claimed a table while Fangzhou went to order food. Soon, the table was adorned with pepper salt chicken cutlets, chicken stew with mushrooms, garlic grilled fish, stir-fried rice noodles, and grilled cold noodles. Chen Yuxue licked her lips, her eyes longing as she gazed at Fangzhou. Go ahead, eat, Fangzhou encouraged. Chen Yuxue immediately picked up a piece of pepper salt chicken cutlet, taking a delicate bite. The crispy chicken paired with a secret dipping sauce unleashed a burst of flavor in her mouth. Chen Yuxue savored the taste, her eyes squinting with delight as her little head bobbed up and down. Eat slowly, it's all yours, don't choke, Fangzhou advised. At his words, the little potato enjoyed her meal even more heartily. Fangzhou seriously suspected that this girl had not eaten since returning from her morning classes and had slept until now. Next, he glanced down at the little potato's alabaster neck, realizing more nourishment is certainly warranted, given her substantial nutritional demands. Seizing the moment while the little potato was engrossed in her meal, Fangzhou coughed lightly, attempting to appear earnest. May I borrow some money from you? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuxue, while eating, handed her small purse to Fangzhou. Take it yourself. Fangzhou was momentarily at a loss. He glanced at the size of Chen Yuxue's purse, realizing she had somewhat misunderstood his request. I might need a bit more than that. The little potato looked up in confusion. How much do you need? Fangzhou pondered for a moment, providing a relatively safe figure, around 100,000. I'll return it to you within 2 months at the latest. I have an urgent need. He had initially intended to say he could repay in about a month. But for safety's sake, he changed his response to 2 months. Chen Yuxue lowered her head, softly murmuring, but my father has frozen my bank account. He only provides me with 5,000 in cash for living expenses each month. Fangzhou was slightly taken aback. He suddenly recalled having heard in his previous life that Chen Yuxue's relationship with her family was somewhat strained. It seems that this is indeed the case. However, as she did not elaborate, Fangzhou chose not to pry. Some are healed by their childhood for a lifetime, while others spend their lifetime healing their childhood. Such matters can only be addressed when she is ready to share. Fangzhou believes that day will come. Since the little potato's situation proved unyielding, he resolved to explore alternative avenues. Fangzhou lowered his head in contemplation. Just then, Chen Yuxue extended her small hand, poking Fangzhou. If my living expenses are insufficient, could I sell my house to lend you money? Fangzhou. He gazed in astonishment at the earnest expression of Chen Yuxue, suddenly envisioning a classic scene. Hey, is it possible not to work? If you don't work, you'll support me. Exactly. I'll sell my house to support you. While others resort to soft living, the little potato was directly attempting to thrust a rice cooker into Fangzhou's mouth. Masters quotes 3. Before confessing your feelings, first ask her to lend you some money. If she is not fond of you, she will certainly hesitate. If she is unwilling to lend you even a small amount, then there is no need to confess your feelings. Would someone who is reluctant to lend you money truly lend you their heart? Chapter 11. The debut of the little wealthy lady the next day. At 9 in the morning, at the Zijin Irong Loan Company. In the VIP room, the impeccably dressed manager presented the mortgage contract to Fangzhou and Chen Wanning. Miss Chen, this is the contract for your home mortgage loan of 100,000 yuan for a period of 3 months at an annual interest rate of 8.1. Do you have any questions? Chen Wanning glanced at Fangzhou, who gave a slight nod, prompting her to follow suit, affirming no issues. Very well. Would you prefer the funds in cash or deposited into your account? The manager inquired. Fangzhou interjected, cash, please. We have immediate needs. Understood. Please sign here. The manager replied. Chen Wanning obediently signed the contract. The property she referred to was a spacious 200 square meter flat located in the prestigious Baijia Lake Daijinghaofu, valued at over 4 million yuan back in 2009, with a price per square meter of 21,000 yuan. This was part of the dowry gifted to her by her mother before she moved abroad following her parents' divorce, a true asset that belonged solely to her. Entirely detached from her current family, this apartment held profound significance for Chen Wanning, and Fangzhou certainly had no intention of selling it. Moreover, the selling process was lengthy, typically taking at least 3 months, a timeline they could not afford. Thus, after some deliberation, they decided to seek a legitimate loan company to secure a 100,000 yuan mortgage against the property for 3 months. They opted against the bank, for while it offered lower interest rates, the approval time was excessively long, often starting from a month, as anyone familiar with bank procedures would understand. After signing the contract, the manager stepped out, saying, "Please hold on a moment," as he left to process the paperwork. "How's it going, Lao Wang? Is it a big deal?" A colleague asked upon his exit. "What big deal? A property worth over 4 million, and they only loaned 100,000 yuan. Is that for real? Why would I lie? You know how it is with the children of wealthy families, borrowing a little from their parents' property to spend." The manager felt a twinge of regret, sensing he had missed out on a substantial opportunity. 20 minutes later, Fangzhou emerged from the loan company, holding a sealed bag containing 10 stacks of red bills. Walking alongside Chen Wanning. For safety, He purchased a small Ultraman backpack from a nearby shop and placed the money inside, handing the bag to Chun Wan Ning to carry. Fangzhou, that's ugly. The little potato pouted, her delicate brows furrowing, her lips pouting adorably. Not at all. While others might call it ugly, on you, it becomes uniquely charming, Fangzhou coaxed. Chun Wan Ning pondered for a moment, finding his words somewhat reasonable. Thus, she decided to buy a pink monster backpack, putting half of the money inside, and insisted Fangzhou carry it as well. Now it's balanced, she murmured. Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle, reminded of Bao Bao's famous saying, "When others call me a fool, I am hardly a fool. Most of the time, I am quite clever." Indeed, a cunning little potato, Fangzhou remarked, giving her a playful pat on the head. Suddenly curious, he asked, "Aren't you afraid to lend me money so readily? What if I turn out to be a bad person?" A mischievous smile crept across Chun Wan Ning's face. "Someone like you wouldn't dare to take a bite of the meat right next to you. You have the heart of a thief, but lack the courage. Being with you is quite safe." Fangzhou felt a mix of amusement and embarrassment. He recalled how, in his past life, he had often picked Su Yuxue up from bars when she was drunk. Had he acted impulsively even once, they might have found themselves in a far graver situation. He laughed. "If I were a villain, I'd have tricked you into a loan." Before his laughter could fade, Chun Wan Ning interjected, "Then I wouldn't worry. If you deceived me, I could justify myself in taking you down." Fangzhou felt a shiver run down his spine, his expression momentarily stiffening. Indeed, the fierce flower remained fierce. Noticing Fangzhou's reaction, a subtle smile graced Chun Wan Ning's lips, even as her gaze remained lowered. After her parents' divorce, her father Chen Sanjin had formed a new family, granting her a younger brother and a nominal older sister. Their home was opulent, complete with a father, a mother, and children, a harmonious family of 4, while she felt like an extraneous addition, as if photoshopped into their lives. This indirect experience of living under someone else's roof had made her more attuned to the kindness of others. When they first met at the internet CAF, she immediately sensed the warmth emanating from this boy, intense and sincere. Otherwise, she might have kicked him away with a swift kick. Seeing Fangzhou's awkward expression, Chun Wan Ning chuckled. "I was just joking. Others might strike to kill, but you might only be half killed." Fangzhou retorted, "Goodness, that might have been better left unsaid." Chun Wan Ning weighed the contents of the Ultraman backpack. Her curiosity piqued. "Now that we have the money, what's next?" Fangzhou retrieved a notebook from his pocket, gently flipping it open to reveal a list: startup capital, venue equipment, code, art design. These were the 4 formidable challenges he faced in acquiring his first pot of gold. With the capital secured, the next step was to address the venue and equipment. After deliberation, he patted the little potato's head, saying, "Let us head to the past winds internet CF." Chun Wan Ning, understanding the importance of the day, donned a white V-neck shirt paired with a fitted skirt and CL red-bottom heels, transforming into a poised office lady. The transition in her demeanor was striking, shifting from the innocent and alluring college girl to a professional goddess. Remarkably, to complement her outfit, she wore black stockings. She wore black stockings. Those captivating long legs, paired with the delicate sheer stockings, created a scene that tested one's respect for the law. Fangzhou followed behind, captivated by her graceful silhouette. Feeling a dryness in his throat, he quickly chanted in his mind, a heart as pure as ice, unperturbed by the collapse of the heavens. "Wait, that is not right. 3 years minimum, potentially life imprisonment. 3 years minimum, potentially life imprisonment." Half an hour later, the taxi stopped outside the Past Winds Internet CAF. Fangzhou took Chun Wan Ning's arm as they entered. Notably, he discovered something amusing. If he held her hand, she would refuse. However, if he held her sleeve or arm, she would offer a token resistance before allowing him to lead her. Upon entering the CAF, they found the attendant was no longer the round-faced girl from the previous evening, but a middle-aged woman. "Hello, need a power-up?" the woman asked. Fangzhou got straight to the point. "Do you have private rooms?" "A larger one, accommodating at least 4 computers." The woman raised an eyebrow, glancing at Fangzhou and then at the enchanting girl by his side, her expression slightly awkward. "University students today are quite adventurous, instead of the nearby hotels." They choose to seek thrills here. As is commonly known, hotels surrounding universities are colloquially referred to as love hotels. The woman gestured upward. Just head up to the second floor. The private room costs 20 yuan per hour. I'll need your ID. I would like to book it for a longer period. Approximately a month, Fangzhou added quickly. The woman's demeanor shifted slightly, realizing they were potentially dealing with a significant transaction. Please wait a moment. I need to consult my son, who is the owner here. After receiving his nod, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. About 10 minutes later, a young man rushed into the CAF. Chapter 12. The sensation was delightfully springy. Do you want a monthly package for this leg play? A young man approached with a beaming smile, habitually pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and offering one to Fangzhou. Fangzhou accepted it readily. Although he did not smoke, accepting a cigarette was often a gesture of goodwill. Accepting it was a way to reciprocate that kindness, especially in business dealings. Boss, could you please calculate the monthly cost for a four-person room? Fangzhou inquired directly. The young man retrieved a calculator from behind the bar, pressing buttons as he calculated. The four-person package is 20 an hour, and with 24 hours in a day, that amounts to 480, making it 14,400 for a month. To round it off, you could give me 14,000. Fangzhou scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? There's no way a machine would be in use for 24 hours straight. Your daily rate is exorbitant. The young man remained unperturbed. After all, in business, one often starts with inflated prices. What do you think is a fair amount? He countered. Fangzhou paused, recalling the bargaining wisdom imparted by his mother while shopping for New Year's clothes. Strike a deal at the midpoint, and you'll win half. Let us settle on 7,000. It cannot be more, he declared. Goodness, that's quite a cut. The highest occupancy is for single machines, followed by two-person packages, with four-person packages being the least popular. 7,000 is rather reasonable. You should add a bit more. That amount wouldn't even cover the electricity. I genuinely can't go higher, not a penny more. After a round of haggling, they eventually agreed on a price of 7,500 per month, which was deemed fair. This was also why Fangzhou chose the Internet CAF for their venue. Otherwise, just the venue fee alone for 4 computers would have surpassed 20,000. Moreover, the performance and internet speed of the machines in the CAF were likely superior. Fangzhou promptly made the payment. Soon, the owner escorted the two to an upstairs room for 4. The room was about a dozen square meters, with a window facing south, providing a view of Jinling University across the street. In the center, 4 tables were arranged together, each facing the other, adorned with 4 large-screen computers, blue light keyboards, cat-ear headphones, leather chairs, air conditioning, and a water dispenser. All the necessary equipment was present. This will be our revolutionary base for the next month, Fangzhou expressed with enthusiasm. Chen Wanning clenched her fist, energizing herself with a resolute Boss, may I lock this room? Fangzhou asked. The CAF owner looked at him suspiciously and replied, What exactly are you doing? Let me make it clear, no illegal activities in my establishment. Rest assured, we are a gaming studio, renting the room to play games and earn money, Fangzhou fabricated on the spot. The CAF owner appeared slightly taken aback, but, having operated an internet CAF for many years, was familiar with gaming studios. It made sense. You can lock it, but I will check the room and equipment upon your departure. If anything is damaged, you will be liable for the costs. Understood. The CAF owner left them assured and descended the stairs. Seeing this, Chen Wanning quickly claimed the seat by the window, her bright, captivating eyes eagerly looking at Fangzhou. Fangzhou, may I play games from this spot? Fangzhou chuckled and gently patted her head, of course. You are our esteemed benefactor. Will it interfere with your work? No worries. 3 computers should be sufficient. If it becomes too much, I can ask Pang Bo to bring his old laptop. Without delay, Fangzhou dialed Pang Bo's number. When connected, he was met with hurried breaths from the other end. Hello? Hello? Lao Fang, what is going on? Fangzhou quickly switched off the speakerphone, scolding, What are you up to, in broad daylight, panting like that? I'm exercising. Is it legitimate exercise or the kind that requires a 1,000-word narrative? Of course it's legitimate. I'm working on my legs. Fangzhou sighed in relief and sent Pang Bo the address of the CAF. Bring the computer here for me to use. Later, I'll get you a brand new top-spec Alienware. Sure thing. I'll grab it from my dorm and be there in 20 minutes. Also, could you give me a lock? All right. After hanging up, Fangzhou showed Chen Wanning his phone, all set. Wonderful. This will be my exclusive gaming spot from now on. Chen Wanning's face lit up with joy, her eyes transforming into crescent moons, long lashes fluttering, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her dimples adding an extra charm. So, it turns out, there really is a smile that blooms like a flower. Fangzhou momentarily lost his train of thought. Chen Wanning pulled out a sticky note from her bag, wrote Chen Wanning's on it, and affixed it to the computer. After a moment's thought, she drew a diagonal line before her name and added Fangzhou's, transforming it into Fangzhou Chen Wanning's. Having completed this, Chen Wanning stood up happily but lost her balance in her high heels, stumbling back into the leather chair. What happened? Are you okay? Fangzhou rushed over to steady her gently. Chen Wanning lifted her foot, her expression a mix of wanting to cry but trying to be strong. I don't wear high heels often. I've worn them too long today, and my ankle is slightly twisted. Fangzhou followed her gaze down to see her stocking torn at the ankle, which was reddened, indicating a possible sprain. He lightly pressed on a spot on her ankle. Is it here? Chen Wanning nodded. It hurts, actually. I know a bit of traditional Chinese massage. Would you like me to help? Fangzhou said instinctively. In his past life, he had often carried bags for Su Yuxue while shopping, and when she twisted her ankle in high heels, he would also assist her. It was a case of treating a girlfriend like a daughter, yet the outcome had not been favorable. Chen Wanning hesitated for a moment, then lightly nodded. All right, go ahead. Fangzhou found a small stool to sit on, gently removed her red-soled high heels, revealing her delicate foot encased in stockings. He then rested her calf on his lap, using his fingers to gently knead the pressure points. Chen Wanning let out a soft sound, her brows slightly furrowing. Does it hurt? Should I be gentler? Fangzhou immediately inquired in truth. When Louis XIV invented stockings, they were intended for men, which suggests that stockings do not inherently possess an allure for the opposite sex. As representatives of a new generation, we must possess awareness and a sense of responsibility. Our nation has yet to achieve prosperity, and our people have yet to experience rejuvenation. How can we afford to be complacent? Fangzhou, with a countenance steeped in righteousness, seemed on the verge of declaring a fierce oath against black stockings. Chen Wanning, with a gentle smile and a warm voice, interjected, if that is the case. Could you kindly remove your hand from my leg? It is rather painful. Fangzhou, startled, glanced down and realized that, unbeknownst to him, his hand had inadvertently come to rest upon Chen Wanning's calf. Although it was merely a calf, the sensation was undeniably exquisite. Perhaps due to her years of practicing Taekwondo, her calf boasted an exceptional muscle-to-fat ratio. It felt soft and delicate, pleasantly warm to the touch, and with a gentle squeeze. It exhibited a pronounced bounciness. However, at that moment, Fangzhou was rendered speechless, his mind buzzing with an awkwardness that could fill a 3-bedroom apartment. Good heavens! He desperately wished for an emoji of a dead pig to alleviate his shock. Words of wisdom. The pinnacle of love lies in understanding the game without playing it. It is to be aware of the mundane without succumbing to it. You comprehend my feigned indifference, and I recognize your subtle encouragement. Remain ever vigilant, yet cherish the rare moments of blissful ignorance. Chapter 13. You have arrived just in time. The stockings were too slippery, and a careless slip caused his hand to glide upward. Fangzhou maintained a straight face, uttering nonsensical words with utmost seriousness. Indeed, these stockings are rather slick. Chen Wanning regarded him with a half-smile, her bright, expressive eyes seemingly urging him to continue spinning his tail, as if she were on the verge of believing him. Fangzhou's face flushed, and he hastily shifted the topic. Well, as a cultured individual of the new era, I am quite earnest. If you don't believe me, allow me to recite a couple of poems for you. A charming curve graced Chen Wanning's lips as she assumed a posture of quiet observation, ready to witness his performance. For a moment, Fangzhou felt his mind falter, as if his brain cells had collectively gone on strike. And he blurted out, stopping the carriage to admire the maple forest at dusk, I teasingly inquire where the maiden hails from. Undressing, I have no regrets. For her, I have grown gaunt. I believe I may not have recited that correctly. He quickly sought to change the poem. I and the general unfasten our battle armor. gently twirling and teasing as I please. In the capital, there are skilled ventriloquists. From then on, the emperor no longer rises from morning court. Goodness, has my mind been devoured by zombies? He rushed to switch to another poem. The village children bully me for my frailty, brazenly carrying me into the bamboo grove, parched lips and dry, throat unable to utter a sound. I returned leaning against the wall, sighing. Chen Wanning looked at Fangzhou and smiled. Your recitation is commendable, although I might have received a rather dubious 9 years of compulsory education. Fangzhou, I must be unwell. Even if given the chance to be reborn, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Just as he stood there, flustered, the door to the private room suddenly swung open. A booming, robust voice echoed from the entrance. Son, your father has arrived. The burly Pang Bo appeared at the doorway, clutching a notebook and a padlock. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he beheld his good friend seated on a small stool, holding the girl's slender leg. Pang Bo blinked, Fangzhou blinked, and Chen Wanning blinked. The three exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became delicately tense. Is my approach incorrect? Pang Bo murmured, stepping out to close the door, then reopening it. Yet, nothing had changed. Pang Bo awkwardly scratched his head. My apologies. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Fangzhou immediately extended his hand. No, you have come at just the right time. A savior. He hastily placed Chen Wanning's leg down and smoothly accepted the notebook and padlock from Pang Bo. Chen Wanning's cheeks flushed slightly as she put on her shoes. Even a thorny flower would feel shy witnessing this scene. Allow me to introduce. This is my childhood friend Pang Bo, and this is my benefactor, or rather, my benefactor's sister, Chen Wanning, Fangzhou introduced, deftly resolving the earlier awkwardness. The two exchanged nods, acknowledging each other. Pang Bo surveyed the private room with curiosity. Old Fang, what do you intend to do with this place? Fangzhou contemplated and shared his idea of developing a touchscreen game with Pang Bo, omitting certain details related to his rebirth. Upon hearing this, Pang Bo enthusiastically slapped his chest. Then feel free to take my computer for it. If it breaks, it's on me. Fangzhou was taken aback. Don't you think this is a bit far-fetched? I'm merely a freshman, suddenly embarking on creating a touchscreen mobile game. It seems rather implausible. After all, others were unaware of Fangzhou's rebirth. To them, he was just a college freshman. I don't see it that way. You've always been sharper than I am since childhood. There must be a reason for your decision, Pang Bo replied with a look of conviction. He then waved his fist. From now on, you handle the brains, and I'll handle the brawn. Together, we'll achieve greatness. Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle. Shall I get you an AK while I trade for a rifle? Joking aside, he felt a surge of gratitude. Those who genuinely care for you do not require an abundance of explanations. If you need it and they have it, that is enough. At that moment, Pang Bo glanced at the graceful Chen Wanning and quietly pulled Fangzhou aside. Old Fang, your progress is commendable. You've already made moves. Pang Bo winked dramatically. Fangzhou knew he couldn't clarify, so he opted for silence. Pang Bo, filled with envy, remarked, that previous girl, Su Yuxue, I never liked her. She seemed to sap your energy. But this sister looks promising. How long has it been? Your transformation is palpable. They say marrying a good woman brings prosperity for 3 generations. I was skeptical, but now I believe it. I should also seek a good girl. Fangzhou chuckled softly. Have you set a goal? Pang Bo scratched his head. Sort of. She's from your Jinling University in the music department, named Huang Huihui. We met during a campus social. Goodness. Fangzhou nearly choked. So it had begun. The woman Pang Bo would eventually marry was indeed Huang Huihui. She was the one who gifted him a crown of green grass. After marriage, she lounged at home, earning nothing, yet incessantly criticized Pang Bo for his low salary and poor job, forever comparing him to an idealized husband. Day after day of emotional manipulation ultimately led to Pang Bo's demise, while she inherited all his assets and soon remarried a younger man. Moving into the house he had purchased. Calm down, old Pang. When pursuing a woman, one must delve deep, not rush in. Fangzhou's immediate reaction was to intervene, preventing him from falling into this quagmire. Come now, it's too early. We only added each other on social media last week. Pang Bo shrugged off, unbothered. Fangzhou took a moment to compose himself. They had only just met, and there was still time. After some thought, Fangzhou pulled out his notebook from his pocket. flipping to a particular page where he had written, "Let go of the aloof white moonlight, cherish my little potato, earn my first pot of gold in 3 months, helping my parents through the challenge early next year." This was his list of regrets he intended to amend after his rebirth. He took out a pen, turning his back to Fangzhou, and added a new entry. Help Fangzhou escape his plight, avoiding the fate of emotional manipulation. Some say the world is vast, filled with stars and seas, countless beings, and a vast universe. Others assert it is small, revolving around daily meals, companionship, and a handful of friends. Ultimately, your world is composed of the people you know. The more people you know, the larger your world becomes. The nature of the people you know shapes your world. Fangzhou reflected, his world was not extensive, his parents, beloved, and brothers. In this rebirth, his sole desire was for their well-being. After jotting down his new goal, he flipped back a page in the notebook and found startup capital crossed out, venue and equipment crossed out, open source code, game art. These were the challenges he needed to address to earn his first pot of gold from Angry Birds. Startup capital and venue and equipment were resolved, and he could manage the core framework of open source code himself, but other parts needed outsourcing. Otherwise, he would never complete it alone in a month. Additionally, game art also required outsourcing. After some contemplation, Fangzhou pushed the door open, patting Little Potato's head, "Be good and stay home while we step out." Chun Wan Ning nodded obediently, not inquiring further, happily engaging in her game like a joyful groundhog. "Old Pang, accompany me to Xinjiku," Fangzhou declared. Xinjiku serves as the bustling CBD of Jinling, undoubtedly the most suitable location to seek out sourcing companies. Pangbo nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the two descended the stairs and exited the Internet CF, hailing a taxi on the street to Xinjiku. The CAF and Jinling University were separated by merely a road. In the distance, they spotted a striking Audi A6 parked at the entrance of Jinling University, its license plate reading Su A52520. Passing students cast curious glances, their eyes lingering on the gleaming A6. Wow, the new Audi A6, that top-tier model must cost over $500,000, right? The 520 plate is so romantic. The owner must be a person with a loving heart. My ex-boyfriend also drove an A6, albeit a modest version. I would rather weep in an A6 than smile on a bicycle. Ladies, I'm going to take a chance. Who knows? It might just transform from a bicycle into a motorcycle. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, a vision in a white dress emerged from a school gate. A small white handbag slung over her shoulder, her long hair flowing gracefully in the wind. Upon seeing her, the driver's door of the A6 swung open, revealing a handsome young man in casual attire, who stepped out holding a bouquet of roses. "Su Yuxue, over here," he called out, raising his hand from a distance. Due to the flow of traffic, Fangzhou and Pangbo were approaching the road to hail a taxi. Just as they drew closer, Fangzhou caught sight of the girl in the white dress, her hair billowing and her features exquisite, exuding an air of aloof elegance. It was Su Yuxue. Chapter 14. Merely a bit of wind and frost at the same moment, Su Yuxue caught sight of Fangzhou approaching, her expression subtly shifting. The boy driving the A6 turned around upon hearing her voice. Their eyes met, and Fangzhou instantly recognized Lin Mo, Su Yuxue's unexpected companion. A flicker of disdain briefly crossed Lin Mo's face upon seeing Fangzhou, though he quickly masked it. He stepped forward, courteously assisting Su Yuxue with her white handbag, showcasing his gentlemanly demeanor. "Su Yuxue, these are the roses I bought for you. This bouquet contains 99 blooms, and another bouquet of 999 will be delivered to your dormitory tonight," Lin Mo said, handing the roses to Su Yuxue, his tone imbued with tenderness. Stealing glances at Fangzhou surreptitiously, inadvertently exuding an air of superiority. "Thank you," Su Yuxue hesitated, glancing between Fangzhou and Lin Mo's outstretched hand, before ultimately accepting the roses in front of Fangzhou. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he had claimed victory in a contest. Then he turned to Fangzhou. "You must be Fangzhou. Su Yuxue often mentions you. We met downstairs at the girls' dormitory last time, but unfortunately, we didn't have the chance to converse." Lin Mo's face radiated warmth and his tone was welcoming. However, Fangzhou, with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, discerned the hidden implications in Lin Mo's words. By stating that Su Yuxue frequently spoke of him, Lin Mo positioned himself as closer to her, and the mention of their previous encounter was a deliberate jab at Fangzhou's vulnerabilities. In the past, Lin Mo would often belittle Fangzhou while pursuing Su Yuxue, as if such actions would elevate his own standing. Su Wei also relished comparing the two, leaving Fangzhou thoroughly humiliated. Lin Mo hailed from a well-off family, his father owning a lucrative tile business, and, as the sole heir, he had been pampered from childhood. In stark contrast, Fangzhou, hailing from a modest background, served as a stepping stone for Lin Mo. Hello, Fangzhou replied nonchalantly. Su Yuxue, cradling the flowers, inquired, Fangzhou, what brings you here? Before Fangzhou could respond, Pangbo interjected, I'm with old Fang, heading to Xinjiku. I didn't expect to run into you here. Lin Mo chimed in, what a coincidence. We're also heading to Xinjiku. How about I give you a ride in my A6? No need. We'll take a taxi ourselves. Pangbo retorted with a huff. Lin Mo's smile widened in satisfaction. This was the reaction he desired. Yet suddenly, Fangzhou clapped Pangbo on the shoulder and rebuked, Old Pang, why so cold? He is offering us a free ride. Why not accept? Fangzhou then approached Lin Mo, saying, thank you, driver. He casually opened the back door of the A6 and hopped inside. In the past, he might have felt embarrassed by Lin Mo's taunts, but having lived 2 lives, Fangzhou's mindset had transformed dramatically. To borrow a phrase from the great Love Celestial, it was merely a bit of wind and frost. Pangbo was momentarily confused by the situation, but upon seeing Fangzhou enter, he followed suit. It didn't matter that he couldn't process the situation. He simply mirrored Fangzhou's actions. Lin Mo's expression twitched, his demeanor darkening. He hadn't genuinely intended to give them a ride. He merely sought to belittle Fangzhou, yet here he was outmaneuvered. Su Yuxue turned apologetically to Lin Mo. I'm sorry, Lin Mo, for the trouble. With the goddess saying so, Lin Mo reluctantly accepted. He opened the passenger door for Su Yuxue, waiting for her to settle in before taking his place behind the wheel. With a roar, the Audi A6 sped down the road. Inside the swiftly moving vehicle, an eerie silence enveloped them. Lin Mo remained preoccupied with Fangzhou's previous comment about a free ride. His face taut, focused solely on driving. However, he soon realized that this demeanor only reinforced his role as a mere driver, which further irked him. At that moment, the quiet of the car was shattered by the sound of a notification. It was Fangzhou's phone ringing. He glanced at it to find a message from Su Yuxue. Lin Mo and I are just going to watch Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. You know I'm a fan. We'll return right after, so don't misunderstand. Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle, responding, enjoy yourselves. Ding. Su Yuxue's phone chimed as well, and she hurriedly checked, enjoy yourselves. For reasons unknown, a surge of unexplainable anger ignited within her, accompanied by a hint of grievance. Rapidly, her fingers flew across the screen. It's been several days. Are you still angry with me? I'm out watching a movie with someone else. And you're acting as if nothing happened? If it were the old you, you would have been jealous by now. Reply me, do you really not care about me? In her haste, she mistakenly typed mom instead of me in her last message. From the driver's seat, Lin Mo caught sight of Su Yuxue's phone ringing after each of her messages, quickly deducing that they were chatting on QQ. A sense of frustration welled up in him, prompting him to turn on the car radio in hopes of breaking the tension. Yet, the radio blared out a song by Adu. I should be beneath the car, not inside it, watching how sweet you both are. As he listened, Lin Mo's face grew increasingly dark. In his own car, he was forced to witness such intimacy. Chapter 15. The confused White Lotus is worse than green tea. What's wrong with you, Xiaoxue? Lin Mo was startled by Su Yuxue's sudden behavior and hurriedly handed her a tissue. Su Yuxue took the tissue to wipe her tears, but remained silent, only sobbing quietly. Observing this, Lin Mo glared at Fangzhou through the rearview mirror. Can you act like a man? Just because you've known Xiaoxue longer, does that mean she must like you? She has the freedom to choose whom she likes. Just because she rejected you, you feel the need to hurt her like this? Fangzhou, taken aback by Lin Mo's outburst, retorted angrily, have you lost your mind? What does this have to do with me? Who are you even scolding? Lin Mo, unable to contain his fury, unleashed all his pent-up frustrations. Fangzhou shot back. Whoever barks gets barked at. Lin Mo snapped. You're the one barking. Fangzhou retorted. Who's barking? Lin Mo replied. A dog is barking at you. Fangzhou responded with a smirk. Oh, so it's a dog barking at me. The tension in the car grew increasingly palpable. Suddenly, Su Yuxue, still sobbing, interjected. Lin Mo, this isn't Fangzhou's fault. Lin Mo halted abruptly, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He had intended to impress Su Yuxue while venting his frustrations on Fangzhou, but her words rendered him feeling foolish. He slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a sudden stop by the roadside. Fine, we're all from the same school. We can deal with this later. But right now, immediately, get out of the car. Pang Bo shouted thunderously, if you want to get out, then let us get out. The scene resembled a chaotic drama unfolding before their eyes. Soon, two young individuals were seen standing by the roadside on Wangfu Street. Pang Bo chuckled at Fangzhou. So, how was that shout from Dad just now? Fangzhou commented. The momentum was quite impressive. Pang Bo laughed heartily. It's all about the momentum. Fangzhou sighed softly, shaking his head with a wry smile. Indeed, even after being reborn, letting go completely was no simple task. As a certain author once said, a rather shameless self-quote, to let go is paradise, to struggle is hell, but to be unable to let go is humanity. Just thinking about the previous life where Lin Mo had thoroughly crushed Fangzhou left him feeling a tumultuous unrest within. As for Lin Mo's harsh words, Fangzhou paid them little mind. If threats were effective, what would be the need for artillery, TNT, bombers, or nuclear warheads? Fortunately, they were not far from Xinjiku. They hailed a taxi and soon arrived at their destination. Meanwhile, on the other side, following the earlier incident, neither Lin Mo nor Su Yuxue was in the mood to watch the movie. Lin Mo dropped Su Yuxue off at the girls' dormitory, leaving with a sullen expression. Just before departing, he glanced back at the boys' dormitory and coldly remarked, "No rush. There will be plenty of opportunities to have fun later." Inside the girls' dormitory, Su Yuxue sat in front of her computer, staring blankly at the screen. After an unknown amount of time, the dormitory door swung open, and her roommate and close friend, Su Wei, entered. "You're back in the dorm? Weren't you supposed to be watching a movie with Lin Mo?" Su Wei asked, slightly surprised. Hearing her voice, Su Yuxue turned around, revealing faint tear streaks on her face. "What happened? Why are you crying like this? Did Lin Mo bully you?" Su Wei quickly grabbed a tissue to help wipe Su Yuxue's tears. As she wiped, Su Yuxue suddenly grasped Su Wei's hand and whispered, "Wei Wei, it seems like Fangzhou really doesn't care about me anymore. How could that be? Didn't we analyze this earlier?" "Yes, just pretending," Detective Wei Wei declared confidently. Su Yuxue shook her head. "No, Fangzhou truly doesn't care about me. Today, when I saw him chatting with someone else, he looked just like he used to when he talked to me. He has really moved on. Are you sure?" Su Wei asked skeptically. Su Yuxue nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Su Wei's stance shifted from defending Fangzhou to supporting her heartbroken friend. This is outrageous. Who suddenly stops pursuing someone halfway and then goes after someone else? It's simply being two-timed. Ugh, men are indeed all the same. Thank goodness this era lacks short videos. Otherwise, it would surely turn into another family who understands situation. As Su Wei spoke, Su Yuxue felt increasingly aggrieved. She had always thought of herself as a good girl, considerate of others. Although she didn't have strong feelings for Fangzhou, she never wanted to hurt him. So she never rejected him and even encouraged him to pursue her. Similarly, she was drawn to Lin Mo's looks, but not his flamboyant personality. When Lin Mo confessed to her and invited her to his birthday party, she couldn't bear to turn him down, leading to the current situation. Sometimes, Su Yuxue pondered how perfect it would be if Lin Mo and Fangzhou could combine their best traits. Lin Mo's charm and romance paired with Fangzhou's affectionate nature. If Fangzhou knew this, he would surely be taken aback. In her previous life, after graduating, a mature and handsome foreign enterprise manager confessed to her, and she also didn't refuse him. This incident led to a fierce argument with Lin Mo, ending with both parting on bad terms. However, on the day they broke up, Lin Mo seamlessly transitioned to a female streamer, while Su Yuxue ended up half-heartedly entering a relationship with the floor manager. When Fangzhou learned of this, he found it utterly ironic. There's a saying, a confused white lotus is worse than green tea. Green tea knows it's being green and recognizes the immorality of its actions, so it accepts the consequences. However, a white lotus, when criticized, believes itself to be wronged, claiming, I don't like his money, I merely like him. I'm not materialistic, I just adore romance. Little do they realize that while Su Yuxue may not like money, every moment Wang Duyu uses to impress her is, in fact, money. Unfortunately, in his past life, Fangzhou didn't comprehend this and ended up being led astray. You know, Fangzhou is the most dangerous kind. He is unconditionally nice to you at first, making you accustomed to his presence, then suddenly disappears, leaving you longing for him, Su Wei conspiratorially declared. Upon hearing this, Su Yuxue's face paled, for she found herself in that very situation. Wait, what should I do now? I'm utterly lost. Su Yuxue panicked. Of course, you should distance yourself from that scoundrel. Don't you have better options? Su Wei replied. You mean Lin Mo? Su Yuxue asked, her eyes lighting up. Exactly. I believe Lin Mo is 1,000 times better than Fangzhou. He has got wealth and looks. If Fangzhou doesn't care about you anymore, that is perfect. No one will cling to you anymore. But there's no but. You're just accustomed to Fangzhou's presence. It's merely a case of loss aversion. We girls must be open-minded. Think about it. There are 3 million more boys than girls in our country. If one doesn't pursue you, there are over 3 million waiting to. Su Yuxue's cheeks flushed. What do you mean by waiting? Rough talk aside, he is just a boyfriend. A self-service buffet for 200 is just right for one. Bringing a boyfriend along makes it too expensive. If it doesn't work out, we can always find another. This world is vast. There surely exists a perfect man out there. A person who has been protected by lions would never settle for a wild dog. Moreover, men have a strong need for women. Without women, they can hardly survive, especially someone as beautiful as you. If you ultimately can't find someone you like, then settle for a wealthy one. Su Yuxue felt a stirring in her heart, yet upon hearing the last words, she hesitated and shook her head, saying, No, I can earn my own bread. He only needs to provide me with a sky full of fireworks. Such ambition. What an independent and strong woman. Su Wei playfully gave a thumbs up and continued. So you see, Fangzhou has stopped pursuing you. This is indeed a tremendous blessing. No one will entangle you anymore, and you can date as you wish. With Su Wei's gentle nudge, Su Yuxue suddenly experienced an enlightening revelation. Previously, she found Fangzhou bothersome. He would send dozens of messages, to which she would lazily respond to just one, and even that felt excessive. Now, that Fangzhou was chasing after other girls. It was perfect. She was no longer entangled. She was free. Perhaps it was truly a case of loss aversion. This was undeniably a good thing. Su Yuxue sensed that she had opened a new avenue of thought. However, unbeknownst to them, a sky full of fireworks is far more costly than bread. Master's Aphorism 6. Love is a matter of either this or that. Those without a sense of boundaries, no matter how wonderful, should not be approached. Those who do not understand rejection will not reject you, nor will they reject others. Chapter 16. Your ignorance of his wand pin is strength as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson. A taxi came to a halt at the entrance of Jinling University. Fangzhou and Pang Bo alighted, making their way directly to the Sui phone internet CAF across the street. I told you, that manager looks shifty. He can't be trusted. Why are those game concept art pieces priced so exorbitantly? Why doesn't he just steal them? Pang Bo grumbled, his voice gruff. Fangzhou shrugged. Isn't that exactly what he is doing? Now that you mention it, Pang Bo swore under his breath. Fangzhou, satisfied, tapped the thick stack of contracts in his hand. Though the journey was arduous, the outcome is splendid. After an afternoon filled with relentless errands, he had finally secured a suitable outsourcing company. He would handle the core gameplay logic of the game, while various functional modules would be outsourced, such as the slingshot shooting mechanism, the collapsing wooden box feature, and the collision effects of 7 different birds including Bombbird, Dartbird, and Blue Brother. These were all functional code devoid of the game framework and level logic. Thus, their utility remained obscure to others. To mitigate any risk of leaks, Fangzhou did not limit himself to a single outsourcing company, but engaged 5 in total, distributing the work among them to further reduce the chances of information being compromised. The outsourced tasks were minor functional modules, reasonably priced. After some haggling, he ultimately spent a total of 65,000 yuan, adhering to the customary 20 deposit. Being well-versed in the industry, Fangzhou recognized that this price was nearly devoid of excess, a true market rate. However, he found himself vexed by the cost of game artwork. The prices for game concept art were outrageously high, under the premise of providing sketches. Some demanded as much as 200 yuan per piece. Hangbo scoured 16 art studios before finally locating a fledgling student-run studio that priced their work at 500 yuan per piece, totaling 50 pieces of art, including game backgrounds, 7 birds, 3 pig heads, and various props, amounting to 25,000 yuan, again requiring a 20 deposit up front. Let us head back to base and prepare. We'll burn the midnight oil tomorrow. Fangzhou called out as they quickly returned to the private room on the second floor of the Internet CAF. Upon opening the door, they found Chen Wanning puffing out her cheeks, her silver teeth clenching as her tiny fists were tightly balled. Before her lay a shattered mouse and a broken keyboard. Did you do this? Fangzhou inquired gently, directing his gaze to the little potato. Chen Wanning lowered her head, silent, exuding an aura of irritation that seemed to beckon for consolation. Fangzhou approached and ruffled her hair, prompting the little potato to squint her eyes in delight. The moment he paused, her discontented gaze shot towards him. I seem to have inadvertently triggered some switch on her, he mused. So what happened? Reluctantly, Chen Wanning replied, I was playing CF, and my teammates criticized me for being bad. I refused to accept it, so they challenged me to a one-on-one, and then my mouse and keyboard self-destructed. Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle. Such self-destruction is quite impressive. He glanced at Chen Wanning's small fists, pondering where such strength could originate. This isn't a little potato. This is clearly my little sister-in-law. Fear not. I shall help you reclaim your honor, Fangzhou declared with a serious demeanor, seizing control of the game. This round took place on a pirate ship map, where the opposing team had already scored 8 consecutive kills and was now taunting in the public chat. Is this all you've got? Weren't you quite bold just now? Go ahead, hit me. Ha ha ha, just hoping for death. Such brazen demands reminded him of a previous encounter. Fangzhou leaped onto a wooden crate and then onto a container, easily spotting the foes across from him. They noticed him too, but before they could react, bang, he executed a swift shot, eliminating one of them instantly, and typed with the speed of a lifelong bachelor. The only one who could meet such demands is Fang Tangjing. What? I didn't see that coming. Let us go again. 20 seconds later, bang, another enemy fell victim to a shot through the crates. Are you using aimbot? You cheater. If you had a peanut, you wouldn't be so drunk. 30 seconds later, Fangzhou scored yet another headshot. Hey, if you have the guts, don't use a sniper. Dare to challenge me with an assault rifle? Naja has 3 heads and 6 arms. You're just a fool. Why would I use a rifle when I have a sniper? The opponent's morale began to waver. Armed with a military shovel, he attempted a reckless assault as Fangzhou passed by, only to be dispatched with another shot. With that determination, if you aim for something else, you would have surely mastered the Sunflower Manual by now. The adversary, now demoralized, resorted to a lackadaisical approach, carelessly rushing towards Fangzhou's gunfire. Fangzhou smirked, prepared to unleash his prowess. You think you can act? With that level of skill, even a doll would outshine you. Your father must regret not shooting you into the wall long ago. Ah, splendid shot. There's a certain beauty in your lack of intelligence. Given a chance, you still can't deliver. You're truly a rank amateur, worse than a nobody. Your kill count is abysmal. Even Xiao Yin would feel compelled to exclaim 3 stages of fighting power on your behalf. With that IQ, you trip over a sea-level jump. Do you really think you can ambush me? The opponent has exited the room and blocked you. Fangzhou nonchalantly clapped his hands. Is that all? You remain utterly oblivious to the prowess of the Zhuan pianist. Hangbo stared in astonishment, while Chen Wanning's face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with delight. She pointed at the computer, exclaiming, Fangzhou, I don't want to learn how to play games anymore. Teach me how to curse instead. Pangbo eagerly nodded in agreement. Coach, I want to learn that too. Fangzhou chuckled, ruffling the little potato's hair. Girl shouldn't use foul language. Chen Wan Ning's delicate features immediately sank. But if you find yourself outmatched, you can summon me for backup. I'll deliver a barrage of insults at lightning speed. The little potato brightened once more. Time passed swiftly. The following days were simple, monotonous, yet fulfilling. Fangzhou navigated between his dormitory, classroom, and the internet CAF daily. Even during lectures, he would sneakily jot down code in his notebook. He frequently visited the outsourcing companies to monitor progress or test code functionality, occasionally offering suggestions for modifications to the game artwork. Amidst this meticulously organized schedule, the development of Angry Birds progressed steadily. Meanwhile, Fangzhou noticed an amusing change in Su Yuxue. She had reverted to her former aloof, artistic demeanor. As they shared the same class, and she served as the class leader, given the scarcity of female students in the computer science department, they often crossed paths. Yet, every time she spotted Fangzhou, she would proudly lift her chin, resembling a haughty swan. However, Fangzhou frequently encountered her name on his social media. Yet he chose to ignore it. Women's hearts are as elusive as needles in the ocean. He had no intention of engaging. In his past life, he had been led astray for over 2 decades. In this life, he merely wished to tend to his little potato in the field. Days turned into weeks, and soon it was the end of October. Autumn had arrived, bringing with it a chill in the air. The ginkgo trees lining the campus avenue began to shed their leaves, and many students donned autumn attire. The little potato traded her shorts for jeans, temporarily bidding farewell to her alluring stockings. After more than half a month of relentless work, the long-awaited day finally arrived on the last day of October. The internal test version 1.0 of Angry Birds has been unveiled. Chapter 17, A Bloodshed Triggered by a Bird Egg, October 31st. Clear skies, gentle breeze. In the past blown by the wind internet CAF, the cheerful background music of a game filled the air. Pangbo stared incredulously at the screen of his phone. A brilliant blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, beneath which lay a verdant meadow. To the left of the meadow stood a colossal slingshot, beside which were 3 adorable red birds. To the right was a wooden frame constructed from planks, atop which sat 2 comically vacant green pig heads. Old Fang, is this what you've spent so long developing? Pangbo remarked, slightly bewildered. In recent days, he had rushed over here after each training session, witnessing Fangzhou diligently typing away at his computer. Just the thought of the dense code made his head ache. Yet today, that dizzying code had miraculously transformed into exquisite game visuals on his phone. Chen Wanning also leaned in, her large eyes blinking with curiosity. How do you play this? Her question revealed her gaming enthusiast nature. It's quite simple, Fangzhou explained. The game's premise is that the pigs have stolen the birds' eggs, inciting the birds' wrath to reclaim them. Thus, it is titled Angry Birds. In each round, you can launch 3 birds from a slingshot, and defeating the pig heads constitutes a victory. Fangzhou elaborated on the game rules. Currently, he had completed 2 chapters, totaling 33 levels. This was the most basic version of the game, intended for Pangbo and Little Potato to test. After hearing Fangzhou's explanation, Pangbo exclaimed, "It seems quite straightforward. Let me give it a try." He pressed his finger gently on the slingshot, and the red bird automatically flew onto it, the slingshot emitting a taut sound. Long pressing tightens the slingshot for greater launching power, while moving it up and down adjusts the angle, Fangzhou clarified. After a moment of adjusting, Pangbo released the slingshot with a whoosh, but unfortunately his angle was off and the bird missed the pig head, instead knocking over a wooden stake at the bottom. Without the stake support, the entire wooden frame teetered precariously before crashing down, the pig head being crushed beneath the fallen planks, exploding into green mist. Bingo! Fireworks and golden stars erupted on the screen, and Pangbo's eyes lit up. So this works too? Thanks to the touch screen, the slingshot's firing felt incredibly realistic, and the sensation of weightlessness as the wooden frame collapsed was strikingly authentic. Coupled with the sound effects, the immersive experience was unparalleled compared to the outdated button-operated phones. Fangzhou chuckled. Indeed, there are two approaches to clear a level. One is to adjust the angle to hit the pig head with a bird, and the other is to cleverly utilize the environment, causing collapsing objects to strike the pig head. As the levels progress, the pigs become better protected by obstacles, and later levels even feature pigs wearing helmets, with barriers transitioning from wooden frames to stone slabs, necessitating strategic thinking and coordination. In addition to the red bird, there are larger red birds, dart-like yellow birds, explosive black birds, and long-beaked green birds, each possessing unique effects, requiring players to adopt various strategies based on the obstacles presented. Listening intently, Chen Ning's eyes gradually sparkled. Fangzhou, I want to play too. I have it on my phone. You can use mine. She handed over her phone eagerly. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of exhilarating collisions. Chen Ning curled up like a little kitten on the couch, furiously tapping the screen while mimicking sound effects. Pang Bo, too, was thoroughly engrossed, occasionally breaking into silly smiles. Oh, so close. Haha, that shot was spot on. Let me in, please. I finally cleared this level. Who's next? Witnessing this, Fangzhou couldn't help but smile knowingly. In the past, Angry Birds had become a phenomenon in the realm of mobile gaming, surpassing even Fruit Ninja, Talking Tom, and Blowing Skirts due to its rich gameplay and strategic elements. Unlike the mindless thrill of slicing fruit, Angry Birds emphasized level progression, offering a variety of gameplay that demanded multifaceted strategies and heightened enjoyment. In essence, it was easygoing yet engaging, simple yet addictive, leading to its immense popularity and dominance in mobile gaming charts, etching it into the memories of countless players as a classic. This phenomenon was aptly described as a bloodshed triggered by a bird egg. Half an hour later, Pang Bo reluctantly set down his phone, staring at Fangzhou with a look of mixed emotions. Old Fang, is this really your creation? What do you think? Fangzhou countered. Pang Bo inhaled deeply. It feels explosive. Chen Ning nodded in agreement. Boom. Fangzhou chuckled, fully aware that Pang Bo's words might very well become prophetic. With smartphones having only recently become widespread, the touchscreen mobile gaming market was still nascent, desperately in need of a defining force. However, the existing games were a mixed bag, often mindless and tedious, with even the simplest games like Talking Tom and Blowing Skirts gaining traction, illustrating the market's dire state. At this juncture, the introduction of Angry Birds would undoubtedly be a game changer. But I have a question. While the game is great, how will it generate revenue? Pang Bo inquired, puzzled. Fangzhou merely smiled and remained silent. In the past, Angry Birds profited from downloads, in-game purchases, and merchandise. But Fangzhou was eager to earn quick money and didn't have the luxury of time for extensive management. His focus was, from the outset, on the domestic smartphone brands that were already fiercely competitive. Let's get the game up and running. Soon enough, there will be those seeking us out, Fangzhou hinted. In the following week, Fangzhou plunged into an intense work schedule. Little Potato and Pang Bo played the game repeatedly, each level requiring hundreds of attempts, to the point where Little Potato seemed on the verge of turning into a potato chip. Meanwhile, Fangzhou meticulously modified the code based on their feedback, optimizing the gaming experience and enhancing its fluidity. Thanks to the trio's efforts, the official version of Angry Birds launched on the first weekend of November. In the boys' dormitory, room 530, Fangzhou lay on his bed, observing the download count for Angry Birds, which stood at 0. He refreshed the page, and the count immediately rose to 2. It was evident that Chen Ning and Pang Bo were the contributors. Less than 10 minutes after the game's launch, it was understandable that it had yet to attract attention, as long as he followed the recommended processes of the gaming platform. Fangzhou was confident that with the quality of Angry Birds, its success was merely a matter of time. However, time was of the essence. He needed to expedite this process. With his hands behind his head, Fangzhou lay deep in thought. At that moment, the dormitory door creaked open. Fangzhou peered out from his bed to find his roommate, Su Yuxue, entering. Old Su, why are you back? Didn't you say you were going for a part-time job? Fangzhou asked curiously. Su Yuxue plopped down onto a chair, sighing heavily. That scoundrel of a foreman ran off. Not to mention part-time work. I still haven't received payment for the last couple of days. As he spoke, a grimace of pain appeared on Su Yuxue's face. Fangzhou was aware of Su Luo's family situation. His father was disabled, and the family relied solely on his mother's meager income. Thus, while others enjoyed their college life, he had been working diligently since the beginning of university. For others, 2 days' wages may not seem substantial, but for him, it signifies 2 days of hunger. In the 530 dormitory, there are 6 individuals in total, with Fangzhou being the youngest, affectionately referred to by his roommates as the 6th, Su Luo. The eldest possesses a particularly strong temperament and a robust sense of pride. Occasionally, when Fangzhou and the others cannot bear to see him go without, they intentionally purchase an extra meal to treat him. Yet, Su Luo either declines the offer or insists on paying for it himself, never opting for a free meal. Upon hearing this, an idea suddenly struck Fangzhou, prompting him to leap from his bed. "Old Su, I happen to have a part-time job opportunity available. Would you care to give it a try?" Chapter 18. Some soar like young eagles, while others toss and turn through the night. What part-time job? Upon hearing about a side gig, Su Luo immediately leaned toward Fangzhou. "My friends and I have developed a mobile game, and we're in need of individuals to help with user acquisition." Fangzhou raised his phone, revealing the download page for Angry Birds. "What? You created a mobile game?" Su Luo's eyes widened with astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. They were all in the same cohort, attending the same classes. While they were still learning basic programming languages, he had quietly produced a game. Indeed, Fangzhou did not deny it. "Damn, no wonder you've been elusive lately. You've been secretly working on something significant," Su Luo exclaimed. However, banter aside, business was business. After his jest, Su Luo adopted a more serious tone. "Let us get to the point. What is the compensation for this user acquisition?" After a moment of contemplation, Fangzhou raised a finger. "The unit price is 10 yuan. In other words, for each player you bring in, you earn 10 yuan. Su Luo sprang to his feet. 10 yuan for just one person? If I find 10 people in a day, that's 100 yuan. Fangzhou nodded in agreement. Su Luo quickly calculated in his mind. With around 4,000 students enrolled at Jinling University each year, the total student body reached approximately 16,000, and with faculty included, it approached 20,000. 10 yuan per person would amount to nearly 200,000. Su Luo's heart raced, and he struggled to maintain his composure. What exactly qualifies as bringing in user? Downloading the game and completing mobile number registration counts as one acquisition. Although Fangzhou had previously only been responsible for development and not operations, he was still familiar with the industry. Su Luo pondered for a moment before inquiring. "How do you distinguish which users I brought in, which were brought in by others, and which came through organic traffic?" "That's simple. I will provide each of you with a registration invitation code. If the player you recruit enters your code during registration, it counts as your acquisition. Those who do not enter a code are considered organic traffic." Upon hearing Fangzhou's plan, Su Luo was even more astonished. An invitation code? In an era where app promotions were not yet widespread, Fangzhou's casual mention of it struck Su Luo as remarkably innovative. After a brief silence, Su Luo shook his head in amazement. "You seem to have changed quite a bit. The gossip from the girls' dormitory must be true, right?" "What gossip?" Fangzhou was perplexed. "I heard from Xiaoyu and the others that you made Su Yuxue cry. I initially thought they were joking, but seeing your current demeanor, it's probably true." Fangzhou shook his head, not giving it much thought. That was in the past. He was focused on earning his first pot of gold to help his parents through the upcoming hurdles. To clarify the user acquisition process for Su Luo, Fangzhou demonstrated on his own phone and then let Su Luo have a go. After playing 2 rounds, Su Luo's perception of Fangzhou had completely transformed. Jinling University was a prestigious 985 institution and a member of the C9 League, where student entrepreneurship was not uncommon. Initially, Su Luo thought Fangzhou had merely developed a simple touch game. Though surprised, he could accept it. However, after 2 rounds, Su Luo felt as though the ground had shifted beneath him. To quote a line from a character in a game, "How can one grow without refreshing their worldview? Is this really the game you created?" Su Luo blurted out, astonished, his gaze fixed on Fangzhou, seeking confirmation. Fangzhou nodded gently. "Damn, I can't deal with this roommate. It's too demoralizing." Su Luo couldn't help but exclaim once more. Hold on, big guy. I still need your help to recruit players. By the way, if you have friends in any part-time job groups, feel free to invite them. The more, the merrier. That's easy. Just wait for me, I'll be right back. Still warm from his seat, Su Luo rushed out in a hurry. Fangzhou changed his clothes and called up Little Potato. Subsequently, the two of them made a trip to a loan company, securing an additional 200,000 through a second mortgage. Fangzhou was not so naive as to believe that a mere 200,000 would catapult Angry Birds to success. He merely sought to ignite the first spark. With the funding in place, Su Luo quickly assembled a user acquisition team of 60, comprising both males and females. It is often said that college students represent the most inexpensive labor force. For those who have worked part-time during their university years, this saying rings true. After laboring for several hours, one might only take home 40 to 50 yuan, with 10 yuan taken by the foreman. Thus, when Fangzhou offered a unit price of 10 yuan per person, the part-time university students were ecstatic. Hey classmates, a freshly launched mobile game. Would you like to join in? Freshmen, please help out and download this game for your senior. Family and friends, download this game, and I'll reimburse you 8 yuan per person. True businessmen profit from small margins. The part-time students, their eyes gleaming with fervor, employed every tactic at their disposal. There was no choice. The offer was simply too generous. In the ensuing days, the male and female dormitories, various classes, clubs, student unions, cafeterias, teaching buildings, and Wudong Avenue, every corner of Jinling University was alive with students striving to entice players into the game. Later, those who were recruited remarked, at first, when my friend tried to get me to play, I was resistant. I thought a game that needed to be pushed on people couldn't be serious. But the moment I opened the game, it was like a sudden awakening. I was hooked. In this barren age of mobile games, the emergence of Angry Birds was akin to a disruptive force. Within a few short days, it spread through Jinling University like wildfire. Countless students experienced firsthand the truth of the renowned prophet Wang Jingze's true fragrance theory. The school's forum was abuzz with discussions about Angry Birds, with posts appearing almost continuously. Please, someone with expertise, I beg you, share the strategy for level 10. I'm also seeking the strategy for level 10. I'm a girl, and I'll first express my respect. Level 10? Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Wait until you reach level 13. You'll miss the simplicity of level 10. Hey, I think I hear someone showing off. Is there really anyone who has reached Chapter 2 of Angry Birds? What are you all talking about? What angry old birds? Upstairs has been identified as a wild player. Identification complete. What wild player? I'm just walking around with my RMB. Watch Amibe, Iwuhe, Isolvuga, Sobi. With the user acquisition team operating smoothly, the download numbers for Angry Birds surged dramatically, surpassing 10,000 in just 3 days. Meanwhile, due to the game's superior content, the user acquisition conversion rate for Angry Birds soared to 90, significantly enhancing daily active user counts. As Fangzhou had stated, he ignited the first flame for Angry Birds with 200,000. Thus, on the 5th day after the game's launch, bolstered by Fangzhou's initial spark and the foundation at Jinling University, both download counts and daily active users quickly reached their targets, propelling Angry Birds to the official recommendation spot on the gaming platform. This recommendation, in turn, brought even greater exposure to the game. With a retention conversion rate soaring to an impressive 90, Angry Birds took flight, surpassing its contemporaries with remarkable ease. Consequently, the game became ensnared in a virtuous cycle of outstanding data, increased visibility, even more exceptional data, enhanced visibility. However, as some rejoiced in the game's ascent, others found themselves restless through the night. Chapter 19. All psychological drama. It was a night of radiant moonlight in the girls' dormitory, room 203. Su Yuxue lay in bed, tossing and turning, her heart pricked like a cat's claw. Meanwhile, her 5 roommates were engaged in a pre-sleep tea talk. I'm genuinely surprised. I didn't expect Fangzhou to quietly create a mini-game. Indeed, I played a couple of rounds, and it was quite entertaining. Far more interesting than that talking Tom nonsense. I never imagined there was a hidden genius in our class. What genius? It's just a mediocre game. Is it really worthy of all this hype? Not at all an exaggeration. The class group chat has been buzzing. It's only been 2 months since school started. And while we're still learning basic languages, Fangzhou has already programmed something himself. By the way, Yuxue, didn't he study computer science before? Suddenly called out by her roommates. Su Yuxue casually replied, maybe, I'm not too sure. Then he must have studied it. That makes sense. Upon reflection, it seemed logical. It was reasonable for someone with scores high enough for Tsinghua or Peking University to have some extraordinary skills. Did you know? A fellow student council member from my hometown mentioned that the school might grant Fangzhou an entrepreneurship subsidy, 30,000 yuan. 30,000? That's nothing. I heard his roommate, Su Luo, say that Fangzhou spent nearly 200,000 just to attract new users. At this revelation, a collective gasp echoed through the dormitory. Is that for real? 200,000? ISNT, it said that Fangzhou comes from an ordinary family? Who knows? He might just be modest. Not all rich second-generation kids are like Lin Mo, who loves to flaunt. Hearing this, Su Yuxue could no longer contain herself. Fangzhou comes from a regular family. We've been neighbors for over a decade. How could I not know? Her roommates fell silent, tacitly skipping that part. However, in the darkness, several teasing gazes turned towards Su Yuxue's bed. Lying there, she clutched the blanket tightly, burying her face in it and saying nothing. Previously, their dormitory's pre-sleep chats revolve around discussing which boys were handsome, who was dating whom, or the latest gossip. But with Angry Birds skyrocketing in popularity at Jinling University, the focus had suddenly shifted entirely to Fangzhou. After hearing Su Wei's comforting words, Su Yuxue felt she had come to terms with things. If Fangzhou ignored her, it meant no one would bother her anymore, allowing her the freedom she craved. After some time to adjust, she had gradually regained her composure, returning to her former aloof and artistic self. Yet, who would have thought that Fangzhou would silently launch Angry Birds and have it become a sensation at Jinling University? This severely disturbed her already tumultuous heart. It felt akin to the pang of disappointment one experiences when an ex suddenly flourishes after a breakup. The more noise Fangzhou made, the more awestruck gazes turned towards him, while the looks directed at her became increasingly mocking. Su Yuxue lay in bed, unable to sleep, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. After a moment's reflection, she messaged her close friend Su Wei. Wei, do you think I really made the wrong choice? Moments later, a quick response came back. Su Wei, what are you thinking, dear? It's just a mini-game. It's no big deal. Su Yuxue, but it's really bothering me. Su Wei, try to let it go. Didn't T. Kai Ling say that Fangzhou spent nearly 200,000 to achieve this level of popularity? It's ultimately just about throwing money at it. If I had 200,000, I could make the entire Jinling University talk about me too. Su Yuxue, is that really true? Su Wei, of course. No matter how much noise he makes at school, once he steps outside, he has still nothing. Su Yuxue contemplated Su Wei's words and found some merit in them. Although Angry Birds was indeed a hit at Jinling University, its impact would diminish outside the campus gates. Fortunately, Su Yuxue was studying communications. Otherwise, she would have known about concepts like the silent margin and exponential explosion. Su Yuxue, but Wei, I still feel uneasy inside. Su Wei, what is there to feel uneasy about? Silly girl, think carefully. Throwing money is not a skill. Making money is the real skill. Su Wei, ultimately, it's just an impulsive university student-esque venture. Much like how Lin Mo previously took over a bubble tea shop. It's all just for fun. Do you really think you can rely on this to get rich? Upon hearing this, Su Yuxue felt somewhat comforted. After all, spending money didn't equate to having the capability. Making money was the true measure of skill. Fangzhou had poured nearly 200,000 into attracting new users. She was curious to see how he would manage this mess. With this thought, Su Yuxue felt considerably more at ease. Yet soon, her mind began to spiral again, as if a thorn had lodged itself in her heart, tossing and turning in bed. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Meanwhile, in the Lin family villa located in Jianya district, the night was deepening, yet Lin Tian's study remained brightly lit. As the head of Lin Ceramics, Lin Tian had risen from a humble bricklayer to a massive fortune exceeding 100 million, becoming a notable figure in Jinling's ceramics industry. However, since the economic crisis of 2008, the physical industry had become increasingly challenging. With the ceramics sector plunging into a harsh winter. Driven by necessity, Lin Tian had been contemplating a transformation in recent days. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the study door was rapped. Lin Mo entered, carrying a cup of lotus seed tea. Dad, this is the lotus seed tea Mom made for you. It's good for calming the mind and aiding sleep. Lin Mo obediently placed the lotus seed tea gently on the desk. The Lin family adhered to strict traditions. Besides Lin Mo, Lin Tian had another son, Lin Chun, from a previous marriage. The half-brothers had never gotten along, often competing in subtle ways. Lin Tian glanced at Lin Mo with a hint of helplessness. My heart's fire cannot be extinguished by just a bowl of lotus seed tea. Forget it. Why am I even telling you this? Lin Mo, dissatisfied, replied, Dad, you should share your concerns with me too. Why can't I know what my elder brother can? Lin Tian chuckled bitterly, then suddenly recalled something, turning his swivel chair to face Lin Mo. Now that you mention it, I actually have something to ask you. Lin Mo immediately stood up straight, and Lin Tian's deep, weathered voice followed. Dad is rather outdated. Let us ask you, what do young people do with their smartphones these days? Lin Tian had been pondering his transformation, and with his keen business acumen, he realized that smartphones might be the next big trend, which prompted his inquiry. In truth, business is quite simple. Wherever people are, money will follow. Or rather, wherever people spend their time, money will flow. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before seriously answering his father's question. Mainly online chatting, reading news, enjoying novels, browsing forums, shopping online, and playing mobile games. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian quickly ran through the possibilities in his mind. The barriers to entry for online chatting were too high, requiring substantial funding, and the domestic market was largely monopolized by QQ, so that avenue was dismissed. Similarly, forums were dominated by Baidu, and online shopping was currently a one-horse race with Taobao. Both fields demanded significant capital and were already controlled by leading players. News and novels had relatively lower barriers, but the operational monetization in those industries was slow, requiring too many personnel, which did not align with his speculative nature as a businessman eager for quick profits. After much contemplation, Lin Tian's gaze locked onto mobile games. Mo, what games are young people currently playing on their phones? Is there anything that has recently gained popularity, has a good reputation, and is developed by a small studio, making it easy to acquire or invest in? At this, Lin Mo paused momentarily. His first thought was of the suddenly popular Angry Birds at Jinling University. He had downloaded and played that game, and to be honest, it was indeed much more enjoyable than the previous mobile games on the market. Yet, that game was created by Fangzhou, and the mere thought of Fangzhou's demeanor on that day made Lin Mo feel an involuntary irritation. Moreover, the current fervor surrounding Angry Birds is confined solely to Jinling University. Who can ascertain whether it will retain its popularity beyond the campus gates? Contemplating this, Lin Mo replied, Recently, Talking Tom and Blowing Skirts have gained considerable traction. I've heard that their development teams are small studios, likely quite open to investment or acquisition. Lin Tian's eyes brightened slightly as he nodded gently. Very well, I shall note that down and ask Secretary Wang to reach out. Indeed, Father. Please enjoy your lotus seed tea while it's still warm. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead, rest early. Understood. At this moment, Lin Mo remained unaware that his fleeting thought had led the Lin family to miss out on a veritable golden goose. The current popularity of Angry Birds was limited to Jinling University and spread among the student populace. It was indeed an opportune moment for angel investors to swoop in for investment or acquisition. Yet, due to Lin Mo's momentary lapse, the Lin family had unwittingly forfeited this splendid opportunity. Simultaneously, the soaring bird had finally captured the attention of certain individuals. On the final day of the 30-day deadline set by Fangzhou, a phone call traversed the distance from distant Kyoto to Fangzhou's mobile. This did not come as a surprise to Fangzhou. With a golden carp in hand, one is assured of a buyer. However, when the caller revealed their name, Fangzhou was stirred for the first time since his rebirth. Chapter 20. The arrival of Lei Busi the following day at 10 in the morning. In the Jinling Red Mansion, there's an old saying in Jinling, 1 Ehe Road, half of the history of the Republic. This red mansion, located on Ehe Road, is arguably the most historically rich restaurant in Jinling, featuring a main structure that is a vintage Western-style house from the Republican era, with enchanting scenery at every step. Fangzhou stood at the entrance of the red mansion, playfully poking his companion, Xiao Tudo. Wang Ning just nod and smile. Listen more and speak less later. Leave the rest to me. Chen Wanling puffed up her cheeks, resembling a round pufferfish, and grumbled, "Why can't I speak?" Fangzhou affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled, "Of course, because you're my boss. In those crime films, does the boss ever do all the talking during negotiations?" At his words, the little potato's hair perked up visibly, and she nodded in agreement. Fangzhou felt a slight blush creep onto his face, realizing he had a childlike charm in his interaction. Ever since he received that phone call yesterday, his emotions had shifted to a state of eager anticipation. The caller claimed they wished to acquire his game, Angry Birds. While this was not particularly surprising, the identity of the caller caught Fangzhou completely off guard. "Let's go." Fangzhou led the way into the red mansion. Since today was for a business negotiation, he had deliberately chosen a casual suit that appeared formal yet not overly stern. Chen Wanling donned a khaki women's trench coat, which was slightly unbuttoned at the front, revealing a chiffon blouse underneath, paired with snug lead-colored jeans that accentuated her long, shapely legs. Indeed, she was a girl who could grace both the drawing room and the boxing ring. Fangzhou mused inwardly, lamenting how foolish he had been in a past life to overlook such a remarkable girl, instead chasing after unworthy pursuits. "Good day. Do you have a reservation?" inquired the hostess at the entrance. "The Cloud Sea Room, reserved by Mr. Chow," Fangzhou replied. "Very well, please follow me," she said, leading them inside, as Fangzhou and Chen Wanling followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the prearranged Cloud Sea Room. With a creak, Fangzhou pushed the door open. Inside was an antique Republican-style square table, adorned with period-appropriate colored glass lamps, where two middle-aged men sat. Upon seeing them, one of the men immediately stood up, extending a warm handshake. "Mr. Fang, I didn't expect you to be so young. I am Chao Wei, marketing manager of Meizu Mobile." "Indeed, it is Meizu Mobile that wishes to acquire Angry Birds," Fangzhou responded with a brief handshake before turning to the other man. The second middle-aged gentleman also rose, extending his hand. "Hello, I'm Lei Huan. We spoke on the phone earlier." Fangzhou reciprocated. "Hello, Fangzhou." Indeed, Lei Huan was the very individual who had called Fangzhou about the acquisition of Angry Birds, the founder of Xiaomi Technology, often humorously referred to as Lei Busi by countless internet users. However, at this moment, Xiaomi had yet to be established. In 2009, Lei Huan had just taken Kingsoft Technology public, becoming the youngest billionaire, yet he felt despondent. He gathered a few friends for drinks, lamenting his perceived failures, feeling that despite his efforts, Kingsoft's market valuation was still far from that of Alibaba. It was during this time that the rise of smartphones inspired him to venture into mobile manufacturing. At that time, smartphones generally retailed for 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Lei Huan traversed manufacturing plants, inquiring if they could produce a dual-core phone priced at 2,000 yuan. The manufacturers dismissed him, saying such dreams were fanciful. Thus, he enlisted industry titan Zhou Guangping to develop the supply chain and risked radiation exposure to negotiate with Sharp for screens. After more than 2 years of hard work, he finally produced the first Xiaomi phone. At Xiaomi's inaugural launch event, Lei Huan asked the audience how much they thought a phone with such specifications should cost. The audience replied, 5,000, 6,000. Lei Huan then revealed the price on the screen, 1,999 yuan. The audience erupted into cheers, standing and applauding. From that moment on, Lei Huan single-handedly brought an end to the chaos of counterfeit phones, elevating Xiaomi to the forefront of domestic mobile brands and becoming the youngest member of the Fortune Global 500. Of course, all this was yet to come. At this moment, Lei Jun was still in a state of confusion. He yearned to seize the opportunity presented by smartphones, but was uncertain how to break the mold or what type of phone to create, with brand positioning still a mystery. Lei Huan's presence here was due to his quest to establish his own mobile brand, fortuitously encountering Chao Wei, an old high school friend, and deciding to join him for a visit. "Waitstaff, please begin serving the dishes," Chao Wei called out with a snap of his fingers. Several servers entered, carrying trays laden with an array of sumptuous dishes. In no time, the square table was filled with a delightful feast. Chun Wanling discreetly prodded Fangzhou with her small hand, gazing at him with eager eyes, as if to ask if she could eat. Fangzhou gently shook his head, signaling her to wait a moment. The servers poured baijiu for everyone, and Xiao Tado leaned in to sniff the drink, her delicate brows furrowing. "Waitstaff, please bring her a glass of Wangzai milk," Fangzhou requested. Chao Wei chuckled. "You young people are so carefree, unlike us old fossils." Fangzhou merely smiled, raising his glass in a gesture of apology. "Young folks sure know how to enjoy themselves. You two are about the same age as my father, so it's only right that I toast you first." Laughter ensued, and the two began to engage in light conversation. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the atmosphere grew warmer. "Now let's get down to business." Fangzhou suddenly felt sober as he sensed the discussion shifting to the main topic. Chao Wei smiled and said, "Fang, you know why I'm here. Your presence indicates that you're open to selling this game, but regarding the price. In business negotiations, the first to reveal their bottom line often loses." Fangzhou skillfully returned the question, "What price is your company offering?" "Huh. You know our Meizu is a new company, having just been established this year, so regarding the price, we can offer a maximum of 3 million. Gao Wei deeply." At this, Fangzhou couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Although Meizu was a new venture, it was backed by capital giants like Sequoia, Alibaba, and Geely, with a registered capital of 200 million. "Manager Chao, is there really any difference between 3 million and a beggar's offer? I did my homework before coming here. Please provide a sincere price." Chao Wei couldn't resist laughing. "Young man, do you think 3 million is too little? According to our financial department's estimates, your game, from development to marketing, costs less than 400,000, yielding nearly 600 returns. That's already quite considerable." Fangzhou shook his head, unfazed. "Manager Chao, as a marketing professional, you should understand that the value of something is determined by the market, not its cost. An LV bag may cost only a few hundred, yet it can sell for tens of thousands." "Ah, the young man knows quite a bit for his age. Very well, let me offer a fair price. 8 million. Fangzhou sighed internally, recognizing that those adept in marketing were never to be underestimated. With a decisive move, he laid out his trump card. "Manager Chao, as far as I am aware, the smartphone market in our country is currently dominated by traditional brands such as Huawei, Lenovo, and ZTE, which are undergoing transformation, while emerging forces like Huawei, Oppo, and Vivo are rising. Additionally, foreign brands like Apple and Samsung are also vying for share of the market. For Meizu to secure a piece of this pie, it must carve out a unique path. I believe that the path Meizu has chosen likely pertains to the screen, perhaps by eliminating the home button to achieve a full-screen display, or by enhancing screen resolution and touch sensitivity, among other innovations." Gao Weise Pupin Gunsti, and his gaze towards Fangzhou suddenly grew serious. As the young man before him pointed out, Meizu must indeed find a novel approach to penetrate the market. Consequently, their company is poised to launch a fully immersive smartphone characterized by high sensitivity, elevated resolution, and vibrant colors. Thus, the paramount objective has become how to accentuate the screen's advantages, making the full-screen feature Meizu's most compelling selling point. After extensive deliberation within the marketing department, which involved numerous comparisons, they finally turned their attention to the recently trending game, Angry Birds. Initially, the marketing team approached it with a mere spirit of exploration, but the results were beyond their expectations, spiraling into an uncontrollable enthusiasm. Even the research and development team could not help but exclaim that Angry Birds seemed tailor-made for full-screen smartphones. This led to the ensuing negotiations. However, what astonished Chao Wei was that all this information was highly classified within Meizu, leaving him perplexed as to how the young man across from him could possibly know. In an instant, Chao Wei found himself struggling to comprehend the intentions of the youthful figure before him. Chapter 21, let's call it Xiaomi, then alright, 5 million. That is the highest price I can offer within my authority. Any higher would require approval from above. Chao Wei sighed helplessly, presenting his final bid. Fangzhou felt a surge of satisfaction within. Having navigated the IT realm for many years in his previous life, he was privy to information that laymen could not fathom, such as the initial strategies of Meizu. However, he still shook his head in disappointment at the 5 million price point. Chao Wei, surprised, raised his hands. Young brother, your appetite seems rather large. What do you think is a suitable price? If you swap the positions of the 3 and the 5, I might consider it. You mean 3 million? Indeed. Damn. Chao Wei couldn't hold back an expletive. A rare slip for someone who had cultivated his composure over many years. This isn't merely a matter of appetite. Aren't you afraid of overextending yourself? My appetite is not that great, Fangzhou replied, feigning a look of having undersold himself. By 2023 in his past life, Sega had acquired the development team, Riovo, behind Angry Birds for 700 million euros, with Angry Birds being the centerpiece of the acquisition. Although Fangzhou had not developed any peripherals or blockbuster films, and the game had only recently launched, its potential was undeniable, a veritable golden goose. In comparison, selling it for 3 million did seem like a loss. Yet, he was in dire need of funds, with November already upon them and the new year fast approaching. Moreover, as a reborn individual, Fangzhou's mind was teeming with lucrative opportunities. Securing his first pot of gold through Angry Birds was certainly worthwhile. Impossible. That price is absolutely out of the question. Chao Wei rejected without a moment's hesitation. However, Fangzhou anticipated this response and, after a moment of contemplation, added, Manager Chao, please don't be hasty. Report this price. If your company can agree, besides this game, I shall provide a complimentary proposal that will undoubtedly highlight the immense advantages of full-screen smartphones. What proposal? Chao Wei instinctively inquired. Of course, theme wallpapers. Fangzhou dropped a bombshell and quickly elaborated. To maximize the advantages of full-screen smartphones, wallpapers are an indispensable element. Unlike the limited selection of built-in wallpapers on devices such as iPhones or Samsungs, which merely recycle a handful of images, I propose establishing a wallpaper library featuring various static and dynamic wallpapers, customizable options, along with lock screen, home screen, and call wallpapers for personalized design. While others may not grasp the significance, Fangzhou understood that themed wallpapers were, without a doubt, a striking innovation for this era, especially dynamic wallpapers, which had become the top choice for many seeking to impress. When full-screen smartphones first emerged, their pairing with dynamic wallpapers had left countless users in awe. Naturally, Fangzhou was astute enough to withhold certain details. Beyond wallpapers, there were also themes, unique fonts, desktop icons, and gravity sensing. These would be revealed only upon the completion of the deal. Theme wallpapers, wallpaper library, dynamic wallpapers, customization, lock screens, calls. Chao Wei stood frozen in place, murmuring these phrases, astonished by Fangzhou's imaginative concepts. The more he was entrenched in the mobile industry, the more he recognized the brilliance of this idea. Particularly when paired with Meizu's full-screen design, it would undoubtedly captivate users at first glance. After a long moment, Chao Wei recovered from his astonishment, his gaze towards Fangzhou now transformed entirely. All right, I will report your words verbatim, Chao Wei affirmed earnestly. Awaiting good news. Fangzhou raised his glass and drank it down in one go. Meanwhile, Lei Huan, who had remained silent, seemed to have grasped the intricacies of themed wallpapers as he spoke. Young brother, your understanding of the smartphone industry is quite profound. Fangzhou felt a bit bashful. It's just average. In his previous life, Xiaomi was the first to innovate with themed wallpapers, so he considered his move a clever interception of Lei Jun's ideas. If your conception of themed wallpapers is merely average, then few in the country can claim true understanding. Lei Huan chuckled. Though he was over 20 years older than the 18-year-old Fangzhou, he did not regard him as a junior. I'm a bit older than you, so I shall call you Xiao Fang, Lei Huan declared. Fangzhou smiled. It is an honor. Xiao Fang, what is your perspective on the current domestic smartphone market? Lei Huan inquired directly, before Fangzhou could respond. The little potato beside him suddenly interjected. Expensive Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle. While simple-minded, the little potato had indeed hit the nail on the head. Yes, it was precisely expensive. Presently, the average smartphone on the market starts at 3,000, with 4 to 5,000 being typical and pricier models reaching 6 to 7,000. Yet, last year, China's per capita disposable income was around 10,000 yuan. A single smartphone could consume half of that income, which was undeniably steep. Lei Huan stroked his chin thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the current smartphone prices are excessively high. My Huawei costs over 4,000, and that's not even for in-stock. In-stock models add at least another 1,000. Suddenly, Fangzhou had a flash of inspiration. At this moment, it appeared that Lei Jun had yet to finalize the brand positioning for Xiaomi, or even settle on the name itself. If he could subtly guide the conversation, wouldn't that make him an indirect mentor to Lei Jun? At that point, they could each refer to one another in familial terms. With that thought, Fangzhou's heart raced, though he maintained a composed facade, exclaiming, "Yes, it's far too expensive. If only there were an affordable smartphone with high-cost performance." Lei Jun's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of inspiration flickering and then vanishing. Noticing this, Fangzhou decided to stoke the flames. Consider Walmart, which offers products at just a 5% profit margin, yet has become the world's leading supermarket brand, valued at over $300 billion. If the smartphone industry could launch a phone that operates on a similar principle, with only a 5% profit margin, pursuing ultimate cost performance and targeting the youth, making smartphones accessible for all young individuals, it would undoubtedly thrive. Clap! Lei Huan suddenly slapped his thigh, standing up with excitement as he clasped Fangzhou's shoulders. "Don't you dare bully him." At this sight, Chen Wanning instinctively prepared to deliver a kick. Fortunately, Fangzhou noticed in time and shot her a look to restrain the fierce little potato. Realizing he had lost his composure, Lei Huan quickly released Fangzhou and refilled his glass. "Apologies for my enthusiasm, Xiao Fang. This drink is my toast to you." With a smile blooming in his heart, Fangzhou realized his suggestions had resonated. "You may not comprehend fully, but that's all right. I owe you a significant favor this time." Lei Huan downed his drink in one go. Fangzhou feigned ignorance. "Huh? What favor?" "To be honest, I have always wanted to create a smartphone brand. Hearing your words today, especially your insights inspired by Walmart's business model, I now have a vision." Lei Huan waved his hand, not revealing everything. At that moment, Chao Wei jokingly scolded, "Old Lei, this is quite unbecoming. I, the marketing manager of Meizu, am still here." Lei Huan waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry. I'll recruit you too. After all, we are classmates. Aren't you obliged to help me?" What a surprise. The idea has even turned to me. Chao Wei chuckled and playfully rebuked, yet did not offer a direct refusal. "Ah, this, brazenly undermining others?" Fangzhou silently mourned for Meizu for 3 seconds. "My dear brother Fang, let us exchange contact details," Lei Huan said, pulling out his personal mobile phone, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Fangzhou. Fangzhou handed over his own phone, and the two exchanged devices, diligently saving their numbers in each other's contacts. All set, Fangzhou retrieved his phone, feeling an unprecedented weight in his hand. "So, I've just added him." This was none other than Lei Busi's personal mobile number. How many across the nation could boast of such a connection? It was not merely a matter of a phone number. More significantly, it represented a circle of influence and connections. To date, Lei Busi's number was undoubtedly the most valuable entry in Fangzhou's contact list. By the way, Brother Fang, I believe the brand positioning of only earning a 5% profit and extreme cost performance ratio is quite promising. Could you assist me in brainstorming a company name that aligns with this positioning? Lei Huan inquired. Fangzhou secretly chuckled, feigning contemplation. While others in business sought exorbitant profits, yearning for indulgence in excess, they remained oblivious to the perils of such pursuits. Overindulgence in meat can lead to health issues, and excessive drinking can harm the liver. Perhaps a simple bowl of millet porridge in the morning was far more nurturing. With this thought, Fangzhou paused and leisurely suggested, "How about we simply call it millet?" Chapter 22. The first bucket of gold in Fangzhou Xiaomi. Xiaomi, les huit murmures répétés. For reasons unknown, he found this name exceedingly agreeable. as if it had been tailor-made for him. Indeed, no matter how intoxicating the spirits may be in the dead of night, they pale in comparison to a bowl of millet porridge in the morning. Henceforth, my company shall be called Xiaomi. Les Buzi decisively proclaimed. Fangzhou chuckled inwardly, suddenly recalling a humorous snippet from short video. The wheels of fate have begun to turn. If his actions could hasten Xiaomi's emergence, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. After all, Huawei and Xiaomi serve different purposes, one for the nation, the other for the people. Huawei shattered the foreign chip blockade, relying on domestic research to develop the Kirin chip, thus striking a blow against the United States and showcasing the strength of our nation. Conversely, Xiaomi drastically reduced smartphone prices, enabling countless young individuals to purchase their first smart device, while the Mi Home series of electronic products offered remarkable value, allowing many ordinary people to experience the joy of technologically enhanced living. Both entities are not mandatory for survival, yet they should not be disparaged. Brother Fang, this is our company's earnest money. Regardless of whether the deal materializes, it need not be returned. Chao Wei produced a wad of 100 yuan bills from his briefcase and handed it to Fangzhou, amounting to a substantial 50,000 yuan. Fangzhou did not refuse. Instead, he accepted it outright. This is a tacit rule of business negotiations. Once both parties express intent to transact, the buyer pays a deposit to prevent the seller from seeking other buyers. Only upon receiving the money does the buyer feel secure. Noticing this, Lei Busi retrieved a beautifully packaged gift box from his backpack and presented it to Fangzhou. This porcelain piece was purchased during my visit to the Confucius Temple. Consider it a small token of appreciation. I sincerely hope you will join Xiaomi once the company is established. Chao Wei chuckled, shaking his head. Old Lei, are you already trying to poach talent? Lei Busi unabashedly replied. Talent is something that must be seized. Faced with Lei Busi's olive branch, Fangzhou politely declined. That may be a bit difficult. I have just come of age and am only a freshman in college. What? You just came of age? Chao Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Previously, he had perceived Fangzhou as youthful, but he had not anticipated such youthfulness. Indeed, heroes emerge in their youth. Lei Buzi sighed, not as surprised as Chao Wei, for he too had earned his first million while still in university. Fangzhou smiled, casually accepting Lei Busi's porcelain gift box. A gift from an elder cannot be declined. However, as he glanced at the brand inscribed on the box, his expression shifted dramatically. The words high-purity porcelain were embossed in gilded letters. Upon seeing these 4 characters, Fangzhou's heart skipped a beat. How foolish of me. Truly. High-purity porcelain. I completely forgot about this stock from 2009. Fangzhou lamented internally, reminiscent of Xianglin's wife. High-purity porcelain is a major ceramics manufacturer located in the Gaochun district of Nanjing. In January 2003, the company was listed on the Shanghai Stock Exchange, becoming the only ceramics enterprise in China to issue stocks under a regulatory approval system. By the end of 2009, which is this very year, the company underwent significant asset restructuring. The news attracted a flurry of speculative investments. Within a mere 12 trading days, the stock hit its limit up 11 times, surging nearly 500% in less than 2 months, with daily limit ups and a sea of red ink. However, this was merely a bubble inflated by hype. The asset restructuring initially drove the stock price up, but with the influx of major capital from Huaxia Hongli, Unit Trust, and Yima Fund, the situation took a turn. These large capital players continued to inflate the stock price with their funds, enticing numerous retail investors to follow suit. Once the stock reached a certain height, they cashed out, reaping substantial profits. Retail investors, desperate to avoid being caught in a crash, had no choice but to keep pushing the stock higher to attract more investors. Even as many recognized that the stock was bound to collapse eventually, the ever-increasing price seduced many hopeful souls into the market. Everyone was gambling, hoping that the thunder would not strike them. Thus, the legendary stock of 2009 was born. The speculative trading of this stock is regarded as a classic case of passing the buck in investment, frequently cited in financial textbooks for generations to come. Fangzhou remembered this stock because in his previous life he had also foolishly invested, only to find himself holding the bag at the peak, ultimately suffering catastrophic losses. It truly reflected the adage. Initially aiming to earn a little, he instead set his sights on selling silver. To his astonishment, upon returning to life, he found himself entangled once more with this disastrous stock. Wait, that's not right. At this point in time, the news of high-purity porcelain's restructuring had yet to be disclosed, and no significant capital had entered the fray. The stock price remained stable. A glimmer of insight flashed in Fangzhou's eyes as his heart raced uncontrollably. Half an hour later, the banquet concluded. The meal was enjoyed by all, with Little Potato relishing it the most. As they departed, Lei Busi warmly grasped Fangzhou's hand, urging, "You must join my company." His demeanor bore a resemblance to Wang Duiyu inviting De Tsongming. Seizing the moment, Fangzhou, emboldened by the wine, prompted Lei Busi to recite a passage from his famous song, 3Q. Are you okay? Hello, 3Q, 3Q for Ma Chi. Hello, 3Q, 3Q for Ma Chi. The following morning, the sun shone brilliantly. A sleepless Xiao Wei flew back to Guangdong province from Nanjing. Upon landing, he eagerly hailed a cab straight to the headquarters of Meizu Technology. Old Xiao is back. How is the Angry Birds acquisition progressing? I've heard that the Jiangning girls are charming and easy to woo. Care to share your thoughts? As he stepped through the company's entrance, several familiar colleagues greeted him. However, Xiao Wei was not in the mood to respond and headed directly to CEO Huang Zheng's office. Boss, we have a serious situation. Xiao Wei burst in, forgetting to knock. A flicker of displeasure crossed Huang Zheng's face, but upon seeing Xiao Wei's anxious expression, he inquired, "What happened? Has the game acquisition in Nanjing been completed?" Although it was a question, his tone was decidedly certain. They had previously acquired several similar small game studios without any objections. Xiao Wei hesitated momentarily. Not yet. The other party's quote is a bit high, and I cannot make the call. Huang Zheng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Before leaving, he had authorized Xiao Wei to negotiate up to 5 million, a figure he considered quite generous. What are they asking for? Huang Zheng immediately probed. 3 million. Xiao Wei responded honestly. Upon hearing this figure, Huang Zheng's face turned ashen. These young people are far too reckless, thinking money grows on trees. Tell them our maximum offer is 4 million. Take it or leave it. But boss, the other party said that if the company agrees to his price, he is willing to throw in an additional ace. What ace? Xiao Wei promptly recounted Fangzhou's concept for thematic wallpapers, expressing his admiration for Fangzhou's creativity. After hearing Xiao Wei's account, Huang Zheng stood momentarily dumbfounded. In their relentless pursuit to highlight the selling points of full-screen smartphones, he and his team had toiled day and night, yet the creativity of so many could not rival that of a mere student-esque thematic wallpaper. Seeing the astonishment on Huang Zheng's face, Xiao Wei could not help but chuckle inwardly. This is merely the beginning. If I were to inform you that he also proposed to lay Huan a mere 5 profit margin and an extraordinary cost-performance ratio, how would you respond, my lord? Furthermore, I sensed that his words were incomplete. Beyond the dynamic, static, desktop, call, and lock screen wallpaper designs, there must be other elements, likely accessible only through expenditure. Xiao Wei's remarks instantly extinguished Huang Zheng's notion of taking advantage. Huang Zheng fell into silence, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Xiao Wei recognized this as Huang Zheng's habitual gesture when deep in contemplation. Time passed, and with a deep sigh, Huang Zheng finally declared, "Let it be. Consider it as spinning on 2 fronts, one for the game and the other for the proposal." The boss is indeed wise, Xiao Wei replied with a smile, though he was not surprised by this outcome. The marketing funds for this quarter will be credited the day after tomorrow. Let us ensure the payment is made simultaneously with the delivery. Understood. I shall notify him immediately. At noon, on the campus of Jinling University, Fangzhou was having lunch with Little Potato in the second cafeteria. With charming dimples and long eyelashes, she was irresistibly enchanting. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Xiao Wei, Fangzhou answered, and before he could utter a word, Xiao Wei's excited voice resonated through the line. "Little Fang, the matter has been settled. Please come to Guangdong province as soon as possible to sign the contract, and do remember to bring the source code for Angry Birds along with the themed wallpaper proposal." Hearing this, a smile crept onto Fangzhou's lips. After all the hustle and bustle, he could finally glimpse the dawn of hope. He promptly called his advisor to request a 2-day leave. Subsequently, he booked the earliest flight and, after gathering his belongings, rushed to the airport. On the afternoon of 2 days later, when Fangzhou returned to Jinling University, he held in his hands a copy of the acquisition contract. At that moment, his phone chimed with a notification. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 2326 has received a cross-bank transfer of 5,300,000 yuan on November 10th at 3 p.m. with a remaining balance of 5,301,256.85. Chapter 23. A day of extravagance with Little Potato. It has finally happened. Fangzhou gazed at the dazzling digits in the bank text, exhilarated as he counted them over and over. Upon confirming it was 5,300,000, a smile broke across his face that he could no longer contain. Beneath the warm autumn sun, he stood under the sycamore trees at Nanda, laughing heartily like a whimsical deity. Fortunately, it was Saturday, and the campus was not bustling with students. Otherwise, he would surely be mistaken for yet another student driven mad by advanced calculus. As the saying goes, friends may betray you, lovers may depart, but calculus will always remain steadfast. Indeed, it will not waver. After calming his excitement, Fangzhou sent a message to Xiao Tudo, Sister Ning. Let us indulge in some extravagance together. After a moment's thought, he replaced waning with Sister Ning. As expected, the reply came almost instantaneously. Sure, but I don't want to squander. I wish to spend wisely. It seemed that Little Potato had an inexplicable obsession with the title Sister Ning. Fangzhou replied, all right. I'll wait for you downstairs at the girls' dormitory. Chen Wanqing responded, okay, I'll wash my face first. The entrance to the girls' dormitory was not far from the school gate, and Fangzhou arrived shortly. 20 minutes later, he inquired, are you down yet? Chen Wanqing replied, I'm doing my makeup. Another 20 minutes passed, and he asked again, are you down yet? She responded, I'm changing clothes. Fangzhou sighed silently. Indeed, no girl could ever be punctual when it came to leaving the house. Even the fierce and spirited Boanghua was no exception. Just then, he noticed a couple running past the girls' dormitory. The boy dashed ahead, while the cute girl chased after him. Upon seeing her, Fangzhou paused momentarily. What an adorable girl. He felt an overwhelming urge to sweep her off her feet. Yet the next moment, he heard the girl calling out in a rough voice, Darling, don't run away. You promised to protect me for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, the boy sped up even more, shouting back, Warrior, please stop. It's all a misunderstanding. I like girls. What difference does it make? Whether you like a girl because she's cute or simply because she's a girl, it is undoubtedly because she is cute. Just like that, if she is adorable, what do a few sticks matter? Hey, don't come any closer. Yamiti Fangzhou felt a tightening in his back, his mindset slightly unraveling. Good heavens, a true steel man, a hero in the snow. University certainly exposes one to the diversity of humanity. He quickly focused his attention elsewhere, feeling that his current mood could only be aptly described by a particular meme of a professional mage with yellow rain boots and cropped pants. Another 20 minutes passed. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, a graceful figure appeared. Here, Fangzhou called out, waving his hand. Chen Wanqing, wearing little leather shoes, bounced over to him like a joyful little squirrel, with her hair styled in cute buns and a light makeup adorning her face. She wore a beige Chanel-style jacket over a white camisole, complemented by sleek black pants of matte fabric and round-toed white shoes, looking fresh and playful. Adorable, Fangzhou mused, as the frustrations of waiting dissipated in an instant. Where are we going? Chen Wanqing tilted her head, her wispy hair framing her face sweetly. Of course, we are going to redeem your property. Fangzhou replied with a mysterious smile. Half an hour later, they emerged from the entrance of the Zijin Iron Loan Company. Fangzhou had settled the 30,000 loan in one go, reclaiming Little Potato's property deed. Is this what you meant by redemption? Chen Wanqing blinked her large eyes at Fangzhou. Of course, this house was the dowry left to you by your mother. Now that we have the funds, we must redeem it first. Fangzhou stated matter-of-factly. A flicker of emotion danced in Chen Wanqing's bright eyes, akin to ripples in a serene autumn lake. Gathering his courage, Fangzhou attempted to take her hand. Although Chen Wanqing appeared carefree and a bit clumsy, she was actually a girl with a strong sense of propriety. Thus, he braced himself for the possibility of being swatted away. However, Chen Wanqing only playfully resisted for a moment before allowing him to hold her hand. "Let us go," Fangzhou said, feeling elated. Chen Wanqing's little hand felt soft and delicate, as if it were fragile and devoid of bones. It was hard to fathom how this petite hand could have smashed keyboards. It simply defied logic. 20 minutes later, a taxi pulled up at Xinjiku. Holding Chen Wanqing's hand, Fangzhou led her into the Deji shopping mall. Upon entering, Chen Wanqing was as excited as a little Samoyed let loose. Louis Vuitton, Givenchy, Prada, Hermès, each luxury flagship store transformed into her personal fashion runway. What do you think of this one? Is it pretty? Very pretty. How pretty is it? So pretty it would require omitting a 1,000-word narrative. And this one, it's also pretty. How pretty is it? So pretty it would require omitting 800 words. God, I'll take the previous one. Smart. In no time, Fangzhou found himself laden with numerous bags. Yet, Little Potato seemed increasingly exuberant. Since her family had cut off her financial support, she had not enjoyed such delightful shopping in ages. Soon, they passed a Valentino store. Chen Wanqing peeked inside, then, losing interest, attempted to leave. Fangzhou quickly stopped her. Clothing can be bought anywhere, but high heels must be from Valentino. His gaze was as resolute as a party member's. As for Valentino's high heels, let us just say, while Valentino may not understand women, he certainly understands men. Hearing this, Little Potato nodded, albeit in confusion. Store manager, I need 10 pairs of Valentino studded red-bottom heels in size 35, 10 pairs of each. The store manager, a young girl, smiled brightly upon hearing Fangzhou's request. He glanced at her. She was an attractive girl with a score of 70 in looks and 80 in figure, already managing a luxury store in the city center at a young age. Indeed, in this day and age, as long as a girl has curves and a pretty face, she can thrive in any profession. This is the theorem of attraction. After purchasing the Valentino heels, they passed by Balenciaga. Salesperson, give me a dozen pairs of Balenciaga stockings. Lettered fishnet, black silk, white silk, nude silk, crystal silk. A dozen of each. Chen Wanqing pouted. Why do I need to buy so many stockings? Fangzhou replied earnestly, whether they are black silk or not doesn't matter. Nor do the lettered ones hold significance, and fishnets are the least of my concern. Mainly, it's getting chilly, and I don't want you to catch a cold. Really? More genuine than Mengniu's real fruit. Chen Wanqing smiled, her laughter enchanting. Thus, the two strolled and shopped, continuing until evening. Fangzhou had completely become a bag-carrying assistant, laden with a multitude of bags, yet his heart brimmed with sweetness, a feeling absent from his previous outings with Su Yuxue. Amidst accompanying Little Potato on her shopping spree, Fangzhou seized a moment to visit the nearby computer city, purchasing a top-spec Alienware laptop for Fangzhou. This was something he had mentioned previously when borrowing a laptop from Fangzhou. Perhaps Fangzhou had taken it as a joke, but he was serious. Fangzhou, I want to eat that. As night fell, the two emerged from the New 100 building, and Chen Wanqing immediately spotted a street vendor selling cotton candy. All right, I'll go buy it for you. Soon, Fangzhou returned with 2 large, fluffy cotton candies in hand. Chen Wanqing held a vibrant, multicolored cotton candy. Taking a delightful bite that filled her senses with sweetness, her lovely eyes narrowing into a joyful slit, Fangzhou, with a knowing smile, reached out and gently ruffled Chen Wanqing's small head with practiced ease. Just then, a sudden exclamation broke the moment. Fangzhou. At the sound, Fangzhou turned to look, and Chen Wanqing opened her eyes wide. Not far away in the plaza stood 2 young women and a man, Su Yuxue, Su Wei, and Lin Mo, who was busy swiping his card. Chapter 24. Why is he so kind to other girls? What a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here, Su Wei exclaimed, her gaze lingering on the assorted luxury handbags dangling from Fangzhou's arms. Beside her stood Su Yuxue, clad in a delicate white dress paired with a knitted jacket. Upon spotting Fangzhou, Su Yuxue immediately raised her alabaster chin, resembling a proud swan. However, her expression changed when she noticed Chen Wanqing next to Fangzhou, her countenance darkening as she let out a soft huff. Being classmates, Fangzhou felt compelled to greet them, albeit with some reluctance. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Did you purchase all these? Su Wei inquired, her tone tinged with excitement. As her family was in the business of procuring luxury goods, she recognized the substantial value of the items at a glance. Not much, just preparing for the autumn wardrobe. Fangzhou replied nonchalantly. Putting on a facade. Lin Mo muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible, yet perfectly clear to Fangzhou. He chuckled lightly, opting not to elaborate further, and took Chen Huanning's hand, turning to leave. Hey, don't go. We've just finished shopping too. Why not share a ride back? Su Wei invited, her eyes still fixated on the luxury bags he carried. Lin Mo's expression soured further at her suggestion. After all, the last time Fangzhou had taken his A6, he had been so enraged he barely slept for 2 days. He certainly did not wish for a repeat. As he was about to decline, his gaze fell upon Chen Huanning behind Fangzhou. Instantly captivated, he scrutinized her for a brief moment, his eyes brimming with fervor. Although tales of Little Potato's exploits had circulated throughout the campus, few had encountered her in person. Chen Huanning seemed to sense Lin Mo's intense stare, her small fist clenching in discomfort. Observing this, Fangzhou's expression turned icy. No need. You've finished your shopping while we still have more to do. With that, he pulled Chen Huanning away, allowing herself to be led. Chen Huanning obediently followed behind. Once they had distanced themselves, she finally spoke up. Fangzhou, that boy's gaze made me uncomfortable. I don't like it. Rarely did Little Potato express such distaste. Fangzhou gently patted her head. It's all right, I'm here. Despite previous tensions with Lin Mo, Fangzhou had not taken them to heart, having gained a new perspective after being reborn. Yet, the thought of Lin Mo harboring intentions towards Chen Huanning ignited a fire within him. Recalling Lin Mo's affluent background, with a family business in porcelain and a half-brother, Fangzhou devised a plan. If Lin Mo persisted in his advances, he would not hesitate to bring about the downfall of the Lin family. With you around, I have nothing to fear, Chen Huanning said, nuzzling her head against his hand. Leader? No. Spoiled pup? Yes, Fangzhou chuckled, amused by her action. I must say, your ability to read people's eyes is quite accurate at times. Of course, I've studied micro-expressions, so I can discern details others overlook. They all harbor ill intentions, she said, pride swelling in her small frame. Fangzhou was taken aback. This was the first he had heard of her studying micro-expressions. Pointing to himself, he asked, What do you see in my eyes? With a playful smile, she replied, All I see is wood. Fangzhou was struck speechless, mentally noting that she had said something similar in a past life. On that day, while watching Christmas fireworks, she had asked Fangzhou, What should I do if I like a boy? Without hesitation, he had replied, You should tell him. But what if he is a blockhead? Then, I twist his ears, she had retorted, playfully pinching his head. Regrettably, at that time, his heart had been consumed by thoughts of Su Yuxue, rendering him oblivious to the tender affections concealed beneath the surface. Patting Chen Huanning's head, he smiled knowingly. After such a long outing, you must be hungry. Shall we go for dinner? The mention of food instantly brightened her mood. Yes, I want lamb skewers, little yellow croakers, crayfish, grilled cold noodles, and foot-stomping beef. None of those tonight. We're having with stew, with potatoes, Fangzhou joked, leading her into an evening filled with culinary delights. Meanwhile, after their shopping spree, Su Yuxue returned to the dormitory in a daze, while Su Wei excitedly boasted to her friend about her discoveries. Yuxue, did you see the Hermes belt Fangzhou had? It's a new autumn-winter model worth over 5,000. And those CL red-soled shoes? They must be 7 or 8,000. Oh, and that alien laptop. Looks like the top configuration, costing over 30,000. Impatient, Su Yuxue waved her hand dismissively. Wei, you've already mentioned all this. Really? Have I? Su Wei chuckled sheepishly but continued. Yuxue, don't you think Fangzhou is coming to some money? How else could he afford so much? Did you see how much he was carrying? At least 200,000. Su Wei exclaimed. Unbeknownst to them, Fangzhou had only brought a portion of his purchases, leaving the rest of the clothes and shoes for the store to deliver to Chen Huanning's dormitory. Su Yuxue's lips parted in disbelief. So much. Of course. My family isn't a luxury goods procurement business. Would I lie to you? Su Wei said confidently. Upon hearing this, an uncomfortable feeling washed over Su Yuxue. She recalled how Fangzhou had treated her in the past, always available, bringing breakfast daily, dining out on weekends, and gifting her presents during holidays. He had never been this generous with her. Why was he so kind to other girls? Su Yuxue could accept that Fangzhou had moved on, but she could not comprehend why he treated another girl better than he had treated her. After all, we grew up together. Why does he treat others better? The thought left a sour taste in her mouth, yet she feigned indifference. Who knows where he got the money? Maybe he is spending a woman's money. You mean Chen Wanning's money? Su Yuxue conceded. Su Wei shook her head, sharing the gossip she had uncovered. It couldn't be Chen Wanning's money. I've looked into it. Her family is wealthy, but they seem to have cut her off. I heard her father try to set her up on a blind date, and she beat up the suitor, who happened to be a major client of her father. Her father slapped her in anger, and she moved out. Su Yuxue paused, surprised. The suitor was her father's client? That must be significant. Su Wei shrugged, scoffing. Who knows? The lives of the rich are often chaotic. Suddenly, Su Wei had a thought and quickly pulled out her phone. Curious, Su Yuxue leaned in. What are you doing? Wei. Ignoring her, Su Wei continued her work, eventually bursting into laughter. I knew it, just as I thought. What is it? Su Yuxue asked, intrigued. Su Wei handed her the phone, revealing the official download page for Angry Birds. Look, the operating location has changed from Jinling to Huadu, Guangdong. What does that signify? Do you recall that a couple of days ago, Fangzhou was absent from our professional class? I heard from the class monitor that he had taken leave due to some matters. Su Yuxue suddenly realized, incredulously exclaiming, Are you saying he was selling that game during those days? Bingo. You're correct. Su Wei snapped her fingers, resembling a mischievous schoolchild, almost uttering the phrase, There's only one truth. This revelation made perfect sense. He must have sold the game, which is why he had the means to purchase so many items. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he must have sold quite a number. Upon hearing this, Su Yuxue felt an even deeper pang of bitterness. Previously, when Angry Birds skyrocketed in popularity at Jinling University, she had consoled herself with the notion that merely spending money was not a skill, but rather earning it was. Yet now, Fangzhou had indeed made a profit, and a substantial one at that. Why him? What right does he have? Why is it that he earns money to spend on others, yet not on me? I was the one who arrived first. Su Yuxue gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, her emotions more intricate than ever before. A saying from a master, money is meant to be displayed to women, not spent on them. A woman won over with money requires less emotional investment, while one won over with feelings necessitates a greater expenditure of money. Chapter 25. The girls' dormitory is closed. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving Deji Square, Fangzhou took Little Potato on a delightful culinary adventure. Subsequently, the two went to watch the newly released Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Chen Wanning, an ardent fan of Harry Potter, was utterly captivated. In the cinema, when she witnessed Dumbledore bravely confronting the Death Eaters only to be attacked by Snape and ultimately plummet to his demise, she exclaimed with a small fist thumping against Fangzhou's thigh. Fangzhou's expression contorted in surprise. Goodness, that was no mere punch. It felt more like a hammer. It finally dawned on him how keyboards ended up broken. Fangzhou, Snape is so wicked. Here I thought he was a good man who just seemed bad. Chen Wanning seethed, her chest heaving, her 36D figure quivering with indignation. The scene was indeed quite spectacular. Fangzhou quickly averted his gaze, playfully ruffling her little tuft of hair and reassuring her, as one would a child. Do not worry. Snape is indeed a good man. His actions are merely to infiltrate the Death Eaters. Ultimately, he will shed tears for Harry, revealing that he is Voldemort's seventh Horcrux. Chen Wanning suddenly turned to him. Wide-eyed, really? Of course, it is true, Fangzhou thought to himself, knowing that when Snape meets his end, she would likely be in tears. The movie concluded around 10:30 p.m. As they exited the cinema, the weather turned unfavorable and a gentle rain began to fall. An autumn rain brings a chill, and the drizzle of Jinling's autumn rain has a way of seeping into one's very skin. Haha, Chen Wanning exhaled warmly, rubbing her hands together. Immediately, Fangzhou shed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Due to the rain, The roads were slick and treacherous, and by the time they reached the girls' dormitory, it was well past 11. The dormitory matron had long since locked the doors. Chen Wanning looked at Fangzhou, her face contorted in concern. What should we do now? The dormitory is locked. One could hardly predict the sudden downpour. Their options were either to spend the night at an internet CAF or to seek refuge at the Hanting Hotel nearby. Given the multitude of bags they carried, the internet CAF was hardly a suitable choice. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Wanning reluctantly agreed to the hotel. Let us go to Hanting. But we must book 2 rooms. Of course, we need 2 rooms. I am a virtuous young man of the new era, Fangzhou replied with utmost seriousness. Chen Wanning regarded him with a half-smile, as if to say, I shall quietly observe your performance. The Hanting Hotel was conveniently located just a 10-minute walk from the school. As Fangzhou held Chen Wanning's little hand and entered the hotel lobby, the male receptionist's eyes widened in surprise. What a coincidence, another one coming to the cabbage patch at midnight, and a particularly fresh little cabbage at that. The male receptionist thought to himself, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, Good evening. Do you require a room? Fangzhou nodded, 2 adjacent rooms with large beds by the window. The receptionist paused briefly, confirming, Very well, you wish to book 2 large bedrooms? Is that not rather obvious? Fangzhou replied, 2 rooms? Do you have them available? The receptionist stammered, Well, yes or perhaps no. Fangzhou glanced back at the adorably naive little potato, who stood nearby, her eyes darting around, her small hands clutching the hem of Fangzhou's shirt. It was evident that she was quite nervous. Likely, this was her first time staying at a hotel with a male companion in the dead of night. Why say likely? Fangzhou patted little potato's head, chuckling. This is acceptable. The receptionist quickly understood. All right, 2 adjacent large bedrooms. The total is 390. Please present your ID. The 2 soon completed the check-in process. Room 502 and 503 were conveniently next to each other. Before entering, Fangzhou instructed, If you need anything, just message me. I will wait until you fall asleep before I do. Chen Wanning nodded vigorously, her little tuft of hair standing upright once more. It was clear she was pleased with Fangzhou's arrangement. Hurry inside. The autumn rain is chilly. Take a hot shower to warm up. Watching little potato enter her room, Fangzhou swiped his card, opened the door, and turned on the lights. The Hanting rooms were as tidy as ever. The autumn rain pattered against the window, instilling a sense of coolness. Fangzhou reclined on the bed and decided to message Pang Bo. Hey, have you gone to bed yet? After a few minutes, Pang Bo replied, Not yet, just chatting with someone. What is up? Missing me? Come to Jinling University tomorrow if you have time. I need to discuss something. Morning works. I have no training then. Okay. Also, try not to watch too many teachers late at night. It won't tea do you any good. I haven tea. In the boys' dormitory of Jinling Sports University, Pang Bo sighed helplessly at the sky. I really didn't tea watch. Just then, his phone chimed with a message from a girl. What is up, Pang Bo? Why did you suddenly stop replying to me? A sweet smile crept onto Pang Bo's face as he quickly typed back, My buddy just needed me for a moment. All is well now. I knew you wouldn't ignore me. So, what gift are you preparing for my birthday? Hee, you'll find out soon enough. All right, but with autumn upon us, I'm thinking of getting a new Gucci Autumn Collection Nanaya hoodie. Can you help me pick a color? Several photos of different colored Gucci hoodies soon appeared in the chat. Pang Bo searched on Taobao and found the price, 13,000. Grinding his teeth, he messaged back, I think the khaki color looks best. Don't worry, your wish will definitely come true. Okay, good night. Good night. After the other party logged off, Pang Bo sat smiling, staring blankly at the chat history. The girl's contact was clearly labeled, Huang Hui Wei. Meanwhile, at the Hanting Hotel, as the night deepened, Fangzhou finished his shower and prepared to rest. Just then, a strange sound from a floor above caught his attention. Goodness, he nearly forgot that hotels near universities are often known as love hotels. Fangzhou, already in a foul mood, had just managed to unwind after a shower, only to be met with this unwelcome disturbance. Ding! His phone buzzed. It was a message from Chen Wanning. It's so noisy upstairs, I can't sleep. One could easily imagine little potato's face turning beet red as she sent this message. Fangzhou quickly replied, No problem, Let me handle it. After sending the message, he flopped back onto the bed, lifted his shirt, exposing his belly. With both hands, he began to rhythmically slap his belly, creating a resounding noise. Within minutes, the commotion above ceased. However, Fangzhou continued for half an hour. Eventually, he heard a disgruntled female voice from above. Look at them. Min's voice trembled in response. There is definitely something wrong with that guy. No normal person could go that hard. Sai, enough of this, time to sleep. Don't pretend to be asleep. Back when you were pursuing me, you bragged about how impressive you were. And now this. Fangzhou chuckled, dressing himself and concealing his accomplishments. He messaged Little Potato. Sleep soundly. I have subdued the noise upstairs. It will be quiet tonight. Little Potato quickly replied, Okay, good night. I had a lot of fun today. Yes, good night. After ensuring Little Potato was asleep, Fangzhou lay back on the bed, hands behind his head, gazing out at the autumn rain and lost in thought. He recalled the exquisite high-purity porcelain gift set from Le Bussy. Counting the days, he mused that this legendary stock from 2009 should be on the verge of making waves soon. Perhaps he could check it out tomorrow. Chapter 26. With demon stocks in one hand and cryptocurrency in the other, how shall you respond? The following day, at 8 in the morning, Fangzhou groggily awoke to a text from Xiao Tudou. Silly, I have class at 8. I'm off. There's breakfast I bought for you at the door. Remember to eat. Accompanied by a cheerful, smiley face. Fangzhou chuckled softly, got out of bed, and opened the door to find a warm bag of soy milk and buns hanging on the doorknob. Likely just left moments ago. He had stayed up late pondering matters the previous night, but fortunately, he had no classes this morning. Otherwise, he would surely have faced old Wang's scolding for being absent. As he savored his breakfast, Fangzhou messaged Xiao Tudou. The soy milk and buns have been devoured over. It took a while for her to reply, as she was likely in class. Zhuoshan Diao received, followed by a happy emoji. After finishing his playful exchange with Xiao Tudou, Fangzhou ventured downstairs to the China Merchants Bank to withdraw 250,000 yuan in cash. He placed 50,000 yuan into a file bag and stuffed 200,000 yuan into Chun Wan-ning's Ultraman backpack. Subsequently, he sent the hotel address and room number to Pang Bo, arranging to meet there. Once he had completed these tasks, Fangzhou felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, prompting him to return to his hotel room and collapse in a bed. After an unknown duration of slumber, he was roused by a familiar ringtone. Little dimples and long eyelashes, charming to an irresistible degree groggily. He fumbled for his phone and answered. Hello? Son, open the door. I'm right outside, came Pang Bo's rough voice from the other end. Fangzhou hung up and got up to open the door. As he swung the door wide, he was greeted by the sight of the burly Pang Bo standing there. Wow, how many times did you go out last night? Your eyes are as dark as coal. Pang Bo remarked, surprised, pointing at Fangzhou's dark circles. Little friend, it's best not to pry into matters of society. Fangzhou washed his face in the bathroom and tossed the extraterrestrial notebook from his desk to Pang Bo, saying, Here, this is for you. Wow, an alien notebook. The top model? Godfather, Godfather, Pang Bo exclaimed. Immediately, he began scrutinizing Fangzhou with a peculiar gaze. What are you looking at? Fangzhou inquired. Old Fang, be honest. Do you have a terminal illness? If there's something going on, just tell me. I can handle it. Fangzhou chuckled softly. I am perfectly healthy. Last night, I even settled a pair of wild lovebirds. Really? Of course. Fangzhou seized the envelope containing 50,000 yuan and handed it to Pang Bo. Here, this is your reward for running around last month. Pang Bo opened the envelope and upon seeing the amount, leaped up from the sofa. This is too much. I was merely assisting. It's not a big deal. No way. I can't take this money. My dad would kill me if he found out. I knew you'd say that. Fangzhou internally scoffed, then playfully gave him a light smack on the head. Old Pang, when did you become so fussy? Just take it. I have more. Really? Absolutely. But where did you get so much money? Have you found a wealthy sugar mommy? Can you keep your thoughts pure? I sold Angry Birds to Meizu for over 3 million. Fangzhou deliberately understated the price, mentioning 3 million instead of 5 million, fearing it might shock Pang Bo. Nevertheless, upon hearing he had sold it for 3 million, Pang Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. What? 3 million? Are you kidding me? What do you think? Wait, don't say anything. I need a moment to process this. In an era where the average monthly salary is less than 500 yuan, the notion that a freshman without any foundation could amass 3 million in a month was utterly absurd. Moreover, Fangzhou was only 18 years old, an 18-year-old millionaire who had built his wealth from scratch in a month. If this were to spread, the girls at their school would surely be in an uproar. Huh, I suddenly feel a bit excited. If Su Yuxue knew you made 3 million in a month, her expression would be priceless, right? Big bolest hartidi. Happily accepting the 50,000 yuan. Bro, you eat the meat, and I'll sip the soup. That seems fair. But there was more to come. Old Pang, I have something very important that requires a trustworthy person to execute. If you succeed, I guarantee you a life filled with beautiful models at clubs. Fangzhou's expression turned serious as he looked into Pang Bo's eyes. Pang Bo also became earnest. What could be so serious? Fangzhou pulled out Chun Wan Ning's Ultraman backpack, unzipped it, revealing 20 bundles of crisp red banknotes. Holy cow, Pang Bo exclaimed, unable to suppress his shock. What are you planning to do with all this money, old Fang? Fangzhou wasted no time in getting straight to the point. Old Pang, do you know about Bitcoin? Bitcoin? Pang Bo was completely baffled. Yes, it is a form of virtual currency that just emerged at the beginning of this year. Fangzhou then proceeded to enlighten Pang Bo about Bitcoin. On January 3, 2009, Bitcoin was officially created, allowing people worldwide to mine it using mining machines. Within 10 minutes of its inception, the first batch of 50 Bitcoins was generated. Subsequently, Bitcoin was mined at a rate of 50 every 10 minutes, capped at 21 million coins. Now, over 10 months since Bitcoin's inception, it was estimated that approximately 500,000 Bitcoins were in circulation, yet their price remained a mere zero. $8 each. On average, one Bitcoin was worth less than 1 yuan, perhaps due to the concept of virtual currency being ahead of its time. Bitcoin remained relatively obscure in its initial years, continuing until 2013 when it began to gain prominence. At the start of that year, its price lingered around $20, but by year's end, it skyrocketed to nearly $200, marking an astonishing increase of over 800. Then came 2017, when Bitcoin entered the public eye once more, beginning the year at around $1,000, only to surge beyond $19,000 by the end, with an annual increase of nearly 800. Finally, in 2021, Bitcoin reached its peak as global economic uncertainties and the widespread acceptance of digital currencies propelled its price to an astounding $69,000, approximately 500,000 yuan. From 2009 to 2021, the price surged over 50,000 times, epitomizing the epitome of profit. After listening to Fangzhou's explanation of Bitcoin, Pang Bo, still puzzled, asked, Old Fang, can this virtual currency really make money? It sounds too unreliable. Fangzhou shook his head. No worries. Just help me acquire Bitcoin in the crypto market. Buy as much as you can. Take this 200,000 yuan for now, and let me know if you need more. After a pause, Fangzhou added, regardless of how many coins you collect, I will return you 10 as a reward for your efforts. Pang Bo waved his hand dismissively. I'm not interested. I'll just give you this junk. Fangzhou chuckled inwardly, knowing that 12 years down the line, when Pang Bo reminisced about this conversation, he would likely regret not seizing the opportunity. At present, dismissing it as worthless. He had no idea how many milestones he might miss out on in the years to come. However, Fangzhou had resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, he would ensure that Pang Bo accepted that 10 as a token of gratitude, considering Pang Bo was the only friend from whom he could borrow money without needing to provide an explanation in his past life. After discussing the Bitcoin matter, Pang Bo was eager to return to the sports school. Fangzhou, meanwhile, once again called his counselor to request leave. After he repeatedly assured that this would be his final request for leave, the counselor finally granted his permission. Fangzhou swiftly hailed a taxi at the school gate, exclaiming, Driver, to Huadai Securities, please. The cryptocurrency market beckoned, a gamble on the future. Meanwhile, the opportunity presented by the volatile stocks was tantalizingly close at hand. All right, fasten your seatbelt. With a sudden surge of acceleration, the taxi roared forward, racing towards the securities firm. Chapter 27. Chow Chow is a character, while Chow Thief embodies a spirit. Half an hour later, the taxi halted beneath the grand edifice of Huatai Securities. After settling the fare, Fangzhou strode directly into the building. Inside, the securities hall was adorned with opulence, flanked by lush plants such as fortune bamboo, money trees, and clivia. The counter displayed ornamental pieces like bronze qilin, golden toads, and jade horses, each symbolizing wealth and prosperity. Numerous individuals perused stock information, while employees served coffee, and traders passionately elaborated on market trends to clients. Given that Jinling was historically a capital of 6 dynasties, affluent individuals were not in short supply. Even in 2009, the number of stock market participants was quite substantial. Observing this, Fangzhou approached an available counter. "Good day. How may I assist you?" inquired the counter operator, wearing a practiced smile. "I would like to open an account, please." "Certainly. I have your ID." Approximately 10 minutes later, Fangzhou's account was successfully established, and the clerk returned the forms along with his identification. "Sir, would you like us to recommend some stocks or funds?" "No, thank you. I prefer to explore on my own." "Of course, take your time." The clerk's smile faltered slightly, yet remained professional. Fangzhou sighed inwardly. Indeed, every industry has its share of individuals donning tinted glasses, particularly in finance, luxury goods, and automobile sales. "Excuse me, do you have a stock booklet?" Fangzhou inquired, then settled into a seat, searching for the stock code of high-purity porcelain. "Your decision is truly astute. Investing in Huadong Auto Trade is undoubtedly your wisest choice," exclaimed a neighboring trader, addressing an elderly gentleman likely investing his retirement funds. Many attendees were surrounded by traders fervently marketing their services, while Fangzhou found himself in solitude. Perhaps it was his youthful appearance and modest attire that rendered him inconspicuous among the wealthier clientele. Suddenly, Fangzhou caught sight of a woman seated to his right, donning a mask, who similarly lacked a trader's incessant chatter beside her. Unlike Fangzhou, she appeared to be in her late 20s, clad in exquisite, high-end custom attire. Her black mask unable to conceal her striking features, graceful figure, and regal demeanor, exuding an air of maturity. Upon seeing her, Fangzhou was reminded of various women in his life: his kind aunt, a friend's mother, a youthful stepmother, a charming young matron, or perhaps the neighbor's wife. In an instant, he grasped the essence of Boss Chow. As if sensing someone else's gaze, the woman subtly lifted her head, her soft, wave-like eyes locking with Fangzhou's. He nodded politely, offering a slight apology before returning to his stock booklet. She paid him no mind, continuing to peruse her financial newspaper. Time passed, and suddenly, someone placed a steaming cup of coffee gently on the acrylic table before Fangzhou. "Sir, it's chilly. Please enjoy a cup of coffee," said a young girl, likely an intern in her early 20s, with an appealing appearance. "Thank you," he replied. "You're welcome. If you need anything, just call for me," she said courteously before departing. Unlike the incessant chatter of the middle-aged salespeople nearby, she was refreshingly succinct. However, upon her return to the back office, a middle-aged woman reprimanded her. "Xiao Yuan, how many times have I told you to focus on key clients? The company's coffee incurs costs. That individual is hardly worth the expense. Just offer him a glass of plain water." Xiao Yuan, the intern, bowed her head in apology. "I'm sorry, Sister Ran. I will be more attentive next time." Nowadays, interns are increasingly challenging to manage. If you continue like this, don't expect to close any deals. Xiao Yuan nodded earnestly, acknowledging the reprimand. Many industries operate this way. Interns lack rights, with female interns treated like men and male interns like beasts of burden, especially in the performance-driven finance sector. Seasoned employees, with even modest achievements, wield significant authority over interns. At that moment, Fangzhou, having focused intently on his stock booklet, suddenly raised his hand. Noticing, the woman named Sister Rand turned with impatience, gesturing to the girl. "You handle this. He is going to be a nuisance again." The girl approached quickly, her voice gentle. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" Fangzhou laid the stock booklet on the table, pointing to a specific page. "Please help me purchase for 5 million of high-purity porcelain. Stock code 365911. Excuse me? The girl was momentarily stunned, unable to believe her ears. I said, please purchase for 5 million of high-purity porcelain. Oh, all right, I'll find a trader immediately, she responded, her excitement palpable. Are you not a trader? I am, but I'm still an intern. That is perfectly fine. Just facilitate the purchase. You need not monitor the stocks. I will call you when I wish to sell. Certainly. Please follow me to the meeting room. Fangzhou acquiesced, following the intern into the meeting room under the astonished gaze of the middle-aged woman. Having earned 3 million from gaming sales, Fangzhou allocated 300,000 to repay a loan, invested 200,000 in Bitcoin for paying Bo, set aside 50,000 for personal expenses, and frivolously spent nearly 200,000 with Xiao Tudou, leaving him with approximately 55 million. He reserved 50,000 for himself, directing the remaining 5 million to be invested in high-purity porcelain. This stock, later regarded as a legendary monster stock of 2009, was poised to gain momentum starting that weekend, heralding a 2-month period of exuberant trading. It was November 16th, and the upcoming Spring Festival fell on January 28th, allowing nearly 2 months for the investment to mature. From this point forward, Fangzhou needed only to await the opportunity to liquidate his holdings before the holiday. 20 minutes later, the jubilant intern exited the meeting room, her face alight with an uncontainable smile. Traders earn commissions, and this order would significantly benefit her. Most importantly, she had finally secured a client. Sir, rest assured, I will diligently monitor the stock's performance for you, she assured, clutching her documents while nodding eagerly at Fangzhou. Fangzhou smiled. There is no need for constant vigilance. I will reach out when it's time to sell. To ensure he didn't forget, Fangzhou opened his phone calendar and set a reminder, leaving nothing to chance. After completing these tasks, he exited Huatai Securities, watched by the intern. Upon stepping outside, the warm autumn sun enveloped him, providing a delightful sense of comfort. Now, he could joyfully savor his university days. Stretching languidly, he prepared to hail a taxi. Wait a moment. A voice suddenly called from behind. Turning, Fangzhou was surprised to see the woman he had previously noted in the hall, the kind aunt. Chapter 28. The beautiful president, graceful and magnanimous. It is she. For a moment, Fangzhou's mind flashed with images of his kind aunt, a friend's mother, a youthful stepmother, and the neighbor's wife. He hurriedly recited the ice purity technique twice, attempting to cast out the disordered thoughts. May I inquire as to the matter? Fangzhou asked, perplexed. The woman produced an exquisitely crafted business card and inquired in return. Do you have time for a chat? Fangzhou accepted the card, which bore a white background with golden edges, a material unlike the common paper, exuding a sensation akin to new currency. The card contained no company titles or various accolades, only a string of phone numbers and a name embossed upon it. Nie Yurong. Yurong. Magnanimous and graceful, Fangzhou's peripheral vision glanced downward, and indeed, the name seemed to carry weight. The stature was unexpectedly superior to that of the petite Xiao Tudou's 3060. However, Xiao Tudou was still young. In a decade, the outcome would be uncertain. Upon glancing at the phone number, he noted it began with the coveted 1380 prefix. It is well known that the 1380 and 1390 prefixes for mobile are among the earliest mobile number segments, revered as rare antiques, the boss numbers. Moreover, Nie Yurong's number, following 1380, featured a sequence of 6s and 8s, indicating substantial value. Apologies, I am involved in the porcelain business in Jinling. I noticed you heavily invested in high-purity porcelain at the securities hall, so I took the liberty to seek a conversation with you. Nie Yurong stated her intentions directly. Fangzhou was momentarily stunned, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity with this woman, though he could not immediately recall why. Thus, he replied, Did you wish to discuss it here? A charming smile graced the woman's face, radiating allure. Though concealed by a black mask, her captivating eyes seemed to speak volumes. Certainly not. Let us go to my car. We can share a drink. How do we drink in a car? Shouldn't we go to a bar for that? 5 minutes later, a top-of-the-line, extended version of a Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared before Fangzhou. With its butterfly doors, starlit ceiling, spacious interior, ambient lighting, burgundy leather upholstery, genuine leather seats, onboard refrigerator, and cup holders. Indeed, poverty has limited my imagination. We truly are having a drink in the car. Fangzhou could not help but marvel, yet his gaze suddenly fell upon the license plate, Su Yuxue 10086. Upon seeing the plate, realization dawned upon him, and he finally remembered who this woman was. Nie Yurong, the beautiful president of Rongguan Group, the wealthiest woman in Jinling. In his previous life, he had encountered her through software outsourcing for Rongguan Group, leaving a lasting impression of this formidable woman. It was said that her father, Nie Fang, built his fortune in mobile customer service outsourcing, and the 10,086 mobile service number was derived from his license plate. Unfortunately, Nie Fang passed away prematurely, leaving his only daughter, Nie Yurong, to bear the weight of Rongguan Group at a young age. This experience gradually forged her into a powerful woman, earning her the title of Jinling's most beautiful president. In Fangzhou's memory, this distinguished president was a quintessential workaholic, never marrying throughout her life, remaining single, and even renovating a spacious bedroom on the top floor of the group's building for convenience. What would you like to drink? Lafite, XO, or Petrus? Nie Yurong inquired with a gentle smile. Fangzhou replied with conviction. Wah! Nie Yurong paused momentarily, then laughed even more alluringly, though the mask concealed much of her visage. With a snap of her fingers, she instructed the driver, "Please go and buy a bottle of Wah." "Understood, boss," the driver replied, promptly exiting the vehicle. Nie Yurong poured herself a modest glass of Lafite and offered Fangzhou a small cup as well. "You might want to try this. Compared to the intensity of XO, Lafite's woody aroma offers a more refined taste." As she spoke, Nie Yurong elegantly lifted her glass, gently swirling the wine. Fangzhou imitated her, savoring a sip, only to discover the flavor was rather ordinary, far inferior to Waha or AD calcium milk. He could not fathom why the affluent favored such beverages. "So, what did you wish to discuss with me?" Fangzhou asked straightforwardly. "Let's not rush. You know my name, yet I remain unaware of yours." Nie Yurong shifted the topic. Fangzhou, as in Fang from Fangzhou, Fangzhou, he introduced himself. Nie Yurong nodded and proceeded to the crux of the matter. "All right, Fangzhou, could you enlighten me as to why you invested heavily in high-purity porcelain?" "I simply bought it because it seemed promising. Your car probably costs millions. Do you really care about my small investment? 450,000 is certainly not a trivial sum. You aren't being entirely candid," she remarked with a smile, pressing a button that caused the right seat to descend, revealing an array of exquisite watches, both for men and women, each valued at a considerable amount. Nie Yurong selected one, holding it up. "This Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711 is approximately worth 300,000. How about trading your information for it?" Fangzhou was taken aback. "What information?" "Do not be alarmed. As I mentioned, I have a business related to porcelain. A few days ago, an acquaintance informed me that high-purity porcelain will undergo significant developments this week." Fangzhou understood. She had mistaken him for an insider privy to some confidential news, which was why she had approached him. At this juncture, news of the asset restructuring of high-purity porcelain had not yet been made public. But there are no secrets in the world. Industry insiders often have a sense of the rumors circulating. However, Nie Yurong likely did not possess the specifics, only that some movements were anticipated. Seeing this, Fangzhou picked up the Patek Philippe watch, toying with it before stating, "It is not without merit." "Very well. This week, high-purity porcelain will indeed undergo asset restructuring." Upon hearing this, Nie Yurong's eyes narrowed slightly, and a shrewd expression formed on her face. "I see. No wonder. Once the news breaks, I suspect high-purity porcelain stock will soar. This presents an excellent opportunity." Fangzhou merely shrugged, indifferent. In truth, the news of the asset restructuring was not of great significance. It served merely as a pretext to attract capital, and helping Nie Yurong out while acquiring a Patek Philippe for free was not a loss. The real crux lay in what would transpire after the capital entered the market. At that point, substantial funds would flood in, inflating stock prices, which would, in turn, entice a multitude of speculators and investors, driving high-purity porcelain stock into a frenzy. Everyone was aware that the stock price at that time would far exceed the value derived from the asset restructuring. Yet the gambling mentality of passing the parcel would inevitably draw a host of gamblers to follow suit. Everyone understood that it was a bubble, but they all gambled on the hope that the thunder would not strike them. Thus, the trigger was inconsequential. The timing of the explosion was what truly mattered, and that specific time was known only to Fangzhou, a lesson he had learned with real money in his previous life. "Miss Nya, the waha you requested has arrived." Just then, the driver tapped on the window, handing in the purchased waha. Nya Yurong passed it to Fangzhou, saying, "Here is your waha." Fangzhou accepted it without hesitation, cracking open a bottle and drinking heartily. The sweet and sour flavor, rich with milky essence, led him to unilaterally declare this round of waha a resounding victory over law fight. "As an additional reward for your information, I shall offer you a ride." "Where to?" Nya Yurong suddenly proposed. "Very well, to Jinling University. It will save me 20 yuan on taxi fare." Fangzhou did not refuse. One should not pass up a free ride. "Hee, you just splurged over 400,000 on stocks, yet you concern yourself with 20 yuan for a taxi? This is akin to riding a bicycle to a bar. One should save where possible and spend where necessary." "The miserly fellow, if your love for money is so profound. How about I offer you 10,000 and you shout I am a scoundrel?" Fangzhou pondered for a moment, then added, "Make it 20 more, and I shall do so without clothing, for otherwise I would feel quite uneasy accepting such funds." A soft chuckle escaped Nya Yurong, her laughter causing her to tremble like a delicate flower, waves of mirth washing over her. "You have quite an amusing way with words, far more entertaining than those second-generation airs." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled like water, drawing one in irresistibly. Fangzhou inhaled deeply, captivated by her gaze, reminiscent of the enchanting allure of a peak-era idol. As dusk fell, coinciding with the end of classes, a silver-gray Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt at the entrance of Jinling University. Its luxurious, classic exterior and extended body immediately caught the attention of passing students, who paused in admiration. "Young one, you've arrived at your school," Nya Yurong teased. "Thank you," Fangzhou replied softly, pressing a button that caused the door to open automatically. Just as he bent to exit, he reconsidered and leaned back in. "I won't be riding for free. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Abandon the porcelain business and pivot to tiles instead." "Why?" Nya Yurong instinctively inquired. Fangzhou smiled enigmatically, choosing not to respond as he stepped out of the vehicle. In the wake of the 2008 economic crisis, real estate was poised for a 12-year surge starting in 2009, and tiles were an essential component of home decoration, promising a vast market ahead. Whether Nya Yurong heeded this counsel was her own affair. "How intriguing," she murmured, watching Fangzhou's retreating figure. At that moment, just as Fangzhou had disembarked, two voices called out from distance. "Fangzhou, fool!" He looked up to see Su Yuxue, clutching her textbooks, gazing at him in astonishment. It was precisely the end of class, and besides Su Yuxue, many classmates who had just finished their lessons also caught sight of Fangzhou stepping out of the Rolls-Royce. Consequently, their expressions toward him shifted in unison. Meanwhile, standing nearby was a curvaceous beauty, her small fists clenched tight upon witnessing him emerging from another woman's car. Chapter 29. The eyes that reveal affection as Fangzhou caught sight of his little potato, Chen Wanxing. His joy was swiftly overshadowed by the sight of her clenched little fists. A sinking feeling settled in his heart. This demeanor, she was indeed feeling jealous. Noticing this, Fangzhou hurriedly made his way toward Chen Wanxing. At that very moment, Su Yuxue watched as Fangzhou emerged from the Rolls-Royce, a wave of indescribable shock washing over her, compelling her to instinctively call out his name. To her astonishment, as soon as she spoke, Fangzhou rushed toward her. Could it be that he still held feelings for me? He came running as soon as I called him. Surely, I still occupy a place in his heart. I knew it. He must have been sulking, but after all these years, how could he simply let go? A warm sensation surged within Su Yuxue, a smile gracing her face as she stood there, her mind racing with thoughts of what to say when he arrived. Perhaps they could go for a meal or watch a movie together. As Fangzhou drew closer, her heart began to race. "Fang, Su Yuxue raised her hand, poised to greet him. However, before she could utter his name, Fangzhou brushed past her, sprinting toward the girl behind her. What? What is happening? Turning abruptly, Su Yuxue beheld another girl standing behind her. Fangzhou bypassed her and reached the girl, clasping her little fists in his large hands, whispering sweetly to her. The tenderness in his gaze was unmistakable as he affectionately ruffled the girl's tuft of hair. One cannot conceal the eyes that reveal love. In that moment, something within Su Yuxue shattered. It was her pride, which had stood strong for many years. He was not running toward me. He had no intention of explaining himself. He truly does not want me anymore. As these thoughts spiraled in her mind, tears welled in her eyes, a mist forming over her lashes. Meanwhile, their classmates could not help but engage in hushed discussions. Wow, did you see that? He asked, driving a Rolls-Royce? How cool is that? Such a car must cost at least 100,000. 100,000? Are you out of your mind? That's a fully customized Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth millions. Is that for real? So expensive? Goodness, what is going on with Fangzhou? A wealthy person right beside me? I sensed something was off when he was playing Angry Birds the other day. Big shots. Do you need a leg to lean on? I can be of help simultaneously. Lin and Mo, who had been waiting for Su Yuxue after class to have a meal together, witnessed the unfolding scene. You're wrong. Yes, it was undoubtedly her in that car. Lin and Mo felt a surge of indignation. Others may not recognize her, but when the doors of the Rolls-Royce swung open, he saw that woman clearly. At a prior business gathering, he had observed his father ingratiating himself with her, bowing and lowering his glass, a fawning smile plastered on his face. It was the first time he had seen such a sycophantic expression on his father's face. Later, he learned that she was the head of Rongguan Group, the most beautiful CEO in Jinling, with a fortune in the billions at a young age. In contrast, his father, Lin Tian, had barely crossed the 100 million mark, merely a fraction of her wealth. At one point, Lin Tian even entertained the idea of having Lin and Mo pursue her. After all, there's no shame in a woman being older. It's a well-accepted notion. Yet, Lin and Mo spent 3 days at the Rongguan Group, sipping coffee, and never caught a glimpse of You're wrong. Why? Why does Fangzhou have the liberty to laugh and joke with her? Su Yuxue feels this way, and so does You're wrong. What right does he have? Lin and Mo seethed with anger, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of humiliation. He cast a cold gaze at Fangzhou and Chen Wanxing, lost in thought. Meanwhile, inside the Rolls-Royce, not too old, yet surrounded by troublesome admirers, You're wrong observed the scene, her eyes narrowing into crescents, a charming smile gracing her lips. Just then, the driver interjected, "Boss, that girl seems to be the daughter of Chun Sanjin." You're wrong paused. "You mean that thorny little rose from the Chin family?" "Yes, I remember. I once drove you to a business gala where she was present. I heard that the young heir of Tianxin Group made some unwelcome advances during their blind date, even resorting to underhanded tactics, resulting in her sending him to the hospital." Enraged, Chun Sanjin severed their financial ties. At this, You're wrong scoffed. Chun Sanjin is too extreme, willing to resort to any means for profit. I do not admire such individuals. Indeed, boss. He fancies himself an entrepreneur, yet, at his core, he is merely a profit-driven businessman. Such individuals can never become true entrepreneurs. Only someone like you holds that title. The driver immediately lavished her with flattery. You're wrong smiled, dismissing the praise, her gaze drifting back to Fangzhou outside. Musing softly, Chun Sanjin's wealth is comparable to mine, coupled with Tianxin Group. It won't be easy to pluck that thorny little rose. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, "The show is over. Let us go." Understood. The driver gently pressed the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce glided away from Jinling University. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jinling University, after Fangzhou's earnest explanations, Chen Wanxing finally relaxed her small fists. "You must not ride in another woman's car. It makes me unhappy." Pouting, Chen Wanxing looked adorably displeased, almost as if she could have stamped jealous on her forehead. Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle at the endearing sight of his little potato's jealousy, gently pinching her cheek. "All right, I'll buy a car to drive myself. The passenger seat will always be yours." "Really?" Chen Wanxing's face lit up with surprise. Fangzhou nodded seriously. I mean it. Not lying? I will never deceive you. Not now or ever. A complex expression washed over Chen Wanxing's face as she suddenly looked at Fangzhou with utmost seriousness. Fangzhou, my mother went abroad when I was very young. My father remarried, and I have a stepsister and a half-brother. I have 2 homes, yet neither belongs to me. I'm not sure what to say, but I just want to tell you as she spoke. Chen Wanxing rose on her toes, her small hands grasping Fangzhou's collar, compelling him to meet her gaze. She spoke earnestly. I just want to tell you that no one has ever spoken to me like this. I will take it seriously. Fangzhou's heart softened. Whether it be the carefree little potato or the fierce girl with a punch, they both harbored an inner child that had yet to grow up. Some are healed by childhood for a lifetime, while others spend their lives healing their childhoods. Gently stroking Chen Wanxing's little head, Fangzhou spoke softly yet firmly. It's all right. You can take it seriously. Chen Wanxing looked down, tears welling in her eyes, and nodded earnestly. Okay. At that moment, Fangzhou suddenly burst into laughter, taking Chen Wanxing's small hand in his. Why so serious? Let us go grab a bite. That law fight is truly awful, and I'm starving. The little potato nodded eagerly. Then, amidst the curious gazes of those around them, Fangzhou intertwined his fingers with Chen Wanxing's, leading her toward the second cafeteria. The setting sun cast a warm glow over them, bathing their world in hues of amber, their shadows stretching as they walked. This scene resembles an eternal and tranquil sunset painting. Not far away, Su Yuxue gazed at the 2 figures receding into the distance, and an unprecedented sense of melancholy surged within her heart. She returned to her dormitory in a daze, staring blankly out of the window. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. Chapter 30. Su Yuxue's resolve. Su Yuxue glanced at the caller ID and noticed it was her mother, Zhao Meiwan. Hello. She pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Meijuan's frantic voice came through. Yuxue, you must stand up for your father. This is simply unacceptable. This month, he was just a single order away from being recognized for excellence. Fang Dingbua has a substantial client order, and I asked him to pass it to your father. But he refused. He can't even agree to something so trivial and still expects me to marry my daughter to his son. At that moment, her father, Su Yuxue, took the phone, his tone slightly gentler. Xiaoxue, the company has been facing layoffs for the past 2 months, and your brother just started at a private high school. We really need the money now. Talk to Fangzhou. He listens to you. Once you speak, he will surely discuss it with his father. One play the tough role, while the other play the soft one, executing a well-coordinated act. In her previous life, it was precisely because of conceding that order that Fangzhou's father ended up on the layoff list, ultimately leading to his disability and a lifetime spent in a wheelchair. Upon hearing this, Su Yuxue could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, her sorrow cascading like a broken dam. Hearing their daughter's sobs, Su Yuxue and Zhao Meiwan were taken aback. Yuxue, what happened? Su Yuxue asked anxiously. Su Yuxue seemed not to hear, lost in her tears. Zhao Meiwan, growing increasingly worried, snatched the phone. Crying, all you do is cry. Why don't you tell your father and me what's wrong? Perhaps Zhao Meijuan's reprimand had some effect. Su Yuxue managed to stifle her sobs and choked out, Mom. Fangzhou doesn't want me anymore. What is going on? Her parents were unaware of the situation between her and Fangzhou. Although Su Yuxue had previously mentioned some grievances to them over the phone, they had merely assumed it was a minor argument. However, today they realized the gravity of the situation. Immediately, Su Yuxue recounted the events, downplaying certain aspects. What? Fangzhou's game might sell for over $1 million. He got out a Rolls Royce and, in front of you, with another girl? He spends lavishly on other girls, but buys you nothing? This is outrageous. Upon hearing their daughter's accusations, Su Yuxue and Zhao Meiwan were both shocked and angry. They were astonished that the young man from the Fang family seemed to have prospered and associated with influential people, yet infuriated that he had grown fickle and no longer pursued Su Yuxue. It was essential to note Su Yuxue's selective recounting of events. By reversing causality and concealing some details, one could arrive at entirely different conclusions. Now I understand. No wonder Fang Dingwa's son dared to speak to me like that, and showed me disrespect. He must think himself invincible now that he has found a new prospect. Su Yuxue fumed. Zhao Meiwan, equally enraged, added, "This is nothing but treachery. Our Yuxue is so wonderful. Why should he not pursue her?" Exactly. Why should he not pursue her? This is utterly unacceptable. Truly, like father, like son, there is not a decent person in that family. In an instant, Fangzhou's entire family became the target of their wrath. They seemed to forget who had been accommodating and supportive of their family all these years. Or perhaps, they had long since grown accustomed to it. Some individuals will always find faults in others, attributing problems solely to them, yet remain blind to their own shortcomings. Amidst her parents' frenzied admonitions, Su Yuxue found the noise unbearable. After what felt like an eternity of scolding, perhaps exhausted, Zhao Meiwan finally said, "Yuxue, don't be upset." "Why not? Try to win Fangzhou back. Once he is back in your good graces, you can guide him as before. Don't be fooled by his current bravado. I'll note this down, and in the future, the bride price must increase by 500,000. Just in time to buy your brother a car. I believe your mother has a point. Consider how many years you two have been childhood friends. No one can compare. The girl chasing the boy is only a thin veil. If you turn back, he will surely return." Beep, beep, beep. Su Yuxue abruptly hung up the phone and buried her face on the table, tears trickling down her cheeks. Just then, the dormitory door creaked open, and her roommates returned from dinner. Upon seeing Su Yuxue crying at the table, Su Wei rushed over. "Oh no, Yuxue, what is wrong now?" Hearing this, Su Yuxue raised her head, tears welling in her eyes as she sobbed, Wei, I regret it." Su Wei quickly handed her a tissue. "Is it because of what happened at the school gate tonight?" Su Yuxue nodded through her tears. Taken aback, Su Wei was at a loss for how to comfort her. She had never thought much of Fangzhou, viewing him as merely a bookworm. But his recent transformation left her increasingly puzzled. After a moment, Su Wei decided to change the subject. "Don't dwell on it too much. Linimo is quite good too. He is handsome, wealthy, and treats you well." At this, Su Yuxue shook her head, her eyes brimming with tears. After spending time with Linimo, she realized he was somewhat of a central air conditioning, always surrounded by other girls, though he received a monthly allowance of 20,000. After witnessing Fangzhou lavishly spend on Chen Wanling, she suddenly felt Linimo wasn't he quite as appealing. Moreover, Linimo was somewhat of a mama's boy, with a half-brother from a different mother, which could lead to future family complications. In contrast, Fangzhou treated her well and was devoted, with their families knowing each other well. Most importantly, Fangzhou had demonstrated remarkable earning potential. Wei, I regret it. I truly regret it. Su Yuxue continued to cry as she spoke, resting her head on the table. Su Wei, feeling helpless, kept passing her tissues. After what felt like an eternity, Su Yuxue suddenly lifted her head, as if having made a momentous decision. She clenched her teeth. Wei, I will win Fangzhou back. Su Wei was somewhat taken aback. But Yuxue, Fangzhou is already with Chen Wanling. As she spoke, Su Wei had her own thoughts. After all, a golden son-in-law was something everyone desired. Hitting the jackpot meant a lifetime of ease. So what? Chen Wanling is pretty, but I'm not lacking either. Plus, I've known Fangzhou for so long. I refuse to believe he hasn't thought of me. The girl chasing the boy is only a thin veil. If he can pursue me, then I can win him back. As she said this, a fierce determination emerged on Su Yuxue's face. Immediately, she took out her phone and dialed Fangzhou's number. "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy." Su Yuxue furrowed her brow, puzzled. Why is Fangzhou's phone always busy? Su Wei kindly suggested, could it be possible that he has blocked you? This remark awakened Su Yuxue from her stupor, and visible disappointment clouded her face. Yet, she quickly regained her resolve, opening her makeup box to apply her makeup. After finishing, she selected a warm orange wool coat suitable for autumn and winter, donned her small leather shoes, and tidied her hair. "I'm going out." With that, Su Yuxue dashed towards the boys' dormitory. Chapter 31. Zhang Wuji's mother was indeed right that night. The boys' dormitory was ablaze with light. Fangzhou and Xiao Tudou returned to their residence after dinner, striding in with an air of indifference. Upon reaching the entrance, Fangzhou discovered that the lights in the dormitory had been extinguished, with a faint glow seeping through the cracks of the door, accompanied by a few excited cries. "What the heck? Why are you all turning off the lights so early?" he exclaimed as he pushed the door open and switched on the lights. An uproar ensued, a cacophony of startled voices erupting. "Who the hell is that? You scared the life out of me." The roommates turned their heads, and upon recognizing Fangzhou, their expressions morphed into mischievous grins. "What's going on? Why are you all huddled around Old Three's desk at this hour?" Fangzhou inquired, catching a whiff of deoxyribonucleic acid wafting through the air. The dormitory leader, Su Yuxue, waved him over. "Old Six, come here. Old Three has something good." "What is it?" Fangzhou asked, curiosity piqued as he approached. The boys' dormitory was designed with bunk beds and desks, and he found 5 roommates gathered around Zhao Bingbing's desk. As he drew closer, he saw a foreign film playing on the computer, its plot, setting, and characters all monotonous. The title was in a language he couldn't comprehend, but he discerned the words "drunken mistake" faintly. Fangzhou's face turned crimson. "Oh my goodness. You guys are really studying human engineering at this hour?" The 3 grinned widely, eager to pull Fangzhou into their analysis. He resolutely declined, expressing disdain for such behavior, but his roommate's persistent pleas wore him down, and he reluctantly joined in, albeit with a heavy heart. "Goodness, that man is definitely on something. Doesn't a normal person last only 2 minutes? I have a friend. He only lasts 20 seconds. The conversation spiraled into a humorous exchange about drunken escapades and mistaken identities, with the group laughing heartily. "By the way, if a strange beauty stumbled into your home drunk, what would you do? A. Take her home. B. Kiss her. As a modern, principled youth, I would decisively choose A. You could resist that. Have you ever been through withdrawal? Calm down, I haven't finished my thought. I would first choose A, and then proceed with B, 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 B." The laughter echoed throughout the 530 dormitory, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Sometimes, the camaraderie among boys is refreshingly simple. You like Teacher Yuya, I like Teacher Yuya. That makes us brothers from different mothers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yuxue rushed to the boys' dormitory, slightly breathless, holding 2 bags of warm, candied chestnuts. She attempted to call Fangzhou again, only to find her call unanswered. Switching to messaging, she still received no response after waiting for a while. Just then, she spotted her classmate Li Ming emerging from the dormitory entrance. "Li Ming," Su Yuxue called out, waving her hand. Li Ming turned, surprised to see her. "Su Yuxue, what brings you to the boys' dorm? Could you help me call Fangzhou? His phone's unreachable, and he hasn't replied to my messages. Old Fang's dorm seems to have turned off the lights already. Please just tell him if he doesn't come down. I won't leave tonight." Li Ming, slightly taken aback, agreed. "All right, I'll call him, but whether he comes or not is up to him." Soon, Li Ming went upstairs to summon Fangzhou. About 10 minutes later, Fangzhou appeared at the dormitory entrance. "Fangzhou, I'm over here," Su Yuxue called, standing on her tiptoes and waving her hand. Fangzhou looked over to see Su Yuxue dressed in an orange coat, standing charmingly in the laundry area below. The coat was a birthday gift he had given her last year. Su Yuxue trotted up to him, extending the bag of candied chestnuts. "Fangzhou, your favorite son's candied chestnuts. I bought them just for you. Is there something you need?" Fangzhou inquired, not accepting the chestnuts, getting straight to the point. Su Yuxue hesitated momentarily, forcing a smile as she sought a reason. There's a 3-line poem competition at school, and our class is short on participants. Would you like to join?" As the class's organizing committee member, her reasoning seemed valid. "Not interested. Find someone else. I'm heading back to the dorm." Fangzhou shook his head and turned to leave. Su Yuxue quickly stepped in front of him. "Is there something else?" Fangzhou regarded her calmly. Su Yoshue's expression faltered slightly. "Fangzhou, I've heard rumors that you're pursuing Chun Wan Ning from the civil engineering department. Is that true?" Fangzhou chuckled. "Let me clarify. That is not a rumor." Su Yoshue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she crouched down, hugging her knees. "Fangzhou, you weren't like this before. You once said you would love me for a lifetime. What does this mean? What does it mean? It means I'm just unlucky." At this, Su Yoshue's eyes brimmed with tears as she whispered, "What have I done to make you dislike me so much? Are you really unwilling to even speak a few more words with me?" As she spoke, A hint of stubbornness adorned her features, her vulnerable beauty almost pitiful. Yet Fangzhou merely chuckled inwardly. If it weren't for the vivid memories of past heartbreak, he might have almost believed her. Fangzhou, you are a good person, but I deserve better. I cannot settle just because you are kind to me. You want me to be happy too. Su Yuxue's words echoed in his ears. Indeed, Zhang Wuji's mother was right. The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. In his past life, Fangzhou had been in a car accident while on a business trip, gravely injured and barely clinging to life. He had informed Su Yuxue of his condition, yearning to see her one last time. Yet, after waiting endlessly, all he received was a text. Sorry, I'm busy with work. And then, she sent him 500 yuan. 500 yuan. All those years of devotion amounted to merely that in Su Yuxue's eyes. In that moment, Fangzhou's heart had shattered completely. Some people are simply ungrateful. Occasionally showing kindness is fine, but being overly soft-hearted only leads to one's own detriment. Well then, I'll head up now. Fangzhou waved his hand dismissively, ignoring Su Yuxue behind him. At that very moment, in a window on the 12th floor of the boys' dormitory, Lin Mo leaned against the wall, observing the scene below. Although he couldn't hear their conversation, the body language suggested that Su Yuxue was attempting to persuade Fangzhou to stay. Seeing this, Lin Mo's expression darkened. His gaze filled with malice as an inexplicable fury surged within him. He slammed his fist onto the bed, pulled out his phone, and dialed a contact labeled cannon fodder number 3. What's wrong, darling? Did you miss me already? A sweet, syrupy voice responded, enough to make anyone cringe. Without further ado, Lin Mo replied, meet me at the usual place. He then dialed another number, mumbling something indistinct. After completing these tasks, Lin Mo coldly stared at Fangzhou's figure. His eyes filled with disdain. This is all your own doing. The revered master once remarked, it is not that the most beautiful women are the most deceitful. Rather, all women possess the capacity for deception, yet the unattractive are seldom believed. Similarly, it is not that wealthy men are inherently wicked. Rather, those devoid of riches lack the means to be corrupt. Therefore, if a woman expresses her fondness for bad boys, one must discern the true nature of her desires. Chapter 32. Why do crows resemble desks? The following day dawned bright and clear, with the sun shining brilliantly. At 8 in the morning, Fangzhou, with one hand clutching a fried dough stick and soybean milk, and the other holding onto Little Potato, entered a classroom in the civil engineering department. With no classes scheduled for himself that morning, he accompanied Little Potato to audit a lecture. As Fangzhou entered the classroom, hand in hand with Chen Wanning, the surrounding gazes suddenly froze, as if tangible, resting heavily upon him. The civil engineering department, much like the computer science department, was a male-dominated realm. And Chen Wanning stood out as the sole vibrant rose amidst a sea of monks. Though adorned with thorns, she was indeed a rose. However, before anyone could approach this exquisite bloom, Fangzhou had already laid claim to her, uprooting her from her surroundings. In that moment, many male students regarded Fangzhou with the same intensity as fans of Gao Yuanyuan gazing at Zhao Yaoding, filled with an unquenchable jealousy. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang, and a balding middle-aged instructor entered the room. Only then did the palpable attention surrounding Fangzhou begin to dissipate. Soon, the instructor commenced the lecture, filled with a plethora of specialized jargon that left Fangzhou utterly bewildered. In a previous life, he had often pondered why a girl like Chen Wanning would choose to study civil engineering. It was only after one fateful night, when Chen Wanning had indulged in drink, that Fangzhou discovered the truth. Her initial motivation for studying civil engineering was merely to escape the confines of her so-called home. By pursuing this field, she could secure a position with a state-owned construction company post-graduation, which would enable her to apply for overseas assignments. This way, her family would find it exceedingly difficult to locate her. After a few years, she could amass her first fortune, allowing her to purchase a home and car, thus leading the life she desired. In another era, she would undoubtedly be hailed as a prodigy in civil engineering, as lauded by esteemed educators. The disparity between fields was as vast as mountains apart. Before long, Fangzhou found himself drowsy. A quick glance revealed Little Potato gnawing on her pen. her delicate brow furrowed in concentration, adorably struggling to articulate her thoughts. "What troubles you?" Fangzhou inquired softly, leaning closer to observe what little potato was scribbling on the paper. "What are you writing?" he curiously asked. Upon hearing his question, Chen Huanning's lovely visage crumpled into a pout, her expression adorably pitiful. "It's for the school's 3-line poetry competition. No one from our class is participating, so they've assigned me to fill in." Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle. For little potato, composing poetry by hand was undoubtedly more challenging than opening a durian with her bare hands. It was indeed a daunting task for the young girl. "Cool, mate. Let me take a look at Sister Ning's masterpiece." Upon hearing Sister Ning, little potato waved her hand grandly. "Feel free to admire it." Fangzhou took the paper and read aloud. "Xiao Hong said she'd go to Happy Valley during the break. But I'm not envious, because Fangzhou will take me." He couldn't suppress a laugh, a gentle sweetness blossoming within him. Little potato had styled her hair into a lovely bun that day, and Fangzhou reached out to tousle the little bun on her head, gazing at her with a warm smile. "Don't laugh at me. I know it's not good." Chen Huanning crossed her arms, puffing up like a disgruntled pufferfish. Fangzhou shook his head. "No, it's quite good. It just needs someone to slightly refine it." Little potato retorted, "You can you up, no can no BB." Thus, Fangzhou picked up a pen and wrote beside her poem, "Under the moonlight. There are 2 shadows. One is mine. The other is also mine." Chen Huanning leaned in for a closer look, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink, her ears growing warm. "Not enough. We need to write more. Our class has many to submit," Little Potato said, her face aglow. Fangzhou, undeterred, waved his hand dramatically, almost as if calling for wine, though regrettably, Little Potato had only AD calcium milk. She punctured the carton with a straw and offered it to Fangzhou. After taking a sip, inspiration surged within him, and he penned, "In this fleeting world, I have 3 loves, sun and moon. My beloved, the sun for the morning, the moon for the evening. You are my dawn and dusk." Little Potato's cheeks deepened in color, resembling a ripe red apple. "Fangzhou, I want more." Chen Huanning tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hearing this, Fangzhou took another few sips of the AD calcium milk, then wrote, "The crab is peeling my shell. The notebook is writing me as I scatter across the maple leaves and snowflakes. And you are thinking of me." Chen Huanning's face erupted with confusion, her expression clouded with a large question mark. "I don't understand this one. It's not good." Fangzhou chuckled. "Not understanding is precisely the point. This is the most famous 3-line poem from my previous life. I've seen 6 interpretations of it. Not good, not good. I want more." Little Potato pouted in dissatisfaction. For the rest of the class, the pressure rested squarely upon Fangzhou. Little Potato persistently clamored for more verses, leading him to suspect that it wasn't that their class had many to submit, but rather her simple desire to listen. "I imagine you must be very busy, so just read the first 3 words." After completing this poem, Fangzhou appeared utterly drained. However, to no one's surprise, Little Potato tilted her head. "Fangzhou, I want more." "More?" Fangzhou wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He asked, "When do men feel most powerless?" "More? There's nothing left, truly not a drop. I mean in terms of brain juice." Fangzhou poked Little Potato's delicate cheek, saying, "Then just one last one. I truly have nothing more." A frown of discontent quickly spread across Chen Huanning's face. Then she watched as Fangzhou solemnly wrote, "In this lifetime, I await you, not for any reason." Instantly, her dissatisfaction evaporated. Chen Huanning's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, resembling a fully ripened apple, her ears aflame. Suddenly, she looked up, meeting Fangzhou's gaze. "I've never heard this one. Can it be taken seriously?" Fangzhou refrained from answering directly. Instead, he took her small hand in his. "Let us go to Happy Valley next week." Little Potato's pupils widened in delight, akin to a cat spotting catnip, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Fangzhou, may I ask you a question?" Little Potato suddenly inquired. "Yes, go ahead. Do you know why crows resemble desks?" As she posed this question, Chen Huanning's enchanting peach blossom eyes were fixed intently on Fangzhou, a mix of anticipation and trepidation painted across her face. Yet, Fangzhou was left utterly perplexed. A look of confusion etched on his features. Why do crows resemble desks? But crows do not resemble desks at all. Is this some sort of contemporary joke? At that moment, Fangzhou was at a loss. So he replied, "Let me think." A flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Wanning's face, but it was quickly replaced by a soft reassurance as she gently repeated, "No rush. Take your time. You'll think of it." As the class stretched into midday, the two made their way to the second cafeteria for lunch. "Wanning, I have classes this afternoon, so I can only accompany you to audit classes tomorrow." Little Potato nodded in agreement, then suddenly recalled something. "Fangzhou, I have a hometown gathering tonight, and I'm worried I might return late." "No worries if you come back late, just call me, and we can find a place to stay." Little Potato smiled sweetly. All right. In the afternoon, Fangzhou had 2 professional classes. The content being taught was already well within his grasp. Yet he had previously promised the counselor not to take any more leaves, so he had to attend. As he sat in class, feeling rather bored, he suddenly received a message from Pang Bo. "Old Fang, I've started buying Bitcoin online using the methods you taught me. I can hardly keep up with private messages now." Fangzhou promptly replied, "Buy as much as you can. I'm open to all. By the way, can this really make money?" Upon expressing my intention to make a purchase, I noticed numerous individuals online regarding me with an air of incredulity. Ignoring their reactions, I resolved to adhere to our established plan. After concluding my discussion with Pang Bo, I attended another lecture, but within a mere 3 minutes, I began to feel drowsy once more. Consequently, I sent a message to Little Potato. "Sister Ning, would you like me to ride my bicycle to pick you up tonight?" Little Potato promptly responded with an angry emoji. I couldn't help but smile in understanding, replying with a playful emoji of my own. Thus commenced an animated exchange of images between us. The 2 lectures continued until after 6 in the evening. By the time class concluded, my stomach was audibly protesting its emptiness. I hastened to the second cafeteria to indulge in a hearty meal, then returned to my dormitory for a warm shower. Afterward, I engaged in several rounds of crossfire, and before I knew it, the clock struck 9. Glancing at the time, I messaged Little Potato. "Good evening. How are things on your end? Has the hometown association concluded?" After waiting for half an hour without a reply, I furrowed my brow and sent another message. "Would you like me to come pick you up?" Yet again, there was no response. Concerned, I decided to call Little Potato directly. The phone rang, connecting successfully, yet no one answered. My heart sank. "Old 3, may I borrow your little electric scooter?" I took my roommate's scooter keys, descended the stairs, and mounted the small vehicle, heading straight for the girls' dormitory. Just as I reached the halfway point, my phone suddenly rang. Due to the difficulty of checking the caller ID while riding, I answered without hesitation. A robust voice greeted me from the other end. "Hello, may I speak with Fangzhou? This is the Public Security Bureau of Gula District." Startled, I slammed the brakes, the tires screeching against the ground with a piercing sound. Chapter 33. Conan's Little Sister. Fangzhou's treasure at 10 o'clock at night. The evening breeze was slightly cool. Outside the Drum Tower District Public Security Bureau, a taxi screeched to a halt at the entrance. "Officer, I am Chen Wanning's guardian." Upon entering, Fangzhou called out to the middle-aged policeman at the service desk. Having spoken on the phone earlier, the officer, without suspicion, advised Fangzhou briefly and led him to the mediation room. As soon as they reached the door, they were met with the roar of a middle-aged woman inside. "Bah, a wild girl raised without a father, beating my family SMOMO like this. What a cruel heart. Clearly, he was the one who made the first move. What nonsense. My MOMO is not the type to lay hands on you. I suspect you didn't negotiate properly, did you? You're slandering. A mere girl. What sort of parents would raise such a daughter? My dad can scold me, but you can't say anything about my mom." With a loud bang, a small fist struck the table. At that moment, the door to the mediation room swung open, and Fangzhou's figure appeared at the threshold. Upon seeing Fangzhou, Chen Wanning's bright eyes immediately filled with tears. She rushed over, wrapping her small arms around Fangzhou's arm, tilting her head up with a face full of grievance. Her rosy lips quivered, her nose tinged with red, tears streaming down her cheeks like a child who had suffered injustice, finally seeing an adult from home. "Fangzhou, they bullied me." Fangzhou felt a rush of warmth, as if enveloped by something soft and delicate. "It's all right, don't be afraid. He gently soothed, caressing the soft, white hair of the little potato. Oh, someone has arrived and is standing tall now. A sharp voice pierced the air from the side. Fangzhou turned to see a gaudily dressed, middle-aged woman, short and overweight, adorned with a plethora of designer logos, resembling a walking advertisement. Is that a Kinder Surprise egg? Fangzhou thought instinctively. Who are you talking about? I'll tear your mouth apart. The woman erupted in anger, hands on her hips. Fangzhou quickly offered a cheerful apology. My bad. That was rather abstract. I couldn't help myself. The middle-aged woman's face turned ashen. The apology was more insulting than not. A bunch of unrefined lower-class people. She huffed, plopping down on a chair and crossing her legs. In the mediation room, aside from the middle-aged woman, there was a boy with a bandaged head. It was Lin Mo, officer. What exactly is going on? Fangzhou asked, puzzled. Just take a look for yourself. The officer pulled out his phone and played a surveillance video while narrating the incident. It turned out that Su Yuxue had gone to a hometown gathering that evening, but for some unknown reason, the organizer had brought Lin Mo along. Typically, such gatherings do not allow guests to bring others, but with the organizer inviting someone, no one could object. After the gathering concluded, Lin Mo offered to drive everyone home under the pretense of being on the way. After dropping off the last passenger, only Chun Wan Ning remained in the car. Lin Mo began to compliment her, but after being coldly rebuffed, he became hands-on. Chun Wan Ning, who had a fiery temperament, immediately retaliated with a punch, causing Lin Mo to bleed from his nose. Seizing the opportunity, she exited the vehicle, but Lin Mo reported the incident to the police and even went to the hospital for an injury examination. Now, they found themselves in this predicament. Children play rough, but this is over the top. My son's nose is bleeding. He must have a concussion. The middle-aged woman shrieked, her voice piercing. The male officer tapped the table, stating sternly, ma'am, the audio from the car's camera is quite clear. Your son made the first move. Upon hearing this, the woman bristled. What do you mean by that? My son is injured. We are the victims here. How can you call yourself a police officer? At this, Chun Wan Ning clutched Fangzhou's arm tighter, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. Fangzhou, I didn't use much force. You have to believe me. Fangzhou's heart softened as he patted her delicate head, his silence speaking volumes. Although the little potato had a fiery temper, she always held back her strength. Moreover, her honesty meant that if she said she didn't do it, she truly didn't. Soft tissue damage and a bloody nose would be considered minor injuries, perhaps warranting a bit of compensation from medical expenses and a bit of reprimanding. However, a concussion, that could be classified as a light injury, which could lead to criminal charges. This kid was playing a dangerous game. Watching Lin Mo feigning innocence and injury, Fangzhou couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Brief explanation. Minor injuries fall under civil law, while light injuries fall under criminal law. In a past life, Fangzhou had seen numerous videos of reckless individuals exploiting the law, and he was well aware of the tactics employed to simulate a concussion. Unless the concussion was exceptionally severe, it was typically difficult to detect via machines. It relied heavily on the doctor's observation. If one were to forcefully stimulate their gag reflex and spin around a few dozen times, they would exhibit symptoms like nausea and dizziness, making it challenging for doctors to discern reality. Then, the individual could answer questions intermittently, pretending to be in a state of confusion. This combination would render any victim utterly helpless. The contemporary wave of scammers often resorted to feigning concussions, ultimately leading to legal reforms. But this was 2009, a different era. The little potato's punch, delivered in a moment of passion, had been genuine. Now Lin Mo, who had been playing the fool, suddenly spoke up. Stop the chatter. Let us settle this, publicly or privately. Oh, so you're not pretending anymore? Fangzhou teased. At his words, Lin Mo immediately clutched his head and feigned pain. Fangzhou rapped the table. Let us hear it. What are the terms for a private settlement? And what about a public one? Publicly 3 years, privately 50,000. Lin Mo declared boldly. As he spoke, a smirk crept onto his lips, feeling a sense of triumph. Rumors had circulated at school that Fangzhou had made over $1 million from selling games, even prompting Su Yuxue to pursue him. The scene from the previous night at the dormitory had ignited Lin Mo's fury. Thus, under the guise of a hometown gathering, he sought to undermine Fangzhou, only to be thwarted and beaten by a girl. His pride wounded, he was now resorting to this spectacle. Let us settle privately. Fangzhou replied without hesitation. He was unconcerned with whether Lin Mo had set him up or simply failed his ploy. His primary concern was Chun Wanning's well-being. As for the rest, he would take his time dealing with it. Very well, let us settle privately. Lin Mo agreed readily. Soon, under the watchful eye of the middle-aged officer, both parties signed a reconciliation and compensation agreement, with Fangzhou promising to transfer the medical expenses within a week. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. The absence of a father doesn't excuse your mother-esque neglect. Be more careful next time. After signing the agreement, the middle-aged woman resumed her mocking tone. Don't speak about my mother. Chen Wanning's face flushed with anger as she glared at the woman. Oh, officer, did you see that? She dares to glare at me in the police station. What will happen outside? The woman shouted. Fangzhou cupped his ears. Could you please be quiet? Your voice is more grating than nails on a chalkboard. If I go deaf, you'll be responsible. You little brat, is that how you apologize? A middle-aged woman stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of superiority. Fangzhou chuckled. Auntie, let's go have fish together sometime. Your knack for picking at details is truly remarkable. What did you say? The middle-aged woman glared at him. All right, you're right in everything. I've committed numerous wrongs in my life, and encountering you seems to settle the score. Having spent many years in the tumultuous realm of Zhuan, Fangzhou had never won a game, but had never lost a verbal battle, reveling in his penchant for banter. He had lost money, so what was wrong with indulging in a little repartee? However, upon hearing these words, the woman's eyes blazed with fury, and she could no longer contain herself. She swung her arm and struck Fangzhou with a forceful slap. Caught off guard, he was momentarily stunned. Smack! A crisp sound echoed, yet Fangzhou remained unscathed. Just as the situation teetered on the brink, Chen Wanning dashed forward, positioning herself in front of Fangzhou, executing a textbook hand block that firmly intercepted the woman's blow. Her movements were both graceful and commanding, reminiscent of a heroine from a detective tale, akin to Fangzhou's treasured sister. In that fleeting moment, Fangzhou felt as if he were witnessing a past life, when he had been belittled by Lin Mo to the point of feeling utterly humiliated. She had also stood bravely in front of him, defiantly confronting others. In the final moments of her life, she had protected him in the same manner, tearfully searching for a doctor. Yet each time before entering the ward, she would dry her tears and reassure Fangzhou that he would be all right. At this moment, the shadows of two lives seemed to converge. Fury ignited within Fangzhou's heart. Chapter 34. Revenge should not be delayed when her first strike missed. The middle-aged woman attempted to strike again. However, upon meeting Fangzhou's furious gaze, she immediately faltered. Let us go, son. There is no need to stoop to their level. The woman tugged at Lin Mo, eager to leave. Fangzhou's voice rang out. Did I permit you to leave? Turning back, the middle-aged woman pointed an accusatory finger at Fangzhou, retorting, I'm leaving. What more do you want? Officer, does this count as intentional harm? Fangzhou asked, his tone icy. Yet before the male officer could respond, the middle-aged woman huffed, then go get a medical assessment. How much compensation do you want? Would 10,000 be sufficient? Madam, please mind your tone. The male officer seemed unable to tolerate the scene, glancing at Fangzhou, his expression somewhat troubled. Although the middle-aged woman had been the first to strike, Little Potato had intervened swiftly, preventing any serious injury. If pursued legally, it would amount to nothing more than a verbal warning, perhaps even a minor administrative penalty. Does it hurt? Fangzhou gently took Little Potato's small hand, brushing it tenderly. The delicate, fair skin on her hand was now flushed and slightly swollen. Those experienced in such matters understood well. Never engage in a fight with a heavier opponent, for their strength is often amplified. Little Potato lifted her face defiantly and shook her head, though the tears in her eyes were noticeably brimming. Don't worry, that slap was quite expensive. Fangzhou tenderly caressed Little Potato's beautiful hair, his expression earnest. Gazing into Fangzhou's eyes, Little Potato suddenly felt her pain diminish, nodding her alabaster chin in agreement. The middle-aged woman, however, laughed dismissively. Anyone can make threats. The question is, are they effective? Fangzhou chose not to respond further, silently leading Little Potato away from the police station. As the ancient text states, a person who possesses great ambition yet remains composed is worthy of being hailed as a general. Truth be told, Fangzhou never favored making threats. If threats were truly effective, what need would there be for heavy artillery? In the taxi back to Jinling University, Fangzhou utilized the freshly purchased crushed ice to soothe Little Potato's hand. "Ah, that feels refreshing," she exclaimed. Fangzhou held the ice in his palm, allowing it to melt slightly before applying it to her hand. With her head bowed, Little Potato suddenly uttered, "Thank you." Fangzhou chuckled. "It's a trivial matter, besides. You shielded me from that hit." Little Potato shook her head. "That's not what I meant. I meant, thank you for believing in me." Fangzhou was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was referring to her father. He had always been somewhat unclear about Little Potato's family circumstances, only knowing that her relationship with her father was strained. Or rather, her relationship with all members of that blended family was fraught. Fangzhou inquired, "When you're treated this way, doesn't Teehee care?" Little Potato's expression dimmed, and she murmured, "He would rather I suffer more, hit the wall harder, believing that would make me return to obey him." Fangzhou pondered this, discerning much from her words. Half an hour later, the taxi halted at the entrance of Jinling University. Unsurprisingly, the dormitory door was once again closed. Fangzhou waved his hand. "Let us go find a hotel." Little Potato sweetly echoed, "Yes, let's go find a hotel." They arrived at Hanting Hotel, where the same male receptionist awaited them. Upon seeing them, he cautiously inquired, "Two adjoining rooms with large beds again?" Fangzhou couldn't help but laugh. Indeed. The receptionist gave Fangzhou a thumbs up, his eyes seemingly conveying, "You must be quite the gentleman to be with a girl like this and still manage to keep it pure." Before long, the two large bedrooms were ready, perhaps due to the events of the evening being particularly draining. After her shower, Little Potato sent Fangzhou a good-night message and went to bed early. However, Fangzhou, wide awake, recalled the adage that a gentleman's revenge should not be delayed. Lying in bed, he scrolled through his contacts, hesitating between Lei Bus and Nie Yurong, ultimately deciding to reach out to the beautiful CEO. He wondered if she was still awake at this hour. After pondering for a moment, he composed a text. "President Nie, this is Fangzhou. Are you interested in discussing a business that could yield a 500 profit within 2 months?" After a lengthy wait, a response finally arrived. "What would I need to contribute?" Truly, she was a formidable woman. When confronted with substantial benefits, her first reaction was not to receive, but to consider what she must offer. Fangzhou enjoyed engaging with intelligent individuals, so he got straight to the point. "Do you know a person named Lin Tian?" A prompt reply came through. "It's inconvenient to type. Let us speak directly on the phone." Moments later, Nie Yurong's call came through. Fangzhou answered immediately, hearing her soft, languorous voice as if she had just awakened. "I remember Lin Tian. He is the founder of Lin's Porcelain. He toasted to me at a previous business gathering, but he seems overly scheming, and I do not favor that." Fangzhou quickly asked, "Could you provide me with more detailed information about his situation?" Before long, a notification chimed. Nie Yurong sent a photo message containing relevant details about Lin Tian's family. Fangzhou examined it intently, while Nie Yurong patiently waited without pressing him. The perceptive woman always seemed to understand unspoken sentiments. 10 minutes later, Fangzhou grasped the family dynamics surrounding Lin Mo. His father, Lin Tian, was the head of Lin's Porcelain, boasting a fortune exceeding 100 million. He had a son from a previous marriage, and after his divorce, he remarried Zhao Jinlan, with whom he had 2 sons, including Lin Mo. Zhao Jinlan, the mother, was the producer of a popular show and currently embroiled in a fierce battle for a promotion within her department, as the head was set to retire soon. Fangzhou was somewhat taken aback. The woman who had spoken so vulgarly on television was indeed the show's producer. It seemed that quality and education did not always align. One might possess literacy without true refinement. At this moment, Nie Yurong's voice broke through again. What kind of business could yield a 500 profit in 2 months? Seeing her genuine interest, Fangzhou decided to be forthright. "High-purity porcelain stocks. Buy them while you can. But don't rush to sell once you have them. Wait for my signal." After a brief pause, Fangzhou added, "However, please be cautious in your purchases. Don't inadvertently become a major shareholder, as that would complicate matters. Also, refrain from short selling, as it may intimidate other investors. On the other end, there was a prolonged silence, as if she were evaluating the credibility of Fangzhou's words. Eventually, Nie Yurong lazily replied, "Understood. But, could you refrain from calling me you old lady? I'm only 8 or 9 years older than you." If she were indeed 8 or 9 years older, then Nie Yurong must be around 26 or 27. Such youth. Truly, women possess an extraordinary fixation on age. Very well, how about Sister Yurong? Fangzhou tentatively suggested. Noting her lack of objection, he lowered his voice, seizing the moment. "Sister Yurong, if possible, could you discreetly inform Lin Tian about the asset restructuring of high-purity porcelain? Are you looking to share the profits with him?" "Of course not. Just let him know to sell once it hits a 50 increase." After a moment of silence, a playful chuckle resonated from the other end, as Nie Yurong remarked, "Little one, your calculations are so loud that I can hear them across the Yangtze River." Fangzhou smiled, appreciating the convenience of dealing with an astute individual. At this juncture, informing Lin Tian was not about sharing the spoils, but rather digging his grave. After securing a guaranteed 50 profit, he realized he had actually forfeited 450, a situation that would unnerve anyone, easily leading them to chase after inflated prices. This phenomenon is known as loss aversion. It illustrates that individuals are more concerned about losses than they are about potential gains. In a past life, many perished on the mountain peak, suffering the most during the tempest. Fangzhou recalled that Lin Mo had once gone through a phase of low-key existence, even selling his A6. It was only later that he learned his father had been bottom-fishing high-quality porcelain at that time, only to find himself caught midway up the slope, nearly causing a rupture in their financial chain, from which they took 2 years to recover. This time, Fangzhou intended to ensure Lin Tian incurred a modest loss of $1 billion or so. After finalizing the deal with Nie Yurong, he hung up and stared at the photo on his phone. Lin Tian's pit was well prepared. How far could Zhao Jinlan's pit be? While others might take a decade for revenge, Fangzhou was determined to avenge Little Potato from dawn till dusk, reminding himself that this slap was indeed costly. Tossing and turning in bed without sleep, he decided against slumber, calling the front desk for 5 cans of Red Bull. Subsequently, he delved into researching on Lychee platform throughout the night. Chapter 35. No solicitation the following day, as dawn broke softly. Chen Wanning rose early to fetch breakfast for Fangzhou from the hotel. Just as she stepped outside, she encountered Fangzhou, who appeared before her with prominent dark circles under his eyes, returning from an overnight excursion. "Why are you up so early today?" Chen Wanning tilted her head curiously at Fangzhou. In response, Fangzhou corrected her, "It's not that I'm up early. Rather, I haven't slept at all." Leaning slightly forward, Chen Wanning delicately sniffed the air, scrutinizing Fangzhou, and noted his exhausted demeanor. Clutching her chest, as if burdened by guilt, she playfully accused, "Fangzhou, did you sneak out last night to do something naughty?" Fangzhou was instantly amused by the Little Potato's innocent expression, and, as a playful gesture, he lightly tapped her on the head. She immediately covered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that hurts at that moment. She noticed the folder Fangzhou held in his hand. He explained, "I couldn't sleep last night, so I spent the whole night at an internet CAF working on this. Here are the fruits of my labor." He lifted the folder to show her. "What is it?" Chen Wanning asked, pouting. Fangzhou opened the folder to reveal a thick stack of A4 papers, faintly scented with ink. It was a project proposal, and the cover boldly proclaimed, "No solicitation." Indeed, no solicitation. Based on the information from Nie Yurong yesterday, Zhao Jinlan was embroiled in a fierce competition with her rival for the position of head of the variety department at Lychee TV. Such positions within the system are often limited, with only one spot available. When someone steps down, only then can another take their place. Missing such an opportunity might mean waiting for many years. Consequently, these covert struggles often result in a winner-takes-all scenario. The losing side, while not dismissed, may find themselves reassigned or marginalized under a new regime. Thus, the situation becomes rather straightforward. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhao Jinlan's rival is naturally Fangzhou's ally. This project proposal, no solicitation, is his trump card. After tucking the proposal away, Fangzhou took Chen Wanning to breakfast. "Boss, one spicy soup and a serving of soup dumplings," he called out. Chen Wanning followed suit, cheerfully shouting, "Boss, one serving of tofu pudding and a portion of pan-fried dumplings." They opted to dine in rather than take away, savoring their meal at the breakfast shop. Chen Wanning took small bites while continuously chatting with Fangzhou, who seemed somewhat distracted, occasionally glancing at his phone as he awaited an important call. Late last night, he had messaged Nie Yurong, hoping she would facilitate an introduction to Zhao Jinlan's rival. After all, Lichi TV is a provincial satellite station under the broadcasting system, with an administration that holds official ranks. Without someone to make introductions, securing a meeting with a department head would be exceedingly difficult. Perhaps he had disturbed his kind aunt's sweet dreams last night, as Nie Yurong simply replied that she would pass along Fangzhou's contact details, leaving the rest to the discretion of the other party. Just then, a pair of small hands waved in front of Fangzhou's face. He snapped back to reality. "What is the matter? Are you finished eating?" In response, Chen Wanning, with a pout, exclaimed, "I've told you so much, and you haven't paid any attention to me." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Fangzhou quickly sought to make amends. He gently brushed aside a few stray hairs from her temple and gazed in her eyes, saying, "I was just thinking, how did your eyes become so beautiful?" Upon hearing Fangzhou's compliment, her charming almond-shaped eyes lit up like a crescent moon. Yet, he swiftly changed his tune, "But it's a pity that they aren't as lovely as mine. Do you know why?" Chen Wanning's expression shifted to one of annoyance as she asked, "Why?" Fangzhou smiled, "Because my eyes contain you." In an instant, her demeanor brightened once more. Her cheeks visibly flushed, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Smooth talker, mischievous rogue," she retorted, tossing her head away, her hair brushing against Fangzhou's nose, leaving a faint trace of a girl's fragrance. Fangzhou chuckled inwardly, thinking that had it not been for the barely restrained smile at the corner of her lips, he might have almost believed her indignation. Girls, after all, are often susceptible to flattery. They enjoy sweet words. Fangzhou had even heard it said that boys choose girls with their eyes, while girls seek boys with their ears. Thus, it is rather simple for girls to pursue boys based on looks, and for boys to win over girls with eloquence. After finishing breakfast, they returned to the hotel to gather their belongings before heading to class together. Both had morning lectures, so they arranged to meet for lunch afterward. After lunch, Fangzhou took a moment to visit Huatai Securities, reducing his stock holdings to 4 million and withdrawing 500,000. He promptly transferred the funds to Lin Mo. As soon as the money was received, he received a message from Lin Mo. Thanks, accompanied by a provocative emoji of a raised middle finger. Fangzhou maintained a stoic expression, preparing to reply when his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number from Jinling. His eyes brightened, and he quickly answered the call. A deep male voice came through. "Hello, is this Fangzhou?" "This is Ma Ruoyu. The number was given to me by Boss Nye." Fangzhou responded promptly, "That's me." "Great. Let us meet to discuss further. I happen to be at Jinling University, and there's a Nanshan CAF near the south gate of the school." "Sure, let us meet and chat." After hanging up, Fangzhou headed straight for the CAF at the school at South Gate. Along the way, he sent Lin Mo a message. "No problem. Please keep it safe for now." Meanwhile, at Nanshan CAF, after hanging up, Mariu sighed and leaned back heavily against the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. He felt utterly exhausted. For some time, he had been engaged in a fierce competition with Zhao Jinlan, both vying for the coveted position of variety show director. However, Zhao Jinlan had the advantage of a wealthy family and was already an associate producer. In contrast, he had to rely solely on his age and experience to gradually ascend to the role of associate producer. Positions within the system are limited due to his age. If he did not seize this opportunity, he might never have another. Zhao Jinlan had a hit program, Sound for You, which consistently boasted high ratings. In comparison, although he had the experience, he lacked a standout work that would leave a lasting impression. If he could produce a successful show, the director position would undoubtedly be his. For some time, Mariu had exhausted every resource at his disposal, trying to bridge the gap. He had created several original programs, but all had met with tepid reception, with the best performing only half as well as sound for you. He had even considered importing popular foreign shows, but the costs associated with such acquisitions were exorbitant, far beyond his reach. Gradually, he felt a sense of despair creeping in. They say education has a delayed effect. In this moment, he truly understood the sentiment expressed in the Chunqing Biao, which speaks of being solitary and unsupported. Every family, every lineage, finds it exceptionally challenging for the first generation to emerge. Yet, just this morning, Nie Yurong from Rongguan Group had suddenly called him, mentioning that someone wished to collaborate with him. Initially, he felt a flicker of hope, but upon discovering that the person was merely a college freshman, his expectations dwindled once more. He presumed it was yet another wealthy scion attempting to leverage their connections through him. He had no intention of attending. Yet out of respect for Nie Yurong, he felt compelled to make an appearance. "Hello, may I ask if you're Mr. Maruyu?" Suddenly, someone rapped lightly on the table before him. Maruyu opened his eyes, and a handsome young man came into view. Chapter 36. Little friend, do you have many exclamations? In the presence of the young man before him, Maruyu inquired, "Are you Fangzhou?" Fangzhou nodded gently. "Yes, you must be teacher Maruyu, right?" In the media industry, addressing someone as teacher is always a safe bet. "Please have a seat," Maruyu replied, gesturing for the waiter. "Could you please bring another vanilla latte?" "Certainly, please wait a moment." Before long, a fragrant vanilla latte was placed before Fangzhou. "Are you a freshman at Jinling University?" Maruyu began to engage in light conversation with Fangzhou, merely fulfilling a social obligation towards Nie Yurong. Fangzhou responded with a casual air. Yet his thoughts were occupied by the name before him. Maruoyu, the wise appearing foolish. Thus, Maruoyu equates to Madadi. When his parents bestowed this name upon him, they must have hoped he would be exceptionally clever. Often, elders imbue their children's names with emotions. For instance, Liu Bei's two sons, Liu Feng and Liu Shan, together signify the aspiration to be the top. Similarly, the names of Sun Wu's children, Sun Quan and Sun Su, imply a cunning nature. In contrast, the names from the Chao clan express a more straightforward and sincere sentiment. For example, Chao Chao, Chao Run, Chao Zhen, and Chao Shuang together signify loyalty and honesty. As Fangzhou's thoughts drifted, Maruyu suddenly shifted the conversation. "Student Fang, the economy has been struggling these past 2 years, and many companies are laying off employees. Our television station is also downsizing. You might not be aware, but our Lychee TV has been performing poorly. Even as the deputy producer of the variety department, it's challenging to recruit even 2 interns." Maruyu did not elaborate further. Yet the implication was clear. If you are hoping to secure a position through my influence, that will not be possible. Fangzhou appeared perplexed. After last night's research, he had grasped the current state of various satellite television stations. Since the regulatory release by the Broadcasting Authority, allowing local stations to operate independently, many satellite channels have faced dire financial challenges. Mango TV was the first to rise to prominence, achieving the top position in domestic satellite television with shows like Happy Camp and Everyday Up. Their advertising revenue eclipsed that of others. This monopolistic situation was previously disrupted by Lychee TV, which soared to fame with If You're the One, capturing national attention and discussions, thereby establishing its reputation. Subsequently, Lychee TV secured its foundation with popular shows like One vs. One, The Strongest Brain, and Masked Singer, becoming a formidable competitor to Mango TV. In 2014, Blueberry TV gained widespread acclaim with Keep Running and further skyrocketed with the hit The Voice. Thus, a triad of dominance among Mango, Lychee, and Blueberry stations was firmly established. However, all of this was in the future. In 2009, Lychee TV was still relatively unknown. Fangzhou frowned slightly, feeling a sense of confusion. "Teacher Ma, did you misunderstand something?" "Huh?" Maruoyu was taken aback. Fangzhou decided to be forthright. "Teacher Ma, let me be honest. Zhao Jinlan and I have conflict. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I am here to seek collaboration with you, not to gain entry into the television station." My apologies. My apologies. I seem to have misunderstood." Maruoyu's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized his blunder. After apologizing, he asked student Fang, "What kind of collaboration are you referring to?" "Teacher, if you could create a phenomenon-level variety show that rivals or even surpasses Happy Camp, elevating Lychee TV to the heights of Mango TV, Woon Tea that effectively eliminate Zhao Jianlan." Fangzhou spoke with the conviction of a strategist unveiling a master plan. Upon hearing this, Maruyu looked at Fangzhou as if he were a fool. A variety show that rivals or even surpasses Happy Camp? Elevate Lychee TV to the status of Mango TV? Please, don't theist. If such a feat were achievable, I wouldn't just crush Zhao Jianlan. I could even give the station director a thrashing, and he would commend my dual talents. But is that really possible? Recognizing the skepticism in Maruyu's gaze, Fangzhou understood his thoughts well. He promptly opened his folder and presented a thick stack of A4 papers. The cover boldly stated, "Planning proposal for the variety show if you are the one." A variety show? Did you write this? Or did you purchase it? I wrote it. Upon hearing this, Maruyu's interest waned significantly. What market could a university student-esque variety show possibly attract? At his age, he likely had no grasp of what audiences enjoy. Such a production from an amateur would surely lack appeal. If any university student could produce a hit variety show, then all major satellite channels would have soared to unprecedented heights long ago. Fangzhou was aware of Maruyu's doubts and firmly placed the proposal on the table. "Just give me 20 minutes. If you still feel it's a waste of time after reading this proposal, I will leave at once." Seeing Fangzhou's confident demeanor, Maruyu hesitated. After pondering, he accepted the proposal and began to read. After all, it was merely a 20-minute investment. As he gently turned to the next page, a faint scent of ink wafted through the air, suggesting it had just been printed. However, upon reaching the second page, Maruyu's brow suddenly furrowed. A dating show? Currently, there is nothing similar in the domestic market. This innovative angle is promising. Yet the typical audience for such programs tends to be older individuals. Would this show truly succeed? Maruyu sighed and continued reading. Each episode would feature 24 female guests deciding the fate of the male guest through a lighting system. Each round would consist of 3 segments: Love's Answer, Love's Judgment, and Love's Final Choice. If the female guests lit up their lights, it indicated their willingness to accompany the male guest. If multiple female guests lit their lights during the final segment, it would lead to a selection phase for the males. Additionally, a special explosive light segment would allow female guests to express their unwavering commitment to the male guest. A charismatic host would facilitate discussions on social topics, alongside 2 articulate commentators who would summarize the discussions, serving as the audience's voice. This show seems to have considerable potential. Initially, Maruyu had approached the proposal with a dismissive mindset. However, as he continued reading, his expression gradually shifted. His cheeks flushed with excitement, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Yet at that moment, he was oblivious to these sensations, completely absorbed in the proposal before him. Maruyu's demeanor became serious, his focus unwavering, reminiscent of devoted fans captivated by a new series. Observing this, Fangzhou allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Just how popular was If You Were the One? To put it simply, since its inception, the viewership rating skyrocketed for 26 consecutive episodes, repeatedly shattering records for domestic satellite television, firmly claiming the throne of viewership supremacy. Across all channels, no program could compete, merely being subjected to relentless domination. During this period, If You're the One could genuinely address all television stations with the remark, "I'm not targeting anyone. I am merely stating that all present are of poor quality." Furthermore, this program has ignited intense discussions throughout society regarding the modern young people's perspectives on love, money, aesthetics, mate selection, and values, leaving a profound societal impact. Lychee TV, as a result, skyrocketed to fame, achieving nationwide recognition and becoming an illustrious figure in the realm of television. Even the host of the program, along with male and female guests, advertisers, and others, experienced a surge in popularity. For instance, Meng Fei. In simple terms, this is a truly national phenomenon of a variety show. 20 minutes later, Maruyu finally finished the last page, reluctantly closing the proposal. At that moment, his expression had completely transformed. and it felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. To quote Zhou Dong's lyrics, "Little friend, do you have a lot of exclamations?" Maruyu lifted his gaze towards Fangzhou, his eyes now devoid of any previous disdain. The way he looked at Fangzhou was akin to beholding a singular deity. Fangzhou smiled warmly at him. "So, Mr. Ma, do you still think this is a waste of time?" "Brother Fang, oh no, Brother Fang." Maruyu grasped Fangzhou's hand firmly. Chapter 37. I show you in Balenciaga. Fangzhou was startled by Maruyu's sudden movement. He quickly said, No, you're older than my father. Calling you brother feels inappropriate. The wise shall be our teachers. We can simply refer to each other as uncle and brother. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall treat you. Maruyu, filled with excitement, had shed his previous nonchalant demeanor. It was understandable, as he was taken aback. Fangzhou appeared remarkably youthful. Amused by Maruyu's reaction, Fangzhou chuckled. "Teacher Ma, do you still think this is a waste of time?" Maruyu nodded, but then quickly reversed his stance, stating, "I believe it was you who was wasting time just now." "Well, are you satisfied with this proposal?" Fangzhou inquired. "Absolutely. I am exceedingly satisfied." Homancy, handsome men and beautiful women, social topics. These are all elements that spark intense discussion. The value of this proposal is immeasurable. Honestly, I even contemplated absconding with it when you showed it to me. Aren't you afraid I might just walk away without acknowledgement? Fangzhou shook his head. Not at all. With President Nye acting as the intermediary, if you run off, I will go seek her out. This was precisely why Fangzhou insisted on having Nye Yorong facilitate the connection. With a formidable intermediary backing him, he felt secure in presenting substantial content. This arrangement ensured peace of mind for both parties. If one party breached the agreement, the intermediary would not let the other party off easily. Teacher Ma, emotion aside, business is business. Since you are satisfied, let us discuss the pricing, Fangzhou suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, Maruyu's expression stiffened. Brother Fang, you might not know, but I am currently in dire financial straits and truly cannot afford it. Fangzhou, however, shook his head. No worries, I do not require cash. Let us discuss a flexible revenue share. Maruyu paused momentarily. Typically, when introducing a program, one would either buy it outright or agree to a flexible revenue share. This was a well-known secret in the industry. However, many production companies preferred a one-time payment for security, especially given the current market's influx of subpar works. Few were willing to accept a flexible revenue share, as it entailed accountability for the outcome. Yet, Fangzhou had confidence in "if you are the one," believing that a one-time buyout would be a loss. To put into perspective, during its peak, "If You're the One" garnered nearly $2 billion in advertising revenue annually, surpassing the combined ad revenue of many television networks. Most importantly, this program had the potential for longevity. Even before Fangzhou's transmigration, it was still airing with commendable ratings, signifying a continuous influx of cash flow. I won't ask for much, just a 10 share of the advertising revenue. In the first season, I will assist on site, and additionally, I can sign a betting agreement, Fangzhou proposed. Upon hearing this, a significant weight lifted from Maruyu's heart. A revenue share and a betting agreement? This is essentially akin to receiving it for free. He thought, without spending a dime, he could acquire such a lucrative variety show proposal. Should the program succeed, it would yield immense wealth. Even if it flopped, his losses would be minimal. Excellent. It's a deal. Maruyu, fearing Fangzhou might have a change of heart, hastily retrieved a standard contract from his briefcase, prepared 2 copies, signed his name, affixed his official seal, and handed the contract to Fangzhou. Reflecting on the bold claims Fangzhou had made about bringing Lychee TV to Mango TV, Maruyu's heart raced. Fangzhou signed the betting agreement. However, when it came to the revenue share contract, he hesitated, saying, "Could you hold on a moment? I need to make a phone call. This revenue contract isn't mine to sign." "Not a problem," Maruyu replied without hesitation. Soon, Fangzhou dialed Xiao Tudo, requesting her to come to Nanshan CAF promptly. Within about 10 minutes, a pair of long, fair legs appeared at the CAF's entrance. The owner of those legs was a girl with a delicate face, sporting an attractive high ponytail, with legs long and waist slim, embodying the dreams of countless boys and the nightmares of many tissue manufacturers. "Over here," Fangzhou waved. Xiao Tudou promptly rushed over, sitting beside Fangzhou, her small bottom playfully nudging him aside. Fangzhou handed her a pen, pointing to the 2 copies of the contract on the table. Please sign your name here. Oh, Xiao Tudou nodded, signing her name without hesitation. Fangzhou chuckled, patting her on the head. Aren't you going to ask what it is before signing? What if I sell you off? Xiao Tudou, resting her delicate chin in thought, replied seriously, then I'll help you count the money. Someone needs to do the counting, right? Fangzhou was momentarily at a loss for words, redirecting his gaze to Ma Riyu and extending his hand. Teacher Ma, may our collaboration be fruitful. Ma Riyu immediately reciprocated. Indeed, may it be fruitful. They shook hands firmly, marking the formal establishment of a partnership that would alter the landscape of domestic television. Following the agreement, Ma Riyu did not linger. After exchanging phone numbers with Fangzhou, he hurriedly returned to Lychee TV, eager to initiate the project, if you are the one. Once Ma Riyu departed, Xiao Tudou, finally realizing, inquired Fangzhou. Who was that person? Fangzhou playfully ruffled her hair, explaining, he from Lychee TV. The contract you just signed is for a revenue share agreement that will provide you with a continuous income for at least 15 years. He omitted the detail that this income would amount to a significant fortune. Xiao Tudou's eyes sparkled with excitement, but why did I have to sign as a beneficiary? You could have signed it yourself. Fangzhou smiled, but remained silent, his expression slightly dimming. The sudden car accident in his previous life had made him acutely aware of life's uncertainties. One moment, you could be enjoying a meal with friends, and the next, a minor mistake by a driver could change everything. You never know whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will arrive first. If one day I were to meet an untimely end, having this contract would give you the confidence to lead your own life. If the time comes when you truly wish to leave that home, you'll have the means to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, Fangzhou noticed Xiao Tudou's eyes suddenly redden, her expression brimming with unshed tears. She abruptly grasped Fangzhou's arm, embracing him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Before long, Fangzhou felt his arm becoming damp. Oh no, he exclaimed, startled by Xiao Tudou's reaction, quickly soothing her. Please don't cry. I was merely making a comparison. Don't take it to heart. Xiao Tudou sobbed while playfully raising her hand, gently tapping Fangzhou's lips 3 times. No. Don't say such ominous things. It hasn't even been 3 minutes. You must take that back. Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle, reassuring her like a parent. All right. I take it back. If it hasn't been 3 minutes, it doesn't count. Satisfied, Xiao Tudou nodded, finally breaking into a smile. It was at that moment she realized Fangzhou had been staring at her chest. Looking down, her face flushed crimson as she recognized that her tears had soaked through to her clothing, revealing a hint of her delicate figure. Fangzhou quickly shifted his focus, internally murmuring, what a lucrative investment. No loss at all. Oh dear. With a minimum sentence of 3 years and the possibility of the death penalty looming, one must remain calm. Observing his serious demeanor, Chen Wanning suddenly lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed as she said, Fangzhou, you bought me so many clothes last time. Would it be all right if I wore one for you to see tomorrow? Fangzhou immediately grasped Chen Wanning's delicate hand, responding, the specifics matter not, but you must wear the Balenciaga and Valentino. Chen Wanning's face reddened further. Such greed. You can only choose one between Balenciaga and Valentino. With a bashful glance into Fangzhou's eyes, she inquired, which one do you choose? Without hesitation, Fangzhou declared, only children make choices. I want them all. Imagining Chen Wanning's long, fair legs adorned with Balenciaga's logo stockings, complemented by Valentino's studded high heels. Oh, such a vision. It was too tantalizing to contemplate. However, what Fangzhou remained unaware of was that, while he and Chen Wanning deliberated between Valentino and Balenciaga, the forums of Jinling University had already erupted with discussions regarding his predicament. Chapter 38, The Jester's Trick. The shaken Su Yuxue at Jinling University, within the Literary Society. It was Su Yuxue's turn to fulfill her duties alongside Su Wei. In the activity room, Su Wei idly scrolled through her phone, while Su Yuxue rested her chin on her hand, gazing absent-mindedly at the sycamore trees outside the window. Suddenly, Su Wei, as if she had stumbled upon sensational news, exclaimed excitedly, Yuxue, you must check the school forum. Su Yuxue turned her head, her voice lacking energy and her complexion somewhat wan. The previous night, Fangzhou had openly admitted to pursuing Chun Wanling, which had left her preoccupied and sleep-deprived for days. Don't ask so many questions, just look at the pinned post, Su Wei urged, her enthusiasm reminiscent of Columbus discovering a new world. Su Yuxue pulled out her phone and accessed the school forum, where the top post read, Shock, a settlement fee of 500,000. Freshman Fangzhou returns to Square One overnight. The post elaborated on the agreement reached with the police the previous evening. However, the author employed a subtle writing style, omitting the reasons behind the incident involving the little potato and obscuring Lin Mo's name. It was common knowledge that apart from Little Potato and Pangbo, no one knew how much Fangzhou had sold the game for, with classmates speculating it might be in the hundreds of thousands. Hence, this post sparked a flurry of conjecture, suggesting that the once prominent figure at Jinling had suddenly fallen from grace. The comments section was inundated with hundreds of replies, all resonating with a sense of schadenfreude. Wow, to get 50,000 from a single punch is impressive. I heard Fangzhou's Angry Birds only sold for a few 100,000. Isn't he now bankrupt? Ah, the poor, ordinary male student one. He was so proud before. Now he has fallen hard. What a pity. After finally earning some money, he lost it all overnight. It's unfortunate. Brain injuries can be devastating. My uncle accidentally hit someone while driving 2 years ago and claimed a concussion, costing him over 600,000. It was needless to say that the intricate details revealed in the post were likely connected to Lin Mo. Though university is often regarded as an institution of learning, it more closely resembles a microcosm of society with its harsh realities. Previously, due to Angry Birds, Fangzhou had become a notable figure on campus, but now that he had sold the game, leading to a financial loss, many were eagerly awaiting his downfall. Perhaps this was precisely Lin Mo's intention. Meanwhile, after reading the post, Su Yuxue lowered her head, lost in thought. Su Wei remarked, What a shame. It took him so long to earn his first pot of gold, only to lose it. As she spoke, a tinge of disappointment flickered in her heart. Those who possess wealth are called golden sons-in-law, while those without are merely garlic-headed turtles. Su Wei suddenly realized that, stripped of the financial filter, Fangzhou remained the same unremarkable rural youth she had always dismissed. Such dramatic ups and downs are particularly disheartening, akin to a gambler winning a substantial sum only to lose it all again. Seemingly a wash, yet it irrevocably alters their way of life. The comments below were rife with speculation about whether Fangzhou could withstand this blow and rise again. After reading the post, Su Yuxue felt a subtle sense of relief wash over her. Strangely, her feelings of disappointment seemed to diminish. Su Wei, noticing this change, smiled and said, How about it, Yuxue? Feeling more balanced now? Su Yuxue feigned ignorance, replying, What are you talking about, Wei Wei? As close friends, there was no need for embarrassment. Letting go of a penniless individual and a wealthy son-in-law would surely elicit different emotions. I don't feel that way. I just think it's a bit unfortunate, Su Yuxue murmured, avoiding Su Wei's gaze. Previously, Su Yuxue had been despondent, feeling as though she had lost something valuable, her heart heavy with imbalance. Yet upon learning of Fangzhou's sudden downfall, she felt a strange sense of relief. It was akin to the difference between losing 10,000 and losing 1. Losing 100 would evoke regret, but losing 1, well, it was just gone. Some individuals are simply not destined for great wealth. After finally earning a bit, losing it all is indicative of a failure to retain fortune, a sign that such men are bound to falter. Su Wei remarked with a hint of glee. Hearing her friend's words, Su Yuxue felt the knots in her heart dissolve, even finding a sense of satisfaction. She seemed to forget that just 2 days prior, she had vowed to win Fangzhou back. Perhaps a saying from the ancestors could encapsulate it. Some can share wealth but cannot endure hardship together. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lin Mo, Su Yuxue, or their classmates, Fangzhou's financial background was far more substantial than they had imagined. Elsewhere, oblivious to the unfolding drama, Fangzhou was returning to school with Little Potato. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Yeah, you're wrong. almost forgetting to express his gratitude to his benevolent aunt for her matchmaking efforts. He answered the call. On the other end, the sweet and soft voice of his kind aunt reached him. "Little Fang, what kind of magical potion did you feed Maruoyu?" He called me right after returning, showering me with thanks and insisting I tell you he has a grand gift for you. Fangzhou chuckled, teasingly withholding details. "Sister Yurong, I can't divulge that just yet. We have a confidentiality agreement, but soon you'll find out. Being all mysterious, are we? By the way, I've already tipped Lin Tian off. He should be starting his shopping spree now. Has he begun already? Thanks. Don't give me that. I'm counting on you to make a 500 profit from this venture. Gotta go. Another call is coming in. All right, bye." After hanging up, Fangzhou took a deep breath. The real show was about to begin. As he glanced at his phone contacts, Lei Busi, Nie Yurong, Ma Ru, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his growing network. In the tech sector, he had Lei Busi, the founder of Xiaomi. In the physical industry, he had the beautiful President Nie Yurong from Jinling. In terms of capital flow, Nie Yurong had far more than Lei Busi at present. And now, in the media industry, he had Maruoyu. With the backing of the phenomenally successful If You Were the One, it was only a matter of time before Maruoyu soared to new heights. If their collaboration proved fruitful, he could later introduce the brain to him, creating a powerful arsenal for competition in national and international arenas, potentially elevating himself to a position akin to the director of Lychee TV. No, this was no mere small network. It was a burgeoning wildfire capable of igniting great change. "Let us go," Fangzhou said, taking Chun Wanling's hand as they headed toward the girls' dormitory. Just then, two familiar figures approached them on Sycamore Avenue. Chapter 39. Witnessing the rise and fall upon spotting the two individuals approaching, Chen Wanning instantly transformed into a vigilant little cat, wrapping her arms around Fangzhou as if to assert her claim. Fangzhou felt a soft, delicate sensation enveloping his arm, gentle, warm, and provoking a myriad of thoughts. Following Chen Wanning's gaze, he recognized the newcomers, Su Yuxue and Su Wei, who had just finished their shifts at the Literature Society. Simultaneously, Su Yuxue and Su Wei noticed them. Su Yuxue lowered her head slightly, striving to appear oblivious, while Su Wei raised her hand in greeting, teasingly remarking, "Oh, Fangzhou, I heard you spent 500,000 for a girl. True or false?" Fangzhou responded calmly, "Yes, so what?" Su Wei chuckled, "Nothing much. Just curious about how it feels to splurge like that, given how hard it is to earn money." Fangzhou shook his head, choosing silence. Engaging in reasoning with a provocateur was futile. In a past life, Su Wei had taunted him countless times, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. Suddenly, Su Yuxue spoke softly, "Is it worth it?" To which Fangzhou replied, "There is no question of worth, only a matter of willingness." As he spoke, he distinctly felt the sensation on his arm intensify, a result of Chun Wanning's deep breath, causing her ample figure to rise and fall dramatically. Su Wei, inwardly mocking, maintained a polite facade, saying, "As long as you're happy, we'll take our leave now. Goodbye." Fangzhou nonchalantly waved, inadvertently revealing the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711 on his wrist, a watch he had received from Nie Yurong at Huatai Securities, rumored to be worth over 300,000. Su Wei's expression faltered momentarily, her hand suspended in midair as she recognized the watch's value. What is happening? Wasn't he Fangzhou supposed to be broke? If I'm not mistaken, this watch is worth at least several 100,000. The rumors on the forum seem utterly unreliable. After a brief shock, Su Wei glanced at Su Yuxue beside her, noticing no signs of surprise, which relieved her somewhat. However, it presented an opportunity. Without divulging her findings to Su Yuxue, she discreetly messaged Fangzhou after returning to her dorm. "Sorry, those comments earlier were prompted by Yuxue. My true self isn't like that." After waiting for over 10 minutes without a reply, Su Wei, feeling a bit frustrated, sent several daring private photos. Yoga attire, swimwear, backless outfits, plunging necklines, and alluring poses. Although not as stunning as Su Yuxue, she was still considered a class beauty. With a bit of makeup and the right lighting, she could easily score an 83. 141, 5926. She timed her weight, counting 3 minutes before sending 2 more messages. "Oops, I accidentally sent that. My bad. Why can't I retract it after 3 minutes? Oh well, Fangzhou, please keep this to yourself. Meanwhile, after finishing milk tea with Xiao Tudou, Fangzhou arrived at the dormitory's entrance just as his phone chimed incessantly. Upon checking, he found that Su Yuxue had sent him numerous revealing photos. He glanced at them, feeling utterly indifferent, amateurish attempts at seduction. Just then, another message popped up. Oops, I accidentally sent that. My bad. Why can't I retract it after 3 minutes? Oh well, Fangzhou, please keep this to yourself. Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity of it all. The aroma of tea wafted through the screen. Ignoring Su Yuxue's messages, he ascended the stairs to his dormitory. However, upon entering, his roommates, akin to sharks sensing blood, immediately surrounded him. Finally, you're back. The forum claims you went all out for a woman, returning to square one overnight. True or false? Did you really fork out 500,000 as a settlement? Fangzhou, bewildered, exclaimed, how do you all know this? Not just us, now the entire school knows. The forum exploded today, didn't you see? Fangzhou shook his head and pulled out his phone to log into the school forum, discovering a pinned post on the homepage. After reading it, he smiled faintly. The intricate details revealed were undoubtedly linked to Lin Mo. In a previous life, he might have echoed Xiao Yin's words about fortunes shifting over the years, admonishing the youth not to be underestimated. However, having lived 2 lives, Fangzhou could only smile serenely. Witness the rise and fall of fortunes. The price of destiny has long been set. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was December. The frigid Siberian air swept southward, bringing a chilling change to the weather. The winter in Jinling bore a penetrating cold. Yet, contrary to the wintry atmosphere, 2 sensational events transpired in December. The first event began the previous month when a high-purity porcelain company made headlines in the stock market. With a wild surge, the catalyst was a significant asset announcement that caused the stock to plummet for 5 consecutive days. This quickly attracted substantial investments, releasing vast sums of money to inflate the stock price, enticing numerous retail investors and stockholders. Within a mere 12 trading days, the stock hit 11 consecutive limits, soaring nearly 500% in under 2 months, consistently painted in red. Despite the company's repeated warnings about market risks and urging investors to remain calm, no one could keep their composure in the face of such skyrocketing prices. As the stock price continued to soar, many understood its inflated state, predicting an inevitable collapse. Yet, the allure of rising prices drew countless hopeful investors, all gambling that misfortune would not befall them. However, in the final week of December 2009, this soaring stock suddenly crashed. Wails of despair echoed as countless gamblers faced ruin. The Financial Weekly featured this shocking news on its cover. Shocking. The legendary stock of 2009 is born. The stock market is fraught with risks. High-purity porcelain experiences a dramatic crash. If the collapse of high-purity porcelain intensified the winter chill in Jinling, the second event ignited a fervor across the nation in this early winter. At the start of the month, the Lychee Channel aired a low-key program titled If You're the One. That very night, it shattered the channel's viewership record. Overnight, topics such as blind dates, marriage, and societal pressure surged to the top of trending discussions. The bald host, Meng Fei, experienced a career-defining moment, gaining 1 million followers in a single night. Subsequently, the ratings for If You Are the One soared, breaking domestic television records repeatedly and firmly claiming the top viewership spot, even surpassing the neighboring Mango channel. The Lychee Channel catapulted to fame, achieving nationwide recognition, becoming the talk of the television industry. In a flurry of celebrations, the Lychee Channel appeared festooned, as if it were New Year's. Yet, the excitement was for others, holding no relevance to the Lin family at the same time. In a Lin family villa, Lin Tian sat despondently on the couch, his hair unwashed for days, glistening faintly with oil. Zhao Jinlan clung tightly to the villa's property deed, unwilling to let go. Lin Mo appeared utterly bewildered, as if the sky had fallen. The atmosphere within the villa was equally chilling, reminiscent of the frigid weather outside. Chapter 40. A Mess of Feathers. The Lin family is finished before Lin Tian stood a group of sharply dressed staff members. Mr. Lin Tian, please do not make this difficult for us, the the lead man in a suit said, his expression grave. Lin Tian's face darkened as he trembled involuntarily, gritting his teeth. Jinlan. Let go. Hand over the property certificate to them. Zhao Jinlan immediately erupted like a furiously agitated cat. Her expression contorted as she shouted, Why should I? It's all your fault, Lin. Why don't you just die? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's fury ignited. He raised his hand and struck Zhao Jinlan hard across the face. Shut your mouth. If it weren't for you, this wasteful woman, would I have had to mortgage the villa for a loan? Zhao Jinlan was momentarily stunned by the unexpected slap. She trembled, clutching her swollen cheek, incredulously staring at Lin Tian, her voice piercing as she cried, You dare hit me? Lin Tian, you actually dare to strike me? Are you even a man? I will not let this go. I want a divorce. Lin Tian, equally enraged, retorted, Fine, let us divorce. Who's afraid? But before that, make your brother pay me back. At this point, Lin Tian's anger surged. He had, just as in his previous life, made the same mistake of chasing after high-purity porcelain, even resorting to using the company's liquid assets. Yet, he still felt it was insufficient and contemplated selling the family's investment gold bars for cash. Stockpiling gold is a common method employed by the wealthy to preserve value. Naturally, Lin Tian's family possessed some, a reserve he had intended to safeguard for the family. However, he soon discovered that Zhao Jinlan had secretly sold the investment gold bars to cover her useless brother's gambling debts. Left with no choice, Lin Tian had to mortgage the villa and leverage the company's liquid assets, playing a tenfold leverage game. With tenfold leverage, 1,000 could amplify to 10,000. Conversely, if the stock price fell, he would incur losses tenfold. The greater the risk, the larger the potential reward. Even a single limit up would yield a 100 profit under tenfold leverage. Who could resist such temptation? Yet, to Lin Tian's shock, just as he fully invested, the high-purity porcelain suddenly plummeted, catching him off guard. Under tenfold leverage, he instantaneously faced a liquidation. Following this, countless shareholders and speculative investors began to sell their stocks en masse, causing the stock price to plummet further. With many looking to sell, but no buyers in sight, it became impossible to cash out. Lin Tian had essentially bought at the peak. All subsequent losses were his to bear. The critical issue was that the company's liquid assets were now trapped in the stock market, leading to a severed financial chain. Affected by the economic crisis of 2008, the real economy had suffered a harsh winter in recent years, and now with the financial chain ruptured, the company's bankruptcy seemed inevitable. The bank, fearing insolvency, promptly moved to liquidate the Lin family villa, thus leading to this scene. It can't be. This is impossible. How could it come to this? It's all a hoax. This must be an April Fool's prank. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was engulfed in the enormity of the situation, dazed and unable to believe what lay before him. Just yesterday, he was an envious rich second generation, living in a villa, driving an A6, the epitome of a high flyer in his classmates' eyes, surrounded by eager admirers. As long as he wished, he could change partners daily without a second thought. Even during high school, he had irresponsibly gotten their school beauty pregnant, yet life continued as normal, with no repercussions. But today, a group of people arrived at the villa, announcing the impending bankruptcy of the Lin family, the villa set for liquidation. He was no longer the object of envy among his peers. In a moment, Lin Mo struggled to grasp this drastic shift. Soon, the staff began taking photos and placing seals. The A6 parked outside was also set to be liquidated. You too call a tow truck, said a staff member in a suit. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo suddenly dashed outside like a madman, blocking the Audi A6, shouting, "This is my car. You can't take it. It's mine. Mine." It seemed as though that Audi A6 represented his last stand. However, the staff showed no leniency. They had seen many spoiled brats like him who lived off their parents' fortunes, merely oversized infants unable to mature. One staff member roughly pulled Lin Mo aside, saying, "Who do you think you are? Do you still believe you're a rich second generation?" Those words sent Lin Mo into an icy abyss. In that moment, he finally understood that his privileged upbringing, superior education, and lavish lifestyle were merely products of fortunate circumstances. His inflated sense of superiority could shatter at the slightest touch. Fragile indeed. After the revelry, all that remained was a mess of feathers. On this day, the Lin family was finished. At Jinling University, in the boys' dormitory, Lin Mo had no recollection of how he returned to school, whether by taxi or bus. He lay on his dorm bed, feeling utterly disoriented. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message. He glanced at the sender, Li Cici from the dance department, noted as height 170, measurements 90-60-90, very charming loud voice. She was the recent belle of the dance department he had met. Darling, my birthday is next week. Don't forget the Chanel bag you promised to get me. Lin Mo's expression remained impassive as he quietly closed the chat. That Chanel bag cost over 20,000. He had originally planned to buy a 3,000 counterfeit to appease her. However, now his bank card was frozen, and he didn't even have 300 yuan to his name. At that moment, another friend from the second-generation circle messaged him. Imogu, let us hit up the 1912 bar tonight. You promised a treat, right? I want 10 bottles of Ace of Spades. Lin Mo glanced at the message and again silently dismissed the chat. At that moment, overwhelming panic surged within him. If these people discovered his family had gone bankrupt, would they still treat him the same? The answer was undoubtedly negative. As the saying goes, it is easy to fall from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to descend from extravagance to frugality. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, returning to the ordinary was a daunting challenge. Meanwhile, at the Lychee Tower, after taking half a day off, Zhao Jinlan came to work in a daze that afternoon. She swiped her card, entered the elevator, and headed straight for the 11th floor variety department. Upon arriving at the department entrance, she saw a congratulatory notice posted on the glass door alongside an appointment announcement. The congratulatory notice celebrated the record-high ratings of the previous night's If You Are the One, while the appointment announcement stated, in recognition of Comrade Ma Riyu's outstanding performance and rich qualifications, he is promoted to head of the variety department effective immediately. Zhao Jinlan's heart sank heavily. What was inevitable had finally arrived. She pushed open the glass door, and as she entered, the room erupted in jubilant congratulations. Congratulations, old Ma. Now Minister Ma. Ha ha ha, congrats. Minister Ma, we look forward to your guidance. Old Ma, don't forget us. At that moment, the door swung open, drawing everyone's attention. Dozens of eyes instantly focused on Zhao Jinlan. Seeing this, she forced out a smile more painful than tears, steeling herself to greet them, extending her hand. Congratulations, old Ma. Ma Ruoyu slightly stiffened. Comrade Jinlan, please address positions during work. Zhao Jinlan's expression stiffened, and she forced a smile as she said, Congratulations, Minister Ma. However, Ma Ruoyu did not extend his hand for a shake. He merely brushed past her. A chill ran through Zhao Jinlan, realizing that her position as deputy supervisor might soon be untenable. Just then, Ma Ruoyu's phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, his previously stern visage transformed into one of radiant delight, even tinged with a hint of flattery. Hello, Brother Fang. Yes, it's me. You want to treat me to dinner tonight? Oh, that simply cannot be. If anyone should be treating, it is I who should invite you. Absolutely. No problem. 7 o'clock at Hong Mansion. I shall host everyone. You must be there. At these words, Zhao Jinlan's eyes brightened, as though she had grasped a lifeline. Brother Fang? I recall that the planner behind If You Are the One also bears the surname Fang, albeit under the pseudonym Fang Chengshi. Could it be that the ace planner behind Ma Ruoyu is the very same? If I could establish contact with him and entice him to my side, perhaps I could still turn the tide in my favor. Although she had initially resolved to forego Ma Ruoyu's promotion banquet, she promptly changed her mind. No matter who you are, I must draw you to my side. Zhao Jinlan vowed fiercely within herself. Unbeknownst to her, the afternoon slipped away in the blink of an eye. In the winter of Jinling, darkness fell early, enveloping the land in night. After work at 6, all the colleagues from the variety department, whether driving or hitching rides, flocked in groups toward Hong Mansion. Meanwhile, Fangzhou had also received Ma Ruoyu's invitation. After his evening class, he took little Tudo and hailed a taxi straight to Hong Mansion. Chapter 41. With my little hair tie. You belong to me at 8 o'clock in the evening. Delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Inside the Red Mansion, however, the atmosphere was bustling with excitement. Finally, the true identity of the planner, Fang, was about to be revealed, and I felt a thrill of anticipation. Indeed, old Ma, you have been quite secretive. It is truly inconsiderate of you to leave us in suspense before dinner. Hearing this, Maruyu chuckled helplessly and replied, "You can't blame me. It was their request to keep things under wraps. This is called being low-key, you know?" Laughter erupted in the banquet hall, creating an even more animated ambience. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Jinlan wore a serious expression, her resolve to recruit Fang strengthening. Regardless of his identity, I am determined to bring him on board. No matter what. Just then, Maruoyu's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he smiled and raised his phone, announcing, "Speak of the devil, Teacher Fang has arrived. I will step out to greet him." He then jogged toward the entrance. In the banquet hall, everyone eagerly turned their eyes towards the door, curiosity sparkling in their gazes. After all, this was the legendary planner behind If You Are the One who resurrected the Lychee Channel. And even the station director had attempted to meet him multiple times. Before tonight, this elusive planner existed only in whispers, refusing to meet anyone. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. A man and a woman appeared at the door of the banquet hall. The man was dressed in a khaki trench coat and wore frameless glasses, exuding an air of elegance. The woman donned a coffee-colored wool coat, her straight gray pants accentuating her long, slender legs. Her figure was strikingly glamorous. Together, they resembled a pair of perfect match. Is this Teacher Fang? He looks so youthful. Achieving such talent at a young age makes me envious. Truly, he's so handsome that even I can't help but feel a little flustered. The girl accompanying Teacher Fang is stunning as well, those long legs. I wish I could have such legs. Colleagues began chattering excitedly. However, upon seeing the two figures, Zhao Jinlan's mind went blank, as if struck by a thunderclap. How is this possible? No way could it be him. Her pupils constricted, and she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, frozen in place. The two before her were the same individuals she had encountered at the police station that night, where she had slapped the boy, only for the girl to catch her hand effortlessly. Suddenly, Zhao Jinlan recalled the boy's words before he left that night. That slap was quite costly. She had imagined numerous scenarios, but never did she anticipate that the mastermind behind If You Were the one who had breathed life back into the Lychee Channel, would be him. In an instant, many of her previous doubts were clarified. Zhao Jinlan slumped in her chair, feeling as if all her vitality had drained away, self-mockingly murmuring, "So that's how it is. So that's how it is." One slap. She rose from her seat and quietly exited the banquet hall through a side door. Remaining any longer held no meaning for her. Noticing this, Maruyu made no attempt to stop her. Chen Wanqing also spotted Zhao Jinlan retreating from the crowd and immediately recognized her. Fangzhou gently caressed her delicate, fair face, leaning in to whisper, "I will help you collect your debts." Chen Wanqing's enchanting eyes sparkled, and she nodded, her fresh and graceful face blossoming into a radiant smile. Come on, don't just stand there. Please take your seats." Maruoyu enthusiastically beckoned. As Fangzhou and Chen Wanqing settled at the table, the waitstaff began serving dishes, filling the banquet hall with delightful aromas. Soon, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, many attendees had indulged too much, including Fangzhou and Maruyu, who now leaned on each other like long-lost brothers. "Brother Fang, you must take care of yourself out there. Look, our station's young ladies are barely containing their excitement." Maruyu teased with a knowing smile. Fangzhou was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, groups of girls approached their table, each holding a drink with eager, fiery gazes. "Director Ma, allow me to toast you," the leading girl, an attractive young woman with an oval face, exclaimed. Maruyu grinned and joked, "Ah, are you here to toast me? Or are you here for our Teacher Fang?" The girl's face flushed, and she shyly lowered her head, raising her glass and saying, "Teacher Fang, I would also like to toast you." Her bashfulness was akin to a delicate lotus flower swaying in the gentle breeze. Fangzhou glanced at the little potato beside him, who appeared oblivious, engrossed in her meal. He felt an urge to shout, "Hey, everyone is coming to win your affection, and you're still focused on your food." Yet, the little potato seemed unfazed, continuing to enjoy her meal. Fangzhou could only shake his head and decline, "Well, I truly cannot drink anymore." Perhaps old Ma could take my place? At this, another girl stepped forward, saying, Teacher Fang, I heard you graduated from Jinling University. I did too. We are alumni. She raised her glass, waiting for Fangzhou to clink cups with her. Come on, let us drink, just a little. Yes, just one drink, urged the other girls, creating a lively atmosphere. Unable to refuse, Fangzhou grabbed a half-finished bottle of milk from Chen Wanqing and downed it in one go. I truly cannot drink anymore. I will substitute milk for wine. Enjoy your meal. The girls, slightly disappointed, returned to their tables, but the fervent gazes surrounding Fangzhou lingered. During this time, as Ma Ryu continued to facilitate the success of If You Are the One, curiosity surrounding the enigmatic master planner grew, and many began to harbor admiration. After finally meeting him, they found him to be a remarkably handsome man, igniting various thoughts in the hearts of many girls. Suddenly, a peculiar sound interrupted the festivities. Fangzhou turned to see the little potato wielding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, skillfully dismantling her steak. The sight was almost comical, as if she were branding the words, I'm furious, upon her forehead. What are you doing? Fangzhou inquired, approaching her with a smile. The little potato retorted, Go away. I don't wish to talk to you right now. Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle. She was adorably possessive. Just then, Chen Wanqing, catching sight of another girl at a nearby table lifting her glass to approach, quickly grabbed Fangzhou's hand. With her other hand, she deftly removed her hair tie, letting her silky hair cascade down like a waterfall, framing her delicate features. Before Fangzhou could react, Chen Wanqing had placed a hair tie on his wrist, then waved her little fist, playfully declaring, With this little hair tie, you are now mine. No flirting with other girls. Having completed her mission, the little potato returned to her previous demeanor, feigning indifference as she focused on her meal, resembling a regal queen presiding over her court. Fangzhou, both amused and exasperated, ruffled Chen Wanqing's hair, just as his phone pinged with a notification. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 2326 has received a deposit of 21,800,000 yuan on December 29th at 2100 hours. Current balance, 21,803,515. 65. Chapter 42. The most troublesome problem for boys gazing at the string of numbers that had just arrived, Fangzhou felt an exhilarating surge of emotion. After all the turmoil of the past months, he had invested 4 million into the stock market and emerged with 21.8 million. In such a brief period, an astonishing return of over 500%, truly deserving of the title of the top stock of 2009, were it not for the daily limit of 10 on A shares. This stock market venture would have yielded even greater profits. In his previous life, Fangzhou had toiled diligently for many years without ever accumulating a million. Yet, within less than a semester of his rebirth, he had already earned 20 million. Now, he awaited the winter vacation. Once he overcame the hurdle at the beginning of the next year, his parents' fate would be transformed. Fangzhou clenched his fists, his determination igniting within him. If there was anyone he owed a debt to in his past life, aside from Chen Wanning, it was undoubtedly his parents. The tragic fate of his parents, which involved a severed leg and disfigurement, was inextricably linked to him, even indirectly causing it. Now, he finally possessed the means to alter their destiny. Drink up. Are you here to feed the fish? Ma Ryu suddenly slapped him on the shoulder, his face flushed like a monkey's backside. All right, cheers. Fangzhou, filled with enthusiasm, raised his glass and downed the liquor in one gulp. Ma Ryu, however, merely tapped his lips against the rim of his glass, not consuming a single drop. Wait, is this the legendary method of drinking without actually drinking? Fangzhou was taken aback. Ma Ruiyu's face turned red as he placed a hand on his waist, lamenting, I'm getting old. My vitality is no match for your youth, and my partner's demands are relentless. Oh, it's all tears, dear brother Fang. You must understand, women at 30 are like wolves, at 40 like tigers, and by 50, they can suck the earth dry. When you reach my age, you will comprehend. Upon hearing this, Fangzhou glanced at the quiet little potato beside him, silently resolving to exercise diligently next semester. At that moment, Ma Ruiyu shifted the conversation, saying, nonetheless, I possess a unique secret. Let her be strong. Even if the winds blow fiercely over the mountain, I can still hold my ground against any wolf or tiger. Fangzhou immediately sought his wisdom. What is this secret? Huh? Do you know why Duan Zhengchun is so adept at wooing women? Why? Huh? Did you think the one yang finger was merely for fighting? Fangzhou suddenly felt enlightened, as if a door to a new world had swung open. If the one yang finger was this powerful, then the six meridians' sword must be divine. Clever. Otherwise, why do you think Wang Yuyin chose Duan Yu? The two shared a knowing smile, understanding each other perfectly. Men often find themselves discussing women after a few drinks. Having shared the same experiences, they become akin to brothers. Albeit not by blood. Old Ma, just keep if you're the one under control. When the time is right, I'll orchestrate something grand for you. Moving you closer to the director's seat, Fangzhou, in his inebriated state, began to paint grand visions for Maruyu. Upon hearing this, Maruyu felt a surge of excitement. His drunken face flushed even more. Brother Fang. Oh no, Fanggu, you are my true brother now. From now on, I'll stick with you. If you need anything, just let me know. They continued to toast one another, lost in the revelry. Time passed, and Fangzhou suddenly felt a pressing urge to relieve himself. I need to go to the restroom. Me too, Maruyu concurred. After their brief respite, they rushed to settle the bill. Just then, the doors of the Red Mansion swung open, and a couple entered. Oi, old Fang? Upon seeing Fangzhou, one of them immediately called out. Turning around, Fangzhou was surprised to find it was Pang Bo, who today wore a formal fleece jacket, his hair styled maturely. And he had even spritzed himself with matte mousse. Old Pang, what brings you here? Fangzhou asked, astonished. Beside Pang Bo stood a girl of delicate beauty, heavily made up, adorned in designer attire, and emanating a strong perfume. Upon seeing her, Fangzhou's pupils dilated in shock. This woman was none other than Huang Huihui. In his previous life, Pang Bo had been cuckolded by her, and even after his demise, she had staged a scene of infidelity. Fangzhou recalled hearing Pang Bo mention he had recently met a girl from the broadcasting department of Jinling University named Huang Huihui. He had not anticipated their relationship would progress so swiftly. With a slight flush on his cheeks, Pang Bo stammered, I came here to eat with Huihui. Oh, by the way, old Fang, let me introduce you. This is Huang Huihui, my girlfriend. Pang Bo, I haven't agreed to that yet. The girl's tone was slightly stern. Isn't that just a matter of time? Pang Bo grinned foolishly, scratching his head as he pointed to Fangzhou. Huihui, let me introduce you to my best buddy, Fangzhou, whom I have known since childhood. Huang Huihui's gaze shifted to Fangzhou, and a flicker of surprise passed through her eyes. She had often heard Pang Bo speak of this close friend, boasting about his prowess, but lamenting that he was merely a licking dog. To her astonishment, upon meeting him, he was exceptionally handsome. How could such an attractive young man be a mere licking dog? Huang Huihui was inwardly astonished, realizing that while others' licking dogs might look like this, her own was. She glanced at Pang Bo, an unexpected sense of disappointment washing over her. Hello, I'm a friend of Pang Bo's. It is a pleasure to meet you, Huang Huihui said warmly, her sweet smile captivating to the boys around her. Reluctantly, out of respect for Pang Bo, Fangzhou greeted her. Hello, old Pang. You still haven't explained how you ended up here? Pang Bo shrugged helplessly. Isn't New Year's Eve just around the corner? I was supposed to celebrate with Huihui at Zinjiku, but she suddenly had a classmate coming over that night, and we had to come early to celebrate New Year's. Fangzhou scoffed inwardly. No time for New Year's Eve? A classmate coming over? It seems she had time for someone else, just not for Pang Bo. At that moment, Huang Huihui covered her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, You are producer Ma from Lizzie TV. What an honor it is to meet you here. Ma Feiyu, standing behind Fangzhou, looked bewildered and pointed to himself. Do I know you? My apologies if you don't remember. I am Huang Huihui from the broadcasting department of Jinling University. I previously submitted an internship resume to you, she said with an endearing tone. The broadcasting department required students to gain internship experience from their freshman year. Otherwise, by graduation, their resumes would be empty and they would face unemployment. Oh, I seem to recall something about that. Maruyu pondered, smiling at Fangzhou. Is this your friend, Fangzhou? Huang Huihui scrutinized Fangzhou anew, while she looked up to Maruyu. Here he was speaking to this young man with deference. She glanced at Pang Bo, then eagerly turned to Fangzhou, her yearning almost palpable. She understood that as long as this young man nodded in agreement, her opportunity to intern at Lizzie TV would be secured. However, Fangzhou merely smiled and replied, "I don't know her, not familiar." Huang Hui's smile abruptly vanished. Before she could make any further move, Fangzhou waved his hand. "Old Pang, come visit me during the winter break. I have something significant to discuss. Don't forget." Gang nodded, bewildered. Huang Hui watched Fangzhou's retreating figure, silently gritting her teeth. Upon returning to the banquet hall, Maru suddenly remarked, "Fangzhou, do you have an issue with that girl from earlier? Was I that obvious?" Fangzhou did not refute. Maru chuckled. "Having been in the media industry for many years, I do possess some insight. How about it? Do you need my assistance? There is no rush for now. I will await your message. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to speak up." This matter has reached a temporary conclusion, as Fangzhou has firmly resolved to win over Pang Bo during the winter break. However, the most pressing concern at present is that the day after tomorrow marks New Year's Eve. What would be an appropriate gift for the little potato to celebrate the new year? Fangzhou finds himself in a quandary. Indeed, selecting a gift for a girl is the most daunting challenge for all young men. Chapter 43: Lamborghini and Confession Balloons. The banquet lasted until 10 p.m. After the festivities, Maru personally drove Fangzhou and Chen Wanning back to school. Just before the dormitory closed at 11 p.m., the two of them hurried back safely. After freshening up, Fangzhou lay on his bed, pondering the ultimate dilemma. What New Year's gift to give to little potato? At that moment, the dorm leader Su Yuxue suddenly rapped on the table and exclaimed, "Let's discuss this, guys." The counselor said that for the New Year's Eve party in 2 days, each dormitory must present a program. What shall we do? Upon hearing this, the roommates immediately turned inward, like ostriches hiding their heads in the sand. "Don't look at me, leader. You know I suffer from severe social anxiety." "Me too. I can't do anything. At most I can perform a pig." "Hey, why are you all looking at me?" "I am tone deaf and uncoordinated. The doctor said I am born to be incompatible with performance." Hearing this, Su Luo couldn't help but laugh and scold. "What the hell? Whenever there is something to be done, you all start playing dead. As per the old tradition, let us draw lots. Whoever picks the big king will go up." "Great idea. I'm in. No objections." Su Luo took out a deck of playing cards from the drawer, selected a big king and 5 flower cards, shuffled them, and laid them out. "You guys go ahead and draw. Third, you come down and draw 2, Su Luo called out to Fangzhou. Fangzhou jumped off the bed and casually picked a card from the table. To his surprise, it turned out to be the Joker card representing the big king. Su Luo peeked over and immediately beamed with delight. "Third, a bet is a bet. The heavy responsibility of our dormitory now rests on your shoulders." "Damn, what luck is this?" However, at that moment, a spark of inspiration struck Fangzhou, and he finally thought of what gift to present to little potato. A song, the one she cherished most in her past life. That is, Jay Chou's Confession Balloon. In her previous life, Chen Wanning had a deep affection for this song, always a staple on her playlist, played on repeat every day. At the time, Fangzhou didn't understand. Now he realized that Chen Wanning wasn't just listening to a song. She was hearing her own story. However, Confession Balloon was a song released by Jay Chou in 2016, and it was only 2009 now. With this thought, Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, feeling apologetic towards Jay Chou. "Leader, help me sign up for a guitar performance," Fangzhou said. "All right. Third, we are counting on you." Su Luo excitedly submitted the request for a solo performance. Fangzhou lay back down on his bed, contemplating, feeling that this gift was a bit lacking. After brainstorming for a moment, an idea suddenly illuminated his mind. Why not buy little potato a car? It was quite troublesome to take a taxi every time they went out. Having a car would be much more convenient. However, luxury cars required advance reservations, and it was difficult to find one available for immediate pickup. After a moment of thought, Fangzhou took out his phone, stepped out of the dormitory, and called Nye Yurong, whose contact was saved as kind aunt. In times of uncertainty, one could always consult an aunt. After 2 beeps, the call was quickly connected. A languid, soothing voice emanated from the receiver. "What is it, little friend? What do you need from your sister?" Thanks to Fangzhou, Nye Yurong had made billions from the high-purity porcelain stock, and their relationship had grown considerably closer. Fangzhou, feeling unreserved, replied, "Sister, you're wrong. Do you have any channels to acquire a luxury car? I need it urgently, preferably something available for immediate pickup." "A luxury car? Please hold on a moment." The sound of fingers tapping on a keyboard echoed from the other end. After a short while, Nie Yorong's languid voice returned. "There's a luxury car dealership called Cherishing at the Southern Station's Daxiachang. You can go there tomorrow and choose any car. You can pick it up on the spot. I've already put in a good word." "Thank you." After hanging up, Fangzhou happily put away his phone, eagerly awaiting the car pickup the next day. The next day, at noon, as soon as the morning class ended, Fangzhou took a taxi straight to the 4S dealership at the Southern Station. This luxury car dealership located at Daxiachang showcased a dazzling array of high-end vehicles, with female sales associates all dressed in black stockings, high heels, and form-fitting skirts. The stockings were increasingly sheer, the heels were progressively taller, and the skirts were ever shorter. "Hello, how may I assist you?" As soon as Fangzhou walked in, a young female sales associate approached with a sweet smile, with a doll-like face. Standing around 170 centimeters with an alluring figure, certain aspects were exaggeratedly prominent. The phrase childlike face, giant R, flashed through Fangzhou's mind. No wonder people online said that every time a Porsche was sold, a sales associate would leave. With such looks and figure, who could resist? Only a gentleman like me could manage to stay composed. Shaking his head, Fangzhou dismissed his odd thoughts and said, "Hello, I'm looking for Manager Li. Nie Yorong referred me." The girl suddenly beamed with delight. "You must be Mr. Fangzhou." Manager Li had to step out urgently, but he mentioned you could choose a car directly. "Let me show you around." Fangzhou nodded in agreement. Upon entering, he felt like Lu Lao stepping into the Grand View Garden, dazzled by the magnificent array of luxury cars. Bentleys, Porsches, Ferraris, Aston Martins, Rolls-Royces, and more. Each luxury vehicle was equipped with a central display, accompanied by LED screens providing detailed explanations, and the surroundings were spotless, showcasing unparalleled opulence. After surveying the selection, Fangzhou inquired, "Do you have any cars suitable for a girl?" Upon hearing this, the doll-faced sales associate briefly showed a hint of disappointment but maintained her smile, replying, "Yes, please follow me." Soon, they arrived at a classic Lamborghini. It was painted in Lamborghini's iconic giallo color. The sharp-edged, distinctive front, the sleekly designed body, scorpion tail lights, and eagle-clawed doors presented a strikingly dynamic and visually impactful V-shaped silhouette. "Mr. Fangzhou, this Lamborghini Gallardo just arrived at our dealership yesterday. It boasts a top speed of 350 km/h, accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.2 seconds, and has a power output of 650 horsepower with a peak torque of 660 Nm. The doll-faced girl eagerly elaborated. Fangzhou suddenly interrupted her. "That's enough. I'll take this one." The sales associate's face broke into a bright smile. "All right, this car is priced at 3 million. We be paying by card or?" "By card." Fangzhou promptly produced his bank card. "Great. Please hold on a moment." 30 minutes later, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed through the 4S dealership. Moments later, a giallo Lamborghini screeched out. Driving a Lamborghini for the first time in his life, Fangzhou sped along, hitting 200 km/h on the elevated highway. The deafening roar thrilled his veins. No wonder it is said that motorcycles and armored vehicles are a boy's greatest love. As Fangzhou admired the luxurious interior and the ultra-low starry sky ceiling, a thought inexplicably crossed his mind. If he were to engage in some thrilling activities inside this car, Little Potato's long legs might even touch the roof. That imagery was too wild to contemplate. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of Jinling University, Fangzhou slowly drove the Lamborghini through the gates. Its imposing frame and eye-catching design instantly capturing the attention of countless students. Fangzhou smiled subtly, parked the car in an open spot, and then exited. Everything was set, awaiting the arrival of New Year's Eve. However, shortly after Fangzhou parked and left, Su Yuxue and Su Wei had just concluded their club activities when they chanced upon this opulent and imposing Lamborghini. Chapter 44. What a cool car. "Vivi, what kind of car is this? It's so cool," Su Yuxue exclaimed, her lips forming an O shape, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "A Lamborghini Huracan N. Su Wei shared the same astonished expression, exclaiming, "This car costs several million. I had no idea we had such wealthy second-generation heirs at our school." For some reason, the face of Fangzhou flashed through her mind, but she quickly shook her head, dismissing the absurd thought. "I must be out of my mind. Although Fangzhou made some money selling games, he can't possibly afford a car that costs at least 3 or 4 million. Whenever she thought of Fangzhou, Su Wei couldn't help but grit her teeth. Recently, she had sent him countless private photos in various poses. Initially, she pretended to have sent them by mistake, but eventually, she stopped pretending. Yet, it seemed as though Fangzhou had entered a state of indifference, offering no response at all. This left Su Wei seriously questioning her own charm. Meanwhile, besides Su Wei and Su Yuxue, many passing students also paused to admire the car. Wow, a Lamborghini Huracan. Who cares about the big or small bulls? All I know is about milk cows. Quick, take a photo and post it on social media. This car is worth millions. Is this for real? Is there an invisible rich kid at our school? Seeing the reactions of her classmates, Su Wei smiled and said, "Did you see that, Yuxue? This is the allure of luxury cars. This is what a true rich heir looks like. Compared to this, Linmo's A6 is just a grocery getter." Speaking of the A6, I haven't seen Lin Missouri drive it around lately. Just yesterday, I wanted him to take me to New World Plaza, but he said it was in for maintenance. Su Yuxue replied. Su Wei suddenly grew curious. "By the way, Yuxue, tomorrow night is New Year's Eve. Has Lin Mo mentioned what gift he plans to give you?" Su Yuxue shook her head. "I don't know. He's been acting strange lately, not answering calls or responding to messages. I have no idea what's going on. But enough about me. What about you, Vivi? Are you spending New Year's Eve with your senior from high school?" "Oomph. Just because he wants to give me a tube of YSL lipstick, he thinks he can celebrate New Year's with me? He must be dreaming. I am a woman who has been protected by lions. How could I possibly settle for a stray dog?" Su Yuxue didn't get hernose, though she wholeheartedly agreed with Su Wei. Yet, Su Wei's words were too harsh, so she corrected her. "Vivi, that's not how you should say it. It should be about enjoying happiness the most." Su Wei chuckled. All right. Happiness is the most important. But I would rather cry in a Lamborghini than laugh on a bicycle." Little did Su Wei and Su Yuxue know that the Lamborghini they envied so much was actually Fangzhou's New Year's gift to Chen Wanning. Among others, when they discovered the truth, their expressions would surely be quite entertaining. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, December 31st, was bright and sunny. It was New Year's Eve, and the festive atmosphere enveloped the school early in the morning. Banners wishing all students a Happy New Year were hung on the sycamore trees along Ginkgo Avenue. Colorful lights adorned the tree trunks on either side of the road, and vibrant flags fluttered from the branches. The school's supermarket and cafeteria had all donned eye-catching New Year's decorations to ensure students could enjoy the holiday. Even the classes for the day were notably fewer. As night fell, the colorful lights on the sycamore trees illuminated the campus, transforming it into a vibrant fairyland. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in room 1018 of the Yifu building, Fangzhou paced anxiously in front of the classroom door, waiting. Soon, the elevator doors opened, revealing a charming and tall figure. "Here I am," Fangzhou called out, waving. Chen Wanning approached him, covering her chest and taking small steps. Tonight, her face was adorned with delicate makeup, her long black hair elegantly tucked behind her ears. She wore a fitted white coat over a slate gray sweater, complemented by ripped jeans that accentuated her long legs. The cuffs of her pants were rolled slightly above her ankles, revealing slender black stockings underneath. Fangzhou's heart raced, his gaze lingering on Chen Wanning's leg for a moment longer. Those stockings, he thought, astonished that such a stylish choice could be pulled off by someone so young. Chen Wanning blushed, playfully covering her legs with her coat. "Still looking?" Fangzhou felt a bit awkward. "Well, I just wanted to see if you were cold." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Wanning's beautiful eyes sparkled enticingly. "Come on, let's hurry inside. There's only a minute left." Fangzhou quickly redirected the conversation and led her into the classroom, where she was invited to attend the class's New Year's party. Inside, more than 60 students from the computer science department were already seated, and the instructor and teaching assistant occupied the front row. The podium had been replaced with a small stage, adorned with colorful bunting and balloons, creating a festive atmosphere. Su Yuxue, who was filling in as the host, seized a microphone and announced, "Dear teachers and classmates, good evening. The footsteps of 2009 have faded away, and the bells of 2010 are about to ring. Looking back at the past, we are filled with ambition. Looking forward to the future, we bear heavy responsibilities. And tonight, we gather here to celebrate. Now, please enjoy the poetry recitation clouds of my hometown presented by Dorm 501. Applause erupted in the classroom. A slightly plump boy stepped onto the stage and began reciting dramatically. Soon after, another boy took the stage to sing partiality. For the next half hour, most performances were solo acts from the boys' dorms. Unfortunately, the computer science department had very few girls, so the only female dorm's performance was saved for the finale. After what felt like an eternity, Su Yuxue finally took the microphone and announced, "Next, please welcome the girls from dorm 622 to perform a dance to Girls' Generation G." As soon as she finished speaking, the male students erupted in excitement. Who understands what it's like to watch a bunch of guys sing and dance? I could vomit. The plight of the computer science department was well known to those who understood. I finally get to see the campus beauty Su Yuxue dance. As Su Yuxue changed out of her host attire and joined 5 other girls on stage, she wore a leg-bearing outfit that highlighted her stunning figure, radiating a winter warmth and allure. With the music playing, Su Yuxue showcased her dance moves on stage. Hia 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 hia, baby baby baby. Hia 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 hia, baby baby baby. The lively performance of G captivated the audience, and the sight of Su Yuxue's graceful movements left the boys below cheering enthusiastically. Fangzhou, watching from the sidelines, found himself entranced. In his past life, he had also been mesmerized by such New Year's performances. However, after experiencing the dance culture of later generations, he felt no stirrings of excitement, even finding it somewhat amusing. But just then, suddenly, Fangzhou found himself enveloped in darkness as a pair of small hands covered his eyes. A fierce little voice, akin to that of a tiny potato, commanded him, "No peeking, you mustn't look." Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle softly, patting the lovely head of the little potato. "What's the matter? Are you unhappy watching them dance?" Chen Wanning pouted her small lips, nodding slightly with a hint of jealousy. "Then, I shall go up and wreak havoc on their performance, to avenge you." Fangzhou replied with a mysterious smile. "Just you?" Chen Wanning shot him a skeptical glance. Fangzhou felt a twinge of indignation. "Why do you look down on me? What if I were to overpower them?" "If you were to overpower them, then I would." Chen Wanning pondered for a moment, biting her lip in determination. Her cheeks flushed as she declared, "Then I would let you play with my legs." Chapter 45. Su Yuxue's jealousy. Fangzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Betting on such a large scale, fearing that she might back out, he quickly extended his finger, forming a pinky promise. "It's settled then. Whoever goes back on their word will not be considered human." They were committed to the wager. Chen Wanqing, feeling a spark of temper, also extended her finger and gently made the promise with Fangzhou. 5 minutes later, the dance performance G concluded. Without changing out of her dance attire, Su Yuxue took the stage again, microphone in hand, ready to continue her hosting duties. Upon glancing at the program card for the next act, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. "Next up, please welcome Fangzhou from Dormitory 530, who will perform Confession Balloon on guitar." Applause erupted in the classroom. Hearing this, Fangzhou playfully patted Chen Wanqing's head and took the stage with his guitar. Look, the third one is on stage." Some students whispered, "What's so interesting about a guy? The dancing girls are far more captivating." "Fangzhou can play the guitar? Confession Balloon? Whose song is that? I've never heard of it. Is it a new thing? Count me in. I could do either 0 or 1. As Fangzhou slowly ascended the stage, a single chair and a guitar awaited him. The surrounding lights gradually dimmed, leaving a solitary beam illuminating him. He sat on the chair, cradling the guitar, and a lively melody began to resonate, his deep, smoky voice flowing gently. "By the Seine coffee on the left bank, I hold a cup savoring your beauty, the lips that leave their mark roses from the florist who wrote the wrong name." Confession Balloon. The wind blows across the street, smiles soar in the sky as he began to sing. Many classmates were spellbound by Fangzhou's melodious and soothing voice. "No way, is it true? The third one sings so beautifully." One recalled, Last time at KTV, he said he couldn't sing. This is what you call not being able to sing? My ears might just be about to conceive. The lyrics echoed. I hold a cup, savoring your beauty, the lips that leave their mark. TSK, TSK, their essay story behind these lyrics. In the front row, the counselor Wang Jiangwo watched Fangzhou with a satisfied smile. Putting aside his frequent absences, Fangzhou was one of the most outstanding students of the year. He had entered Jinling University with high scores on the entrance exams of Qingbei, and his academic performance this semester was equally impressive. Particularly in his major courses, his expertise had left even the instructors envious, and they had praised him in front of Wang Jiangwo on multiple occasions. Good student with great potential. I should nominate him for a national award next semester, Wang Jiangwo thought to himself. Meanwhile, Fangzhou was getting more engrossed in his performance, his voice flowing through the air. You said you're a bit hard to pursue, want me to back off. Gifts need not be the most expensive, just the fallen leaves of champs. Lissy, yes, creating a romantic date, not afraid of messing it all up. Having you is like having the whole world gradually. Many classmates had succumbed to the enchantment of Fangzhou's singing. It was undeniable. His voice was extraordinarily pleasing to the ear, reminiscent of the renowned singer Mao Bai. Perfectly suited for love songs. After Fangzhou's rendition, several students became curious and wanted to add the song to their playlists. However, upon searching online, the results indicated, song not found. Don't tell me this isn't original. Someone suddenly shouted. This sparked a wave of excitement, with numerous classmates rushing to search online. Unsurprisingly, they all found the same result, song not found. In an instant, the students from the computer science department were abuzz. Wow, you come to perform at a class event, and you drop an original song? How will you respond to that? There are many ways to insult, and you chose the most direct one. It's been recorded. Let us upload it online. The atmosphere in the classroom grew heated. As the performance of Confession Balloon reached its conclusion, Fangzhou sang the closing lines. Dear, I've loved you since that day. It's sweet and effortless. Dear, don't be willful. Your eyes. Suddenly, Fangzhou stopped. He lifted his gaze, looking toward Chen Wanqing in the corner, and gently sang. Saying I'm willing. Thump. Chen Wanqing felt her heart race violently. Her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, and she lowered her head, her ears seemingly ready to bleed. Her small hands nervously clutched her clothing, momentarily at a loss. Yet inside, it felt as if she had consumed honey, sweet and delightful. Following Fangzhou's gaze, countless eyes turned to Chen Wanqing in an instant. The boys shared knowing glances, while the girls wore expressions that seemed to convey they had missed out on fortune. Good. Someone suddenly cheered. The crowd finally reacted, and a wave of applause erupted in the classroom, even more fervent than for Su Yuxue's dance performance. However, seated in the front row, Su Yuxue, responsible for hosting, wore a face full of reluctance. She had never anticipated that Fangzhou could sing so beautifully. Even more surprising was that he could compose such an enchanting song, presenting in front of all their classmates and teachers as a gift to a girl. If only the song were meant for me, how wonderful that would be. No, if it weren't for that incident, this song should have been for me. At that moment, Su Yuxue felt a pang of jealousy. After the song concluded, Fangzhou returned to his seat, guitar in hand, amidst the gazes of many. So what do you say? Will you honor the bet? Fangzhou tilted his head, smiling at Chen Wanqing. Yet she appeared as shy as a blushing bride. Her head lowered, cheeks aflame, unable to meet his gaze. What's going on? Are you shy? Or are you planning to back out? We made a pinky promise. Whoever backs out isn't human, Fangzhou insisted. Chen Wanqing, coming back to reality from the sweet atmosphere, recalled the wager. If I lose, I'll let you play with my legs. Her face turned even redder at the thought, and she stammered, but not here. Not here. So, does that mean somewhere more private is acceptable? Fangzhou asked, feeling a thrill of excitement. He leaned closer to Chen Wanqing's ear and whispered, this song is called Confession Balloon, and it's one of her New Year gifts. One of them. Upon hearing that, Chen Wanqing's heart fluttered with joy. Is there another gift? Yes. Wait until the event is over, and I'll take you to see it. The little potato nodded obediently. As Fangzhou exited the stage, the New Year's party of the computer science department drew to a close. Counselor Wang Jiangwo took the stage, delivering remarks on the past year and looking forward to the next, encouraging everyone to study diligently and strive for progress. With a loud bang, a confetti balloon burst overhead, and colorful streamers cascaded down, marking the end of the New Year's event. Except for those tasked with cleaning up, everyone else began to disperse. Come on, I'll take you to see another gift. Fangzhou grasped Chen Wanqing's small hand, following the crowd out of the classroom, heading west along the Ginkgo Avenue. Before long, they arrived at the spot where a Lamborghini was parked. As many classmates exited simultaneously, they paused to take photos with the stunning car. At the forefront of the crowd were Su Yuxue and Su Yuxue, both holding their phones, capturing the moment against the backdrop of the Lamborghini under the streetlights. One more. Yuxue, this one's blurry. I blinked. Let us take another. Su Yuxue leaned against the Lamborghini, striking various poses with a playful demeanor, while Su Yuxue diligently assumed the role of a photographer. The two engaged in an endless series of shots, constantly dissatisfied, either lamenting the blurriness of the image, fretting over their facial appearances, or criticizing the inadequacy of their poses. Fangzhou, growing increasingly impatient, stepped forward and inquired, "Are you done? If so, please make way." Upon hearing his voice, Su Yuxue turned around, and upon realizing it was Fangzhou, she retorted with irritation, "Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? This is not your car. You should wait your turn for a photo." Her tone carried a hint of hostility, seemingly directed at Fangzhou as a release for her frustrations accumulated over the recent private photo incident. Fangzhou, resigned, raised his hands in surrender, replying, "You are correct. This is indeed not my car." Su Yuxue scoffed internally, confirming her initial suspicion. She had truly lost her senses when, upon seeing this Lamborghini, she had thought of Fangzhou. At that moment, however, Fangzhou unexpectedly produced the car keys from his pocket and pressed a button, causing the Lamborghini to emit two beeps. "This is indeed not my car, for I have given it away not long ago." With that, he took Chen Wanqing's small hand and gently placed the car keys in her palm. Chapter 46, Shamelessness. Boom. Su Yuxue felt her mind go blank, her hands frozen in midair, resembling a petrified statue. It was his, truly his. A tempest of emotions surged within Su Yuxue. Meanwhile, Su Yuxue's rosy lips formed an O shape, her eyes brimming with disbelief. A crack echoed, as if something had shattered. It was merely the fragile worldview of the young girl. "Fangzhou, is this the gift you mentioned earlier?" Chen Wanqing felt the weighty car keys in her hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. "Of course, do you like it?" Fangzhou replied with a smile. Chen Wanqing nodded enthusiastically. As a fierce flower with thorns, Chen Wanqing's greatest passions in her previous life, aside from gaming, were cars, especially flashy sports cars. She had even attempted to obtain a racing license, but her long legs made it difficult to press the brakes, leading to her being dissuaded by the instructor. He took Chen Wanqing's small hand and asked, "You have a driver's license, right?" Chen Wanqing nodded. "I got it during the summer vacation." "Then you drive. Let us go to Xinjiku to celebrate the new year." Fangzhou exclaimed excitedly. Chen Wanqing hesitated. "Can I return to the dormitory first?" I have a New Year's gift for you too." "I also have a gift," Fangzhou responded, elated. In today's society, apart from the Qingming festival, many holidays have been transformed by girls into occasions for romantic exchanges. Festivals like Christmas, New Year's, 520, 521, March 7th Goddess Day, and March 8th Queen's Day. It seems there is no holiday where gifts cannot be exchanged. Gradually, many girls have become accustomed to receiving gifts from boys, forgetting that gifts should be mutual. As I pondered over gifts, Little Potato was also thinking of me. Fangzhou felt a warm sensation in his heart. In his previous life, he had pursued Su Yuxue for over 20 years, presenting countless gifts. Yet he had never received one from her. "All right, let us head to the girls' dormitory first, then to Xinjiku for New Year's. Soon." The flamboyant scissor doors of the Lamborghini opened, with Fangzhou taking the passenger seat and allowing Chen Wanqing to drive. Roar! With a press of the accelerator, the Lamborghini erupted with a beastly roar. Chen Wanqing's face radiated with uncontainable excitement. Accompanied by the engine's growl, the Lamborghini vanished into the distance, leaving Su Wei and Su Yuxue in a daze. Impossible. How could Fangzhou afford this car? Su Yuxue was struck as if by lightning, her face a mask of disbelief. Yuxue, that Lamborghini costs 3 to 4 million. Fangzhou, his family is really just an ordinary one? Su Wei et gleam in shock. However, Su Yuxue no longer had the inclination to respond. Su Wei, deciding to be forthright, divulged, Yuxue, did you see the watch on Fangzhou's wrist? If I'm not mistaken, that is a Patek Philippe watch, which costs at least 300,000. Upon hearing this, Su Yuxue's expression shifted once again. No, how could he give that car to someone else? It should have been for me. Instantly, a flame of envy ignited fiercely within Su Yuxue. Chen Wanning, it's all her fault. If it weren't for her, Fangzhou would still like me. Everything should have been mine. Her voice was low, each syllable seemingly squeezed from between her teeth. Jealousy distorts one's visage. Jealousy creates division. Jealousy leads to disintegration. Yes, it's all Chen Wanning's fault. Otherwise, that Lamborghini would have been yours, and we could bask in its glory. Observing Su Yuxue's reaction, Su Wei immediately chimed in. Don't be disheartened, Yuxue. Linamo hasn't contacted you for days because he is preparing a grand gift, probably hoping to surprise you tonight. At these words, Su Yuxue's simmering jealousy eased slightly. She promptly messaged Lin Mo again, but after waiting, there was still no response. And there would be none. In the deep of night, a striking yellow Lamborghini sped along the elevated highway. After leaving Jinling University, Fangzhou and Chen Wanning drove straight to Xinjiku. Little Potato pressed the gas pedal, and the engine roared violently as they soared on the highway. Before long, they arrived at the New Year S Square in Xinjiku. As the CBD of Jinling City, Xinjiku is the most bustling area in all of Jinling. The square was already filled with couples eager to ring in the new year. Many young couples, their hearts aflutter, could hardly contain themselves, embracing and kissing. Observing this scene, Fangzhou recalled a certain joke. Question: were the two possible outcomes of kissing a girl? A. 1 slap. 2 slap slap. He wondered how many hotels would be fully booked tonight. Fangzhou, I want to eat that. Suddenly, Chen Wanning pointed excitedly at a candy vendor. All right, let us go buy it, Fangzhou replied with a smile. And I want that one too. Sure, we'll buy them all. That one, I want it too. Okay. Chen Wanning flitted between stalls like a little sprite, as joyful as a carefree child. Fangzhou, I want to play that. No, that's a ride for little kids. But I want to play. Chen Wanning pouted, her big eyes gazing at Fangzhou with an innocent plea. Moments latte. The square echoed with the tune Daddy's Daddy is called Grandpa. Fangzhou, play with me. Absolutely not. This is a matter of dignity. Even if I were to jump off and be hit by a car, I wouldn't play. Little Potato widened her watery eyes, looking at Fangzhou with a pitiful expression, silently pleading. 30 seconds later, the song Daddy's Daddy is called Grandpa played again. Time passed without notice. On the giant screen of the building, a countdown began from 10. Countless young couples shouted the countdown together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Bang. Fireworks erupted from the rooftop. Balloons soared into the sky. The dazzling lights reflected on the faces of everyone present. In the glow, Chen Wanning's face radiated a rosy hue, particularly cute and charming. For a moment, Fangzhou found himself entranced. What are you staring at, silly? Chen Wanning stamped her feet in embarrassment, lowering her head. The way she shyly looked down was as gentle as a water lily trembling in the cool breeze. Gazing at her lovely face, so close, Fangzhou felt a parched throat. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed his mind. Wanning, may I kiss you? Upon hearing this, Little Potato's cheeks flushed even more, and her small hands nervously clutched her clothes. She turned her face away, playfully responding, Humph, shameless. All right. In the next moment, Fangzhou pressed his lips against her soft, white neck. Shameless, not on the face. Chapter 47. Chen Wanning versus Su Yuxue. You are unworthy of his kindness. Boom! A magnificent firework exploded above, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that illuminated Chen Wanning's lovely face. She gazed at Fangzhou with her large, sparkling eyes, reflecting a sense of wonder. A warm, Moist sensation enveloped her neck as Fangzhou took a deep breath, leaving a delicate strawberry mark on her fair skin. Ouch! Chen Wanning let out a soft whimper. Fangzhou reluctantly raised his head to meet her gaze, which shimmered with a mixture of autumnal charm and mischief, and smiled brightly. See, it's not on your face. Feeling her cheeks flush even more, Chen Wanning exclaimed, "You scoundrel!" She quickly shoved the small package she was holding into Fangzhou's arms and fled. Fangzhou called after her, "Hey, what about our bet?" Ten Dun Ning Posit, recalling her promise to let Fangzhou play with her legs. Anger surged within her as she stomped her foot and bit down on her silver teeth. "I'll owe you." Yet her voice lacked conviction. Fangzhou opened the package to find a black and white knitted scarf, with a small character embroidered in the corner. It was evident that it had been crafted stitch by Little Potato. His spirits lifted instantly as he watched Chen Wanning's retreating figure, and he began to hum cheerfully. "How can I best describe you? What can I compare you to that is special? My feelings for you are strong, yet I understand so little, relying solely on instinct." As New Year's Eve passed, 2009 officially came to a close, and 2010 began. The first semester of college was also nearing its end, with only 2 weeks left until finals. For days, Fangzhou had been wanting to invite Little Potato to the library to study. However, ever since New Year's Eve, Chen Wanning had reacted to him like Jerry encountering Tom. Initially, Fangzhou thought Little Potato was angry, but he quickly realized that her behavior was not typical of her anger. Rather, she was just apprehensive about him, demanding repayment. In matters like this, Little Potato was a master of verbal sparring. Yet when it came to serious discussions, she transformed into a timid creature. Just thinking about Chen Wanning's long, delicate legs ignited a fire within Fangzhou soon. It was the final day of the exam week. Wednesday was sunny but slightly chilly. In the morning, after completing her last exam, Chen Wanning joyfully carried her books back to her dorm. However, upon reaching the door, she spotted an unexpected visitor waiting for her. Her finely arched brows furrowed slightly. It was none other than Su Yuxue. As their eyes met, Su Yuxue approached calmly and asked in a flat tone, "Can we talk?" "Sorry, I don't have time," Chen Wanning replied curtly. Su Yuxue chuckled lightly. "Are you afraid?" This provoked Chen Wanning's temper. "Fine. Let us talk. Where? How about the Nanshan CAF at the south gate of the school? It's quieter there." Before long, the two arrived at the CAF. Chen Wanning ordered a vanilla latte, while Su Yuxue chose a cappuccino. "What is on your mind? Speak," Chen Wanning stated directly. Su Yuxue took a sip of her coffee, unhurriedly saying, "You and Fangzhou have only known each other for about 3 months, right? And? Ten Van Ningrepli Tersedi. Did you know? Fangzhou and I have known each other since childhood. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call us childhood sweethearts. Our families are neighbors, our parents are acquainted, and we are well matched. He even said he would marry me when we were young." Su Yuxue spoke as if in a trance, recounting her long history with Fangzhou. As she listened, Chen Wanning's delicate features grew tense. "What are you trying to say?" After finishing her coffee, Su Yuxue smiled nonchalantly. "Before you came along, when I was hungry, Fangzhou would bring me food. When I was sick, he would bring me medicine. If it rained, he would bring an umbrella. My messages were answered within 3 seconds, and he would always tell me to hang up first when I called. When I wanted to see JHO's concert, he would stay up for 2 days and nights just to buy tickets. What exactly are you trying to say?" Chen Wanning's expression shifted from calm to anxious. Seeing her reaction, Su Yuxue continued, "I just wanted to let you know that Fangzhou's feelings for you are merely a fleeting novelty. We have known each other for 18 years. Do you really think your few months can compete with that?" Chen Wanning turned her gaze toward the window, sunlight streaming through the glass, warming her beautiful profile. After a long pause, she murmured softly, "But we have known each other for a long time." Unfortunately, her voice was too soft for anyone but herself to hear. Meanwhile, Su Yuxue scrutinized Chen Wanning. She glanced at Chen Wanning's exquisite face and then at her enviable figure, particularly her 30-60 bust. Looking down at her own, which barely reached a C cup even with padding, she felt a twinge of inadequacy. In a fantasy novel, this would be described as a forced breakthrough of boundaries. So, Your purpose in seeking me out today was to emphasize how good Fangzhou was to you, to make me feel that my choice was poor for choosing someone else. At this, a shadow passed over Su Yuxue's face. As this was a past she was reluctant to revisit, especially in recent days, having heard from Su Wei that Lin Mo's family seemed to have gone bankrupt. She realized that without the aura of a wealthy heir, Lin Mo was just an ordinary college student, while Fangzhou had transformed into a secretive millionaire who could casually gift a luxury sports car. Hearing the sarcasm in Chen Wanning's words, Su Yuxue became agitated, exclaiming, "I merely made the same mistake that many women make. In time, Fangzhou will understand my struggles. But until then, I hope you can be considerate and return the things he gave you." Chen Wanning suddenly burst into laughter, her mirth vibrant and infectious. "In the end, you only care about those things. You're not truly regretful, just unwilling to let go with that." There was no need for further conversation. Chen Wanning picked up her small handbag and stood to leave. As she reached the door, she paused and turned back, declaring, "Someone like you is utterly unworthy of Fangzhou's kindness. Do not pursue me again." At her words, Su Yuxue felt her lifelong pride deeply wounded as she slammed her hand on the table. "I'm unworthy? What makes you think you're worthy? What right do you have to say such things? What is your relationship with Fangzhou? His girlfriend? Are you sure of that?" Chen Wanning was momentarily taken aback. She had dismissed everything Su Yuxue had said until that last question struck a chord within her. Indeed, what was her relationship with Fangzhou? A couple? Friends? Classmates? Although Fangzhou treated her well, he had never confessed his feelings nor officially labeled her as his girlfriend. In an instant, Chen Wanning found herself entangled in confusion. Meanwhile, Fangzhou remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in his study at the library at 5 in the afternoon. As the sun began to set, the final bell rang, signaling the end of the last professional exam. Finally free, Fangzhou stretched deeply. Upon returning to the dormitory, his friend Su Luo hurriedly packed his suitcase, racing to catch a high-speed train. Zhao Bingbing and Xiao Haiyang were also busy gathering their belongings. "Have a great winter break, everyone. See you next year. See you next year. Happy winter vacation." Fangzhou, rather than hastily packing his luggage, reclined on his bed, pondering how to spend this winter break. Just then, an unexpected phone call disrupted his reverie. He glanced at his phone and was startled to see it was a call from his mother. He quickly answered. In the next moment, he heard his mother, Qin Lan, sobbing uncontrollably on the other end. "Xiaozhou, please come back quickly. Your father has been hospitalized after being assaulted." Chapter 48. The Disturbance at the Old Residence. Upon hearing the news, Fangzhou felt his heart sink. After hanging up the phone, he immediately intended to return home, but after taking a few steps, he paused. Jinling has long been known as Huijing. His hometown, Tianchong City, is not far from Jinling. Although it belongs to Anhui Province, it borders Jinling. A subway ride to the S8 Ningtian Line's Jinyo Lake Station, followed by a transfer to an intercity bus, would take approximately 3 hours. Under normal circumstances, this duration would be inconsequential, but at this critical moment, it felt interminable. Fangzhou pulled out his phone and called Chen Wanning. After just 2 rings, she answered. Without preamble, he said, "Wanning, my father is in trouble. Please drive me home." Soon, the roar of a Lamborghini engine echoed outside the dormitory. As Chen Wanning was unfamiliar with the route, Fangzhou took the driver's seat and accelerated with fervor. Throughout the journey, he nearly pressed the accelerator to the floor. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Wanning gently placed her hand on Fangzhou's shoulder, her face etched with concern. "Try not to worry too much. Uncle will be all right. Let us hope so." The Lamborghini raced down the highway, unleashing all its power. Approximately 2 hours later, at Tianchong City People's Hospital, a Lamborghini parked at the entrance. Fangzhou hurriedly exited the vehicle, with Chen Wanning trailing closely behind, clutching her bag. "Excuse me, could you direct me to Ward 1102? Fangzhou inquired at the reception desk. After receiving precise directions, he dashed to the ward door. Before even entering, he could hear the sound of his mother, Qin Lan, sobbing, mingled with the coarse shouts of an unfamiliar man. "For heaven's sake, stop crying. It's giving me a headache." Upon hearing this, the woman's sobs intensified. At that moment, the ward door creaked open, and Fangzhou stepped inside. The small room, painted in stark white, was permeated with the sharp scent of disinfectant. His father, Fang Dingbua, lay pale on a single hospital bed, clad in a blue and white striped gown, and 4 drip attached to his right hand, unconscious. Beside him, his mother, Qin Lan, appeared haggard, her eyes swollen from crying. The only chair in the room was occupied by a strange young man, sharp-featured with yellowed teeth, a cigarette hanging from his lips. Xiaozhou, you finally returned. Upon seeing Fangzhou, Qin Lan seemed to find her anchor and rushed to embrace her son. She naturally noticed Chun Wan Ning standing behind him, but in that moment, she was too distraught to inquire. Mom, please don't cry. What exactly happened to Dad? You need to tell me. Fangzhou urgently demanded. In response, the man in the chair began to curse. What else could it be? That old fool went mad and fell off the roof. Whose fault is that? What terrible luck. Fangzhou shot a deep, scrutinizing look at the man, choosing not to engage. Chen Wanning sensibly fetched a cup of water for Qin Lan, encouraging her to moisten her lips. After a considerable pause, Qin Lan finally composed herself. Xiaozhou, your father. He lost his job? Those words struck Fangzhou like thunder, reverberating in his mind. Lost his job? That can't be right. Throughout his life, Fangzhou had relinquished the opportunity to assist Su Yuxue, a decision that had determined his father's fate, and he had not handed it over to Su Yuxue's father, Su Yuxue. Logically, his father should not have been unemployed. After losing his job, your father has been feeling miserable. In hopes of having a good year, he searched for work everywhere. But as the new year approaches, who is still hiring? Out of desperation, he remembered a contractor who wanted to buy our old homestead and thought he'd go back home to take a look. Qin Lan recounted the events. It turned out that during the early days of reform and opening up, Fangzhou's grandfather had established a brick factory on their family land, but it had been abandoned years ago due to financial losses. A contractor had previously offered 30,000 yuan for the land to convert it into a vineyard. However, Fang Dingbua, sentimental about the old house, felt it was worth keeping as a memory and had refused to sell. Unexpectedly, after losing his job this year, coupled with the upcoming new year, he reconsidered selling the old residence. While 30,000 yuan wasn't a fortune, it was enough to ensure the family could celebrate the new year comfortably. However, when Fang Dingbua returned to his hometown that morning, he discovered a construction crew dismantling their old house. He immediately grabbed a pole and climbed onto the roof to confront the excavator. During the standoff, he accidentally fell from the roof and lost consciousness. Fortunately, the old house was only 3 or 4 meters tall. Otherwise, he might not have survived the fall. They claimed it was a mistake. That old man brought it upon himself, stubborn as a mule, refusing to listen. The middle-aged man, still smoking, grumbled impatiently. Fangzhou looked at him with an impassive expression and asked, "May I know your name?" Zhang Qiliang from Longting Construction Company, the man offered curtly. "Why did you demolish my family's old residence?" Fangzhou pressed on. At this, Zhang Qiliang became agitated. "How many times must I say it? It was a mistake. Are you and your father both deaf? That area is rural land, with hardly any household around. Even my family only returns for Qingming tomb sweeping. How could you possibly demolish it by mistake? Are you trying to fool me?" Hearing this, Zhang Qiliang's expression darkened further, and he insolently replied, "It was indeed a mistake. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. At worst, we'll pay a little compensation." Fangzhou ignored him and turned back to his mother, asking, "Mom, have you called the police?" "Ha, young brother, don't be so hasty." At that moment, the ward door swung open, and a plump man in his 50s, with a jovial expression, walked in. "Youthful mistakes in work don't warrant police involvement. Just name your price. We will compensate you for the medical expenses, including your family's mistakenly demolished old house," the man declared, dressed in an administrative jacket, black trousers, and shoes, carrying a briefcase, exuding an air of authority. "Second uncle," Zhang Qiliang exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. However, the plump man ignored him, squinting at Fangzhou with a smile. "Young brother, I am Gao Dizhu's Deputy Director of the Urban Rural Construction Bureau. Let us settle this matter amicably." Considered a chance to get acquainted. Fangzhou furrowed his brow. He recognized Gao Dizhu's, but the latter did not recognize him. In 2021, during a nationwide anti-corruption campaign, Fangzhou had read about this man's notorious deeds in the local news. This minor deputy director had amassed a fortune through usurious lending, illegal bribery, and holding shares, ultimately being sentenced to 10 years in prison after being reported by his mistress for unequal distribution of illicit gains. The scale of his corruption had caused quite a stir in the locality. It was unexpected that his father's predicament was entangled with this man. Fangzhou's anxiety intensified. At that moment, Gao Dizhu's, with a slick smile, said, "Young brother, let us resolve this privately. Making a big deal of it would benefit no one. Just tell me how much you need for medical expenses, and I will ensure Qiliang compensates you, including for the mistakenly demolished old house. Name your figure." Fangzhou fell into contemplation. With a contractor on one side and Gao Dizhu's on the other, both had their eyes on his family's old residence. He was certain there was more to this than met the eye. Could it be a redevelopment scheme? Unlikely, as his rural hometown was sparsely populated, and no such projects would reach this area. Or perhaps there were underground minerals. That seemed improbable as well, given that it was located in a plain region with low chances of mineral deposits. Just then, Fangzhou noticed the car keys in Chen Wanning's hand, and a sudden epiphany struck him. He felt he might have unraveled the reason. Chapter 49. Inversion of Truth. Little brother, what do you say? Gao Dizhu suddenly inquired. Fangzhou responded with a serene smile. Sure, let's settle this privately. His face instantly brightened, revealing a look of eagerness to teach. That's more like it. Now, just name your price, and I shall have Qiliang compensate you. Upon hearing this, Fangzhou slowly extended 5 fingers. All right, 50,000 it is. Qiliang will pay. Fangzhou then shifted his tone, not 50,000 but 5 million. Gao Dizhu's was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Damn! Zhang Qiliang spat out the cigarette in his mouth, pointing at Fangzhou and scolding. Have you lost your mind? 5 million? You couldn't sell your mother for that much. Did you not say I could name any figure? If you can't afford it, just say so. Fangzhou chuckled. Gao Dizhu's expression darkened, his eyes twitching as he replied in a grim tone. Are you joking with me? You were the one who began this farce. What do you mean by this? You have brought my father to such a state, and you think a mere monetary compensation will suffice? To be frank, Fangzhou truly lacked for money at this moment. Having been reborn, if he were still fretting over finances, it would be a disservice to his new existence. Having observed the car keys in Chen Wanning's possession, Fangzhou finally grasped their intentions. The answer was quite straightforward: demolition. However, it was not the type of demolition associated with housing renovations, but rather road construction. Tianchong City borders Jinling and falls under Chuzhou, being one of the Wuma Chuzhou boys. The Ningchuzu Expressway, in later years, would indeed traverse Tianchong City. Typically, in road construction demolitions, thatched houses receive a compensation of 2,000 yuan per square meter, brick houses 2,600 yuan, and single-story homes 3,000 yuan per square meter. Fangzhou's ancestral home, a 100-square-meter plot consisting entirely of single-story dwellings, could yield around 3 to 400,000 yuan. Adding to this, there was a more than 600-square-meter brick factory that, while abandoned, still had standing structures eligible for compensation. Altogether, this could amount to over 2 million yuan. In this era, 2 million yuan was not something to be compared lightly with the future. Fangzhou suspected that Gao Dizhu's had somehow acquired prior knowledge of the Ningchuzu Expressway's route planning. The so-called contractor from earlier was likely a pawn he had procured. But to his surprise, Fang Bingbua did not sell. Thus, Gao Dizhu's resorted to a preemptive strike, feigning a wrongful demolition to establish a fait accompli, and subsequently suggested buying out the land as compensation. For many rural men who had already migrated to the city, the old homestead was merely a nostalgic thought. Hypothetically, if the old homestead were forcibly demolished under false pretenses, erasing that sentiment, and they were offered compensation, the honest rural folk would likely choose to sell under such circumstances. Rural homesteads are generally not permitted to be sold, but transfer or local representation is allowed. It's merely a matter of semantics, with many methods available. Very well. Excellent. Gao Dizhu sneered, shedding the facade of the smiling tiger and adopting an imposing demeanor. Go ahead, report it to the police. I would like to see whose word they will believe. Fangzhou, without hesitation, immediately dialed the police. Zhang Qiliang, however, appeared somewhat dazed, pulling Gao Dizhu's out of the hospital room and into the stairwell. What should we do, second uncle? If that kid really calls the police, what if? What are you afraid of? This is a matter of public opinion. He has his words, and you have yours. Just firmly insist that it was a wrongful demolition. Will the police believe that? If they don't believe it, so what? You can't prove your words are false. The presumption of innocence applies. Gao Dizhu's, having navigated the system for many years, understood the intricacies within. All right, I will heed your advice. At this point, a hint of ferocity flickered across Zhang Qiliang's sharp face. That kid, I will make sure he pays for this. Approximately 15 minutes later, the sound of urgent sirens echoed outside the hospital. A middle-aged police officer in uniform entered the ward. Who called the police? He asked as soon as he stepped inside. Fangzhou promptly raised his hand. I did. The officer scanned the room and suddenly expressed surprise. Gao, what are you doing here? Old Lu, Gao Dizhu's, was also taken aback, a look of unexpected delight crossing his face, though he feigned disappointment. Alas, it's just my distant cousin, who is in the construction business. He mistakenly demolished someone's homestead. It's not worth much, but I never expected it would escalate to this. With a single sentence, he downplayed the matter. Zhang Qiliang quickly chimed in. Yes, officer, we all agree to compensate. Yet this guy demands 5 million. Is that a reasonable approach to resolving this? Is that so? The officer turned to Fangzhou, his tone becoming somewhat stern. Young man, your attitude seems problematic. They have agreed to compensate. What more do you want? Upon hearing this, Fangzhou's mother, Qin Lan, rushed forward, crying out, What do you mean, what more do we want? My husband is lying in the hospital bed, and I call the police, yet you question us? She was merely an ordinary housewife, lacking in formal education and worldly experience. Yet she would use her simple and earnest manner to protect her family. The officer's demeanor hardened. Madam, please remain calm. Chen Weining stepped forward gently, supporting Qin Lan's arm. Perhaps having suppressed her emotions for too long, Qin Lan could no longer contain herself and leaned her head on Chen Weining's shoulder, weeping. Chen Weining stood still like a sapling, her gaze complex and profound. Having experienced her parents' divorce at a young age, she perhaps had never known the feeling of being needed by an elder. At this moment, Zhang Qiliang grew impatient. Stop putting on this pitiful act. A flat rate of 80,000. Sign this settlement agreement, or you can take it to court. I can easily spend a little money to hire a lawyer to drag this out. The reason he remained there was solely for that settlement agreement. Ultimately, Fang Dingbu's injuries were intertwined with their responsibility. Once the agreement was signed, any subsequent lawsuits would be rendered impossible. Your father bears responsibility too. He is an adult and must be accountable for his actions. We live in a society governed by law, not one where the weak are always right, the officer added. Qin Lan could no longer contain her frustration and shoved him out the door, shouting, Get out. All of you leave. Zhang Qiliang and Gao Dizhu's, however, remained motionless, their gazes fixed on Fangzhou. Fangzhou smirked. Did you not hear what my mother said? Get out. All right, very well. Zhang Qiliang's ire intensified, his tone darkening. You will regret this. I will make sure to ruin your entire family. Gao Dizhu's again donned his smiling facade, his smile devoid of warmth. Young man, do not be too impulsive. Think it over. You cannot afford a lawsuit against the Longton Company. With that, the two departed. As the middle-aged officer prepared to leave, Fangzhou called out, Wait. Officer, you have yet to provide me with a police report. In his previous life, Fangzhou had watched numerous videos of lawless individuals. Thus, he understood the importance of a police report. It not only serves as a basis for the report, but also as a legal document, potentially as a basis for accountability and oversight. Upon hearing this, the officer's face flashed with annoyance, but he reluctantly issued a receipt to Fangzhou. Once everyone had left, only Fangzhou and his two companions remained in the hospital room. Xiao Fang, are we really going to sue them? At this moment, Qin Lan had regained her composure, though her uncertainty was evident. She was most aware of their family's financial situation. Engaging in a lawsuit would be beyond their means. Fangzhou pondered for a moment before shaking his head and saying no. A flicker of despondency crossed Qin Lan's face. Although reason dictated that Fangzhou's choice was the correct one, her emotions were tinged with disappointment. At that moment, Fangzhou suddenly added, if suing were effective, what need would there be for a Gatling gun? Chen Wanning gazed at Fangzhou in stunned silence, her eyes reflecting a swirl of unusual emotions. His reaction mirrored that of his previous encounter at the Jinling police station, and those who knew Fangzhou understood that someone was about to face misfortune. Chapter 50. The underhanded tactics of for the time being, matters had reached a pause. Fangzhou gazed at his unconscious father in the hospital bed. Concern etched on his face. Mom, how is Dad doing now? The doctor mentioned a cerebral contusion, stating that if he could awaken tonight, there would be no issues. However, if he did not regain consciousness, there might be lingering repercussions. Qianlan also wore an expression of worry. After a moment, she turned her gaze towards Chen Wanning, who stood behind Fangzhou. Xiaozhou, I forgot to ask earlier, who is this young lady? Fangzhou hesitated, pondering how best to introduce Little Potato. Should he refer to her as his girlfriend? Although he had already recognized her as such, he had yet to formally confess his feelings. Calling her a classmate felt too distant. After a moment's reflection, he gently said, Mom, you can call her Wanning. She is the girl who accompanied me to see the sea, facing the ocean in the warmth of spring. Those who share such moments are often more tender than the sea itself. This was Fangzhou's most profound realization before his previous life's end. Due to the ordinary nature of the hospital ward, there was only one accompanying bed available. Fangzhou decided to remain for the night vigil. Mom, you've had a tiring day. It will be best for you to return home and rest. I will stay here with Dad. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qianlan did not refuse her son's kind offer. Call me immediately if anything happens. I want to turn off my phone tonight. Qianma had lost count of how many times she had wept that day, her spirit thoroughly exhausted. Many were unaware that crying is a profoundly depleting act. Sometimes, when a girl tells you she is tired of crying, it might indeed mean she is genuinely fatigued. Having settled his mother, Fangzhou turned to Little Potato, Wanting, I will arrange a hotel for you nearby, so you can rest for the night. Before he could finish, Qianma interrupted, exclaiming, Why spend that unnecessary money? We have a guest room at home. Their family resided in a 3-bedroom apartment. One master bedroom for the parents, one secondary room for Fangzhou, and the last room, rather than being a study, was designated as a guest room. Many older generations who moved to the city would leave a guest room available for visiting relatives. Fangzhou paused, seeking Little Potato's opinion with his gaze. Chen Wanning lowered her head, a blush gracing her cheeks, finally responding with a gentle, All right then, Mom. You take Wanning home to rest. I will stay here with Dad. Qianma had no objections, pulling Little Potato along. Dear, let us go to our home for the night. You can just call me Wanning, Auntie, Chen Wanning replied sweetly. Soon, the two arrived at the hospital's entrance. Qianlan stood by the roadside, hailing a taxi. Wanning, wait a moment while I get a cab. No need. Auntie, I can drive. Chen Wanning replied as she produced her car keys, causing the streamlined tail lights of a Lamborghini to illuminate. Qianlan was momentarily taken aback, cautiously and somewhat awkwardly climbing into the vehicle. As they traveled, Chen Wanning drove, while Qianlan navigated and simultaneously messaged Fangzhou. Son, what kind of family does your classmate come from? I've never seen such an expensive car before. Listen, you better not pursue her for her money. We can't afford to lose face as the Fang family. Fangzhou chuckled softly, responding helplessly, Don't worry, Mom. Your son would never stoop to such depths. Just let me know when you get home safely. Reassured by Fangzhou's response, Qianma relaxed a bit, her gaze towards Chen Wanning gradually softening. She is of decent height and quite attractive. Her figure is pleasing. She should bear children well. And she appears well-nourished. The children won't go hungry. Feeling the scrutiny from the passenger seat, Chen Wanning straightened her posture, resembling a schoolgirl under the watchful eye of a teacher, fixating her gaze ahead. Though she appeared nonchalant, she nearly ran several red lights, betraying her inner turmoil. 15 minutes later, the Lamborghini arrived at Fangzhou's residence. It was an older complex without an elevator. Qianma led Little Potato up the stairs. Fortunately, they were on the 3rd floor, which was manageable, and they arrived quickly. Upon entering, the home was tidy and well-kept, with a clean floor and meticulously arranged furniture. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, and the balcony was adorned with potted succulents and bamboo. At the sound of the door opening, the family's husky rushed forward, tail wagging furiously. This was the puppy Fangzhou's parents had adopted from a colleague last year. Their affection for it last year was now matched by a desire to discipline it this year. Aroo, 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 the husky's voice was plaintive, as if lamenting the injustice of being left home alone all day. Its innate destructive tendencies reached a peak in that moment. However, under the threat of Qian Ma's rolling pin, the husky quickly regained its composure. All right, stop being a brat. I know you feel wronged. Qian Ma pressed down on the husky's mouth, preventing it from gnawing on Chun Wanning's clothes. The husky's name is Li Hung because he is quite unruly at home, yet turns timid when meeting other dogs outside, even afraid of a chihuahua. Though the space is a bit cramped, Wanning, please make do for the night. Saying this, Qian Ma went to fetch slippers for Chun Wanning. They were a pair of small cotton slippers, handmade by Qian Ma, less fashionable than those from online shops, but clean, soft, and sturdy. No, this place is perfect. After a brief pause, Chun Wanning emphasized, truly, it's wonderful. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity and enthusiasm. After changing into the slippers, Qian Ma went to refill the husky's food and water and to turn on the water heater in the bathroom. After bathing, the two retired early. It had been a day full of turmoil and change, leaving them both utterly exhausted. Chun Wanning snuggled under Fangzhou's blanket, which had been warmed by the sun, and fell into a deep, sweet slumber on the small bed in the guest room. As the night deepened, the moon hung high, uncertain how much time had passed. Crash! Suddenly, a stone shattered the bedroom window. Brothers, smash it! Smash it! Hit hard! Laughter and the roar of motorcycles echoed from outside. Crash! 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 The sound of glass breaking persisted. In an instant, Qian Ma's terrified scream pierced the air, alongside the husky's mournful howls. Who is breaking my window? Qian Ma awoke, her heart racing. Simultaneously, Chun Wanning was jolted from her dreams. The two ventured to the living room and turned on the lights, only to discover that, besides the bedroom, the living room windows had also been shattered. The winter wind rushed in through the broken glass, chilling them to the bone. It seemed the husky had also been struck by the stones, whimpering in its crate, trembling with fear. Annie, don't move. Chun Wanning grabbed Qian Ma, shielding her behind her, her fierce demeanor returning in that moment. She transformed into a keen little leopard, selecting an appropriate weapon from the house, and boldly approached the peephole. However, she found the peephole obstructed by an unknown object. She attempted to open the door slightly, but saw that red paint had been splattered all over the entrance. At the People's Hospital, in the ward, Fangzhou was deep in slumber when the shrill ring of a phone abruptly roused him. Recognizing Little Potato's number, he shook off his drowsiness and answered immediately. What's wrong, Wanning? On the other end, her voice was hurried. Fangzhou, someone is trying to break into our home. All the windows have been smashed. The peephole is blocked, and paint has been splattered on the front door. Li Hung has been hit by a stone. Faintly, he could hear the husky's wails and Qian Ma's frightened voice. Fangzhou was aware of his mother's timid nature, but he never anticipated that in such a situation, Little Potato would remain composed. Perhaps she was not devoid of fear, but simply lacked an outlet to express her inner trepidation. Much like the previous incident at the Jinling police station, before Fangzhou's arrival, she was able to confront Zhao Jinlan single-handedly. However, as soon as Fangzhou appeared, she transformed into a wounded child, clinging to Fangzhou's arm and weeping softly. Suddenly, a notification sounded. The phone vibrated with a message from Little Potato, containing photographs from a scene at home. There lay shattered glass scattered across the floor, a door splashed with crimson paint, a blocked peephole, and a distraught mother. Damn it! Fangzhou struck her thigh with a fist. The shattered glass, the obstructed peephole, the splattered paint. It was clear that these heinous acts were the work of Gao Dazhu or Zhang Qiliang. Such archaic and despicable tactics, childish yet repulsive. In that moment, Fangzhou found herself yearning for a future era. In that future, should one dare to engage in such antics, the surveillance system would swiftly identify them, delivering swift retribution. There is no alternative. The development of a nation requires time, and it will gradually improve. True love for one's country is not predicated on its current state of goodness, but rather stems from a willingness to accompany it on its journey towards improvement. So, this is the game you wish to play? 2nd Battalion Commander, where is my artillery? Fangzhou was ready to take action. Before proceeding, it was imperative to ensure that her mother and little potato were safe at the hospital. Just then, Fang Dingbua, who had been lying on the hospital bed, suddenly moved his fingers. Following that, his mouth, head, arms, and legs began to stir. Chapter 51. Revenge cannot wait for the night. Xiao Zhou. A weak voice called out from beside him. Fangzhou turned in the direction of the sound, and a wave of joy washed over his face. Dad, you're awake. He grasped Fang Dingbua's hand tightly while urgently pressing the call button at the bedside. Xiao Zhou, how did you come back? Where's your mother? Fang Dingbua asked, his voice frail. Dad, please don't speak. Just wait for the doctor and nurse to arrive, Fangzhou interrupted. Soon a nurse, alerted by the call, rushed in and, upon seeing Fang Dingbua awake, immediately went to fetch the on-duty doctor. In a short while, a doctor in a white coat arrived and began a thorough examination of Fang Dingbua. After considerable time, Fangzhou inquired, Doctor, how's my father? Rest assured, the fact that he has awakened tonight indicates there is no serious issue. He may experience dizziness, nausea, and headaches later, but these symptoms are temporary and should dissipate within about a week. That is good to hear. Thank you, doctor. Fangzhou sighed in relief, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Minutes later, Chun Weining and Qin Ma also arrived at the hospital. Upon seeing Fang Dingbua awake, Qin Ma couldn't hold back her tears and embraced her husband, sobbing uncontrollably. All right, I'm fine now. My son is watching. Fang Dingbua gently patted his wife's shoulder, offering quiet comfort. Fangzhou immediately averted his gaze, pretending not to witness the emotional scene. Meanwhile, Chun Weining stood by, mimicking Fangzhou by covering her eyes. At that moment, Qin Ma recounted everything that had transpired since Fang Dingbua fell unconscious. By the way, Dad, do you remember how you fell from the roof? Fangzhou asked. Fang Dingbua paused, then slapped his thigh. That damn Gao Dezhu. It wasn't an accident. It was that Zhang Qiliang who caused me to fall. Fangzhou furrowed his brow. It was Zhang Qiliang? Of course. When I saw them dismantling our old house, I climbed up with a pole to confront them. Zhang Qiliang, being obstinate, didn't budge and rammed the load-bearing wall with an excavator. I lost my balance and fell. Hearing this, the anger within Fangzhou intensified, his fists clenching slightly. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not wait for revenge. This enmity must be resolved. Although the foundation of Fangzhou's connections lay in Jinling, he had little to rely on in his hometown. Furthermore, business and governance operate as two distinctly different systems, making it challenging for business tactics to affect bureaucratic personnel. However, Fangzhou had his own methods. As the saying goes, local officials are not as effective as those currently in charge, and the authority overseeing the discipline of public officials is the Discipline Inspection Commission. Fangzhou promptly gathered some paper, pens, and envelopes, recalling Gao Dezhu's notorious deeds from his previous life as he began to write. High-interest lending, exploiting his position as a civil servant to cash out large sums at low interest from the agricultural bank, then profiting through high-interest loans. The intermediary company is misconduct, maintaining relationships with female university students, coercing female subordinates into inappropriate relations. The address is accepting bribes, holding substantial shares in Longting Construction Company. Key individuals include, and the sources of vast wealth are obscure. One by one, the infamous acts of Gao Dezhu from the past life were meticulously documented on separate sheets of paper, each placed into different envelopes. Not enough. I need decisive evidence to seal the deal. After a moment of contemplation, Fangzhou suddenly remembered. Right, building 35 in Li Shui? I recall reports from my previous life stating that all of Gao Dezhu's ill-gotten gains were hidden in that villa, especially the wall of cash in the master bedroom, which was held in the name of his wife's cousin. In the previous life, Gao Dezhu's scandal caused quite a stir, even making it to Central News. Moreover, our old house was also swindled by Gao Dezhu under the guise of a contractor. When Qin Ma learned of the road construction and demolition, she was furious. Thus, Fangzhou had a vivid impression of this matter, particularly the notorious exploits of Gao Dezhu. Half an hour later, there were 22 envelopes on the table. Each contained compromising information about Gao Dezhu. To play it safe, Fangzhou decided against reporting it in person, as that would expose him. Some of the incriminating evidence was derived from memories of his past life, equating to having the final answer without the deductive process. However, with this reference, the rest could be entrusted to the comrades at the Discipline Inspection Commission. After some thought, Fangzhou called Pang Bo. The phone rang several times before Pang Bo's drowsy voice answered. "Who is it at this hour?" Having been woken up by the call, Pang Bo was about to express his irritation when Fangzhou's serious voice cut in. "Old Pang, my dad was beaten and is in the hospital. Our house was vandalized." Pang Bo instantly shook off his sleepiness. Without any further ado, he asked, "What do you need me to do? Are you on break?" "Not yet. As an athlete, I have to maintain my fitness, so I train during the winter and summer breaks. The holidays are short." Fangzhou pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you know any guys from your hometown who can rally people together? Preferably someone reliable." After a brief silence, Pang Bo exclaimed, "Actually, there's one. Wang Zhenhu from 6th Middle School. He wasn't great at studying, but was formidable in a fight, and he is quite loyal." Fangzhou was somewhat surprised. Pang Bo had never backed down in a fight. In middle school, when Fangzhou was confronted by local delinquents for money, Pang Bo had brandished 2 bricks, scaring them away. If he deemed someone a good fighter, it meant they were truly formidable. "That's all I need to hear. Please give me his contact information and call him to introduce me." "That's easy. If you're free now, you can go directly to the Hongtang Internet CAF on Guangling East Road. He often stays there at night. He should be there now." "Great." After hanging up, Fangzhou requested the car keys from Xiao Tudo, took the prepared envelopes, and headed straight for the Hongtang Internet CAF. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the stars were sparse. A Lamborghini sped through the night. Fangzhou stopped by an ATM to withdraw some cash. 20 minutes later, the Lamborghini came to a halt in front of the Hongtang Internet CAF. At the same time, a young man, towering at over 6 feet with a buzz cut, stood outside the CAF smoking. He had a robust physique and bright, piercing eyes, exuding strength. Surrounding him were 7 or 8 rough-looking youths, many adorned with tattoos. As the group caught sight of the flashy sports car for the first time, their curiosity drew them closer. Chapter 52, Thunderous Tactics, Discreet Handling Wang Zhenhu. Fangzhou stepped out of the car without a hint of hesitation, addressing the buzz-cut young man at the forefront. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Zhenhu's eyes. "You are the Fangzhou that Pang Bo mentioned?" Fangzhou nodded gently. This revelation left Wang Zhenhu somewhat astonished. Pang Bo had merely mentioned a friend seeking assistance, yet he hadn't anticipated that this individual would be a car enthusiast. Regaining his composure, Wang Zhenhu stated directly, "Let us get straight to the point." Fangzhou surveyed the surrounding individuals. "Are these all your people?" "For my business. This isn't enough. Let us discuss the matter first. If more manpower is needed, I can recruit others later." "All right. My request isn't complicated, but it must be under real names. I want to have you working for free. After the job is done, each of you will receive 10,000 yuan as remuneration, with half the payment as a deposit up front." Upon hearing this, the group of aimless youths became visibly excited, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. All of them were unemployed, spending their days in internet cafes, gaming halls, KTVs, and billiard rooms, occasionally scrounging for pocket change. Often, they couldn't even gather 1,000 yuan among themselves. Therefore, upon hearing of the 10,000 yuan reward, they were instantly thrilled. However, Wang Zhenhu remained cautious. "We aren't getting involved in anything illegal. My friends and I don't want to end up in jail." Fangzhou was momentarily taken aback, yet Wang Zhenhu's reaction eased his concerns. If the group were merely motivated by greed, Fangzhou would have walked away immediately. "Rest assured, I'm not asking you to commit any illegal acts. I am a law-abiding citizen," he assured, as he opened the car door and retrieved a black plastic bag, tossing it over to Wang Zhenhu. Upon opening it, Wang Zhenhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Inside the bag lay stacks of vibrant red 100 yuan bills. The 7 or 8 aimless youths around him began to breathe heavily, their gazes fixated on the red notes. "This 100,000 is the deposit. I need you to write to the City Discipline Inspection Commission tomorrow, reporting Gao Dezhu of the Urban and Rural Construction Department with your real names. Fangzhou laid out his intentions. Wang Jinhu pondered briefly. Malicious reporting could result in criminal charges. Fear not. This is not malicious reporting. We have evidence. Fangzhou reassured, handing over a thick stack of envelopes, leaving only the most crucial one behind. Gather about 20 people, have them each copy the contents of the envelopes, and deliver them to the City Discipline Inspection Commission by noon tomorrow under real names. Once it's accomplished, meet me at the Starbucks in Wuyue Plaza, and I will hand over the remaining payment. Then, Fangzhou produced the most critical envelope, containing the location of Gao Daju's hidden assets. He handed it to Wang Jinhu. The other letters can be written easily, but this particular one, I need you to write it. Wang Jinhu squinted his eyes, a dangerous glint emanating from them. After a moment's pause, he suddenly lunged forward, gripping Fangzhou's collar. What trick are you trying to pull? Fangzhou, seemingly unfazed, calmly replied, Wang Jinhu, do you wish to continue living this aimless life? What do you mean? Wang Jinhu retorted, spending each day idly, chasing girls, playing billiards. And gaming, is this what you call living? Fangzhou smirked, you a rich second generation, understand nothing. So, what do you propose as a way of life? With a solemn expression, Fangzhou replied, the word mix contains kuan, signifying to aspire to stand alongside the sun. True mixing is to command respect without anger, to draw admiration without orders, to operate within the law and above morality, adhering to principles while using any means necessary. That is what mixing truly entails. Individuals like you are not even worthy of the term. You are merely a bunch of petty hustlers. The youthful fervor within Wang Jinhu ignited further at Fangzhou's words. Damn, he cursed under his breath. Despite having carved out a territory on Guangling East Road, many feared him rather than respected him. It was akin to being wary of a repugnant substance. You might fear coming into contact with it, but you do not truly respect it. Moreover, he was terrified of being broke. Although his friends often called him Brother Tiger, without money and influence, that title was nothing more than self-delusion among a group of friends. Gradually, Wang Jinhu loosened his grip on Fangzhou's collar. Observing this, Fangzhou slapped the envelope against his chest. If you handle this well, I'll give you a chance. Wang Jinhu's eyes flickered with determination upon hearing this. Fangzhou's decision was not made impulsively. On one hand, the most crucial envelope required a resolute individual to write it, and Wang Jinhu was the perfect candidate. On the other hand, after today's encounter, Fangzhou felt an inexplicable sense of helplessness. His focus would undoubtedly shift to Jinling, and should anything happen to his parents back home, he would be left in the dark. Having observed Wang Jinhu, he found him ruthless yet not cruel, reckless yet intelligent. Coupled with Pang Bo's commendation, Fangzhou believed extending a helping hand to him could provide some security for his parents. Of course, this was contingent upon executing the task flawlessly. Once everything was arranged, Fangzhou sighed with relief and pressed the accelerator, heading back to the hospital. All preparations were in place. He merely awaited the unfolding of tomorrow's grand spectacle. The following day, at 10 o'clock, under the bright sun, the City Discipline Inspection Commission's office was bustling. With a loud bang, a thermos cup was slammed onto the desk. Zhang Aigua's furious voice echoed within the office. Look at this! Look at this! We received over 20 reports in just one morning, all with real names. Is this how you conduct your work? Before him, Ho Yang stood chastised, resembling a timid chick, unable to raise his head. Zhang, receiving over 20 reports in one morning, all targeting the same individual. This is likely malicious reporting, isn't it? Ho Yang meekly suggested. Zhang Aigua slammed the report onto the desk, retorting irately, Can you not see the potential for malicious intent? Read through the reports before speaking. Upon hearing this, Ho Yang obediently took the reports and began to read them one by one. Wu Tiao Wu, ID number 3411 XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Hereby report, in my real name, Deputy Director Gao Daiju of the Tianchang City Urban and Rural Construction Bureau for high-interest loan transfers, exploiting his position as a civil servant to secure large, low-interest cash loans from Agricultural Bank, subsequently lending at high interest rates for profit, with the broker being Lingi Financial Company. Upon reading the first report, Hou Yang furrowed his brow. He had never encountered the term high-interest loan transfers before, but thankfully the letter contained relevant explanations. It turned out that bank loans typically required a comprehensive assessment of personal credit. The higher the credit rating, the greater the loan amount and the lower the interest rate. As public servants usually had high credit ratings, they could secure large loans at low interest rates, ranging from 3 to 5. Subsequently, through private lending companies, they would lend the money borrowed from the bank to ordinary individuals at significantly higher interest rates, between 30 and 36, as anything above 36 would be considered loan sharking. In this manner, they could effortlessly reap the difference in interest each year. Goodness, such a method of profit-making exists? Hou Yang felt a sense of enlightenment, as if a new world had opened before him. He suddenly sensed that this report might not be malicious after all. Such a clandestine method of profit could not simply be fabricated. He continued to read on. I, Yi Fan, with the identification number 3411XXXXXXXXXXXXXX, hereby submit a formal complaint against Gao Dezhu, the Deputy Director of the Urban and Rural Construction Bureau of Tianchong City, for improper conduct, including maintaining relationships with female university students and coercing female subordinates into inappropriate relations. His residence is located at room 802, building 13, Xiangjiangyayuan. I Wang Defa, with the identification number 3411XXXXXXXXXXXXXX, also formally accused Gao Dezhu of accepting bribes and possessing a substantial 51% stake in Longting Construction Company, held in trust by his associate, Johan I. Zhao Zilong, with the identification number 3411XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Further alleged that Gao Dezhu possesses enormous assets of dubious origin, concealed within Villa 35 in Lixue, where the master bedroom features an entire wall adorned with cash. The villa is held in the name of his distant cousin, Wen Lily. As I continued reading, Hou Yang abruptly lifted his head, parched and anxious, exclaiming, Deputy Zhang, could this be a malicious accusation? Oh, if it were mere malice, it would be simpler to address. It is precisely because it is not that we find ourselves in a predicament, Zhang Igua replied sternly. Typically, malicious reports contain vague information or are intended to bait the accused. Yet, these letters are rich in detail, precisely outlining the locations of concealed assets, even noting the existence of a wall of cash in the master bedroom. The more intricate the details, the easier they are to verify. If this were indeed a malicious report, the accuser would have to be rather foolish. Unbeknownst to him, Hou Yang had begun to trust the authenticity of the accusations. His expression grew serious. Deputy Zhang, what course of action should we take now? We must proceed as necessary. This scourge must be eradicated. Zhang Igua's demeanor was grave. Indeed, Hou Yang raised his head and turned, preparing to summon personnel. At that moment, Zhang Igua added solemnly, Tianchong City is set to compete for the title of National Civilized City next year. We cannot allow the efforts of 1 million citizens to be undermined by this parasite. Remember, swift and decisive action, handled discreetly. The directive for swift action indicated that this situation must be addressed with urgency and resolve, while discretion implied the necessity of avoiding media attention. Understood. Following the command, Hou Yang immediately exited to gather the team, ready to launch a sudden offensive. Meanwhile, within the Urban and Rural Construction Bureau office, Gao Dezhu remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing, continuing his work as usual. He was even preoccupied with the trivial dilemma of whose favor to curry that evening. Such a vexing concern. Chapter 53, a chaotic scene, a melancholic tune. Hee. Dear uncle, you are unaware of the grand deed I have accomplished. Last night, accompanied by a dozen brothers, I wreaked havoc upon that little brat's home. Dear, to provoke me? This is the consequence. Inside the office, Zhang Qiliang boasted with pride. Gao Dezhu reclined in the boss's chair, seemingly indifferent. Just keep it within limits. As long as no lives are lost, it's acceptable. Rest assured, dear uncle, I have everything under control. If I continue this way for a few more days, I will ensure he signs the settlement agreement. Then, I shall devise a plan to reclaim that old residence for you. Your competence instills confidence in me. Gao Dezhu took a sip from his thermos cup, casting an appreciative glance. However, at that moment, the office door burst open with a loud bang. "Gao Dezhu, you wretched scoundrel, get out here." A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the floor. Gao Dezhu was about to express his anger when he looked up to find his wife, Wang Xiulan, standing there. Wang Xiulan, robust and imposing, sported a perm reminiscent of a landlady, her face heavily made up. "Why are you here, my dear wife?" Gao Dezhu began to question. To his surprise, Wang Xiulan hurled her Gucci Dionysus bag at his face, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Pa, you, a mere Doran's son-in-law. How could you attain this position without my family's assistance? Now that you've found success, you have the audacity to keep a mistress behind my back." A flicker of panic crossed Gao Dezhu's eyes. "Wife, what are you talking about? Who has been spreading these rumors?" Smack! Wang Xiulan delivered a resounding slap to his face, her fury akin to that of a lioness. "The woman you've been seeing has sent letters to our home." As she spoke, Wang Xiulan slammed a letter onto the desk. This letter was not penned by the woman, but rather written by Fangzhou. Upon discovering it today, although enraged, Wang Xiulan was not foolish. She immediately went to verify the address mentioned in the letter. Upon arrival, she was met with a shocking sight. In a 3-bedroom apartment, pictures of Gao Dezhu and the woman adorned the walls, and the wardrobe was filled with various uniforms. The woman even taunted her, calling her old and plump. Hearing such insults ignited Wang Xiulan's fury, leading her to confront the mistress. Afterward, she stormed into the office to confront Gao Dezhu, resulting in the current scene. "Dear aunt, is there some misunderstanding? Who has been filling your ears with nonsense?" Zhang Qiliang hastily interjected. Yet at that moment, Wang Xiulan was deaf to all reason. She seized a ceramic cup from the table and hurled it at Zhang Qiliang's face. Bang! Zhang Qiliang was struck, blood streaming from his nose. Gao Dezhu, stunned by the slap, turned to see Zhang Qiliang injured and shouted, "Wang Xiulan, what on earth do you intend to do?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiulan's rage intensified. "Oh, so you dare to raise your voice at me for the sake of another woman? Pa, you, the Doran's son-in-law, would not have achieved this without my family as support. How dare you keep a mistress? Have you no shame? That woman is younger than your own daughter. How can you stoop so low? With your limited prowess, do you truly believe you are capable of such feats?" As she berated him, Wang Xiulan began to wreak havoc in the office, causing Gao Dezhu to cower in fear. Curious colleagues, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. "What's happening here? Didn't Tia's wife just expose Gao Dezhu's infidelities? Is that so? He always seems so cheerful. He doesn't appear to be that kind of person. Such is the folly of judging a person by their appearance. I heard that his mistress is even younger than his daughter. How disgusting." Seeing this scene unfold, Gao Dezhu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. With Wang Xiulan's explosive entrance, his reputation at work was utterly ruined, akin to social death. At this point, Gao Dezhu resolved to escape, clutching his head as he dashed towards the exit. Wang Xiulan, relentless, pursued him, hurling insults that were so vulgar even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. "Damn, that crazy woman," Gao Dezhu cursed under his breath. Using his knowledge of the building's layout, Gao Dezhu took numerous twists and turns, finally managing to lose Wang Xiulan. Just as he prepared to press the elevator button, the elevator arrived at their floor. The doors chimed open, revealing a group of inspectors in suits, followed by 2 or 3 police officers. Timing is everything. Gao Dezhu, is it? The lead inspector, Ho Yang, recognized him immediately from a photograph. Gao Dezhu's right eyelid twitched violently. "Who are you?" "We are special agents from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Here is the search warrant. Deputy Director Gao, please accompany us." Ho Yang wasted no time, brandishing the search warrant. Upon hearing this, Gao Dezhu's heart raced with trepidation. "What do you intend to do? I am a law-abiding citizen. You cannot treat a comrade this way," Gao Dezhu proclaimed with indignation. Ho Yang scoffed. "Whether or not you are law-abiding is not for you to decide. We must investigate to ascertain the truth. What could possibly warrant a search? I earn just a few thousand a month. You cannot bully an ordinary citizen like me. You are no ordinary citizen. You are the director of the Urban and Rural Development Bureau. So what if I am a director? All positions of power exist to serve the people. Calm down. Let us board the vehicle first." As Gao Dezhu protested, they forced him into the car. Throughout the journey, he maintained his righteous demeanor, proclaiming, "One must be steadfast in their integrity. I am innocent, and I fear no one. My position is challenging, with many ill-intentioned individuals seeking to undermine me. You cannot label me as a villain without cause. My family has been farming for 3 generations. I am the son of a farmer." However, as he spoke, his voice gradually dwindled. He recognized the route they were taking, and a wave of panic surged within him. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That place is my secret hideout. I have never disclosed it to anyone, not even my wife or children. How could they possibly know?" He convinced himself they were attempting to deceive him. Yes, it was all a ruse. Unbeknownst to Gao Daiju, Fangzhou had utilized his knowledge of the future to swiftly dismantle his stronghold. 30 minutes later, the vehicle halted at the entrance of Villa 35 in Lixue. The villa's gates were wide open, with a group of inspectors already inside, checking the assets. "Director Gao, we've arrived at your home." Ho Yang turned and smiled. Gao Daiju, stripped of his previous composure, was now drenched in cold sweat. Trembling, he exited the vehicle, his legs refusing to cooperate. This isn't my home. How could I afford such a villa?" Gao Daiju stammered in panic. "Oh, is that so?" Ho Yang snapped his fingers playfully. His subordinates promptly produced surveillance footage from the villa. The video clearly depicted Gao Daiju entering the villa with a suitcase full of money, only to emerge later with the bag empty. This footage served as irrefutable evidence of his illicit dealings, especially since the villa's safe contained multiple equity agreements signed in his name. Gao Daiju's face drained of color. "How is the count progressing?" Ho Yang inquired. His subordinate's face turned ashen. "You may enter and see for yourself." Ho Yang furrowed his brow as he stepped into the room. At the behest of his subordinates, he opened the refrigerator. As the door swung wide, an avalanche of banknotes cascaded forth. "Wah! Who has placed such a vast sum of money in our refrigerator?" Gao Daiju stammered, desperately attempting to defend himself. Ho Yang's expression darkened progressively. Following another prompt from his subordinates, he proceeded to the master bedroom of the villa. As the bed curtains were drawn back, a wall of crimson banknotes was unveiled before the astonished onlookers. A collective gasp echoed through the room. "My heavens! How much money could this possibly be? A mere section chief could amass such greed. What heinous acts has he committed?" Ho Yang's countenance turned a ghastly shade, reflecting his horror. He had initially believed Gao Daiju's corruption to be limited, but he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of it. With Tianchong City poised to compete for the title of National Civilized City next year, the potential exposure of this scandal threatened to obliterate the efforts of millions within the city, all due to a singular pest. "Summon someone. Arrest him!" Ho Yang nearly roared. Gao Daiju crumpled to the floor, his eyes vacant, his face ashen, resembling a marionette with severed strings. In that moment, he comprehended the gravity of his predicament. His fate was sealed. Chapter 54. The career predicament of my parents in the following 3 days, unbeknownst to the common folk. A fervent anti-corruption operation was underway. A total of 58 individuals, including Gao Daiju's and Zhang Qiliang, were apprehended with the swiftness of a thunderclap, sweeping away all in its path. During this time, Fangzhou seized a moment to dial 12389, utilizing the reporting receipt to successfully expose the previous middle-aged officer. He then summoned a few domestic helpers to remove the red paint from his doorstep and engage a renovation company to repair the shattered windows. 3 days later, when Fang Dingbua was discharged from the hospital, everything had returned to its original state. Standing at the threshold of their home, Qinma took a deep breath, feeling as if a lifetime had passed. Finally home, those days felt interminable. Fang Dingbua was somewhat anxious. "I just wonder if Zhang Qiliang will come back." "Don't worry, Dad, that fellow 1TB coming again," Fangzhou said with a mysterious smile, offering no further explanation. Chen Wanning stood beside him, trying to support him with a playful remark. "Yes, he 1TB coming." Observing this, Fangzhou suddenly felt a mischievous impulse. In front of his parents, he extended his mischievous finger to stealthily poke Chen Wanning at her lower back. The moment his finger made contact with her soft waist, Chen Wanning's body tensed up. However, with Fangzhou's parents present, She couldn't react overtly. She merely puffed out her cheeks, the skin behind her ears turning a delicate shade of crimson, her sparkling eyes glaring at Fangzhou. Oh, daring to glare at me? Fangzhou intensified his playful assault. In mere moments, the sparkle in her eyes turned into mist, resembling a pitiful little creature. Here as an honest person, come quickly to bully her. Fangzhou's playful spirit surged. But as he noticed Chen Ning's tightening fists, his gaze instantly regained clarity and reason, resembling a raucous den in disarray. At that moment, Qima had just inserted the key into the lock, preparing to open the door. With a click, the front door swung open, and Su Yuxue emerged from behind it. The two families had been neighbors for over a decade, and after the recent exams, Su Yuxue had returned home as well. Just as she was about to descend to dispose of some rubbish, she spotted Fangzhou's family returning in a neat formation. "Hello, Uncle, Aunt," she began sweetly, but her smile vanished abruptly upon noticing Chen Wanning beside Fangzhou, especially as she held his hand. "Oh, Yuxue, going downstairs to throw out the trash?" Fang Dingbua greeted her. Despite his long-standing rivalry with Su Yuxue, he had known Su Yuxue as his niece for over a decade, and there was still some sentiment there. "Yes, I'm home helping my parents clean up before heading downstairs to throw out some rubbish." "Uncle Fang, are there guests at your house?" Su Yuxue's smile returned, her tone more affectionate than usual, deliberately emphasizing the word guests. It was clear to whom she was referring. Chen Wanning sensed Su Yuxue's malice but felt powerless to retort. As Su Yuxue pointed out, she indeed was a guest at the moment. Just then, Qima finally pushed open the door to their home. "Woof woof, woof," their dog, Woolly Hung, eagerly bounded out, wagging its tail in excitement. Su Yuxue bent down, feigning affection to pet it. "Woolly Hung, come here, oh. I haven't seen you in so long." It was as if she was trying to assert her closeness to the Fang family over Chen Wanning. However, Woolly Hung, with an air of indifference, bypassed Su Yuxue, wagging its tail and affectionately nudging Chen Wanning's calf with its head. Su Yuxue's smile froze instantly, caught in an awkward moment of social embarrassment. Fangzhou's face lit up with glee as he playfully rubbed Woolly Hung's head. "Woof woof, woof woof," Woolly Hung struggled, yet could not escape Fangzhou's relentless affection. Eventually, it surrendered, lying down as if to say, "I'm in position, do as you will." Realizing the situation, Su Yuxue took the hint and left, while Fangzhou's family returned inside. The interior remained as tidy and pristine as ever. Qima quickly prepared the guest room, taking Chen Wanning's hand and saying, "Wanning, since you've come all the way to Tianchong City, don't rush to leave. Let Xiao Zhou take you out to explore. Although Tianchong City isn't large, its scenery is beautiful." Chen Wanning lowered her head, softly responding with an "All right. You take a rest first. Xiao Fang, come out." Qima firmly pulled Fangzhou out of the room and into the master bedroom. Upon entering, she immediately locked the door, sitting on the edge of the bed, scrutinizing him. "Now, tell me, what is your relationship with Wanning?" Fang Dingbua, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them at the sound. "Huh?" Fangzhou was taken aback. "Don't play dumb with me. Did you think your mother was blind to your little antics outside?" Fangzhou awkwardly scratched his head, contemplating before candidly admitting, "Mom, if I were to bring a girl home, it would probably be her." Qima was somewhat taken aback. "So certain? How long have you known each other?" "Well, it's been quite a while, a very long while. Mom, the one who accompanies you to the sea will always be more gentle than the sea." Fangzhou reminisced with a distant gaze. "Forget it, as long as you like her. I think Wanning is quite a good girl, lovely in appearance and figure. She won't let the children go hungry. Moreover, she drives a sports car and was there to help when your father was in the hospital. That is commendable." Just as she finished speaking, Fang Dingbua, who had been silent till then, suddenly expressed some concern. "I like Wanning too, but her family background seems rather complicated. There is too great a disparity between our families. I would want my son to marry in and become a son-in-law." Upon hearing this, Qima hesitated as well. Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, pondering what expression they would have if they knew the sports car had been a gift for Little Potato. However, their conversation suddenly made Fangzhou realize a pressing issue. If he wished to be with Little Potato, her family might not be easily appeased. Previously, he had learned from Ye Yorong that little Potato-S father, Chun Sanjin, had been trying to arrange her marriage with Su Tiansheng, the young heir of the Tiansheng group. Both were tycoons with fortunes in the billions. In comparison, Fangzhou felt somewhat lacking. In an instant, he was struck with a sense of heavy responsibility. Fangzhou shook his head, burying these thoughts deep within, and asked, "By the way, Dad, I forgot to ask you, how did you get laid off in the company?" According to his previous life's trajectory, with his father's performance, he should not have been on the layoff list. Upon hearing this, Fang Dinghua's mood instantly darkened, and he sighed. The company isn't performing well. The boss suddenly expanded the layoff scope, and I just happened to be on the list. Expanded the layoff scope? Fang Zhou's expression grew serious. Could this be a butterfly effect from my rebirth? A butterfly flapping its wings in a tropical rainforest can cause a distant tornado. Could it be that some of my actions post-rebirth triggered a similar butterfly effect? Unable to make sense of it for the moment, Fang Zhou decided to set the thought aside. "Dad, what are your plans from now on? Let us get through the new year first. I'll look for a job after the holiday. I've been in the educational support industry for almost 20 years. Surely I can find a job." Fang Dinghua declared with conviction, though his confidence seemed a bit shaky. With the economy struggling over the past 2 years and layoffs rampant everywhere, coupled with his age, he found himself facing a mid-career crisis, making it difficult to secure a suitable position. Fang Zhou then turned his gaze to his mother. "Mom, how is your clothing store doing now?" Upon hearing this, Qima sighed deeply, lamenting, "What else can be done? The economy is in a downturn, and my women's clothing store is struggling to sell. The inventory is becoming increasingly burdensome." Fang Zhou suddenly felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had spent an entire semester earning his first pot of gold, with the intention of liberating his parents from their past misfortunes. Now that he had the money, the predicament remained unchanged. Women's clothing, women's clothing, women's clothing, educational materials, educational materials, educational materials. Fang Zhou murmured to himself, engaging in a mental brainstorming session. As he pondered, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, "Dad, I have a bold idea." Chapter 55. 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. The gaze of my parents converged simultaneously. Fang Zhou straightforwardly remarked, "Dad, since you've resigned, have you ever considered creating your own educational support brand?" The educational support industry has always been a lucrative field, a perennial tree with immense market potential. If executed well, it could undoubtedly elevate your career to new heights. Educational materials, often referred to as supplementary textbooks, include titles like One Lesson, One Practice, and a Little Guide, among others. However, upon hearing this, Fang Dinghua chuckled. "You young people are so naive in your thinking. Is establishing an educational brand as simple as you suggest? If it were merely a matter of funding, I could easily manage that." Fang Zhou, undeterred, responded incisively. Just as Fang Dinghua was about to dismiss the idea as childish, he noticed the seriousness etched on Fang Zhou's face, which indicated he was not jesting. For reasons unknown, ever since Fang Zhou returned, he felt his son had matured significantly, no longer the infatuated boy who once proclaimed that Su Yuxue was his everything. Perhaps this was the true nature of his son. The wise do not fall into the throes of love. The ancients do not deceive. All right, even disregarding the financial aspect, creating an educational brand is no simple feat. Each year, numerous brands emerge, yet only a scant few survive. Fang Dinghua articulated his concerns. Fang Zhou dismissed these worries lightly. That is a straightforward issue. We simply need to identify a unique positioning. What positioning? Fang Dinghua inquired. Dad, what is the purpose of educational support? Without hesitation, Fang Dinghua replied, of course, it is to teach students how to learn. Bingo. Fang Zhou snapped his fingers and elaborated. Dad, the current positioning of educational materials in the market aligns with your thoughts. They aim to teach students how to study, like One Lesson, One Practice and Comprehensive Guide. However, in my view, the ultimate goal of educational support is not merely to teach students how to learn, but to prepare them for the college entrance examination. Fang Dinghua was perplexed. Is there a distinction between the two? It must be said that the mentality of people in this era is rather simplistic. They believe that as long as students excel in their studies and have a solid foundation, they will undoubtedly perform well in exams. Thus, their educational support emphasizes reinforcing students' foundational knowledge. Yet Fangzhou proposed a novel perspective, training specifically for the college entrance examination. Indeed, there's a difference. The educational materials on the market focus on how to study and solidify foundational knowledge, which is beneficial for students in grades 7 to 9 or grades 10 to 11. However, for students in their final years preparing for the college entrance examination or the middle school entrance examination, such materials become somewhat superfluous. At this stage, students need strategies for tackling exams rather than merely fortifying their foundations. Our positioning, therefore, will center on examination preparedness. As Fangzhou spoke passionately, Fang Dingbua gradually experienced a revelation. In his mind, a flicker of inspiration began to illuminate his thoughts. He set aside his previous skepticism and began to take the matter seriously. Xiaozhou, please speak plainly. Do not keep me in suspense. Seeing that his father was finally intrigued, Fangzhou laid it all out. Only glass can cut glass. Only real exam questions can prepare students for the college entrance examination. Dad, what if you developed a supplementary textbook that compiled the real exam questions from various provinces across the nation? Feeding students with actual exam questions would yield remarkable results. Furthermore, we could establish a database of topics based on different focal points. For instance, if we focus on analytical geometry, we could categorize all the real college entrance exam questions related to that topic into this database. In this way, students could target their weak areas and practice specific question sets, absolutely ensuring efficient training. As he listened, Fang Dingbua's previously impassive expression began to reflect profound astonishment. Having been involved in the educational support field for many years, he recognized that no current educational resource was specifically designed to train for the college entrance examination. With excitement in his voice, Fang Dingbua exclaimed, "No, this textbook has another advantage. It cultivates the student's mindset. In grades 10 and 11, they are called students, but in grade 12, they are referred to as candidates. This distinction is essential. For many, the college entrance examination occurs only once, which inevitably leads to anxiety, often resulting in subpar performances. However, if they are consistently exposed to real exam questions in the lead up to the exam, their mindset will shift and they will perceive the examination as merely another task. By the time they step into the examination hall, their composure will be significantly enhanced, having already tackled thousands of real exam questions. Yet this fundamental truth, this commonplace model, seemed to have gone unnoticed in this era. Perhaps it was precisely because of the superiority of this model that it would eventually become widespread. Fangzhou paused momentarily, contemplating the idea of stabilizing candidates' mindsets, a perspective he had not previously considered. His father, a seasoned veteran in the educational support industry, indeed had a broader viewpoint. However, at a critical juncture, Fang Dingbua began to waver. Xiaozhou, do you truly believe this will work? After all, once we commit, we will be investing real capital. Seizing the opportunity, Fangzhou pressed on, of course it will work, Dad. Just trust me. I even have a name for our brand. Oh, what name? Fang Dingbua asked with curiosity. With determination, Fangzhou declared 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. Yes, it was none other than the infamous 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation, or simply Wusan, which had tormented countless students in the past. How much weight can one bag of rice carry? How much weight can one bag of rice bring to the second floor? How much weight can one bag of rice wash? Indeed, every student has likely experienced the dread associated with Wusan. Fangzhou aimed to restore the glory of Wusan through his father. The only remaining challenge was acquiring the real exam questions, which would require his father to negotiate with various regions across the country. Fangzhou mentioned. Upon hearing this, Fang Dingbua seemed to make a resolute decision, his demeanor radiating youthful vigor as he chuckled. That's simple. Having worked in the educational support field for over 20 years, this is my forte. The father and son then reached a harmonious agreement. Dad, let us head to the bank. Without hesitation, Fangzhou immediately took Fang Dingbua along to make a transfer. Fang Dingbua shed his previous gloom, his spirit rejuvenated, as if he had regained 20 years of youth. Fangzhou knocked on the door of the guest room, saying, "Wan Ning, may I borrow the car keys?" To his surprise, the little potato lay on the bed like a charming little rabbit, resting peacefully. From the side, her shapely figure was evident. With long legs, a slender waist, and cute little feet peeking out, she embodied the saying, "From one angle, it appears as a ridge. From another, it resembles a peak, with varying heights from different distances." Upon hearing Fangzhou's voice, the little potato rubbed her sleepy eyes, drowsily retrieving the car keys from her pocket and handing them to Fangzhou. Adorable and sweet, she resembled a sunbeam. Fangzhou promptly tousled her little tuft of hair, soothingly coaxing her, it's all right, go back to sleep." Having stayed overnight at the hospital, the little potato was now in need of rest. Indeed, after a few comforting words, she drifted back to sleep, resembling a docile, lazy kitten. Fangzhou gently tucked her in, while Fang Dingbua stood by, observing the tender scene. Soon, Fangzhou obtained the car keys, and he and his father drove straight to the bank. During the ride, Fang Dingbua hesitated for a long time before finally summoning the courage to speak. "Xiaozhou, there is something I need to discuss with you, but I'm not quite sure how to begin." Fangzhou, driving, chuckled, "Dad, this doesn't sound like you. When did you start sounding like Mom?" Fang Dingbua, in a moment of reckless abandon, blushed and said, "Xiaozhou, you are 18 this year, now an adult. As your father, it is time for us to discuss the topic of sexual education. It has been said that parents in our country owe their children 3 essential lessons: the education of love, the education of sex, and the education of death. Particularly regarding sexual education, many parents in Longhua are often too bashful to broach the subject. Thus, Fang Dingbua's willingness to address it speaks volumes of his determination." Upon hearing this, Fangzhou straightened slightly, responding earnestly, "Dad, feel free to ask me anything you don't understand." Fang Dingbua. In the next moment, Fang Dingbua swiftly drew a 7-wolves knife from his waist. Subsequently, the car was filled with Fangzhou's anguished cries. "Dad, please stop. If you hit me again, I might just break apart Ba. I'll beat you to a pulp, you little brat. Had I known, I would have shot you against the wall." The Lamborghini sped along, with Fangzhou's wails echoing throughout the journey. However, half an hour later, upon witnessing the substantial transfer in his bank account, Fang Dingbua's expression underwent a remarkable transformation. Chapter 56. The Dual Threads of Black and White. The young model Chen Wanning makes her debut at noon. Fangzhou returned home, drawn in by the tantalizing aroma of food. "Mom, we're back." Upon entering, he was greeted by an array of authentic Huayang dishes laid out on the dining table. Wincy tofu, crab meat lion's head, prawns in white sauce, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, and braised dried tofu. His mother, though somewhat timid and lacking in decisiveness, undeniably possessed remarkable culinary skills. Outside the kitchen, Wooly Hung sat patiently at the doorway, eagerly awaiting Little Potato to sneak him some treats. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Fang Dingbo despondently sank into the sofa, clutching a cushion and lost in thought. "Old Fang, what are you moping about? Wash your hands and come eat," Chima called out as she placed a platter of freshly cooked duck on the table. Fang Dingbo, turning his back to her, waved dismissively, "You all eat. I wish to be alone." Alone, Chima was having none of it and promptly pulled him to the table. In contrast to the delicious spread before them, Little Potato was thoroughly enjoying the meal, occasionally surreptitiously tossing morsels of meat to Wooly Hung when no one was watching. Yet, Fang Dingbo had lost all appetite. "What is wrong with your father? He has been off since he returned," Qin remarked with dissatisfaction. Fangzhou chuckled knowingly. Perhaps he is rebooting his system. "What a character. Just a trip to the bank, and he acts like this, yet he still claims I lack worldly experience," Qin retorted, biting into a duck leg. Upon hearing this, Fang Dingbo bristled. "You know nothing. Do you have any idea how much money your son transferred to me? How much could it be? Your son is dutiful. Should you not be pleased?" Fang Dingbo gestured an 8 with his fingers. Qin raised an eyebrow. 80,000? I can't even save that much in a year. "Xiaozhou, have you taken up a part-time job this semester?" To her surprise, Fang Dingbo suddenly erupted. "What 80,000? It's 8 million. 8 million? I've worked diligently my entire life, and have yet to earn even a fraction of that." Earlier, Fangzhou had assured him that he would handle the financial matters. At the time, Fang Dingbo believed his son had made connections in Jinling to help secure investments, perhaps finding a benefactor. The truth was, he was the benefactor. What? 8 million. At this revelation, Qin Ma's pupils dilated. Her mouth agape, her face a canvas of shock. All that remained in her mind was a singular thought. How many years would her son be imprisoned? Of course, this was merely jest. Regarding the sudden news, Qin Ma's capacity to accept it was evidently stronger than Fang Dingbo's. Soon, a smile blossomed on her face. Radiant as a peony, as she declared, "I knew it. My son has always been clever. Excelling in Qingbei, it's only natural he would know how to make money." One could not help but admire the inexplicable confidence that traditional mothers held towards their sons. Yet, it was always the sons who benefited from their fathers. When had a father ever benefited from his son? Fang Dingbo found himself grappling with an unsettling feeling. "Dad, I told you I would manage the financial matters. If you truly feel uneasy, then work hard to sell 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulation across the nation within 3 years. And I can comfortably embrace the life of a wealthy heir. Yes, to become a wealthy heir, I must mold my father into a billionaire." This storyline would make even a tomato novelist blush. However, Fangzhou's jest was taken to heart by Fang Dingbo stomping his foot. He fiercely bit into a crab-meat lion's head. "All right, just you wait and see. I'll earn your dowry." Upon hearing this, the previously docile little potato suddenly straightened her back, her legs beneath the table instinctively tightening. Willie Hung seemed to sense the shift, gripping Chun Wan-ning's slipper and letting out a soft whine. Little Potato promptly tossed down another piece of meat. Willie Hung ceased his whimpering. "Dad, you should get out more this afternoon. Aim to get the company's premises and business license sorted before the year ends. Didn't your company lay off employees? Go talk to those old colleagues of yours. See if they'd like to join us. We'll need people for market expansion and to negotiate resources for college entrance exam materials." Fangzhou patiently advised his father while relishing the white prawns Little Potato had served him. Fang Dingbo nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. I'll go this afternoon. Those old colleagues are likely facing midlife crises like me. They should be eager to join us." At that moment, Qin Ma, who had been quietly eating, could no longer hold back. "Xiaozhou, don't just focus on your dad. Think of something for me too. My women's clothing store is hanging by a thread. Don't worry, Mom. I've already thought of something. After lunch, I'll go to the store with you." After a brief pause, he turned to Chun Wan-ning, who had been discreetly feeding Willie Hung. "Wan-ning, would you accompany me this afternoon?" Little Potato pouted, "But I want to sleep." Fangzhou ruffled her round little head, coaxing her like a child. "Sister Ning, you're the star of the show this afternoon. We can return to sleep after, all right?" Upon hearing this, Little Potato perked up, nodding enthusiastically. Unbeknownst to her, ever since arriving at Fangzhou's home, her once domineering persona had diminished, replaced by an endearing demeanor akin to that of a loyal dog. Perhaps, the fierce flower was merely a protective guise in her former home. If given the choice, who would wish to be adorned with thorns? Lunch extended past 1 o'clock. After the meal, the family members dispersed. Dad went to inspect company premises, handle the business license, and reconnect with former colleagues. Fangzhou, along with his mother and Little Potato, drove to the women's clothing store at Weiyue Plaza on the 3rd floor, within a modest 20-square-meter women's clothing store. The foot traffic surged as the year-end approached, with customers flocking to every floor. However, this particular store was tucked away in a corner, suffering from a dismal influx of patrons, with barely 3 people entering per hour. "Xiaozhou, is this your brilliant idea?" Qin Ma looked at Fangzhou in confusion. He was busy operating a newly purchased laptop, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he worked on something. After an indeterminate time, Fangzhou exhaled deeply done. Upon hearing this, Qin Ma and Chun Wan-ning leaned in with curiosity. The screen displayed a peculiar online store preview, starkly blank except for a bare store name. Deep Blue Women's Clothing Store. "Mom, this is called Taobao e-commerce in simple terms. It's an online store to sell clothes. I've already registered it for you." As Fangzhou demonstrated the store's operation, he explained. Qin Ma, however, looked skeptical. "Selling clothes online, is that viable? Who would buy something they can't see or touch?" "Mom, Many of my classmates shop online for clothes. Soon, it will become a trend. Yet no matter how Fangzhou attempted to persuade her, Qin Ma remained unconvinced. Alas, the older generation generally struggles to embrace novel concepts. Understanding this, Fangzhou opted not to press the matter further, believing that once the online store began to generate revenue, Qin Ma would naturally come around. Having completed everything, Fangzhou patted Little Potato's shoulder, stating with a hint of nostalgia, "Wan Ning, it's all up to you now." Little Potato, bewildered, pointed at herself with a cute expression. Me? Her mannerisms mirrored a popular meme. Fangzhou nodded earnestly. Do you know what selling clothes online truly entails? It's selling clothes? Indeed, but more precisely, it's selling photographs. Customers cannot see the physical items online. Thus, photos are the sole means to stimulate their desire to purchase. As he spoke, Fangzhou gently grasped Chen Wanning's small hand and turned to his mother, saying, "Mom, please bring a sample of each garment from store. We are heading to the photography studio." Although Qin Ma was somewhat perplexed, she complied out of trust for her son. 50 minutes later, they arrived at the joyful wedding dress studio. Due to the significant inventory at the women's clothing store, they had a plethora of seasonal attire: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Lacking expertise in fashion coordination, Fangzhou decided to let Little Potato exercise her creativity. He rented the photography studio on this floor, assuming the role of photographer. In his previous life, having often served as Su Yuxue's photographer to bring her joy, he had joined the photography club in college, accumulating years of experience in the art. Xiaozhou, what exactly are you planning to do? Qin Ma, now a mere bystander, was utterly confused. Mom, selling women's clothes individually has the least potential. It's about styling. Combinations sell best. In this era, devoid of Douyin and Xiaohongshu, many young women were completely oblivious to fashion coordination. A well-coordinated outfit could save them time and effort. Helping customers save time and effort meant profitability. After reassuring his mother, Fangzhou called towards a fitting room. "Wan Ning, are you ready?" Moments later, the door to the fitting room swung open, and Little Potato emerged, showcasing her self-styled ensemble. Her makeup was exquisite, adorned with a beret, and her long, straight black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She wore a white cashmere sweater on top, paired with a fitted white cashmere skirt, a small red handbag at her waist, and her long legs elegantly clad in white shoes. Most strikingly, her long, fair legs were adorned with both black and white stockings. Perhaps it was her first time dressing this way in front of elders, for Little Potato lowered her head, her toes lightly tapping against the ground, her charming face slightly flushed, her fair complexion radiating a rosy glow, making her appear exceptionally sweet and endearing. Gulp! Fangzhou unwittingly swallowed hard, his eyes seemingly glued to Little Potato, unable to divert his gaze. In that moment, one thought consumed his mind. Beauty is a double-edged sword. Yet always remember, I am a tough nut to crack, born and bred in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shanghai, and Anhui. Chapter 57. For silks in one haul. Are you using this to test the cadres? Is such a pairing acceptable? Little Potato lowered her head, her charming face slightly flushed, resembling an apple on the brink of ripeness. Fangzhou found himself somewhat entranced. Qin Ma couldn't help but exclaim, "You truly have an exceptional foundation, Wan Ning." Previously, clad in winter attire, Chen Wan Ning's impressive figure had been entirely concealed beneath a heavy coat. Now, with the heating on in the studio, the indoor temperature soaring to around 25 or 6 degrees, even a t-shirt felt comfortable. It was at this moment that Qin Ma had the opportunity to see Chen Wan Ning's true allure. Upon turning her head, she discovered her son standing transfixed, gazing across the room. "What are you dawdling for, young man? What are you thinking?" Qin Ma gently nudged Fangzhou, pulling his thoughts back to reality. He blurted out, "Nothing. I was merely contemplating how this sturdy physique finally has a chance to shine." "What nonsense," Qin Ma retorted, somewhat exasperated. Fangzhou smiled knowingly, lifting his gaze to Little Potato and giving an approving thumbs up. "Perfect, absolutely perfect. Wan Ning, step over here. I'm going to take your picture." A Little Potato gracefully extended her beautiful legs, obediently walking toward the camera. As she moved, the sound of her little shoes echoed. and the black and white stockings accentuated her long legs with a gentle sway, captivating anyone who beheld her. Wan Ning, look at the camera. This outfit leans towards a casual vibe, so give me a more relaxed pose. Fangzhou directed from behind the camera. Is this how it should be? Little Potato leaned lightly against an object, tilting her chin slightly, her waist length, lustrous hair cascading over her shoulder, exuding an air of languor. However, her body language appeared somewhat stiff, as if restrained. Through the lens, Fangzhou noticed Little Potato's gaze occasionally darting towards Qin Ma, and suddenly everything clicked into place. Though she seemed carefree, Little Potato was inherently a rather conservative girl, and the presence of an elder like Qin Ma made her feel somewhat inhibited. Mom, this photo shoot might take a while. Why don't you go for a stroll? It's almost the new year. You could pick up some festive goods, Fangzhou implored, casting frantic glances at his mother. Yet Qin Ma resolutely shook her head. No, shopping alone is rather dull. Fangzhou then pulled out 2 stacks of 100 yuan bills and placed them in his mother's hands. Instantly, Qin Ma's face lit up. I absolutely adore shopping. As Qin Ma exited, Little Potato let out a subtle sigh of relief, her expression gradually relaxing. Observing this, Fangzhou continued to direct, Wan Ning, look at the camera. I want a feeling of warm, lazy sunlight. Your body could be a bit more relaxed. All right, Little Potato nodded, her hands hanging loosely, her body leaning against the wall at a slight angle. Her beautiful eyes gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window, radiating an air of casual ease. Wonderful. Let us take another shot. Perfect. Change your pose for the camera. Yes, just like that, hold it. Without the weight of Qin Ma's presence, Little Potato's state transformed into sheer relaxation. With her stunning looks and perfectly proportioned figure, she resembled a living mannequin. Thanks to Little Potato's extraordinary performance, the photo shoot progressed smoothly, effortlessly capturing various styles, be it Chanel-inspired, sweet and spicy, pure and alluring, or lazy and sun-kissed. There was no style she could not master. 2 hours later, Fangzhou gazed at the final item his mother had brought, suddenly feeling his face flush with embarrassment. Little Potato's cheeks also flushed upon seeing the last piece of clothing, which turned out to be a khaki stepmother skirt. For those unfamiliar with the term, a quick search will yield delightful surprises. Little Potato, her sparkling eyes shifting between Fangzhou and the skirt, asked hesitantly, Fangzhou, do we have to shoot this too? Fangzhou, with an air of chivalry, declared, of course we must. The stepmother skirt is of little consequence. It's all for the sake of art. Little Potato tilted her head, placing her hands on her petite waist, leaning forward to scrutinize Fangzhou. You scoundrel. There's something untoward in your gaze. It's true that all boys prefer girls in such womanly attire. Hey, don't generalize. It's more accurate to say that 99% of boys favor the feminine charm in the opposite sex, while I am in that 1%, Fangzhou asserted with conviction. Little Potato gazed at him with a playful smile. Is that so? Indeed, I appreciate those without any feminine charm as well. Fangzhou. Little Potato suddenly puffed out her cheeks, playfully scolding him, then rose on her tiptoes to deliver a light tap on his head. In that moment, Fangzhou felt as though he had encountered his great-grandmother. Darn it, I forgot Little Potato cannot tolerate such remarks. He immediately regretted his words and began to explain. While he could discuss anything with Little Potato, topics concerning relationships, especially those involving himself, were a minefield. Even the slightest misstep could lead to an explosion. I'm not listening. Little Potato covered her ears, shaking her head like a rattling drum. Yet Fangzhou's words seemed to awaken a competitive spirit within her. She shot him a glare, puffed up her cheeks, and marched into the changing room with the stepmother skirt in hand. 20 minutes later, when Little Potato emerged from the changing room, Fangzhou was left dumbfounded. In that instant, he suddenly felt that the beating he had just received was worth it. There stood Little Potato, elegantly poised in a khaki long-sleeved stepmother skirt, which clung to her figure and perfectly accentuated her curves. The skirt's high slits revealed glimpses of her luminous long legs as she walked in delicate high heels. What was most striking was that one leg was completely bare, while the other was adorned with layers of stockings, culminating in a lace garter. For those intrigued, a search may reveal an array of such combinations. Gulp. Fangzhou swallowed hard once more. Does it look good? Chen Wanning asked. a subtle smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Fangzhou. In response, Fangzhou instantly reverted to his role as the exemplary student leader, adopting a serious demeanor. What does it matter if it's beautiful? You can admire a beauty 100 times, but she isn't yours. However, if you study knowledge 100 times, that knowledge becomes yours. Oh, is that so? A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Chen Ning's eyes as she suddenly smiled. Then, should I repay the debt I owe you now? Fangzhou's expression shifted, his heart pounding wildly. What on earth are you testing the cadre with this? What cadre could withstand such a trial? Huh? What debt? Oh, you mean that bet from New Year's Eve at 9:36 and 23 seconds in the second-to-last row on the right side of room 1018 in Ifu building. When you wagered if I lose, you can play with my legs. Oh dear, I had almost forgotten. Fangzhou maintained his composure, pretending to have just remembered. Chen Ning played along. Really? You forgot. Well, if you wish to repay the debt, I am not unreasonable. The debt itself is inconsequential. What matters is that you maintain your integrity. As Fangzhou stepped forward, Little Potato immediately took a step back, playfully sticking out her tongue. Ha! As if. Then, she scampered off to the changing room in her high heels, leaving Fangzhou in a state of bewilderment. What was this? Teasing and then running away. Just as Fangzhou was about to confront Chen Ning, the sound of the studio door, creaking open, interrupted him. Qima entered, carrying numerous bags of various sizes. Chapter 58. The Flourishing Fang Family. A new phase of life. Xiaozhou, are you all set? Qima's voice boomed as she entered the room. Upon hearing his mother's arrival, Fangzhou reluctantly abandoned his task, feeling a mix of emotions. Indeed, the ensemble of black stockings, stepmother's skirt, high heels, leg rings, waist chains, and choker epitomized the pinnacle of femininity. The allure of color cut like a knife, and even the strongest resolve couldn't withstand such temptation. Chen Wanning emerged from the changing room, her face flushing upon seeing Qin Ma, a sense of secretive mischief enveloping her. Yes, everything's ready. I'll upload the photos. And you can set the prices, Mom. With that, Fangzhou retrieved his laptop from his bag, connected to the Studio S network, and logged into the Taobao store. He uploaded all the winter apparel photos of Little Potato as sample display images on the homepage. The down jacket was priced at $185, the coat at $220, and the woolen piece at $260. Qin Ma, like a seasoned merchant, quoted the prices for each item. Then, she noticed Fangzhou had uploaded the photos and adjusted the prices, following each product with a lengthy string of incomprehensible terms. Phrases like blue double-faced cashmere coat, 2009 autumn-winter new Korean style, loose mid-length outerwear for women, and petite waist-cinching puff-sleeve knitted dress for autumn-winter, suitable for pairing with long boots, puzzled her. Xiaozhou, what on earth are you writing? She asked, bewildered. Mom, this isn't nonsense. It's called keywords. Fangzhou paused for a moment before explaining. When customers shop online, they first search by name. The more precise and abundant your keywords, the higher the chances they find your store. This is called traffic generation. And this same style as the photo allows customers who see a complete outfit in the photo to consider purchasing the entire ensemble or visiting the pages for similar pants and tops, significantly increasing customer retention and order value. Qin Ma listened, somewhat grasping the essence of his explanation, but then asked, But son, why are all the photos of winter clothes on the store? What about the other outfits? Mom, it's winter right now, so we're naturally featuring winter apparel. We can save the others for later. There's no rush. Fangzhou felt a twinge of guilt. While the season was a minor reason, the primary issue was that, whether due to his photography skills or Little Potato's stunning looks, her spring and summer outfit images had turned out too alluring to display. With a sigh, he thought, having such a great figure can be a burden. They would have to hire a model again next spring for a reshoot. Soon, with a series of operations by Fangzhou, the previously barren storefront began to flourish with color. To expedite the results for his mother, he purchased 30,000 clicks for her store through Taobao Express and Taobao Headlines. Having completed everything, Fangzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Just then his phone rang. Opening it, he saw the caller ID, old comrade Fang. Hey Dad, what is up? Fangzhou answered. On the other end, Fang Dingbua's voice was tinged with excitement. Xiaozhou, have you finished over there? It's all set. Great. Hurry over to Tianrun building. I found a 600 square meter flat office I want to lease for the company. Come help me take a look. Okay, we're on our way. After hanging up, Fangzhou called for his mother to help gather the clothes and carefully stored the camera film before heading straight to Tianrun building. On the way, Little Potato drove while Chi Ma sat in the passenger seat. Those familiar with sports cars know the rear seat space is minimal, leaving Fangzhou cramped in the back. With only one hand free to move, he resorted to browsing his social media to pass the time. Perhaps due to the holiday, the posts were diverse. Su Lu started to prepare for the postgraduate entrance exam today. Gotta keep pushing during winter break. Su Yuxue, I regret it, but everyone deserves a chance to be forgiven, right? Su Wei, Winter and Sonya are a perfect match. Thanks to my benefactor for the Sonya group tickets. Picture of beachwear. Pangbo, today's run completed, 5,000 meters. Brothers, wait for my return. Wang Jinhu, absolutely no empty flights today. I swear, if I do, I'll buy a 5-speed fan. Fangzhou instantly transformed into a source of amusement, liking a post and commenting. Aside from the rugged hero Su Hanwan, the ghostly knight named Kai Chun, the insect-slaying sword fairy Luo Shi, and the data plug Lu Xiaoqian, you are the 5th formidable person I've encountered. After a moment's thought, he sent a private message to Wang Jinhu. The day after tomorrow. See you at Starbucks in Wuyue Plaza to settle the remaining balance. The Lamborghini cruised smoothly. 10 minutes later, the car halted at the base of Tianrun building. The trio took the elevator directly to the 32nd floor. As the elevator doors opened, Fangzhou was awestruck by the view. Through the building's floor-to-ceiling windows, he could gaze down at the city's silhouette, with winding roads stretching into the distance, cars weaving between them, vendors calling out on the streets, and distant mountains framing the landscape, a sight to behold. Xiaozhou, hearing the elevator doors, Fang Dingbua immediately came over, followed by a sharply dressed young agent holding a paper contract. Dad, Fangzhou replied. Fang Dingbua swiftly grabbed his son's arm, eagerly asking, "What do you think about this place as an office?" Hearing this, the young agent turned to Fangzhou, enthusiastically promoting, "Young master, Tianrun building is the tallest structure in the city, bar none. Our unit is over 600 square meters, with a breathtaking view, convenient transport, and complete facilities. Apart from needing renovations, you want to find a better location." Fangzhou remained unimpressed, strolling around the spacious area, observing. Admittedly, aside from the lack of decoration, the location was indeed superb. After a long pause, he inquired, "What is the rent for this place?" Upon hearing this, the young agent grew even more animated. This unit was previously rented for 90,000 a month, but now there's an end-of-year discount. If you lease for 5 years, you can enjoy a 10% discount, plus 3 years of property management included. Fangzhou calculated in his mind. With the discount, it would be around 80,000 monthly, averaging out to about 4.5 per square meter daily. Tianchong City, ISN T. Jinling. Frankly, the price is a bit steep. However, he glanced at Fang Dingbua, noticing his father's face beaming with delight. His dad must really like this place, but finds it expensive, which is why he sought his advice. With this thought, Fangzhou decisively stated, "Let us sign the contract. A little extra cost is acceptable. After all, this will be old comrade Fang's future revolutionary base, and his happiness is paramount." Upon hearing this, the young agent beamed, quickly presenting the contract. Fang Dingbua's smile brightened even further. After signing, Fangzhou stood side by side with his father at the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the distant mountains and the cityscape. "Dad, let us find a renovation company later to spruce up this flat." "Haha, don't worry, the rest is on your old man." Fang Dingbua laughed heartily, seeming to shed years in an instant. Fangzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. Mother's online store has begun to take shape, benefiting from the traffic of Peach Treasure Express and Peach Treasure headlines. With the peak season approaching, it won't be long before she experiences the joy of a surge in orders. Father's company, Wusan, has also finalized its location and is now hastily undergoing renovations, aiming for an opening shortly after the new year. As for Fangzhou, he too has his plans for the coming year, determined to pursue the path of defeating his father-in-law and marrying the little potato. In no time, the entire family has set their respective goals. The household bursts forth with vibrant energy, showcasing a flourishing scene. It is likely that upon returning next year, they will witness a remarkable transformation within their home. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the thriving atmosphere of Fangzhou's family, the Su family finds themselves in dire straits. Su Yuxue and Fang Dingbua were colleagues, and with Su Yuxue's performance trailing behind Fang Dingbua's, it was inevitable that he too faced dismissal following Fang Dingbua's termination. At this moment, in the living room of the Su household, Su Yuxue's countenance is dreadfully grim. Zhao Meiwan seethes with resentment, muttering curses under her breath, while Su Yuxue remains silent on the sofa, her heart feeling as if it has swallowed 10 lemons, overwhelmed with sourness. Chapter 59. Do not call me again. I fear Wanling may misunderstand. Are you serious? Zhao Meijuan's sharp voice echoed through the living room. Su Yuxue nodded gently. Indeed, it's true. A former colleague just called to inform me that Fang Dingbua reached out to his old colleagues this afternoon, inviting them to join him. Not only will their salaries remain unchanged, but there will also be commissions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meiwan felt a pang of jealousy. He's just putting on a front. Does Fang Dingbua have the makings of boss? Going solo? I foresee his demise. Human nature is often perplexing. The more familiar we are with someone, the harder it is to accept their sudden success, leading to envy. When everyone is wallowing in the mud, if one dares to step out, it naturally breeds discontent among the others. Such instances are frequently spotlighted in social news, such as friends reporting each other during job postings, competitors snatching clients, or a rich boyfriend being wooed away by a close friend. Our ancestors have long warned us, loose lips sink ships. This implies that prior to success, one must exercise restraint and take action silently. Fortunately, Fangzhou had previously advised his father to recruit talent without revealing the core operations of their company. Establishing a business is no trivial matter. Where could Fang Dingbua possibly find the funds? Is he selling his house? Zhao Meiwan began to nitpick, seeking some psychological balance. Su Yuxue scoffed. Did you see that Lamborghini parked downstairs? I heard the son of the Fang family has latched onto a wealthy woman. I suspect he is just borrowing it. What? That scoundrel Fangzhou is living off a woman? Zhao Meiwan exclaimed. No wonder he suddenly stopped pursuing our Yuxue. He's truly a disgrace. It seems no one in that family is worth anything. Her tone was filled with indignation, and her face betrayed contempt and deeper feelings of imbalance. Hearing this, Su Yuxue lowered her head in silence. She yearned to tell her parents that the Lamborghini was actually a gift from Fangzhou to Chen Wanling. But seeing her parents seething with anger and recalling that if not for Chen Wanling's interference, Fangzhou would still be her devoted admirer, she chose to remain silent. Indeed, in Su Yuxue's mind, she had always viewed Chen Wanling as the one who usurped her love, despite Fangzhou's numerous declarations of disinterest, which she had heard repeatedly. Which girl can admit her allure pales in comparison to another's? Soon, Su Yuxue and Zhao Meiwan exchanged remarks, dismissing Fang Dingbua's venture as worthless. However, as the conversation progressed, Zhao Meiwan shifted her tone, indignantly stating, Lao Su, you were also dismissed from your job, weren't you? Why hasn't Fang invited you? After so many years as colleagues, and considering we are neighbors, what gives him the right to exclude you? Upon hearing this, Su Yuxue retorted, isn't it due to past grievances? After all these years as neighbors, to fall out over such trivial matters is truly petty. In their previous life, Fangzhou had always fawned over Su Yuxue, leading her parents to automatically consider Su Yuxue and Zhao Meiwan as future in-laws, assisting them in various matters, big and small. Over the years, Su Yuxue and Zhao Meiwan had grown accustomed to this and took it for granted. Now that Fangzhou had distanced himself from Su Yuxue, their parents merely returned to a normal attitude, and they found it intolerable. Ultimately, a favor can breed resentment. Indeed, living next to such a person is truly unfortunate. What a waste for Yuxue to have called him uncle for so many years. Zhao Meijuan's ire grew as she spoke, perceiving their neighbor not as a long-time acquaintance, but as a bitter rival. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly resolved, no, you are currently unemployed. I cannot be expected to support you indefinitely. He has hired so many unemployed colleagues. Why not you? You must go next door and speak to him. Su Yuxue's expression darkened slightly. Ever since he lost his job in midlife and could no longer contribute financially to the household, Zhao Meiwan had not shown him a single moment of kindness, often making veiled jabs at him. Money is a man's courage, given a choice. He would rather face the scrutiny of clients outside than endure Zhao Meijuan's disdain at home. Su Yuxue steeled himself. Yuxue, you take 2 packs of Huangalu and accompany me next door. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meiwan quickly devised a strategy. That's right. You two should go and play the sympathy card, reminisce about old times. After all, you've been neighbors for over a decade. You must make Fang Dingbo relent. If all else fails, approach Qinlan. She is timid and easily swayed. A few kind words should do the trick. Yuxue has called her aunt for over 10 years. It cannot be for naught. Resolute, Su Yuxue rummaged through the cabinet for 2 packs of Huangalu and a bottle of Tianzilin, and together with Su Yuxue, they rang the doorbell at Fangzhou's residence. Ding, ding, ding. They pressed the doorbell repeatedly, yet no one answered. What's going on? Is no one home? Su Yuxue wondered aloud. They may have stepped out, Dad. Perhaps we should head back, Su Yuxue murmured, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially knowing Chen Wanling was present, making her even more reluctant to face this humiliation. Observing this, Su Yuxue took out his phone, removed Fang Dingbo from his blacklist, and dialed his number. Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please try again later. He attempted several times, but the line remained unresponsive. Damn it. That old fool Fang Dingbo has actually blacklisted me. Su Yuxue seethed with rage. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Su Yuxue. Yuxue, you call Fangzhou. You two were close. Speak to him on my behalf. Dad, Su Yuxue began, but upon hearing her father's authoritative tone, she reluctantly took out her phone to call Fangzhou. Meanwhile, at the Natural Furniture City, after finalizing the company location, Fangzhou arrived at the furniture market to purchase office desks and chairs. Boss, let us proceed with the plan we previously discussed. 100 sets of standard employee desks and chairs, 10 sets of manager-s long tables and high-back chairs, and 1 set of high-end customized for the president. Fangzhou presented the chosen desk and chair scheme to the owner. The owner, a bespectacled middle-aged man with a pale complexion and a lethargic demeanor, seemed somewhat feeble. However, upon hearing Fangzhou's order, his face brightened, as if he had encountered a long-lost family member. Excellent. If you provide the deposit, I will expedite the order and deliver it right after the new year. All right, but I'm not the boss. This gentleman here is. Fangzhou gestured to his father, who had been observing the proceedings. The owner promptly shifted his enthusiasm towards Su Yuxue. Just then, 2 phones rang simultaneously, disrupting the atmosphere. Fangzhou and Chen Wanling both pulled out their phones to check the caller ID. Fangzhou saw it was Su Yuxue calling and decisively rejected the call. Chen Wanling glanced at her phone, her expression suddenly darkening as she too opted to ignore the call. Is it all right to ignore them? Fangzhou inquired, leaning in with concern. Chen Wanling frowned, appearing displeased. It's just some bothersome matters. Fangzhou did not press further, intending to proceed with the payment. But the phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID was still Su Yuxue, Fangzhou chose to block her number altogether. On the other side, at the Fang family's door, Su Yuxue listened to the busy signal, her silence deafening. Her expression soured as she dialed Fangzhou again. But the message had now changed to the number you have dialed cannot be connected. Fangzhou has blocked me? In a moment of profound grievance, Su Yuxue felt an unprecedented sense of injustice. How could he block me? On what grounds could he do so? Gritting her teeth, Su Yuxue suddenly found herself resolute, dialing 1 call after another. Yet, without exception, each attempt was met with a disheartening inability to connect. Consequently, she opened her messaging app and opted for a voice call. However, after just a couple of rings, the line was met with a busy tone. Fangzhou had blocked her on the messaging app as well. With her eyes slightly reddened, whether from stubbornness or frustration, she swiftly made her way to the supermarket, utilizing a public phone to reach out to Fangzhou. This time, he finally answered. As soon as the call connected, Su Yuxue's pent-up grievances erupted. Fangzhou, on what basis have you blocked me? Why won't you answer my calls? How can you treat me this way? Everyone deserves a chance to be forgiven. I have already acknowledged my mistakes. Why can't you forgive me? Her voice grew louder, her words increasingly fervent. Yet the response from the other end was a deep, unsettling silence. After a moment of catharsis, Su Yuxue finally regained her composure, only to hear the soft, sticky voice of Xiao Tudou on the line. Fangzhou is moving things. I helped him put on speaker. Su Yuxue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, as if her very toes were digging into the ground. Immediately following, Xiao Tudou, resembling a regal figure in a grand court, chirped, Su Yuxue, please stop calling Fangzhou. I might misunderstand. In response, Fangzhou chimed in, yes, please refrain from calling me again. I'm afraid Wan Ning might misunderstand. Beep beep beep. The call had already been disconnected. After this brief interlude, Fangzhou's family resumed their shopping spree. Joyful moments, alas, are always fleeting. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Fangzhou's family returned home, laden with bags and the warmth of the winter sunset. Xiao Tudou resembled a little hamster, her cheeks stuffed with snacks, making her words barely intelligible. However, upon reaching their doorstep, Fangzhou unexpectedly spotted a Porsche 911 parked downstairs. A tall boy with a pompadour hairstyle was seated at the front of the Porsche. Upon seeing Chen Wan Ning, the boy immediately stood up and approached with enthusiasm. Sister. Chapter 60. Old Deng, sooner or later, will stop the ghost fire at your doorstep. Sister. Fangzhou's eyes widened in disbelief, a rare look of astonishment gracing his face. Chen Wan Ning maintained a stoic expression, though her small fist tightened slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Upon hearing that it was Chen Wan Ning's brother, Qin Ma immediately brightened, her face alight with joy as she approached to greet him. Ah, so you're Wan Ning's little brother. I thought you resembled her a bit. Young man, come, have some roasted chestnuts, they're still warm. With that, Qin Ma produced her favorite roasted chestnuts, eagerly sharing them with him. The tall boy accepted the chestnuts, but suddenly broke into a grin, tossing them into a nearby trash bin with a loud thud. Sorry, Annie, but I never eat anything random, nor do I consume items from random people. Though he smiled, it conveyed an air of condescension. Qin Ma's hand lingered in the air awkwardly, her face tinged with embarrassment. Chen Wan Ning's cheeks flushed with anger. The tall boy, named Chun Chi, casually dug at his ear and remarked, keep your voice down, I can't hear you. Fang Ding Bo's expression darkened. But for Chen Wan Ning's sake, he restrained his irritation. Meanwhile, Fangzhou observed Chen Chi calmly. To his knowledge, Little Potato's current home was a blended family. Her father, Chen Sanjin, was the founder of the Jin Xin Group, a magnate with a fortune in the billions. The stepmother, Li Yun, had an undisclosed background. There was also a daughter from the stepmother's previous marriage, along with the only son born to Chen Sanjin and Li Yun, who was presumably this young man. Chen Wan Ning strode up to Fangzhou, positioning herself protectively in front of the crowd, and demanded, how do you know I'm here? You need not concern yourself with that. Just clean yourself up and come home. Dad is waiting for you. As he spoke, Chen Chi reached out to grab Chen Wan Ning's arm. She instinctively prepared to resist. Smack! A sharp sound echoed as Fangzhou swatted Chen Chi's hand away. Bro, I brought back this little potato from Jinling. Are you really going to manhandle her like this? Do I have no dignity? Though tinged with jest, Fangzhou's stance was resolute. After all, he had encountered billionaires before. His kind-hearted aunt was of similar wealth, so what was there to be proud of? Furthermore, once Pang Bo returned from his holiday with the Bitcoin key, he wouldn't be intimidated. Chen Chi turned to look at him in surprise, a smirk creeping onto his face. So, you are that little white face? I kindly advise you not to entertain thoughts that you shouldn't. Sometimes, the disparities between people are greater than you can imagine. Fangzhou, however, remained unfazed. It's a positioning program. Isn't it? You installed it on Wan Ning's phone, and it was you who called her from the furniture city, right? As a seasoned programmer, he was well-versed in such technical means. Upon hearing this, Chen Wan Ning erupted with fury, resembling a feisty ragdoll cat, as she advanced and seized Chen Chi's collar, scolding, Chen Chi, how dare you install a tracker on my phone? The essence of the overbearing flower was unmistakably revealed in that moment. Observing her, Chen Chi finally abandoned his nonchalant demeanor. Having been bullied since childhood, he understood that when others threatened to hit him, they often meant to intimidate him. After all, he was the heir of the Jin Xian group. But when Chen Wanning threatened him, it was serious. She would hit him relentlessly, without exception. Chen Qi quickly raised his hands, exclaiming, Hey, don't hit the wrong person. I never had the chance to touch your phone. Don't forget. That phone was a gift from Dad. Chen Wanning's fist faltered, feeling a sudden sense of suffocation. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Qi hastily explained, The New Year is approaching. Dad wants you to come home. This year, on New Year's Eve, Shangge will be at our estate to celebrate. At this, Chen Wanning's expression darkened further. You want me to return? To continue being a pawn at the negotiation table? Sister, don't be so harsh. When he asked me to leave, I made it clear that I had no ties to that family anymore. Isn't this what you and your mother have always wished for? He told me to leave, so I did. Now he wants me back? Sorry, but I've gone far away. Little Potato's beautiful eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her small face adorned with both grievance and defiance. Witnessing this, Fangzhou felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Fortunate individuals are healed by their childhoods, while the unfortunate spend their lives mending the wounds of their youth. It was evident that Little Potato belonged to the latter. From what Fangzhou understood in her previous life, Little Potato chose to study civil engineering to secure a position in a state-owned enterprise, aiming to escape the influence of her family altogether. Seeing her now, Fangzhou finally grasped how Little Potato's overbearing flower personality had been cultivated. The act of covertly installing a tracking program on his children's phones was a glimpse into Chun Sanjin's controlling nature. Fangzhou recalled his kind-hearted aunt's assessment of Chun Sanjin, a wolf that would stop at nothing to devour. Upon hearing this, Chun Qi shrugged, appearing indifferent. Suit yourself. If you die out there, it's none of my business. After all, I have another sister. But there's a message Dad wants me to convey. What message? Chen Wanning's heart skipped a beat. You may not return this year, but next year. Chen Qi directed a finger at Fangzhou, stating, You won't be able to enter Jinling City. You know, within the confines of the law and outside the bounds of morality, our father possesses numerous methods. He has parents, right? They have relatives and friends, don't they? He has classmates and friends too. There are countless ways to make someone's life miserable. You should take Dad's word for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen from nothing to become a billionaire in just 20 years. Damn, Fangzhou could not help but curse. How dare they use me to threaten Little Potato, my parents to threaten me, and my parents' relatives to threaten them. It was a layered threat, instilling doubt in everyone involved. In that moment, Fangzhou realized that his kind-hearted aunt was absolutely right about Chun Sanjin. He truly was a ravenous wolf. Little Potato fell silent for a moment, her expression devoid of emotion. But the rapid rise and fall of her chest revealed her inner turmoil. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Since Chun Qi's arrival, Little Potato had only referred to Chun Sanjin, never once calling him Dad as Chun Qi did, indicating her deep-seated resistance to that title. After what felt like an eternity, Little Potato took a deep breath and calmly stated, You go back and tell him that I will return to discuss things with him again. As for the rest, don't even think about it. Chen Qi appeared unimpressed, as if everything was as he had anticipated. That's between you and the old man. It has nothing to do with me. I'm merely the messenger. Having received the response he desired, Chen Qi waved his hand and walked towards his Porsche 911. Not far ahead, he spotted Chen Wanning's Lamborghini Huracan. While his Porsche 911 was valued at over $2 million, her Lamborghini started at a minimum of $3 million. Chen Qi poked his head out of the window, disdain etched across his face. Didn't you say you'd never spend family money again? Why did you ask Dad for money to buy a car? His derisive tone echoed. Ah, how hypocritical, just like your mother. The mention of mother instantly struck a nerve with Chen Wanning. Just as she was about to explode, a pair of large hands suddenly rested on her shoulders. Fangzhou pulled the Little Potato behind him and gestured a friendly sign towards Chen Qi, who was not far away, exclaiming loudly, Hey, you there? Since you enjoy being a messenger so much, why not relay a message for me? Chen Qi glanced over with curiosity, offering no response but appearing to listen intently. Observing this, Fangzhou took a deep breath and shouted, Old Deng, I'm onto your tricks. Mark my words. I will soon have those ghostly flames parked right beneath your building. Poetic version. In the mid-autumn of the Guimao year, we revel until dawn. Wishing you auspicious times and a bountiful autumn and winter ahead. Plain speech version. Happy mid-autumn to all the great leaders. Wishing you immense wealth and prosperity. Chapter 61. It was not my intent. As Chun-Chi drove away, Fangzhou returned home in a gloomy mood. Upon entering, he immediately pulled Xiao Tudou towards the guest room and locked the door behind them. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Xiao Tudou sat gracefully on the edge of the bed, her beautiful eyes downcast. "Do you have any questions?" she asked. Fangzhou retorted, "Do you have anything to say?" Suddenly, Xiao Tudou lifted her head, her face displaying a hint of pleading. "Fangzhou, can I handle this on my own?" Fangzhou remained silent, and the two fell into a prolonged silence once more. Eventually, unable to endure the quiet, Fangzhou sighed deeply. "When are you leaving?" "Tomorrow, I suppose. I must return to resolve things eventually." "All right, I'll accompany you back to Jinling tomorrow. I left my luggage at the dorm when I returned in haste," and he paused, looking into Xiao Tudou's sparkling eyes, and said earnestly, "And we had promised to go to Happy Valley together. Let us do that tomorrow." "I am serious this time." Fangzhou recalled Xiao Tudou's three-line poem. Xiao Hong said she would go to Happy Valley this weekend. But I am not envious, because Fangzhou will take me. Regrettably, various events had prevented them from going earlier. The moment Xiao Tudou heard Happy Valley, her eyes widened with excitement, reminiscent of a cat spotting a teasing toy. Xiao Tudou's eyes sparkled with delight, and she replied with a hint of arrogance, "Humph, your serious face resembles someone applying a phone screen protector on the street." Yet, the smile at the corners of her mouth betrayed her. The following morning, the first rays of winter sunlight cascaded upon the earth. After bidding farewell to his parents, Fangzhou took the driver's seat of a Lamborghini. Xiao Tudou leaned against the window, waving goodbye to Fangzhou's father and mother. "Goodbye, Annie. Goodbye, Uncle. I will definitely return." Fangzhou chuckled. That line, "You're not the big bad wolf," with a flick of her hair and a haughty demeanor. Xiao Tudou ignored him. Observing this, Fangzhou produced a small notebook. "Here, I spent all night preparing a guide. Today, you can leave your brain behind." A bright smile returned to Xiao Tudou's face. "All right, let us set off," Fangzhou instructed. Xiao Tudou excitedly waved her small fists. "Let us go." With a press of the gas pedal, the Lamborghini roared to life, disappearing down the road. The Lamborghini sped along the highway, and 3 hours later, just before noon, they finally arrived at Jinling Happy Valley. As the largest amusement park in Jinling, Happy Valley sprawls over more than 400,000 square meters. With a total investment exceeding 6 billion yuan, earning the title of an quad-A-level tourist attraction. At this time of year, Happy Valley was bustling with visitors, the festive atmosphere palpable in the air. Amidst the throngs of people, Fangzhou and Xiao Tudou scanned their tickets to enter. Their first stop, the ghost house of the Luigua. Upon entering, Fangzhou immediately pulled out his guidebook. Xiao Tudou's expression stiffened. Soon, they stood before the ghost house, where NPCs donned in traditional Luigua attire warmly greeted passers-by. Upon seeing Fangzhou and Chun Wan Ning, one of the NPCs clasped her hands together, exclaiming, "Sawadee ka?" Xiao Tudou was momentarily taken aback, mimicking the gesture with her hands. "Amit ba." Fangzhou burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Xiao Tudou's cheeks flushed as she shot him a sideways glance. "Apologies, I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it," Fangzhou teased. Xiao Tudou, irritated, stomped her foot, her cute little tiger teeth clicking together. Due to the overwhelming crowd, Fangzhou opted for a VIP pass, allowing them to bypass the long lines. Xiao Tudou clutched Fangzhou's shirt, tiptoeing as they entered the ghost house, constantly murmuring to herself, "The world is material, material is motion, motion follows laws, thus, ghosts do not exist." She clenched her small fists, encouraging herself. "Goodness, is that a dialectical materialism exorcism technique?" Fangzhou chuckled. "It's all right if you're scared. You can hold my hand. It's merely a ghost house, not worth fearing." With a casual wave, he led Xiao Tudou into the ghost house. 3 minutes in, a bloodied head fell from the ceiling. Xiao Tudou remained expressionless, while Fangzhou's demeanor shifted slightly. 5 minutes later, the coffin in the morgue began to shake violently. Xiao Tudou's face remained impassive, but Fangzhou stiffened. After 10 minutes, severed heads in the hanging corpse forest wailed in unison. Xiao Tudou displayed no reaction. Yet sweat began to bead on Fangzhou's palms. 15 minutes later, countless ghostly infants awakened in the ghostly maternity ward, chillingly clawing at the ankles of passers-by. Xiao Tudou showed the slightest sign of movement, while Fangzhou screamed, "Let's dance on the grave." Half an hour later, as the ghost house experience concluded, Fangzhou emerged pale, assisted by Xiao Tudou, his face a mask of terror. "It seems someone mentioned. It's merely a ghost house," Xiao Tudou jested. Fangzhou's face flushed with embarrassment. "Who said that? I certainly didn't. Ghost houses are utterly boring. Let us find something more thrilling." Xiao Tudou nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I also find ghost houses uninteresting. How about we go bungee jumping?" Fangzhou's expression faltered. Half an hour later, Fangzhou stood atop a 50-meter-high platform, feeling as though darkness loomed ahead. "Young man, don't be afraid. The young lady over there is jumping without fear. What do you have to be scared of?" The safety officer, a middle-aged man, encouraged Fangzhou. Xiao Tudou, standing nearby, clenched her small fists and cheered, "You can do it." Seeing Fangzhou still pale as a ghost, the safety officer suggested, "If you're truly frightened, just shout something out. Let all out. And you want to be afraid." Fangzhou considered this advice and found it plausible. But then a question arose. If the bungee cord were to snap and he plummeted off the cliff, what would his last words be? With gritted teeth, Fangzhou leaped, the sensation of free fall engulfing him. In midair, he shouted, "Cloud of transformation." After bungee jumping, Xiao Tudou eagerly eyed the drop tower. Along the way, she was distracted by a photo booth. "Fangzhou, let us take some big head stickers. We've never taken a photo together." She tugged at Fangzhou's arm. Fangzhou sighed in relief. He adored big head stickers. Before long, in a photo booth barely 2 square meters in size, Xiao Tudou sat adorably on the photo chair. Layers of waves, distant mountains, one smile, and the city falls. 3, 2, 1, click. Their first photo together was captured. Gazing at the picture where he smiled and she laughed, Xiao Tudou murmured, "This is wonderful. Time flies when one is having fun." They played until 6 in the evening when the announcement for the fireworks show echoed through Happy Valley. "Fangzhou, let us go to the Ferris wheel to watch the fireworks." Despite an entire afternoon of excitement, Xiao Tudou remained vibrant and full of energy, while Fangzhou appeared utterly exhausted. Soon, they arrived at the Ferris wheel plaza, where throngs of people were already gathered. Countless couples embraced, gazing at the sky, awaiting the first burst of fireworks. Xiao Tudou imitated their actions, her small hands clasped together in excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What are you thinking about?" Fangzhou teased. Xiao Tudou lifted her delicate chin. "I want to tell you." "What are you thinking?" Fangzhou chuckled warmly and reflected aloud. "I was thinking, having experienced pain, one understands the suffering of others. Having clung to desires, one learns to let go. Having had attachments, one eventually finds liberation. This represents a realm of existence, while I am merely a mortal. Thus, in this lifetime, I shall remain candidly avaricious and lustful." Avaricious and lustful? Chun Wan Ning tilted her little head, 3 question marks emerging above her forehead. Fangzhou smiled knowingly, tapping his wallet in his hand. Avaricious. He then reached out to pinch the cheeks of the little potato. Lustful. Instantly, the little potato's charming face flushed. Bang! At that moment, the first firework erupted above the Ferris wheel. Countless fireworks followed suit, painting the heavens in a riot of colors. How beautiful! The little potato gazed dreamily at the sky, her face illuminated by the fireworks, rosy and radiant, her smile seemingly unceasing, as if she had savored the sweetest candy. Fangzhou also gazed at the fireworks, suddenly calling out, "Wan Ning." The little potato turned her head, her waist-length hair swaying, releasing a fragrance reminiscent of youthful innocence. Fangzhou, looking at the night sky, spoke in a profound tone. "The years you spent maturing must have been quite arduous." Bang! It felt as if a bullet had struck her forehead. The little potato's eyes suddenly reddened, an unusual hue flashing across her face, in her glistening eyes. It seemed only the myriad of fireworks and Fangzhou's striking profile remained. Fangzhou, the little potato, softly called out. Fangzhou turned around. At that moment, the little potato abruptly lifted her face, rising onto her toes. Fangzhou felt a fragrant breeze envelop him. A pair of soft, warm lips gently pressed against his cheek. Boom, boom, boom. Fangzhou's mind blanked, his heart racing to 180 beats per minute. The little potato's kiss was fleeting, her charming face flushed with heat. Her ears burning as she hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that just now. This. Are you going to deny it after the fact? Fangzhou feigned calmness, waving his hand. It's nothing, just a minor. Before he could finish, the little potato suddenly seized Fangzhou's collar, pulling him forward with force. Years of taekwondo training endowed her with strength far surpassing that of an ordinary girl. Such close proximity and sudden tug caused Fangzhou to lose his balance. Stumbling, he was drawn into a kiss with her rosy lips. Their cheeks pressed together. Fangzhou could feel the heat radiating from the little potato's face. The little potato's kiss was clumsy yet earnest, and she playfully nibbled on Fangzhou's lower lip with her small canine tooth. Finally, her charming face blushed so deeply it seemed it could bleed. I didn't mean it before, but now I do. Chapter 62. Beneath the moonlight, two shadows, one mine. The other also mine. A surge of fervor erupted from within, racing toward my mind. In Fangzhou's consciousness, two tiny figures engaged in a quarrel. One insisted, go back, while the other urged, listen to him, listen to him. Ultimately, Fangzhou resolved to heed neither. There exists a phrase in Wuji. True speed is imperceptible, akin to the tempestuous winds, the rise and fall of the sun and moon. Much like one is unaware of when leaves turn golden or when an infant sprouts its first tooth, and similarly. You cannot predict when you will fall for someone. If previously, Fangzhou's fondness for little potato stemmed from past life ties, at this moment, he felt a genuine affection blossoming within him, unrelated to past lives, but entirely connected to her. Latte, Ning, Fangzhou called out, suddenly seizing little potato's arm and pulling her into his embrace with a force that rendered her soft as a feather. The sensation of her 36D figure pressed against him was overwhelming, far more astounding than he had anticipated, more formidable than the mightiest of combat masters, more grand than the queen of Medusa herself. Caught in Fangzhou's embrace, little potato's already flushed face became a blazing inferno. Fangzhou's breath grew increasingly heated, his warm exhales tickling little potato's ear. She struggled momentarily, her voice sweet enough to melt bones. But there are so many people watching. Fear not. I possess a thick skin, Fangzhou unabashedly declared, pulling little potato even closer. Seeing this, little potato relinquished her struggle and elegantly wrapped her delicate, fair arm around Fangzhou's neck. However, she evidently underestimated the power of her own gesture. In that instant, as she leaned in, Fangzhou felt his sanity teetering on the brink. His mind? He could do without it. His breath was labored as he stammered late. Ning, will you be my girlfriend? Please? Upon uttering these words, Fangzhou held his breath, awaiting little potato's response. In his arms, her voice trembled. Fangzhou, I cherish you. Truly, truly cherish you. Fangzhou refrained from looking down. If he did, he would surely witness little potato's face ablaze with crimson. I know, he responded softly. Little potato suddenly tilted her head back, her countenance resolute. No, you do not. Fangzhou sensed an oddity in her reaction. At that moment, she tightened her grip around his neck, causing him to lean forward just as she whispered into his ear. The current situation is that you are mine, and no one can take you away from me. Anyone who dares to try will face my wrath. With that declaration, little potato playfully nipped at Fangzhou's ear, her little canines teasingly grazing his earlobe. The fireworks display lasted for 10 minutes. As the last of the fireworks cascaded down, signaling the closing of the park, Fangzhou took little potato's hand, and together they exited the gate. Passing by the lantern shop at the entrance of Happy Valley, little potato suddenly halted, her beautiful eyes fixated on a striking red lantern adorned with intricate designs. The shopkeeper, an elderly gentleman with reading glasses, welcomed them into a room filled with a myriad of lantern styles. Koi lanterns, jade rabbit lanterns, lotus lanterns, and pagoda lanterns. Little Potato gently poked Fangzhou's arm, lifting her face with wide, pleading eyes. I want what man could resist such an adorable little potato? Without hesitation, Fangzhou approached and inquired, Sir, how much for that red lantern? Upon seeing a customer, the elderly man rose from his chair, beaming, Young man, our lanterns are free. All you need to do is compose a couplet to win one. The couplets left by previous visitors range from classical to contemporary, and as long as your couplet is well structured, the lantern is yours. However, we do charge a 20 yuan fee for the prompt. Fangzhou's interest peaked, and he produced a 100 yuan note. Let me draw a prompt. Little Potato eagerly bounced forward to assist Fangzhou in drawing the couplet. Here you go. In no time, Little Potato handed him a red couplet. Fangzhou opened it to find the words. It is love, it is warmth, it is hope. You are the April day of the world. To his delight, he had drawn a straightforward prompt. After a moment's contemplation, he took up his pen and wrote, It is him, it is him, it is indeed him, the youthful hero, little Neza. Ah, the rhythm is perfect, the antithesis is neat, and the imagery is vivid, truly a timeless masterpiece. Fangzhou internally awarded himself a score of 99, deducting 1 point to avoid arrogance. Seeing Fangzhou's confidence, the old man leaned in to take a look, only to display an expression of disbelief. What? What kind of nonsense is this? Utterly nonsensical, 0 points. The elderly man declared with righteous indignation. Fangzhou stormed off in frustration, lamenting the man's lack of appreciation for true artistry. Yet, upon turning around, he found Little Potato gazing up at him, her lips pursed and her beautiful eyes filled with sorrow. Fangzhou thought to himself, what have I done? Thus began a lengthy session of couplet crafting. It had merely been a misstep. With his talent, he would surely prevail. Half an hour later, Fangzhou exclaimed, This old man is playing me. I'm done writing. Nevertheless, Little Potato ultimately fulfilled her wish and obtained the most exquisite red lantern. The elderly man, utterly impressed by Fangzhou's mad genius talent, made an exception and gifted him the lantern, praising him as a once-in-a-millennium literary star. Fangzhou found this assessment quite fitting. The two shared an unspoken agreement. Their financial prowess was indeed formidable. However, the conclusion of their day at Happy Valley heralded a bittersweet separation. The atmosphere within the car on the way back felt somewhat heavy. Let us return to the school to collect our belongings, Fangzhou suggested. Due to his father's situation, they had rushed directly to Tianchong City, leaving their vacation luggage behind at the university. With a press of the accelerator, the Lamborghini sped towards Jinling University. Once they arrived, Fangzhou lingered outside the girls' dormitory, waiting for Little Potato. After what felt like an eternity, Little Potato emerged, her luggage modest, a single small suitcase, which she tossed in the trunk of the Lamborghini. I'm leaving? Little Potato turned back multiple times, her beautiful eyes sparkling with emotions. Parting always arrived so unexpectedly. Observing this, Fangzhou opened his arms wide and declared unabashedly, Since we've come this far, shouldn't we embrace before you go? Little Potato immediately set down her luggage and sprinted into Fangzhou's embrace, her 36D figure colliding with him in a full-hearted hug. Fangzhou was taken aback. Colliding with the ball? If you show no mercy, do not blame me for being unkind. With a sudden surge of strength, Fangzhou hoisted the Little Potato off the ground, lifting her effortlessly. The Little Potato, startled by this abrupt turn of events, instinctively wrapped her long legs around Fangzhou. For a moment, the scene resembled the iconic moment between Lu Piapiao and Yin Tianxiu in The King of Comedy. You quickly. Put me down, the Little Potato exclaimed in a delicate tone. Recognizing the moment, Fangzhou gently set her down. Once her feet touched the ground, the Little Potato felt her confidence return, playfully punching Fangzhou's chest a few times before indignantly running to the car. The air was left with the lingering fragrance of the girl and the fading echoes of her voice. You bad guy, wait for my return. And thus, the Little Potato departed, taking with her all of Fangzhou's fervor, leaving his heart feeling hollow. Yet, as stated in iPartment, A brief separation is often a prelude to a more glorious reunion. While walking back to the dormitory, Fangzhou suddenly felt a surge of determination. Damn it, Lao Deng, isn't he just a billionaire tycoon? Gritting his teeth, he decided not to wait for Pangbo's vacation and called him directly. Beep, beep, beep. The call was quickly answered, and Pangbo's rugged voice resonated through the line. My dear son, have you missed your godfather? Fangzhou cut to the chase. Lao Pang, I'm back in Jinling. How did the Bitcoin acquisition go? Noticing Fangzhou's seriousness, Pangbo replied, it's best discussed in person. All right, let us meet at our usual spot. The past is like wind internet CAF. Okay. After hanging up, Fangzhou bypassed the dormitory and headed straight to the internet CAF. 20 minutes later, Pangbo's figure appeared at the entrance of the CAF. Chapter 63, 100,000 Bitcoins. Fangzhou's confidence and ballast. I have arrived. Where are you? At the entrance of the internet CAF, Pangbo called Fangzhou. On the other end, Fangzhou replied, I have also arrived, still in that same four-person room. It was in that very room where they developed Angry Birds, earning Fangzhou his first pot of gold, so Pangbo naturally knew where it was. He hurriedly ascended the stairs to the second floor of the CAF. Upon reaching the door of the room, he found it ajar. Fangzhou was seated at the exclusive spot once occupied by Little Potato, staring into space in a daze. Pangbo stealthily approached and clapped a hand on Fangzhou's shoulder. My son, Fengxian. Startled, Fangzhou snapped back to reality and retorted, How dare you, ungrateful son? Attempt to slay your father? Upon closer inspection, Pangbo seemed to have gained some muscle, his face glowing with vitality. Clad in a black down jacket and holding a bulging sports bag. What are you daydreaming about all alone? Do you have something on your mind? Pangbo casually found a spot to sit and inquired straightforwardly. Instead of responding, Fangzhou directly asked, Old Pang, I couldn't clarify over the phone. How did you fare with the Bitcoins? At the mention of this, Pangbo patted the sports bag in his hand, grinning widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Rest assured, my friend, it's all here, approximately 110,000 in total. Fangzhou was taken aback. So many? Pangbo replied with a hint of pride. Of course, do you not know who I am? I could have acquired even more, but as time went on, the circulating Bitcoins dwindled, making them scarce and valuable. Many began to hike their prices. Ultimately, the funds you provided only secured this amount. As he spoke, Pangbo handed the sports bag to Fangzhou. No witties. You have done exceedingly well. Fangzhou accepted the bag and unzipped it, revealing a collection of hard drive-like hardware wallets. These hardware wallets were specifically designed for storing the keys to Bitcoins, capable of keeping the keys in an offline environment to thwart hacking attempts and cyber attacks. Let me provide a brief explanation. The Bitcoin key consists of two parts. The public key, which serves as the address for receiving Bitcoins and is publicly displayed, and the private key, which is the key to control the Bitcoins and must be kept strictly confidential. It can be likened to a QQ account and password. The process of key generation is exceedingly secure and random, involving a substantial amount of random number generation and encryption operations. A single private key consists of a formidable 32 bytes of randomness. Old Fang, there are a total of 11 hardware wallets here, each containing roughly 10,000 Bitcoin private keys, amounting to around 110,000 in total. Fangzhou tightened his grip on the sports bag, suddenly feeling a bit surreal. By 2021, a single Bitcoin is projected to reach a staggering 68,000, approximately 500,000 RMB per coin. At that time, these 100,000 Bitcoins will be valued at an astronomical 5 billion. Fangzhou would effortlessly ascend to the ranks of billionaires. Although the figure of 500,000 per Bitcoin is merely an ideal number, the reality suggests it may not fetch that much. It is simple. The price of Bitcoin is volatile. When large quantities are sold off in the market, the price inevitably declines, potentially triggering a market crash, much like stocks. However, even considering depreciation, Fangzhou estimated the final value would still be at least 3 billion. 3 billion. This was an astronomical figure that Fangzhou could scarcely have imagined in his previous life. Yet now, it lay palpably within his grasp. Fangzhou weighed the sports bag in his hand and casually handed a hard drive to Pangbo. Old Pang, We agreed that you would receive a 10 commission for your efforts, so over 10,000 of these are yours. Fangzhou, with a slightly darker complexion, smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, come on. Are we really going to keep track of this? Besides, what use would I have for this stuff? He returned the hard drive to Fangzhou. Fangzhou was momentarily at a loss for words. If he were to forfeit these 10,000 bitcoins, he would surely regret it in a decade's time, even awakening in the middle of the night to berate himself. After all, a decade from now, this would amount to a fortune beyond comprehension. Fangzhou pondered briefly. Bitcoin would experience its first surge in 2013, followed by another in 2017, peaking in 2021 when a single Bitcoin could soar to a price of 500,000 RMB. If the Bitcoins were truly in Fangzhou's hands, he might not be able to resist cashing out early, resulting in a significant loss. With this thought, Fangzhou reconsidered and suggested, how about this? If you don't want it for now, I'll keep it safe for you. Brothers should be clear about accounts. Once we sell and cash out, I'll ensure you get your share. Upon hearing this, Fangzhou ceased to decline, grinning from ear to ear. Enough of this. Let us go grab some beer at the night market. Fangzhou's face lit up with delight. Let us do it. In his previous life, the happiest moments after graduation were spent with Fangzhou, sharing late-night beers, boasting, chatting about girls, and lamenting life's hardships. This life, being able to enjoy barbecued food and beer together, was indeed a great joy. Before long, the two exited the internet CAF and made their way to the bustling night market across the street. The market was alive with people, vibrant neon lights illuminating the night. Perhaps due to the approaching new year, the usually quiet Jinling was more lively than usual at night. They entered a barbecue restaurant called Big Fat Lamb and requested a private booth for two. Fangzhou waved his hand grandly. Order whatever you like tonight. All expenses are on young Master Fang. Fangzhou's eyes sparkled. Really? You can't be misleading me, can you? Hurry and order, don't be shy. Let's get a few more oysters. No, I want lamb kidneys. That is the real nourishment. Haha, what sensible person eats lamb kidneys? Do you eat them? I do. Don't you? I'll take 50 skewers. In no time, the table was filled with an array of delicious grilled skewers. Grilled lamb kidneys, grilled oysters, grilled leeks, grilled loach, grilled abalone, grilled silkworm larvae. All were aphrodisiac delicacies. However, the waitress looked at Fangzhou and Fangzhou with a hint of disbelief. But they paid it no mind. Come on, let us drink. Are you raising fish? Drink up. Today, whoever throws up first has to change their title to Godfather. Who is afraid of who? The coward is the grandson. An hour later, Fangzhou was sprawled on the table, clutching his stomach and exclaiming, Godfather, spare me. I realize my mistakes. Just now you were so fierce. Is this all you can manage? Fangzhou successfully earned the title of Godfather. After finishing their drinks and boasting, Fangzhou supported Fangzhou with one hand while clutching a sports bag filled with hardware wallets in the other. The cold night air sobered him up considerably. Fangzhou weighed the sports bag again and suddenly laughed. At this moment, should I not, like Xiao Yan proclaim, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Of course, that was merely a jest. These bitcoins would only truly allow him to soar by 2021. It was still 2010, leaving 11 years in between. 11 years. So many potential events could unfold in that time. However, with these 100,000 bitcoins, Fangzhou had the confidence to sit at the table. As the saying goes, you never know whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will come first. In his previous life, Fangzhou had witnessed numerous business magnates suddenly collapsing and going bankrupt due to unforeseen events, becoming indistinguishable from the masses. Yet, holding 100,000 bitcoins in his possession, Fangzhou had secured his own safety net. In the vast ocean of society, amidst the grand wheel of life, those 100,000 bitcoins serve as his ballast. Regardless of the unforeseen events that may arise, with his substantial reserve of bitcoins as a safety net, he can remain as steadfast as a mountain, poised for resurgence. This, indeed, is the source of his confidence. Chapter 64. How can one possibly grow without refreshing their worldview? As Fangzhou's thoughts soared, the night breeze chilled his cheeks. Fangzhou, having sobered up considerably, hesitated for a moment before suddenly slurring, "Hey Lao, Fang. May I ask you for a favor?" Fangzhou was momentarily taken aback. Although Pang Bo frequently playfully assumed a father-son dynamic with him, he was fundamentally a proud individual who seldom made requests. Upon hearing his words, Fangzhou adopted a serious demeanor. "There's no need for you to beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it. After all, paternal affection is as steadfast as a mountain, though it may be slipping." Pang Bo, initially hesitant, found himself at ease upon hearing Fangzhou's jest. "I actually intended to bring this up during dinner tonight, but I noticed you seemed troubled at the internet CAF, so I refrained from mentioning it." Feeling a warmth in his heart, Fangzhou, having grown up alongside Pang Bo, chose not to burden him further. He looked at Pang Bo and inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Pang Bo, shedding his reticence, said, "Lao Fang, do you happen to know Producer Ma from Lizzie Station?" "Yes, I do. Why do you ask?" Fangzhou replied, puzzled by Pang Bo's sudden mention of Ma Ruoyu. "Are you quite familiar with him?" "Well, somewhat. Just get to the point." Perhaps it was the first time he was asking for a favor that left the typically straightforward Pang Bo feeling bashful. He scratched his head and continued, "Do you remember Huang Huihui? The girl who stood next to me when we coincidentally met at Hongkong? Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How could he forget her? After all, she was destined to plant a field of green grass over him and later become his heart's tormentor. Huihui is studying broadcasting and has always wanted to intern at Lizzie Station. Lao Fang, if it's convenient for you, could you perhaps have a word with Producer Ma?" Upon hearing this, Fangzhou's smile gradually faded. "Is it Huang Huihui who sent you to ask me?" Pang Bo nodded before shaking his head. "Not exactly. Huihui has been telling me how much she desires to intern at Lizzie Station. When we happened to see you with Producer Ma, she didn't want me to approach you, fearing it might affect our friendship." Fangzhou could easily guess that Huang Huihui had whispered sweet nothings into Pang Bo's ear before feigning modesty. "Ah, the aroma of tea wafts through the air. You truly brew an exquisite cup of tea. Also, Lao Fang, if it's not too much trouble, could you lend me a bit more money?" Pang Bo suddenly added, "What do you need money for? Didn't I give you several thousand before?" Fangzhou, well acquainted with Pang Bo, knew that as an athlete, his daily expenses were virtually non-existent outside of food and training. Given that he had previously sold Angry Birds and received a considerable sum from Fangzhou, it was unlikely he would have exhausted it so quickly. "Well, Huihui's birthday is approaching, and she has her eye on a Chanel bag. You spent the money I gave you on Christmas, New Year's Eve, and her lunar birthday. All of it," Fangzhou reminded him. As Pang Bo looked up, he saw Fangzhou's expression darkening, prompting him to explain hurriedly, "Lao Fang, please don't misunderstand. Huihui is a wonderful girl. She never asked me for anything. I just want to buy it for her. Let me take a wild guess. Did she casually mention her birthday was coming up, saying you could give her a small gift without spending too much, yet inadvertently sent you a picture of the Chanel bag she desired? Or perhaps posted on social media? This XX bag is simply stunning. I adore it, accompanied by a picture of the bag?" Pang Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you know? If I were Xiaoyan, I would have been forced to crush you with a single blow for failing to see through such an obvious green tea ploy, Fangzhou lamented, exuding an air of disappointment. Pang Bo lowered his head, muttering weakly, "Huihui, she's not like that. Old Pang, as your brother, I must tell you that Huang Huihui is not a suitable girl for you. To say nothing of her past, she has entangled herself with several boys at our school. I know. Huihui insists they are just her male friends and tells me that men should be more generous. Let me ask you a question. What do the names Fei Yangyang, He Xiaohu, Han Bagui, Tomcat, and Pang Bo have in common? Is it unwavering devotion? Well, this child is beyond saving." Fangzhou sighed deeply. In his previous life, having been a seasoned admirer, he recognized the symptoms of being infatuated. To cure this ailment, he needed to present undeniable evidence to shatter the idealized image of Huang Huihui in Pang Bo's mind. He had to make Pang Bo realize that the perfect goddess in his heart was merely a public bus, accessible to anyone who swiped their card. Fangzhou felt confident about exposing Huang Huihui's true nature. Though it seemed somewhat cruel towards Pang Bo, sometimes harsh measures were necessary for a serious illness. As Jian Wei from King of Glory said, "Without refreshing one's worldview, How can one possibly grow? Taking a deep breath, Fangzhou sighed. I understand. If I encounter old Ma again, I will mention it to him. Upon hearing Fangzhou relent, Pang Bo's face lit up with a shy smile as he lightly punched Fangzhou's chest. Good buddy. Fangzhou remained noncommittal. It was merely an internship opportunity. If he could assist Huang Huihui, it would be easy to let her go. The crucial aspect was to help Pang Bo see Huang Huihui for who she truly was, preventing him from repeating the mistakes of his past life. In this new life, Fangzhou held few people dear: his parents, Little Potato, and his brothers. He could not bear to watch Pang Bo bring this woman home, only to be subjected to manipulation and betrayal. Even in death, that woman and her little white-faced partner would continue their farce in the house he had worked tirelessly to pay off. The night breeze was biting. After chatting for a while, Pang Bo returned to the sports university while Fangzhou headed back to Jinling University. The 5 dormitory mates had long since left campus. But fortunately, many students remained for exams and part-time jobs, ensuring the dormitory building would remain open. Fangzhou returned to his dormitory with ease, freshened up, turned on the lights, and lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, contemplating the events of the day. Regarding Little Potato's situation, if he wished to find a breakthrough, he must establish his own foundational support. As for Pang Bo's predicament, the simplest solution would be to engage a private investigator. Then, when photographs of Huang Huihui entering a hotel with another man were presented to Pang Bo, even his infatuation would have to yield to reality. Yet, finding a suitable private investigator was not a matter of quantity, but of quality, and Fangzhou had no suitable candidates in mind. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He thought of the kind aunt. It seemed he would need to visit her tomorrow to discuss matters and extend early New Year's greetings. As he had affairs to discuss with her, Fangzhou rolled over. To confront Lao Deng, mere wealth was insufficient. It was imperative to possess one's own influence. This so-called influence encompassed one's connections and foundational support. Wealth without influence rendered one a mere fool. True power lay in possessing both wealth and influence. To stand a chance against Lao Deng, Fangzhou needed to rally the support of the kind aunt, Nie Yurong. Although recently she had been quite generous with Fangzhou, well, in the literal sense of the term, this generosity stemmed from Fangzhou's assistance in helping her earn billions through stock investments. Otherwise, why would a prominent figure like her, the head of the Rongwang Group and a billionaire beauty of Jinling, pay attention to a mere shrimp like him? Human relationships are as delicate as paper. Each usage diminishes its value. Trust in human nature, but never gamble on it. To foster a mutually beneficial relationship, the simplest and most effective method was to bind their interests. For now, he decided to put those thoughts aside and get some sleep, pondering his plan for tomorrow and how to engage the lovely young woman. Fangzhou, with a self-deprecating chuckle, remarked on his day of relentless activity. After traversing from Tianchang City to the illustrious Jinling City, and from Happy Valley to the school, he found himself utterly exhausted, his head tilted to one side, and before long, the dormitory was filled with the sound of his deep slumber. Chapter 65. Indulgence of Wealth. The following day, at 9 in the morning, the alarm clock roused Fangzhou from his slumber. Outside the window, a silver blanket of frost adorned the landscape, and the heavy snow weighed down the branches of the Polonia trees. The first snowfall of winter in 2009 arrived later than usual. It snowed. Fangzhou rubbed his sleepy eyes and gazed at the wintry scene outside. A biting chill seeped through the window into the dormitory, stinging his cheeks. He hastily closed the window and quickly completed his morning routine. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi at the school gate, heading straight for Rongwang Group. 30 minutes later, the taxi halted beneath the towering CBD building. As a major taxpayer in the city, Rongwang Group operated in various sectors, including real estate, home appliances, healthcare, and dining, boasting a 39-story corporate edifice in the prime city center. Despite the approaching year-end, the Rongwang building bustled with activity. "Hello, I'm here to see President Nie Yurong." Fangzhou approached the circular front desk on the first floor. The receptionist, a girl with a sharp face and prominent cheekbones, adorned in exquisite designer attire, glanced up momentarily. Upon noticing Fangzhou's attire, she returned to her phone, asking, "Do you have an appointment?" "Appointment?" Last night, Fangzhou had messaged his kind aunt, informing her of his visit today. She had replied affirmatively, but he was uncertain if she had informed her staff, given the late hour and his early arrival today. There should be, he replied uncertainly. The receptionist arched an eyebrow. What do you mean should be? Either you have an appointment or you do not. Please check the visitor appointment records in the system. My name is Fangzhou. Huh, if you truly had an appointment. Someone from the secretary's office would have come to greet you by now. Do you see anyone here to welcome you? The girl remained absorbed in her phone, dismissively waving him away. Her tone brimmed with impatience, subtly conveying her disdain. What do you mean? I have a text record. You can verify the number, Fangzhou retorted, pulling out his phone to show her the message. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of the receptionist's desk screen, where she was playing Angry Birds, struggling to surpass a challenging level, clearly frustrated. As Fangzhou approached, she quickly slammed her screen down with an air of guilt, snapping, "Are you finished? You're just loitering here, looking like that. Go somewhere else to beg for favors, and don't cling here shamelessly." Fangzhou felt a flicker of indignation. It dawned on him that in this world, there was no shortage of people who judged others by appearances. He had dressed casually yesterday to accompany a friend to an amusement park, and now, still in those clothes, he appeared rather plain, provoking her disdain. It was no wonder that netizens referred to front desk receptionists, luxury brand salesgirls, and luxury car salespeople as the three major snobs. Feeling unjustly criticized, Fangzhou's temper flared. The receptionist, sensing his irritation, snapped, "Say that again. Security. Security." She immediately grabbed her intercom. At that moment, a robust voice interrupted from behind. "Fang, my brother." Turning around, Fangzhou was surprised to see a slightly plump middle-aged man standing not far away. "Old ma, what brings you here?" Fangzhou was taken aback, recognizing Maruoyu. However, as the leadership of the provincial television station, he should have been on holiday by now. Maruoyu, brimming with excitement, replied, "Thanks to you. Ever since If You Are the One aired, it has gained nationwide popularity. Numerous businesses are clamoring for sponsorship for the second season. I did President Nia a favor, allowing Rongwon Group to secure priority for sponsorship. I'm here to discuss next year's collaboration." As he spoke, Maruoyu patted his briefcase. The receptionist's expression froze upon realizing who he was. Given his status as a ministerial leader at Lychee TV, she recognized him as the one who had elevated the station's profile significantly. Seeing such an esteemed figure treating the seemingly inconspicuous young man with deference and subtle flattery left her flustered. She lowered her gaze, nervous. Maruoyu approached Fangzhou, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Fang, since you're here, let us go in together. When we discuss the sponsorship fee with President Nia, you must lend a hand, considering you have a 10-share agreement." Fangzhou could only manage a wry smile. "I would love to, but I was just pondering how to get in." Maruoyu glanced at the now pale-faced receptionist and then back at Fangzhou, understanding the situation. "This young man is with me. Can we enter now?" Maruoyu said, slightly irritated. The receptionist's demeanor darkened further. "Mr. Ma, he doesn't have an appointment. It doesn't comply with regulations." Maruoyu's expression hardened. "Oh, in that case, I will cancel my appointment for today as well. If the sponsorship deal falls through, you can take responsibility for the loss of several billion." Upon hearing this, the receptionist fell silent, hurriedly dialing the secretary's office. Moments later, a secretary in a fitted black skirt hurried downstairs, her expression apologetic as she guided the two men upstairs. Ding! The elevator ascended smoothly to the 39th floor, arriving at the president's office without a hitch. "President Nye, Minister Ma from the provincial television station has arrived." In the elegantly decorated office, a magnificent 10-meter-long European-style conference table dominated the space. And behind an opulent high-back chair sat Nye Yurong, reviewing documents. Upon hearing the announcement, she lifted her gaze, appearing slightly puzzled as she recognized the visitors. "Minister Ma, Fang, why are you two together?" Maruoyu chuckled. "President Nye, your presence is quite elusive. Our chief planner for If You Are the One almost got blocked by your front desk." Nye Yurong's expression grew serious. "Planner?" "Yes, the mysterious planner that everyone has been discussing." Maruoyu diligently supported Fangzhou, hinting subtly. With her astute nature, Nie Yurong quickly grasped his implication. Fangzhou, the formula, no wonder, she mused. I was wondering why our lychee TV has suddenly soared this year. It seems there's a wise strategist behind it. Her smile grew more enchanting, her gaze sparkling with appreciation as she looked at Fangzhou. Without hesitation, she dialed the internal line. Vivian, inform the front desk downstairs that they need not come in tomorrow. Have the HR department replace them by tonight. Understood. Fangzhou was taken aback. Sister Yurong. Nie Yurong waved her hand. Are you implying that it's excessive? Fangzhou nodded slightly. Her kind smile returned. I also find it excessive, but who can resist the whims of wealth? With a charming smile that captivates all, she resembles a ripe red apple, tempting one to take a bite. Well, Fangzhou remains noncommittal. Your ample bosom grants you the privilege of being right no matter what you say. Every time he lays eyes on Nie Yurong, particularly when he notices her generous demeanor, Fangzhou is struck by a feeling akin to discovering that elbow, once thought unbeatable, has an unexpected commander. In that moment, he finds himself understanding Boss Chow quite well. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nie Yurong and Ma Viyu commence their negotiations regarding the sponsorship fees. The benevolent young aunt, undoubtedly the youngest and most beautiful president in Jinling, skillfully struck every price point directly on Ma Riyu's heart. However, Ma Riyu was no pushover. Having navigated the professional realm for years, he was an adept negotiator. For a time, the two engaged in a fierce verbal duel, each equally matched in their rhetoric. The negotiations persisted for over an hour. Fortunately, given their previous pleasant collaboration and mutual friendship, they ultimately succeeded in signing the contract. Ma Riyu extended his hand, declaring, General Nie, may our partnership flourish. Nie Yurong reciprocated with a firm handshake, replying, Indeed, may it thrive. With the negotiations concluded, Fangzhou, who had remained silent for a considerable time, finally spoke. Now that you have finished, Sister Yurong, shall we discuss our collaboration? Chapter 66. The new project. Upon hearing the news, Nie Yurong glanced over with curiosity, her beautiful eyes glimmering with anticipation. Oh, what would you like to discuss? Inquired her kind aunt with a gentle smile. Since their first meeting, she had discreetly investigated Fangzhou, discovering that within a month of his first venture, he had launched Angry Birds, generating millions in sales. On his second endeavor, he had masterfully manipulated the first stock to soar in 2009, not only multiplying his personal assets by 500, but also earning her several billion. Recently, she learned that Fangzhou had also orchestrated If You Are the One, propelling lychee TV to new heights and establishing its nationwide recognition. Naturally, upon hearing that Fangzhou wished to collaborate with her, Nie Yurong felt a surge of excitement. At the mention of this, Ma Riyu turned his gaze towards Fangzhou, observing him with keen interest. Fangzhou straightened slightly, exuding calm confidence as he asked, Sister Yurong, what does your Rongguan group currently lack the most? Nie Yurong chuckled softly. Rongguan Group has ample funds, personnel, and reputation. I truly do not know what I am missing. Do you? Fangzhou nodded earnestly. What? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Fangzhou paused for a moment, enunciating each word carefully. Performance goal body. Performance goal body? Nie Yurong squinted slightly, resting her chin on her hand as she pondered. Throughout history, the scholar class has always been prioritized over commerce. Entrepreneurs understand that once a business expands to a certain scale, it inevitably must engage with the government. This involves issues such as bank loans, preferential policies, talent recruitment, and employment. Almost every enterprise has its own performance account with the authorities. The higher the performance account, the more assistance and support the enterprise receives in loans, talent acquisition, and tax incentives. Some government projects are even exclusively entrusted to enterprises with high performance accounts. Consequently, many businesses invest heavily to enhance their performance accounts, such as donating during natural disasters or funding Hope primary schools and libraries. Rongguan Group, as one of the giants in Jinling, participates annually in donation campaigns and collaborates with the government to address employment issues for fresh graduates. Even so, I would never dare to hope for a performance goal body. What gives you such confidence? What is a gold body? It signifies invincibility and immortality. A performance goal body implies that as long as the enterprise does not self-destruct, the government will provide unwavering support and assistance. Even in the face of operational risks or unforeseen events, before the enterprise has a chance to rescue itself, the government will already be eager to offer aid. This is the essence of the symbiotic relationship between commerce and governance. If Fangzhou can truly grant her a performance goal body, Nie Yurong would not hesitate to pay any price. Seeing her interest piqued, Fangzhou secretly rejoiced, aware that his gamble had paid off. Sister Yurong, the performance gold body I offer is not confined to Jinling. If executed properly, the stage is nationwide. He dropped another bombshell. Witnessing Fangzhou's earnest demeanor, Nie Yurong's expression gradually grew serious. She exchanged a glance with Ma Ruiyu, conveying unspoken understanding. Ma Ruiyu awkwardly chuckled and said, "Well, Fang, you two continue your discussion. I'll wait outside." He tactfully exited the office, closing the door behind him. With that, Nie Yurong smiled warmly, her alluring expression returning. "Young Fang, now you may share how you intend to grant me this performance goal body." Fangzhou, no longer holding back, stated directly, "Sister Yurong, the best ways for enterprises to enhance their performance goal body are threefold: poverty alleviation, employment, and education. Those who can assist the government in solving these three critical issues will earn immense accolades." The pervasive problem of impoverished students is a confluence of these three challenges, representing the most acute contradictions. Nie Yurong contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. "You are correct. Not long ago, I was invited to the Entrepreneur Annual Meeting organized by the Jinling government, where the officials highlighted the issue of impoverished students in Jinling universities. Due to the economic crisis in recent years, the income of many lower-income families has sharply declined, resulting in a historic high of 26 among impoverished students, with an alarming 9 categorized as extremely impoverished. This means that nearly 1 in 4 university students is impoverished. Next year, the government's focus will be on addressing the needs of these students, and all major enterprises must cooperate." Upon hearing this alarming statistic, Fangzhou shook his head. In this vibrant era of the Dragon Kingdom, where everything is revitalized, development takes time. "Sister Yurong, the performance goal body I offer, is related to impoverished students," he elucidated. Nie Yurong's enthusiasm intensified. "Oh, do you know what is most abundant at Jinling University?" Fangzhou suddenly shifted the topic. "Certainly, it is the students," she answered without hesitation. "Exactly. The students are in abundance. Those who gain admission to Jinling University are all top-tier students from various high schools, including some city champions, many of whom come from impoverished backgrounds, like my roommate Su Luo. They have endured the grueling college entrance examinations, and their strengths lie in studying, solving problems, and taking tests. Providing fish is not as effective as teaching one to fish. Mere one-sided giving cannot last. Only by equipping impoverished students with their own fishing rods can we truly address the issue." Fangzhou articulated his vision. Nie Yurong pondered and asked, "Are you suggesting we provide every impoverished student with a fishing rod?" "Precisely." Fangzhou snapped his fingers and continued. "Many parents in today's society, whether due to busy work schedules, limited time, or insufficient education, are unable to tutor their children in learning and homework. Hiring a tutor is often prohibitively expensive, with hourly rates soaring into the dozens or even hundreds. Thus, the solution becomes clear. There is an abundance of untapped academic resources within schools, and a market gap exists in society. All that remains is to create a bridging platform. Once established, it could ignite a wildfire of success." As she listened, Nie Yurong's captivating eyes began to sparkle with a newfound vigor. If Fangzhou's idea were to come to fruition, it would not merely resolve issues for impoverished students. As a decision-maker of Rongguan Group, she sensed the immense business opportunity embedded within. In fact, the online education market in this field had once reached hundreds of billions, spawning several unicorn enterprises. Let us first pilot this initiative at Jinling University, refine the basic model, and then expand it throughout Jinling, followed by the entire province, and ultimately nationwide. Fangzhou enthusiastically painted a grand vision for his kind aunt. However, Nie Yurong eagerly seized the opportunity for herself, exclaiming with excitement. This is not merely a performance gold body. This is clearly a vast, emerging market, one that is national in scope. Fangzhou nodded gently, indeed. I never engage in thankless endeavors. I have even thought of a name for this platform. Oh, what name? She inquired. Yuan Guidance. Chapter 67. Cooperation achieved. Nie Yurong repeated the peculiar name, Yuan Fudao, several times before breaking into a radiant smile. All right, little one, you have indeed captured your sister's heart. Fangzhou couldn't help but silently critique. Where exactly am I small? Nie Yurong, tempering her excitement, adopted a more serious demeanor. Once this project is fully realized, it might very well elevate Rongguan Group to a prestigious standing, perhaps even granting me a chance to peruse the Forbes list. But what must I contribute? Fangzhou smiled knowingly. Truly intelligent individuals grasp the nuances of reciprocity, understanding that giving and receiving are inherently interconnected. This was precisely why he enjoyed collaborating with his benevolent aunt. Fangzhou extended a finger, pointing at Nie Yurong. Instantly, she erupted into laughter, her G-grade peak generosity shaking with mirth as she playfully retorted, "Oh, little friend, that one T do. Your sister isn't interested in men at the moment." "Huh, such a whimsical thought. I'm in an alliance with you." Fangzhou's face flushed with a sense of being playfully teased, albeit without evidence. "Ni Yuong acht an Ayabol, an alliance? Why?" Fangzhou slightly clenched his fist. "Of course it's to take down old Deng. Ni Yurong boast." Her smile becoming increasingly charming, blooming like a flower. Ah, such familial loyalty, truly admirable. She had done her research on Fangzhou and was aware of his relationship with Chen Wanling, thus comprehending the implications of his words regarding old Deng. "By the way, Yurong Jia, are you aware of the situation concerning Wanling's mother?" Fangzhou suddenly shifted the conversation. Upon hearing this, Nie Yurong's beguiling expression visibly cooled, and she spoke solemnly. "I can only tell you this. If you wish to confront old Deng, be prepared. Chen Sanjin is akin to a wolf, merciless and predatory, capable of turning against those who have stood by him for decades, dismissing them without a second thought." Fangzhou felt a shiver run down his spine. However, Nie Yurong shook her head, regaining her cheerful demeanor. "Let us not dwell on him. Let us discuss our collaboration. How do you propose we proceed? It's quite simple. After the school year begins next year, I will establish the Yuan Fudao platform at Jinling University as a pilot. I will handle the technology and management, while you will provide personnel. You will receive a 20 equity stake. Moreover, during the company's promotions, you can freely embellish your achievements. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7 inches. To bind someone, one must target what they cherish most." For Nie Yurong, that was undoubtedly the Rongguan group her father had left her. After a moment of contemplation, Nie Yurong suddenly asked, "Aren't you afraid I might take your ideas and run off to start my own venture?" "Not at all," Fangzhou replied confidently. "Just as I did with Maru Yuan if you were the one. I am prepared for any eventuality." In his previous life, Yuan Fudao had reached a peak market value of $15.5 billion, equivalent to 110 billion renminbi, claiming the top spot in the global educational technology sector and becoming the largest unicorn in the online education arena. However, the current online homework assistance services alone could not sustain such a valuation. The future held more: Yuan Question Bank, Little Ape Search, Little Ape Mental Arithmetic, and Zebra AI classes were all part of the strategy. Fangzhou even contemplated a spectacular collaboration with his father's 5-year college entrance examination. 3-year simulation once the platform was fully operational. The spectacle will be nothing short of explosive. Well, since it's a freebie, I shall not refuse, especially since I have no interest in Chen Sanjin. As she spoke, the kind aunt extended her delicate, fair hand. Fangzhou politely shook it, feeling its softness. A pleasant collaboration. Indeed, a delightful partnership. Fangzhou secretly rejoiced. It was done. He had successfully secured his benevolent aunt on his side. Although this was merely the beginning. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Yet, Fangzhou was untroubled. His mind brimmed with opportunities that he was confident would ensure he met all of his benevolent aunt's needs. Nie Yurong stretched languidly, her slender waist on full display, exuding an air of relaxed elegance. It's time for a meal. Let's go eat together. Fangzhou did not decline. With a creak, the office door swung open from within. Outside, Ma Liu, who had been waiting for a while, stood up and teased, "If you two don't come out soon, I might suspect some covert dealings are afoot." Fangzhou chuckled, waving his hand. "Let us go, Lao Ma. Let us eat together." "All right, soon." The trio arrived at the company cafeteria on the 15th floor of Rongguan Group, enjoying their meal in good spirits. Halfway through, Fangzhou suddenly recalled another matter for this trip. He took a sip of egg drop soup and asked, "Yurong Jie, do you know any competent private detectives?" Perhaps due to their newfound mutual interests, Nie Yurong appeared more attentive to Fangzhou's words. Propping her chin with her emerald fingers, she pondered before replying, "I know a few, though their fees are quite steep." "That's fine, as long as they can resolve the issue. Please send me the contact information later," Fangzhou said. Ma Ryu, curious, glanced at Fangzhou. "Fang Lao Di, you're not in trouble again, are you?" "Why say again?" Fangzhou nodded, then shook his head. "It's not me. It's a friend." I understand. Classic setup. "I have a friend," Fangzhou exclaimed. "It's truly a friend. Someone from my hometown." Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and grabbed Mariu's arm. "Lao Ma, do you remember that girl I met at your promotion party at Hongkongwen?" Ma Ryu furrowed his brow, recollecting, "I have some impression. She was a broadcasting student and seemed to have submitted a profile to our Lychee station." At this, Fangzhou smiled. He had been distressed over how to convey the target to the private detective without a photograph. "Old Fang, please send me that girl's profile photo, or directly give it to Yurong Jie to pass on to the private detective, so they can keep a close watch on her." "What is going on?" Maruiyu and Nie Yurong asked in unison. Fangzhou sighed, holding his forehead. "Ah, a lovesick fool never finds a home. It's all tears and more tears." After a simple meal, Fangzhou returned to his dormitory to pack his belongings. Upon learning that Fangzhou intended to take the bus home, his benevolent aunt waved her hand and called for her private driver. Thus, 3 hours later in Tianchong City, when a fully equipped extended Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived at Fangzhou's old neighborhood, the entire community erupted in excitement. "Mr. Fang, General Nie specifically instructed me to give you my number. When you return to Jinling for school, please feel free to contact me for transportation." Driver Wang left his number with Fangzhou. Fangzhou waved. "All right, thank you." After exiting the car, Fangzhou hurried home only to find it empty. A phone call revealed that his mother's clothing store had unexpectedly received a flood of orders, and she was busy attending to customers. Meanwhile, his father, Fang Dingbua, was supervising renovations at Tianrun Tower. The only occupants at home were Fangzhou and his dog, Wu Li, staring at each other in silence. Just then, a ringtone pierced the awkwardness. Fangzhou pulled out his phone, surprised to see an unexpected caller. Lei Busi, Chapter 68, The Ultimate Exchange. The safety system of Yuan Fudeo Fangzhou was momentarily taken aback before promptly answering the call. Immediately, a cheerful voice from the other end resonated. "Little Fang, it's been a while. Wishing you an early Happy New Year." Fangzhou smiled and responded, "It has indeed been a long time, President Lei. Same to you." After exchanging pleasantries, the two engaged in light conversation. Fangzhou learned that Meizu had launched the U10 this year, prominently featuring the full-screen selling point, which, under the spotlight of his theme wallpaper and Angry Birds, showcased its full-screen characteristics splendidly, quickly becoming a sensation. Within just a few months, the phone's shipment soared into the top 5 nationwide. Moreover, due to his influence, Xiaomi, which was originally slated to debut next year, unexpectedly established itself this winter, with its base still in Kyoto as in the past. Meanwhile, Lei Jun's Xiaomi 1 had entered the research and development phase. He strictly adhered to Fangzhou's advice of maintaining only a 5 profit margin, driving down the price to achieve exceptional value for money. However, "I can't shake the feeling that something is still missing," Lei Jun sighed on the other end of the line. Fangzhou, puzzled, replied, "Exceptional value for money is Xiaomi's hallmark. What more could you want?" "I don't know," Lei Jun mused. "It just feels like aside from the price, our Xiaomi 1 bears almost no distinction from competitors' phones, lacking an innovative feature akin to Meizu's full-screen or phone themes. Upon hearing this, Fangzhou instantly understood Lei Jun's intentions. He was seeking his expertise. Amused, Fangzhou responded, "President Lei, do you truly see me as a sage?" On the other end, Lei Jun chuckled. "An electronic sage is still a sage. Little Fang, lend your brother a hand. I assure you, your assistance won't go unrewarded." Just as Fangzhou was about to decline, he suddenly paused. It seemed he genuinely needed Lei Jun's help. Having experienced the era of big data, Fangzhou understood the paramount importance of data. For an online platform, core data is nearly synonymous with a lifeline. In his previous life, many internet enterprises expended vast resources annually on platform security to fend off hacker attacks and competitive threats. After all, those wishing for your downfall are either nefarious individuals or competitors. As an online education platform, Yuanfudao inevitably had to confront these dangers and attacks. Before founding Xiaomi, Lei Jun was the CEO of Kingsoft, the company behind Kingsoft Antivirus. In the realm of system security, he and his Kingsoft team are undoubtedly among the best in the country. If Lei Jun could be convinced to collaborate, engaging Kingsoft to develop a security system would fortify Yuanfudao's stability and significantly enhance its safety. The question arose, how to help Lei Jun conceive an innovative feature akin to the full-screen design, thereby persuading him to assist with the security system? Little Fang, please help me out. The Xiaomi One is the culmination of our entire development team's efforts. It's like our child. I want to be perfect. President Lei, I understand your urgency, but please hold on. Let me think, Fangzhou replied. Hearing this, Lei Jun ceased to press, patiently awaiting on the line. Tick-tock tick. Time passed slowly. Fangzhou diligently recalled his experience with the Huawei Mate 60 Pro, which boasted a 50-megapixel front camera and 1 terabyte of storage for clear photography. In comparing the two, he pondered what features, now commonplace, were once treasures in this era of smartphone design. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he smacked his thigh. I have an idea. What is it, little Fang? Please share. Lei Jun's voice was filled with eagerness. Sensing Lei Jun's anticipation, Fangzhou wasted no time. It's quite simple. The answer lies in 4 words: fingerprint unlocking. Indeed, fingerprint unlocking. A feature that had been overused in Fangzhou's previous life had become a fresh novelty in this era. The iPhone 1, heralded as the first smartphone, had an unlocking function, but it utilized a slide mechanism to prevent accidental touches when the phone was in a pocket. However, with the advent of the smart era, where smartphones cost several thousand, security and the safeguarding of personal data became essential. It wasn't until 2011 that Motorola launched the first fingerprint recognition phone, which became an instant hit, leading to fingerprint unlocking becoming standard across major brands. Now, Fangzhou was poised to introduce this design concept to Xiaomi ahead of time. Fingerprint unlocking? Lei Jun's voice was laced with skepticism. Fangzhou elaborated on his vision, detailing it piece by piece. Upon concluding his explanation, Lei Jun suddenly had an epiphany, excitement evident in his tone. Yes, fingerprint unlocking. This is the distinguishing feature that sets us apart from other phones. Excellent. Amused, Fangzhou casually remarked, President Lei, don't get too excited. How about I throw in a catchy slogan as well? What slogan? Xiaomi, born for the enthusiasts. As soon as he finished, a profound silence enveloped the line, broken only by heavy breaths. After a prolonged pause, Lei Jun sighed deeply and said, Little Fang, have you ever considered joining our company as a chief advisor? I'm only 18. I'm still a child. Fangzhou deflected with a laugh. Lei Jun, not pressing further, reflected, Little Fang, you truly are my guiding light. The previous positioning of only earning a 5 profit and now the fingerprint unlocking. I'm at a loss for how to repay you. Then let it be a journey of 1,000 miles, Fangzhou quipped. Fangzhou chuckled inwardly, thinking of the phrase, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Of course, that was merely a jest. Seizing the moment, Fangzhou stated, President Lei, I truly have a matter in need of your assistance, and only you can help. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun enthusiastically thumped his chest, exclaiming, Speak freely. Whatever I can do, I will not hesitate. Without further hesitation, Fangzhou laid out his request. President Lei, I intend to create an online education platform. But as you know, websites are most vulnerable to various hacker attacks and vulnerabilities. Furthermore, the platform will require real name verification for students and parents, necessitating a robust security system to safeguard both the website and the personal information of its users. At this, Lei Jun couldn't help but chuckle. If you were asking me to assist with something else, I might hesitate, but when it comes to a security system, you can rest assured, I will absolutely provide you with the most formidable security system in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Fangzhou smiled knowingly, placing his trust in Lei Jun's words. This was the advantage of finding the right person, directly aligned with expertise. With Lei Jun's intervention and the backing of his Kingsoft team, this endeavor was bound to soar. Yuan Fudeo's security system was assured. Chapter 69. Amidst the crackle of firecrackers, a year comes to an end. After hanging up the phone, Fangzhou clenched his fists in excitement. With the divine assistance of Lei Busi, the project of Yuan Tutorial had made a promising start. For Fangzhou, this project was not merely a means to secure his kind and support, but also the foundation for his future endeavors. It is noteworthy that in his previous life, Yuan Tutorial was founded in 2012 and, after a decade of growth, reached a market value exceeding 100 billion yuan by 2022. Becoming the leading stock in global online education. Should he succeed in this venture, surpassing the likes of Lao Deng would be within reach. In the days that followed, Fangzhou immersed himself in the monotonous task of writing code. He needed to expedite the development of the core framework source code for Yuan Tutorial. Time slipped by swiftly, and soon it was New Year's Eve. Across the vast land of Shenzhou, countless households were illuminated with festive lights, as families gathered to enjoy their reunion dinners while watching the Spring Festival Gala. Behind every flickering light, there resided a unique familial tale. The warmth of human connection is what comforts the heart of mortals. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in Fangzhou's home, the outside world was cloaked in darkness, with snowflakes dancing in the air. Yet inside, the space was aglow, filled with the steaming aroma of hot pot. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Fangzhou and his parents raised their glasses, playfully howling in celebration. After toasting, Fang Dingbua, as the head of the family, spoke first. Haha, this year our family is finally on the right track, all thanks to Xiaozhou. I hope we can continue to enjoy such harmony and safety in the coming year. Absolutely, harmony and safety. Fangzhou chimed in, raising his glass to his father. By the way, Dad, how is the progress at your company? Don't worry. We are halfway through the renovations, and we've nearly contacted all the employees. We're just waiting for spring to officially commence operations. Fang Dingbua's face radiated with vitality, as if he had regained 10 years of youth. Keep it up. Just keep it going. Fangzhou gave his father a thumbs up, and then turned to his mother. Mom, how is your Taobao store? Upon hearing this, Qin Ma, who was not particularly career-driven, immediately beamed with joy. You wouldn't believe it. I'm processing over 200 orders a day. It's simply overwhelming. When did selling clothes become this effortless? Now I have to go to the wholesale market every day. It's exhausting. Other store owners are envious and constantly asking me for tips. But I'm not foolish. Online shopping is incredibly convenient. No haggling, no shouting. Just the daily trips to the wholesale market can be a hassle. What a high-level complaint. Other clothing store owners would jump at the chance to stock up daily. And you find it troublesome? Fangzhou teased. Mom, keep pushing. Hire more staff next year to help manage things, including customer service. You should also consider hiring a few attractive young ladies to conduct live streams for your Taobao store. Once your business expands, you might even establish a design company or a clothing factory, achieving a seamless production design and sales chain. Fangzhou chuckled, recalling how the titans of e-commerce began their journeys during this very time. He felt it might be wise to cultivate his mother in that direction. Observing the growing prosperity of his family, both Fang Dad and Qin Mom wore expressions of contentment, while Fangzhou felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, making the New Year's dinner even more joyous. At that moment, the Spring Festival Gala reached the much-anticipated skit segment. This year, Uncle Ben Shan presented the skit, No Money to Spare. What is wrong with the girl? She is a pure gentleman. What is the most painful thing in life? When a person dies and their money is left unspent. Do you know what is even more painful? Living and having no money. I must be like the waves of Honghu Lake, the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward, each generation surpassing the last, leaving my father behind on the beach. Ha ha ha, this young man is so funny. Chima laughed until tears streamed down her face, continuously slapping her thigh. That evening, a skit performer named Xiao Shunyang became an overnight sensation, captivating audiences across the nation. Time passed, and the clock struck midnight, heralding the new year with the melody of Unforgettable Tonight resonating from the spring festival stage. As the new year commenced, Fangzhou's phone seemed to undergo a bombardment, ringing incessantly with New Year-esque greetings from countless friends. Marawoyu, Brother Fang, Happy New Year, wishing you prosperity. Su Luo, Happy Spring Festival. When are you returning to school? Lao Lu, Lei Busi, New Year, new beginnings, wishing you all the best. Mom, son, Happy New Year. Your red envelope is hidden in your new shoes. Go check. Kind Aunt, Happy New Year. By the way, when will you finish writing the framework source code for Yuan tutorial? The programmers are ready. They're just waiting for your framework to be open sourced. Su Yuxue, Happy New Year. Fangzhou reclined on the sofa, responding to each message, naturally ignoring a select few. At that time, Wooly Hung heard the song Unforgettable Tonight on the television and suddenly began howling along with the melody. Smack! Fangzhou playfully slapped Wooly Hang's forehead, just hard enough to leave him dazed but unharmed. Stop howling. You're disturbing others at this late hour. Wooly Hung, stunned by the slap, wore an expression of innocent bewilderment. However, at that moment, Fangzhou's phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered it casually, only to be greeted by the voice that had long lingered in his thoughts. Hey, bad boy, Happy New Year. Is that Little Potato? Fangzhou's heart soared with joy. Wan Ning, you change your number? Yep, I only use the old phone in front of them now. This is my personal number going forward. You're the first person I called. Make sure to save my number, or I'll have to wash you next time. Little Potato said playfully. No wonder ever since their parting that night at school, Little Potato seemed to have vanished from contact. It turned out she had been plotting something. It must have been the incident with Chun Sanjin's tracking of her previous phone that prompted her to surreptitiously acquire a new one. Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle, teasing her like a child. As expected of my Ning Jia, truly clever. Of course, Little Potato replied, brimming with pride. After a pause, she suddenly spoke in a more serious tone. Fangzhou, today Su Tianxing came to Chun's villa for the New Year's Eve dinner. Fangzhou was taken aback. His kind aunt had previously informed him that Su Tianxing was the heir of the Tianxing group, destined to take over the family business. Chun Sanjin had been eager to pair him with Little Potato, aiming to intertwine the Tianxing and Jinxing groups for mutual advancement. Coincidentally, Su Tianxing shared similar ambitions, aligning perfectly with Chun Sanjin's plans. This was also the catalyst for Little Potato's earlier departure from home. Noticing Fangzhou's silence, Little Potato assumed he was feeling jealous and quickly clarified, but I didn't pay him any attention. While they were dining, I sneakily went to the garage and punctured his car tires. Am I not clever? Fangzhou smiled knowingly, imagining Little Potato saying this with her head held high. Seeking praise. Absolutely, you're astutely clever. My Ning Jia is the smartest. Yes, I'm the smartest. Little Potato affirmed, then added, you're the second smartest. Haha, Fangzhou's smile deepened. For the next few hours, Little Potato, as if fueled by excitement, shared everything that had transpired over the past few days. Fangzhou transformed into a diligent listener, absorbing every word. As the clock approached 3 in the morning, Little Potato finally yawned. Noticing the silence on the other end, she playfully remarked, Bad boy, why are you so quiet? Are you still listening? Listen closely. You don't believe me? Were you not just dozing off? No way. If you doubt it, just ask. All right then, tell me what I've been saying until now. Upon hearing this, Fangzhou chuckled and replied nonchalantly, Haven't you been saying, I miss you all along? How coincidental, for I feel the same. Chapter 70, The Lullaby of Fangzhou. On the other end of the line, Little Potato was sulking with playful indignation. If video were available, Fangzhou would witness the barely contained smile gracing someone's lips at this moment. I'll let you off this time. Aha, she spoke. Little Potato yawned again. Having conversed for so long into the night, she truly felt fatigued. Observing this, Fangzhou gently inquired, "Are you sleepy? Then, let's end the call for now. Be a good girl and sleep early." To his surprise, Little Potato pouted, "But I want to listen to your voice as I drift off to sleep." Her tone was soft and endearing, reminiscent of a discontented kitten. After a moment's thought, Fangzhou placed the phone on his bedside, saying, "Then let us keep the call open. I will hang up once you fall asleep." Instantly, Little Potato beamed with joy, nodding enthusiastically like a character from a cartoon. Soon, the sound of her tossing and turning came through the line. Half awake, Fangzhou soothed Little Potato to sleep, resembling a father lulling his child into slumber. Time passed, and suddenly, Little Potato flipped over, speaking into the microphone. "Fangzhou, I can't sleep. I want to hear a bedtime story. My mother used to tell me stories. Could you tell me one too?" At her age, still asking for a bedtime story? On the other end, Little Potato immediately pouted, her large, watery eyes wide with expectation, only to quickly realize Fangzhou couldn't see her. She then adopted a pitiful tone. "I want to hear." "Boo-hoo." Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He had often heard that the best way to care for a girlfriend was to treat her like a daughter. Little did he know, he was indeed nurturing someone who even asked for bedtime stories. "All right, what story would you like to hear?" Fangzhou conceded. Little Potato's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want to hear a love story, one with twists and turns. Let us agree that after the story, you will go straight to sleep." Fangzhou glanced at the time. It was nearly 3 in the morning. He decided to keep it brief and swiftly narrated a captivating love story in 4 sentences. Once upon a time, Mulan disguised herself as a man to take her father's place in the army. One day, a fellow soldier came to find her. "I have liked you for a long time." Mulan gasped. "How did you know I'm a woman?" The soldier exclaimed, "Wait, you're a woman?" With that, Fangzhou clapped his hands in satisfaction, looking as if he had just finished a task. "All right, the story is over. Hurry and sleep now," he coaxed. "Huh? So short? You call that a love story with twists and turns?" Little Potato began to sulk, sprawling on her bed and rolling around, protesting and kicking the blanket like a lively seal. Change it, change it. I want to hear a fairy tale, not this even through the phone." Fangzhou could hear the sounds of her kicking the blanket. "Didn't we agree that after one story, you would sleep?" He gently reminded her. "No, I want to hear more." "Then, let us hear one more, but this truly is the last one." Upon hearing that, Fangzhou relented. Little Potato quickly transformed from a playful seal back into a curious kitten. "Fairy tale, is it?" Fangzhou pondered for a moment, then began, "Once upon a time, a little rabbit and a little fox planned to play together. When lunchtime arrived, the little fox suddenly realized he had forgotten to bring his lunch. As a friend, the little rabbit offered his milk candies, inviting the little fox to share. However, the little fox hesitated, for he only liked the big white rabbit milk candies. So, the little rabbit lay on the ground in the shape of a large, saying, "Now it's big white rabbit milk candy. Come and eat." Upon hearing this, Little Potato's eyes sparkled. "Wow, what a warm little rabbit." Fangzhou smiled. "Isn't it warm?" The little fox then began to nibble, starting from the head, reducing it to crumbs. Little Potato looked as if she might burst into tears, unable to bear the perceived injustice. "You're bullying me." Boo-hoo, her voice was filled with sorrow, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Seeing this, Fangzhou quickly reassured her. All right, this time for real, I will tell you a classic bedtime story, okay? Once we finish, we'll go to sleep obediently." Little Potato hesitated. "No tricks, right?" "Absolutely no tricks," Fangzhou affirmed with unwavering confidence. Still unconvinced, Little Potato pressed on. "Then, what kind of story is it about?" "Well, it's about a handsome and aloof man, a powerful and tragic beauty, a carefree and round fellow, and a weary, silent worker. Would you like to hear a story with such characters?" Upon hearing this, Little Potato felt invigorated. "Huh, I'm interested. What's the title?" "Journey to the West." "Fangzhou." Little Potato turned her head in exasperation and collapsed on her bed, saying, "I'm done for." Fangzhou was amused by her reaction, suddenly understanding the joy of a father teasing his daughter. However, it was getting late, and Fangzhou decided to wrap things up. "All right, I'll seriously tell you, Heartwarming story about an underdog's rise to success, and I promise you will drift into sleep. Really? Whoever lies is the one who gets punished. Fangzhou lowered his voice gently, infusing it with a soothing warmth, then retrieved a physical copy of Dragon Tribe from the bookshelf, softly beginning to recite. As a healing novel, Dragon Tribe made for an excellent bedtime story. Though this only applied to the first 2 volumes, the 3rd volume took a darker turn. In the past, fans had been divided over the plot of Dragon Tribe, with the radical faction believing that Lu Mingfei should have died on that fateful night in Tokyo, alongside Wei Li, while the conservative faction deemed the radicals overly extreme. Some say the sound of another's breathing is the best lullaby. As Fangzhou's soothing voice filled the air, Little Potato gradually slipped into a sweet slumber. New Year. Late at night, a dim bedside lamp. Fangzhou sat half upright on his bed, listening to the howling wind and snow outside, softly reciting the text of Dragon Tribe. The call remained connected, allowing Little Potato to hear Fangzhou's voice throughout the night. Occasionally, faint murmurs of her dreams could be heard through the phone. A new year had begun. Chapter 71. Facial Cleanser. The following day, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, a fresh start beckoned. Dad, Mom, Happy New Year. Fangzhou, having spent a sleepless night, eagerly donned his festive attire and rose to pay his respects to his parents. Qinma promptly presented him with a piece of white cake, exclaiming, "Son, Happy New Year." The cake, symbolizing elevation and prosperity, was a fitting start to the day. The previous night, a heavy snowfall blanketed the world in white. Upon waking, Fangzhou noticed his father, Comrade Lao Fang, diligently shoveling snow outside. Delightfully, he joined the snow-clearing brigade. As the clock neared 8, the family packed their belongings and set off for their hometown to celebrate the new year. The roads were bustling with traffic, adorned with fluttering banners, as pedestrians radiated joy. From the street-side shops, tunes of wishing you prosperity and good luck filled the air. For Fangzhou, a moment of reverie washed over him. The Chinese people's profound sentiment towards the Spring Festival was undeniable. It was an ingrained desire for reunion, a hallmark of traditional Chinese festivals. There is a saying that distinguishes traditional from foreign festivals. If it involves returning home for a meal, it is a traditional festival. If it entails going out, it is foreign. On the first day, Fangzhou visited his grandparents and received a red envelope containing 800 yuan. On the second day, he paid respects to his maternal grandparents, receiving 600 yuan. On the third, fourth, and fifth days, he visited his uncles and aunts, collecting 1,000 yuan. On the evening of the sixth day, he arranged a barbecue with Pang Bo, deducting 250 yuan from his earnings, leading Pang Bo to excitedly refer to him as father. On the seventh day, Fangzhou met Wang Zhenhu at Starbucks, where he made a significant investment of 300,000 yuan to help Wang establish himself in Tianshan City. Though a mere strategic move, it could yield unexpected returns in the future, serving as an additional safety net for his parents. As the 7-day holiday concluded, the city resumed its usual hustle and bustle, and Fangzhou's family fell into a rhythm of busyness. His father oversaw the construction site daily, as renovations neared completion, and the staff was nearly assembled. The business license had been secured, and the grand opening was imminent. Meanwhile, his mother diligently managed her Taobao store, employing 5 young women, 1 for customer service, 1 for operations, 2 for live streaming, and another for packing and shipping. A simple e-commerce enterprise was taking shape. As for Fangzhou, after paying his New Year greetings, he returned to Jinling. Before the New Year, he had asked his kind aunt to gather a group of seasoned programmers, all from Rongguan Group, awaiting his return to contribute to the Yuan tutoring website's open-source project. The following month of winter break was filled with coding, meetings with his team, revising code, and more meetings reminiscent of his previous life in a 996 work culture. Evenings were spent in lengthy phone conversations with Little Potato, soothing her to sleep with bedtime stories. Initially, the seasoned programmers were skeptical of Fangzhou's youth, delaying their work and nitpicking. However, after a combination of heartfelt education and technical prowess from Fangzhou, their perception shifted dramatically, as if they had encountered a deity. To facilitate Fangzhou's work, his kind aunt arranged for him to stay in a presidential suite at the Hilton by the group for 2 months. Days passed in a busy yet fulfilling manner. The only disappointment was that little potato, for reasons unknown, was grounded by Chan Sanjin, unable to visit Fangzhou. Although she promised to meet him once school resumed, this only heightened Fangzhou's sense of urgency. Time slipped by. The open-source work for Yuan tutoring progressed methodically. During this period, Fangzhou received a message from Hibiscus, prompting him to fly to Kyoto and retrieve the Moon Satellite 1 security system specifically designed for the Yuan tutoring website. Finally, on the first day of the new semester at Jinling University, the Yuan tutoring website was officially completed. In an office within Rongguang Group, sunlight streamed in through the window as Fangzhou beheld the successful operation of the Yuan tutoring website on the large screen, his expression as radiant as the sun outside. Finally accomplished, Fangzhou reflected, overwhelmed by the arduous journey he had endured. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, completely spent. Beside him, his kind aunt smiled warmly. It's quite an achievement to launch the website in such a short time. The Moon Satellite 1 security system from Hibiscus was instrumental in saving us considerable time. Hibiscus. A hint of curiosity flashed across Nie Yorong's elegant face. Fangzhou, slightly flustered, quickly redirected the conversation. Currently, Yuan Tutoring has developed 2 modules, online learning and homework assistance. These are foundational and essential. Once I establish the company, Yuan Tutoring will officially launch. As per our earlier agreement, I will temporarily affiliate with Rongguang Group to help bolster your achievements. Nie Yorong nodded, her tone languid. Since it's your project, I'll merely play a supporting role. By the way, room 101 on the 10th floor has been cleared for you. When do you plan to establish the company and move in? Upon hearing this, Fangzhou glanced at his notebook, which listed security system, website development, established company, incomplete, university student enrollment, incomplete, parent promotion, incomplete. It should be in the next couple of days, but right now. Fangzhou paused, then grinned. I need to return to school. Today is my first day. Nie Yorong's captivating face momentarily froze, then blossomed into an enchanting smile. Haha, I almost forgot you were still a student. She teased. The longer she spent time with Fangzhou, the more she perceived the maturity and professionalism he exhibited, which was far beyond that of a typical student. Perhaps there are indeed individuals in this world who defy conventional understanding. Nie Yorong beckoned. I'll have the driver take you. Fangzhou accepted graciously, glancing at his phone where a message read, Hey, have you arrived at school yet? A smile crept across his lips. He could hardly contain his excitement. At Jinling University, the school gates buzzed with activity. Countless students, laden with luggage, flocked into the campus. Taxis continuously shuttled between the school and the station, transporting groups of returning Jinling scholars. Many parents also drove their children back, filling the entrance with a hodgepodge of vehicles. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a stop at the gates. From a distance, Fangzhou spotted Little Potato among the throng, her long legs unmistakable. Today, she wore a luxurious purple cashmere coat, layered over a light purple halter top that accentuated her elegant collarbone while enhancing her 30-60 figure. Standing there in her petite leather shoes, she appeared charmingly obedient. Su Song was right. Purple exudes a certain allure. Fangzhou smiled knowingly and messaged her. I've arrived. A short distance away, Little Potato received the message and looked around. Not spotting Fangzhou, she replied, Where are you? I can't see you. Fangzhou replied, I'm up in the sky. Look up. Little Potato tilted her delicate chin upward, gazing at the sky. After a moment, she pouted, There's nothing up there either. Fangzhou chuckled, This little silly girl. He signaled the driver, Mr. Wang, please stop here. Understood. The electric door of the Rolls-Royce swung open. Fangzhou disembarked with his luggage and stealthily approached the petite figure of Little Potato from short distance behind before calling out, Wan Ning, over here. Upon hearing his voice, Little Potato turned around, and the moment she laid eyes on Fangzhou, her delicate and enchanting face blossomed into a radiant smile, reminiscent of a spring breeze. She discarded her luggage, raised her hand, and, in her little leather shoes, dashed towards Fangzhou with exuberance. Caught off guard by her sudden and spirited embrace, Fangzhou was unprepared and lost his balance, falling to the ground as Little Potato tumbled onto him. The weight of her 36D figure pressed gently against his face, warm, soft, and imbued with a sweet, milky fragrance. In that instant, Fangzhou's mind went completely blank. Facial cleanser? Chapter 72. A fortune to buy bones. Fangzhou wants to raise a flag. A little potato quickly reacts. The sudden scene of a large-scale chest assault momentarily leaves her flustered, resembling a startled fawn. She hastily presses her hand against Fangzhou's chest to support her upper body. However, due to her ample assets, even at this distance, her 36D figure, though no longer pressing against Fangzhou's face, sways tantalizingly above his forehead, stirring a rush of blood within him. Calm. Remain composed. With a heart as clear as ice, one should not be alarmed by the collapse of the heavens. 3 years of hardship. Cough. 3 years to start. The utmost penalty is death. Fangzhou silently recites the ice heart mantra in his mind, striving to prevent himself from transforming from field to in front of the public. Perhaps sensing Fangzhou's racing heartbeat, Little Potato hurriedly stands up. A charming blush instantly spreads across her lovely face, and her ears burn with a fiery heat akin to the rising sun, round and rosy. Although they had confirmed their relationship as a couple during that night at Happy Valley, Little Potato still blushes and feels her heart race at moments of intimacy. In his past life, Fangzhou had watched a video stating that one must cherish girls who easily blush, for they tend to be more innocent and quite alluring. Lying on the ground, Fangzhou momentarily forgets to rise, savoring the lingering fragrance of the facial cleanser in his mind. Hey, are you all right? Little Potato leans in, lowering her head, and waves her small hand in front of Fangzhou's eyes. Strands of her silky hair cascade down, enhancing her delicate countenance. Seeing this, Fangzhou feels embarrassed to continue lying there, promptly getting up. Hee, you enjoy colliding with people while holding the ball. Looks like you flipped this time. He dusts off his clothes and playfully pinches Little Potato's cheek. Little Potato turns her face away, puffing up her cheeks in protest. No strange, incomprehensible talk. Fangzhou chuckles nonchalantly and opens his arms. It's been a whole winter break since we last met. Come here for a hug. Just as Little Potato prepares to open her arms, the memory of the earlier scene makes her face flush crimson once more. No, there is desire in your eyes. With a haughty hum, Little Potato hops away like a playful fawn. Hey, are you leaving your luggage behind? Fangzhou calls after her. Help me carry it, Little Potato sweetly responds from the front. Thus, Fangzhou dutifully assists Little Potato with her luggage. Following this, they head to the familiar second cafeteria. Indulging in a hearty meal. During their meal, Fangzhou can't shake the feeling that Little Potato seems more developed. After a winter break apart, is she on the verge of surpassing the D-cup pinnacle? After dining, Little Potato heads back to the dormitory to organize her belongings, while Fangzhou tidies up as well. After escorting Little Potato back to the girls' dormitory, Fangzhou returns to the boys' dormitory 530. Upon arriving at the dormitory entrance, he hears the raucous chatter of his dorm mates. Pushing the door open, he discovers the dorm leader, Su Yuxue, distributing local specialties to everyone. Hey, just in time, old six, Su Yuxue exclaims upon seeing Fangzhou, enthusiastically handing him a piece of red-cured meat. This is the smoked pork from my hometown that my mom made for the new year. She asked me to bring it for everyone to taste, Su Yuxue says with a smile. Fangzhou takes a bite and is pleasantly surprised by the flavor, sweet and salty with a satisfying chew. Boss, your mom's culinary skills are exceptional, Fangzhou praises. Su Yuxue shyly scratches his head. It's just something my family makes. My mom relies on this to support me through college. Hearing this, Fangzhou pauses. They all know Su Yuxue's background. His father is disabled, and the family relies solely on his mother's meager income. Thus, while others enjoy university life, he began working to support himself early on. During the new year, Fangzhou saw Su Yuxue's posts, hinting that he was preparing for a part-time job while studying for the graduate entrance exam. After a moment's thought, Fangzhou suddenly asks, Boss, if I recall correctly, you were the top scorer in the college entrance examination from your city, right? Su Yuxue nods, bewildered. Indeed, but that doesn't matter. In terms of exam scores, there are probably not many in our school who can compare to you. Fangzhou chuckles, waving his hand dismissively. His own exam scores would have sufficed for admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. However, at that time, he had rejected their offers to attend Jinling University to be with Su Yuxue. Once classes began, Fangzhou's accomplishments quickly spread among the students, and many became aware of them. "Boss, what kind of part-time jobs do you usually do?" Fangzhou inquires again. "What else could I do? As first-year students, we lack experience and skills. The only thing we can do is tutoring." Su Luo replies. "How much do you earn?" Upon hearing this, Su Luo's face contorts in frustration. "I charge 15 yuan per hour for tutoring. 3 hours a day maxes out at 45 yuan, but after the group leader takes 10 yuan, I end up with only about 35 yuan. With classes, I can't tutor every day, so I only make around 500 to 600 yuan a month for food." Even though Fangzhou was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be astonished upon hearing that figure. 35 yuan for 3 hours? That's outrageous. No wonder people say that college students are equivalent to free labor, worse than corporate slaves. However, the harsher the part-time work environment, the more beneficial it is for Fangzhou. "Boss, if you could earn 10 times that amount for tutoring without leaving campus, would you do it?" Fangzhou says enthusiastically. As a top scorer and a student from a disadvantaged background, Su Luo possesses a resilient spirit, tall and slender with a commendable image. As a new platform in the burgeoning field of online tutoring, Yuan Tutor needs to raise a banner to attract more students to join. Fangzhou envisions investing significantly to elevate Su Luo as the face of Yuan Tutor. Upon hearing this, not only Su Luo, but even Zhao Bingbing and Xiao Haiyang, who had been quietly enjoying the pork, turned their attention to Fangzhou. "Old Six, are you serious? 10 times the income would mean 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. My mom doesn't earn that much in a month. Can tutoring really be that lucrative?" Others express skepticism, but Zhao Bingbing insists if Old Six says it's possible. "I believe him. Just look at Angry Birds as a prime example. Count me in." They all chime in. Fangzhou, unfazed, replies, "Of course it's true. But boss is the top scorer from Wolfzhou City and is preparing for the graduate exam. You haven't forgotten your knowledge, right?" In response, Zhao Bingbing proudly declares, "Old Six. Don't underestimate others. Though I'm not the top scorer, anyone who gets into Jinling University is no slouch." Xiao Haiyang agrees, adding, "I was among the top of my high school as well." Fangzhou, momentarily taken aback, realizes that Zhao Bingbing's statement holds weight. Jinling University, being a prestigious 985 institution and a member of the C9 Alliance, admits students who are among the best from various regions. Seeing this, Su Luo spreads his hands in disbelief. "Old Six, if such a windfall truly fell from the sky, I'd be the first to seize it. If it's tutoring with 10-fold income and no need to leave campus, who would be foolish enough to refuse?" With Su Luo's endorsement, Fangzhou naturally had no objections. "Boss, let's go. I actually have that windfall you mentioned." With that, Fangzhou nudges Su Luo out of the dormitory. Chapter 73. The Establishment of the Equation Technology Company. Meanwhile, Fangzhou made a call to bring the freshly returned little potato back from her dormitory. Soon, the Lamborghini roared like a beast as it exited the gates of Jinling University. Fangzhou was driving, with little potato seated in the passenger seat, while Su Luo followed in a taxi behind. Before getting in the car, Su Luo appeared slightly uneasy, inquiring, "Where are we heading, Old Six?" "Don't rush. I'm taking you to a place where they sell pies. You'll find out soon enough," Fangzhou teased, glancing at little potato beside him. She curled her long legs up in the passenger seat, holding a cola in one hand and chips in the other, her cheeks stuffed like a little squirrel. Her phone rested securely on her ample chest, serving as a makeshift stand as she blissfully watched a show. "Did you not eat enough at lunch?" Fangzhou asked curiously, recalling how Little Potato had barely made it out of the cafeteria. Little Potato, engrossed in the screen, mumbled, "Fouquet, I've been particularly hungry lately." Hearing this, Fangzhou glanced at her increasingly curvaceous figure and wondered if she was going through a second growth spurt. "You should eat more. It's good for you." After a pause, noticing Little Potato's lack of response, he queried, "What are you so focused on?" With her cheeks full, Little Potato mumbled, "Digga Ultraman." Fangzhou glanced at the screen, just in time to see Digga merging with a stone statue during a critical moment, unable to suppress a chuckle. The only way to awaken the giant was for Digga to stew in the broth. As Digga successfully revived and began to pummel Golzin and Melba, he found himself outnumbered. And just when the situation seemed dire, Ultraman unleashed a beam of light to turn the tide. At this point, a look of great confusion crossed Little Potato's beautiful face. Fangzhou, why does Ultraman only unleash his lasers when he's on the brink of death? Why not start with them? Fangzhou retorted playfully. Do you throw bombs right at the start when playing Dodiju? A Little Potato suddenly enlightened, her face breaking into a sweet smile. You're so clever. Here, a reward. She picked up a chip and, with a playful shout, fed it to Fangzhou. Hick! Su Luo, following in the car behind, suddenly burped. It felt as if he had been unwittingly fed a mouthful of dog food, though he had no evidence to prove it. The air seemed to resonate with the tune of song. I should be under the car, not inside it. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the Rongwang building located in the heart of the city. It was noon, and looking up they beheld the majestic structure standing tall. The glass facade reflected the midday sunlight, making the entire building shimmer. Su Luo expressed his surprise. Old Six, what are we doing here? Little Potato also glanced at Fangzhou with curiosity. Fangzhou did not respond, but led them directly to room 101 on the 10th floor. He retrieved a key from his pocket and inserted it into the lock of the glass door. With a click, the door swung open. The spacious office, exceeding 500 square meters, was lavishly decorated, exuding sophistication. The hall was pristine, with spacious desks arranged in a curved layout, the ceiling designed with a nebula motif, adorned with irregular pendant lights and potted spherical plants lining the walls. Allow me to formally introduce this. It is my company. A total of 532 square meters, featuring an office hall, 8 offices, a conference room, a pantry, and a lounge. I have purchased this place. Henceforth, it will be our headquarters, Fangzhou revealed, pulling out a purchase agreement to show to the two. Su Luo appeared astonished, suddenly feeling a wave of isolation. We're still studying to earn our living expenses while you're out here starting a company. Can we still have fun together? Old Six, what's wrong? Su Luo raised his hand, motioning to his dry lips, before sighing, forget it. I'm numb to it. Fangzhou let out a dry chuckle. At that moment, Su Luo seemed to recall something, jokingly asking, I heard that the office spaces in Rongwang building aren't for sale to the public. This is prime real estate in the city center. How did you manage to buy it? Surely there's no shady deal involved? Little Potato's expression suddenly turned cold, her eyes reflecting a dangerous signal. There was a palpable tension in the air. Fangzhou felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily clarified, of course not. It's more of a half-buy, half-gift situation. The kind-hearted Miss Nie Yurong needed me to affiliate with Rongwang Group, hence she made an exception. I managed to snag a ready-made deal. The desks, chairs, computers, and servers are all brand new, just purchased not long ago. Little Potato raised her head, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Why do you need to affiliate with Rongwang Group? Well, you could view it as a collaboration. I need funding, and she needs reputation. It's mutually beneficial. There was one detail Fangzhou did not disclose, rallying people to join him against the formidable Old Deng. Old Six, what about those pies you mentioned? Su Luo asked eagerly, recalling Fangzhou's earlier promise. Seeing the anticipation, Fangzhou decided to reveal the details of the Yuan Guidance project. Upon hearing his words, Little Potato's face lit up with an endearing innocence, while Su Luo looked even more bewildered, his expression stiffening, feeling increasingly isolated. Currently, Yuan Guidance had developed 2 segments, online learning and homework assistance. Next, we aim to invite university students to join the platform and enrich our teaching resources, followed by promoting it to parents. Since it involves promotion, we naturally need a spokesperson or a representative. At this point, Fangzhou suddenly pointed at Su Luo. So, old boss, would you like to be our company's first employee and serve as our spokesperson? Su Luo's heart skipped a beat, adrenaline coursing through him. Just as he was about to respond, Little Potato, however, voiced her discontent, pouting, what about me? I want to be the first employee too. Fangzhou gently tapped her on the head. Don't be silly. This doesn't concern you. Little Potato's beautiful face fell instantly. But you're the boss lady. You shouldn't meddle in employee matters. In a flash, Little Potato-S spirits soared again, her face brightening as she giggled like a little chick. Old Six, a spokesperson. Can I really? Su Luo pointed at himself, feeling uncertain. Of course, you're perfect for the role of Yuan Guidance as spokesperson. Suitability matters more than fame. Fangzhou's unwavering confidence bolstered Su Luo's resolve. After a long pause, Su Luo bit the bullet and solemnly declared, "All right, I'll take on the role of spokesperson. I won't let you down, I promise." Great. They both agreed enthusiastically. Fangzhou then waved his hand. "Let us go. Time to register. Apply for a business license." Fangzhou entered his office, retrieving the registration materials and related documents prepared by his kind aunt, leading both of them straight to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. As a university student entrepreneurial project with a philanthropic nature, Fangzhou applied for a specially designated green channel. He also hired an experienced agent to assist throughout the process, leaving him only to fill out the necessary information. What is the company's registered address? 008 Zhongshan Avenue, Rongwang Building, 10th floor, room 101. Who is the legal representative? Fangzhou, with Fang signifying square and Zhou representing the states of the 9 regions, pondered the name of his newly registered company. Upon hearing the question, a subtle smile graced his lips as he replied, "It is the Formula Technology Limited Liability Company." Formula. Fang Chen, a lifetime shared between 2 souls. Time swiftly slipped by, and the process of obtaining the necessary permits unfolded with unexpected ease. Previously, Fangzhou had come across online complaints lamenting the arduous and cumbersome nature of acquiring a business license. Yet, reality proved that, if one is willing to invest financially, 90% of the challenges diminish into insignificance. As the evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Fangzhou emerged from the doors of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, holding in his hand the coveted business license. The Formula Technology Company was officially established. Chapter 74. The Boisterous College Student Part-Time Group. It was a night at 7 o'clock. After completing the licensing procedures, the 3 of them enjoyed a dinner together. Subsequently, Fangzhou took Little Potato for a stroll, while Su Luo hailed a cab back to the dormitory. At Jinling University, in the male dormitory, the door creaked open as Su Luo stepped inside, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. He plopped down onto a chair, his head buzzing. Taking a deep breath, he unzipped his backpack and was greeted by 5 neatly stacked bundles of 100 yuan notes. A total of 50,000 yuan. Su Luo had never seen such a sum in his life. His mother toiled tirelessly throughout the year, earning just over 10,000 yuan. This 50,000 was nearly equivalent to 4 years of his family's income, yet he had earned it in a single day. After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo nervously approached the campus ATM to deposit the money. He kept only 1,000 yuan for his living expenses, transferring the remaining 49,000 directly to his mother's account. No sooner had the transaction completed than his mother's call came through. As soon as he answered, his mother's anxious voice echoed on the other end. "Luo, why did you transfer me so much money? Where did you get this? If you're short on money, just tell me. Your life is long ahead. Don't take any wrong paths." Many older parents associate sudden wealth with misfortune. Sensing her worry, Su Luo took a deep breath and patiently reassured her, "Mom, don't worry. I earned this honestly." Though still concerned, his mother's tone softened, reflecting her trust in him. "Luo, tell me, what did you do to earn such a large sum?" "Not much, just a project initiated by a roommate. He created a website that allows students like me to find part-time jobs, and this 50,000 is my commission for promoting it." Commission? Su's mother clearly did not grasp the unfamiliar term. Su Luo then recounted the day's events in detail. After a prolonged silence, his mother sighed deeply. Our family is poor, but if you can succeed, all my struggles are worth it. Helping other students in difficult situations earn money is a wonderful thing. Your roommate trusts you enough to give you this money without you doing anything in return, so you must not let him down." "Rest assured, Mom, I understand," Su Luo replied earnestly. After a few more casual exchanges, he reluctantly ended the call. However, an unsettling restlessness remained within him. Su Luo was inherently proud. In the past, When several roommates learned of his family's circumstances, they would bring him food and gifts. Yet, he would rather endure hunger than accept what he perceived as charity. Gradually, his roommates realized his disposition and ceased their acts of kindness. But now, with Fangzhou providing him a lifeline, he could not only support himself, but also improve his family situation. The loyalty of a soldier is to those who understand him. Su Luo's strong character and pride would not allow him to accept this bounty without giving back. This sentiment was clearly beyond the comprehension of some in later generations who equate accepting gifts with agreement. I must do something for Lao Lu, otherwise, I cannot face accepting this money. Su Luo clenched his fists, unable to quell his inner turmoil. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Lao Lu had mentioned that Yuanfudeo was about to launch, seeking university students to join and promote it to parents. While he could not reach out to the parents, he could certainly engage with his fellow students. With renewed determination, Su Luo retrieved his phone and opened the Jinling University part-time group. This group, consisting of 2,000 members, was filled with students from Jinling University, many of whom faced financial difficulties and had started working early to support themselves. Su Luo was not only a member, but also an administrator. At that moment, messages flooded the group. Brothers and sisters, are there any good part-time jobs lately? I'm looking for recommendations. Same here. Tutoring is exhausting. I earn only 30 yuan for 3 hours, and the group leader takes 5 as a fee. Tell me about it. I lost 7 yuan to the leader. It feels like my heart is bleeding. The group leader is truly merciless, doing nothing but collecting fees. What can we do? The part-time resources are in their hands. If you don't do it, someone else will. Be grateful. At least we are from Jinling University, where tutoring is still in demand. Students from other universities have it tougher. Due to the economic crisis, the past 2 years had seen a downturn, making it difficult not only for working professionals, but also for students seeking part-time jobs. Su Luo felt a sudden jolt of understanding. He began to grasp the significance of Lao Lu's involvement with Yuanfudeo. After some contemplation, he carefully composed a message. Brothers and sisters, I have a new opportunity that pays well and requires little effort without leaving campus. Is anyone interested in trying it? As one of the group's administrators and a top scorer in the college entrance examination, Su Luo was well-respected and often assisted fellow members with inquiries. Thus, many recognized him and had a good rapport with him. Upon seeing his message, numerous members eagerly responded. Is this for real? Tell us more. I trust old Su. His character is solid. It must be credible. He was the one who found us the gig with Angry Birds. Those were good times. Yes, I made more money in those few days than I had in months. It was too short-lived. A ripple of excitement spread through the group, and in no time, the message count soared past 99. Su Luo let the chatter simmer for a moment before he slowly typed again. Of course it's real. I have an online tutoring opportunity where you can help kids with their homework and earn money. The pay ranges from 1.5 to 5 yuan per question, depending on the subject and grade level. High school questions pay more than middle and elementary school, and subjects like physics and chemistry pay better than math and language. If anyone is interested, feel free to reach out to me. Upon hearing this, the group erupted with enthusiasm. You can earn several yuan for each question. If I complete 100 questions in a day, that is several hundred yuan. Exactly. Additionally, if your college entrance exam score was among the top in the city, you can receive a bonus of 5,000 yuan upon joining. If you were the top scorer in the province, you get a cash bonus of 30,000. Su Luo's words ignited fervor among the students. The current state of part-time jobs was dismal, and university students had long suffered under exploitative group leaders. However, some remained skeptical, questioning, this sounds too good to be true. Getting paid for joining and tutoring? Is this a pie falling from the sky? I was once deceived into doing tasks for Taobao and earned nothing, only to pay 200 yuan in membership fees. Last week, I sought a different part-time job and paid 100 yuan to the group leader, only for him to remove me immediately after the transfer. Such doubts caused many initially intrigued students to regain their composure. In these times, scams were rampant online, and many group members had encountered deceit. The students, already facing financial hardship, could not afford to lose even 100 yuan, which could mean days without meals. Thus, they had to be cautious. Seeing this, Su Luo decided to be forthright, to be honest, This website was created by my roommate Fangzhou. You should remember him. Upon hearing Fangzhou's name, many previously silent members stirred. They recalled the previous gig involving Angry Birds, where numerous members had benefited and enjoyed a brief period of prosperity. Yet, it was regrettable how swiftly that opportunity had ended. In all his time in the group, Su Luo had never encountered such a lucrative and low-effort opportunity. When Su Luo mentioned Fangzhou's name, the skepticism within the group immediately diminished by half, coupled with his amiable reputation. This added a layer of credibility to the entire affair. Seizing the moment, Su Luo promptly typed, "Today the company in Fangzhou has been successfully registered, and I accompanied them. The company is located at the Rongguang Group. Feel free to verify this. Moreover, I have photographic evidence." As he spoke, Su Luo shared several photos taken at the company and at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The high-end, sophisticated office lobby and the striking red entrance of the bureau left the group in stunned silence. "Old Su is from my hometown. I trust his character. Count me in. I'll join too. It doesn't cost anything, and there's no harm in trying. Add me as well. I've been living off this dog's wealth for a lifetime." With someone breaking the ice, a herd mentality quickly ensued. Furthermore, with the previous success of Angry Birds as a reference, many were inclined to join in. After all, it cost nothing, and one could afford to believe a little. What if? Su Luo smiled knowingly, muted the group chat, and then typed on the public screen. "Those who wish to participate, meet me at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning at the boys' dormitory for registration." The following day, at 8 in the morning, the sun shone brightly. It marked the first day of a new semester. Fangzhou rubbed his eyes and awoke in the spacious bed of the Hanting Hotel. The previous night, he had walked little tater late, and by the time he returned, the dormitory was already locked. Consequently, the two had resorted to their usual arrangement, staying at the hotel. Upon waking, Fangzhou noticed that little tater had a class that morning and had left him a message. Rubbing his eyes again, he got up to return to the boys' dormitory. However, upon arriving, he found a massive crowd of people gathered below, both men and women, all standing in line, completely blocking the entrance to the dormitory. In the midst of the throng, Su Luo had set up a small table, diligently recording something. At that moment, Su Luo looked up and spotted Fangzhou, exclaiming with delight, "Fangzhou, you're back!" The wave of excitement rippled through the crowd, and upon hearing this, everyone turned to look, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Unbeknownst to Fangzhou, a chill ran down his spine. It was clear they were all coming for him. Chapter 75, The Propaganda Offensive. The big shot summons make way. Make way, Su Luo shouted, pulling Fangzhou into the midst of the crowd. Fangzhou, bewildered, asked, "Boss, what's going on?" In response, Su Luo chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head, explaining, "Didn't you say that Yuan Guidance needed college students to join? I thought I'd help you promote it last night, but things got a bit out of hand. There are still many people who have classes this morning and can't come, but I've counted about 1-800 who want to join Yuan Guidance as part-time tutors." Su Luo succinctly recounted the events. After hearing this, Fangzhou was incredulous, feeling as though he were in a dream. "Over 1-800? I haven't even started the promotion yet, and we already have a solid base? When did attracting new members become so effortless?" At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Fangzhou, I'm the top scorer from Linen City." Su said that top scorers get a direct bonus of 5,000 yuan. Is that true? Many students turned their eager gazes toward him. They had gathered early to hear definitive news from Fangzhou. Fangzhou moved a table to the center, standing atop it so everyone could see him clearly. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "It's all true. City top scorers receive a direct bonus of 5,000 yuan. And provincial top scorers get a cash bonus of 30,000 yuan. Su Luo is now our top employee in the program, and his words are entirely credible. Is it really possible to earn money by tutoring elementary students on your website?" Another voice called out. Upon hearing this, the students' anticipation grew. After all, top scorers were few, and the majority of the crowd consisted of ordinary students, with part-time earnings being their primary concern. Fangzhou pounded his chest and solemnly assured them, "On March 10th, the Yuan Guidance website will officially launch. I'll make it clear, Once the site is live, if there are any delays in salary payments, unjust course fee deductions, or unreasonable commissions, you can come directly to me. As long as you take your assignments seriously, if you don't earn at least 5 times your current income, you can come to me as well. We're all from the same school, and my dorm is right here. If you have any issues, feel free to come by anytime. His words resonated powerfully, each syllable laden with conviction. Perhaps moved by Fangzhou's resolute statements, the crowd erupted in cheers. Many students excitedly pulled out their phones, instinctively wanting to download and register. Aren't you aware? Fangzhou just said the site isn't live yet. So you want to find it. Oh, fine. I hope it launches soon. My living expenses for this month are running low. A single hearty meal is not as good as a continuous feast. Once the site is up, we won't have to be exploited by those shady group leaders anymore. I just hope it doesn't turn out to be all talk and no action. Indeed, let us hope it launches soon. For the next half hour, Fangzhou stood atop the table, answering questions for the college students. His voice became hoarse, nearly aflame from the effort. Thankfully, after his earnest assurances and the presentation of various concrete evidence, the students' anxieties were finally alleviated. Each one was filled with eager anticipation, waiting for the launch of Yuan guidance on March 10th. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fangzhou gulped down several bottles of mineral water, finding relief in the soothing sensation in his throat. Su Yuxue placed a thick notebook before him, filled with records of information he had previously compiled. Bro, take a look at this, Su Yuxue urged. Glancing over, Fangzhou noticed that it was densely packed with each student's exam scores, rankings, and subject grades. Boss, why are you keeping track of this? Fangzhou asked, puzzled. Of course, it's for categorization, Su Yuxue replied. Categorization? Seeing Fangzhou's confused expression, Su Yuxue gradually elaborated. Last night, I put myself in the shoes of a parent. If I were a parent, I would certainly want the top scorer to tutor my child, but there are only so many top scorers. And everyone wants the city's top scorer. There simply aren't enough to go around. So, I thought it would be best to categorize all the part-time students, the highest level being the top scorer, the second level being those with perfect scores in individual subjects, the third level being elite students, and the fourth level being outstanding students. At this point, Su Yuxue paused slightly, looking earnestly at Fangzhou. Can I make a small suggestion, boss? Fangzhou listened intently. I feel that different levels of students should have varying rates for assignments. The top scorer should have the highest rate, followed by those with perfect scores, and so forth. Using price as a threshold can filter out those with genuine needs while allowing students from less privileged backgrounds to earn more. And even some who are not as outstanding can make money. Su Yuxue shared his thoughts with clarity. The reasoning is simple. Absolute fairness equates to absolute unfairness. It's akin to going to a hospital. If the fees for specialist consultations and regular ones were the same, everyone would flock to see the specialists. Even for a common cold, people would seek the best doctors, leaving those with real needs unable to get an appointment. If specialist consultations cost 100 yuan, department head consultations cost 20 yuan, and regular consultations cost 10 yuan, patients would choose according to the severity of their condition. This way, specialist slots would be reserved for those truly in need, while department heads and regular doctors would still have patients. Similarly, from a societal perspective, price can sometimes serve as a filtering mechanism. Hearing this, Fangzhou looked at Su Yuxue in disbelief. Su Yuxue's insights resonated profoundly with him, although Fangzhou was contemplating a dynamic scoring mechanism. However, Fangzhou had the advantage of hindsight, while Su Yuxue relied solely on his analysis. Boss, your top employee is truly impressive, Fangzhou exclaimed with delight. Su Yuxue shyly scratched his head, feeling bashful for being praised by Fangzhou for the first time. Yet, Fangzhou remained unfazed, recognizing that his dormitory elder had considerable potential. Opportunities to nurture him could lead to him becoming a significant asset for Fangzhou in the future. In the following days, Fangzhou contacted his kind aunt to fully launch the promotional plan, rallying support for Yuan guidance. First, there were flyers distributed on campus, targeting students at Jinling University to attract more to join Yuan guidance. Off campus, flyers were handed out to parents with children, raising awareness of yuan guidance among more families. Next was grassroots outreach. Fangzhou introduced a pre-registration mechanism, offering a 10 yuan fee for each person successfully pre-registered. He reached out to several promotional companies to conduct aggressive advertising at various community entrances. Finally, the ultimate strategy, if you are the one. Thanks to Fangzhou's special status at Lychee TV and his relationship with Maruyu, the highly coveted advertising slots on If You Are the One were, for Fangzhou, merely part of his own backyard. Since it was his first request, the director of Lychee TV generously offered him a host's advertising slot for just 1 yuan, a friendly price. This is the advantage of having media connections. However, Fangzhou knew that such favors could only be extended once. Yet he didn't team mind, as If You Are the One had numerous upcoming initiatives, such as city-specific episodes, career-themed episodes, international episodes, festive specials, and gender-swapping episodes. Furthermore, he had a plethora of ideas for shows like The Brainiest, Masked Singer, and One vs. One. These would undoubtedly make Lychee TV dependent on him, unable to resist his allure. Once the ambitious Maruyu is elevated to the esteemed position of the director of Lychee Station, it will truly become a cherished backyard of our own. As the relentless promotion unfolded, the name of Yuan Tutor gradually became widely recognized throughout the city of Jinling. An increasing number of parents and students became aware of this online educational platform, known as Yuan Tutor. In recent days, in anticipation of the launch day, Fangzhou was exceedingly busy, overwhelmed with tasks. He was engaged in promotional activities, testing website functionalities, and recruiting staff, tirelessly working from dawn until dusk, feeling utterly drained. Even the little potato weekly complained that Fangzhou had not taken her out for a stroll in days, her tone tinged with the bitterness of a lamenting lemon. Finally, the date arrived, March 9th. On the eve of the launch, everything was in place, merely awaiting the grand unveiling. In the male dormitory, room 530, after days of relentless work, Fangzhou found himself with a rare moment of leisure. Yet, upon glancing at the date on his computer, he was taken aback. Goodness, it's Friday. How could he have lost track of the days? Were you living like Robinson Crusoe? The dormitory-esque car king, Zhao Bingbing, shot him a knowing glance. Just then, the door swung open, and the portly counselor, Wang Zhangwo, waddled in. Upon seeing him, both Fangzhou and Zhao Bingbing instinctively exclaimed, "Counselor, what brings you here?" Wang Zhangwo bypassed Zhao Bingbing and approached Fangzhou's bed, tapping the frame with a serious expression. "Fangzhou, the principal wishes to see you." A sudden jolt of anxiety surged within Fangzhou. Jinling University is a prestigious 985 institution and a member of the C9 League. The principal's administrative rank is genuinely at the level of a deputy minister, indeed. With a sense of trepidation, Fangzhou followed the counselor out of the dormitory and towards the principal's office. Chapter 76, National Level College Student Entrepreneurship Project Time rewinds to last night. Iha Avenue. Zijin South Garden. How much is 35 minus 8? 5 minus 8 is insufficient. Borrowing 1 from the front yields 15 minus 8, equaling 7. Thus, isn't the answer 27? However, Grandpa, what if we don't borrow from the front? Not borrowing? Not borrowing. Zhao Ruijin felt a surge of frustration, his blood pressure skyrocketing. Observing this, his wife Li Xianglan gently patted his back, softly reassuring him, calm down, calm down. Why get so upset helping Dodo with her homework? You're the president of Jinling University, after all. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruijin's previously lowered blood pressure surged anew. Can I be blamed for this? I said 5 minus 8 is insufficient, and she asked what if we don't borrow from the front? Knowing her husband's temperament, Li Xianglan sought to mediate. All right, it's not your fault. What can we do? Let us not dwell on it. Come, let us watch some television. If You're the One is about to start. With that, Li Xianglan adeptly turned on the television and coaxed Zhao Ruijin to the sofa. Elderly individuals often have little immunity to such matchmaking shows. While seated, Zhao Ruijin munched on freshly washed grapes, sighing deeply. As the saying goes, every family has its own difficult scriptures to read. If one were to inquire about the challenging scripture in his family, it would undoubtedly be his little granddaughter. As the president of Jinling University, an academician at Huaca Institute, a university professor, and a doctoral supervisor, Zhao Ruijin is a prominent figure within the provincial education system. Typically, university presidents hold a position equivalent to a departmental level, with exceptions for special universities such as Qingbei University, Jinling University, and Modi University. Zhao Ruijin belongs to this select group, holding a well-deserved deputy ministerial status. His son and daughter-in-law work in rocket research, often away from home, leaving their only granddaughter in the care of her grandparents. Fortunately, with a nanny and a driver, the child's daily needs are not a burden for the elderly couple. The only concern remains the child's academic performance. Zhao Ruijin himself was an academic prodigy, and his son was also a top student in his youth. Yet, with his granddaughter, it seems the tide has turned, echoing the saying, "Two worms bring forth spring, foolishness." At that moment, he realized that the online videos depicting parents driven to the brink by their children's homework were not fabricated. Zhao Ruijin began to suspect whether his granddaughter might possess some form of hyperfeminine syndrome. Otherwise, how could tutoring her every night lead to such elevated blood pressure? Just then, the television announced the start of the program. Hello, everyone. Welcome to If You Were the One Every Saturday Night. I'm your host, Meng Fei. Now, let's welcome our 24 female guests. To the exhilarating backdrop music, 24 women of various shapes and sizes made their entrance, followed by the male guests. 30 minutes later, the program reached a pause for advertisements. At this juncture, host Meng Fei clearly stated, if your child is struggling academically, turn to Yuan Tutor. For aspiring top students, choose Yuan Tutor. The nation's pioneering online education platform, Yuan Tutor, reminds you that the excitement is even greater after the commercials. Hearing this, Zhao Ruijin was momentarily taken aback. As a significant figure in the education sector, he was naturally more attuned to developments within his field. Online education platform, top student tutoring, Yuan Tutor? Upon hearing his wife's murmurs, Li Xianglan suddenly remarked, "This website seems quite popular lately." Aunt Wang received a flyer while picking up Dodo from school. Zhao Ruijin paid little heed to his wife's words, for he had some recollection of it. He seemed to have seen it at Jinling University before. After some contemplation, he made his way to his study, opened his computer, and searched online. Top student tutoring, online guidance for college entrance examination toppers, liberating parents and empowering children. Ensuring homework isn't an obstacle between you and your child. There were over 2,000 underprivileged students pre-registered. Wait, is this indeed a project initiated by Jinling University? The promotional material for Yuan Tutor was ubiquitous, with relevant information easily found online. However, upon discovering that over 2,000 students from disadvantaged families had registered for Yuan Tutor as part-time workers, Zhao Ruijin's eyes lit up. In recent years, the economic downturn has rendered the plight of many lower-income families even more severe, with the number of impoverished students in universities reaching a historical high. During last year's end-of-year meeting, the capital explicitly issued a directive that the focus for the coming year would be poverty alleviation and ensuring the welfare of citizens. Within the education sector, the issue of impoverished students at various universities was closely linked to this focus. Whoever manages to address this issue effectively would garner substantial educational funding the following year. It is crucial to note that even among the esteemed 985 institutions, there exists competition for educational funding. Qingbei University receives an annual educational budget of 36.211 billion. Zhejiang Ocean University has 26.103 billion. Modi University stands at 20.420 billion. In contrast, Jinling University, also a prestigious 985 institution ranked 6th nationally, has an annual budget of only 9.3 billion, placing it at 21st. If this issue can be resolved proficiently, then next year's educational funding will undoubtedly tilt favorably towards them. With this thought in mind, Zhao Ruijin felt his heart race. Without further hesitation, he promptly called the director of the Information Engineering College. 10 minutes later, the college director contacted the department head. Another 10 minutes passed before the department head reached out to the counselors. Time returns to the present. In the solemn and austere Academic Affairs building, Fangzhou followed the counselor closely, taking the elevator directly to the top floor, arriving at the president's office. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Zhengwo rapped on the office door. Once he heard an invitation to enter, he pushed open the 2-meter-tall door. Instantly, a government-styled office came into view. Upon seeing the visitor, Zhao Ruijin set aside his work, rose, and approached the seating area with a warm demeanor. Come, please take a seat. His expression was friendly, devoid of the aloofness one might expect from a figure of such stature. Soon, the three were seated across from one another on the sofa. Wang Zhengwo gestured towards Fangzhou, introducing him. President, this is Fangzhou. Feigning surprise, Zhao Ruijin replied. Fangzhou, is it? I remember you. You're the only student from the 2009 cohort who turned down offers from Qingbei as admissions office. Quite bold. Taken aback by the unexpected compliment, Fangzhou nodded slightly, unsure of the purpose of this visit. Zhao Ruijin then engaged Fangzhou in casual conversation. Counselors Wang Zhengwo chimed in, and the discussion meandered, leaving Fangzhou perplexed. However, in his previous life as a corporate worker, Fangzhou had experience managing website operations for governmental entities and understood this was merely a prelude. The core topic had yet to emerge. As anticipated, after some casual banter, the conversation naturally shifted towards Fangzhou's entrepreneurial project. Fangzhou, the Yuan Tutor Project is quite significant. Our university has always supported college student entrepreneurship initiatives, President Zhao Ruijin stated slowly. Support? Does this imply financial aid? Fangzhou felt uncertain. President, we are not currently in need of funds. No, you are. Zhao Ruijin replied with a serious smile, producing 3 documents and handing them to Fangzhou. Upon glancing down, Fangzhou discovered there were 3 applications for student employment subsidies, one at the university level, one at the provincial level, and one at the national level. The total subsidy amounts to nearly 300,000. The emphasis is not on the sum itself, but rather on the maximum subsidy. Fangzhou pondered briefly before swiftly grasping the underlying truth. The answer was quite straightforward. Without the university student entrepreneurship subsidy, Yuan tutorial would merely represent a social attribute, capable of addressing the issues faced by impoverished students. It would bear little relevance to Jinling University. However, with the advent of this university student entrepreneurship subsidy, its nature transforms entirely. It effectively affixes the label of Jinling University upon it. Ultimately, all parties have their aspirations. Fangzhou seeks wealth and influence, as well as the opportunity to confront Lao Deng. The benevolent Ant seeks political achievements and a commendable reputation for the enterprise. Zhao Ruijin, too, aspires to gain something through Yuan tutorial, such as educational funding. Frankly, Fangzhou harbors no aversion to this. As a great leader once articulated, cultivate many friends and minimize enemies for a smoother path ahead. Fangzhou has always held the conviction that the more individuals one gathers, the greater the endeavors one can undertake. Upon this realization, Fangzhou promptly shifted his stance, exclaiming, Principal, I am in need. We are perpetually short on funds. At this proclamation, Zhao Ruijin revealed a smile indicative of a teachable spirit. As students of Jinling University, it is only natural for the institution to support you in times of difficulty. In recent years, the government has consistently encouraged university students to embark on entrepreneurial ventures to stimulate employment. You are setting a commendable example for the faculty and students of Jinling. Fangzhou discreetly completed the application for the university student entrepreneurship subsidy. Instantly, Zhao Ruijin's expression brightened, and he engaged Fangzhou in conversation for over half an hour. Subsequently, under the guidance of their advisor, the two departed from the academic affairs building. Before descending the stairs, as they passed by a window in the corridor, Fangzhou gazed out at the sunlit Jinling University. The smile on his face could no longer be contained. In that moment, not only was the benevolent ant drawn onto his chariot of ambition, but Jinling University itself was also swept along for the ride. Chapter 77, Genshin Impact, the launch of Yuan Tutor. On the following day, March 10th, auspicious, marriage, business opening, and bed setting. Inauspicious, no taboos. Today marks the inauguration of Yuan Tutor. At noon, the sky was clear and the breeze gentle. Inside the spacious and bright office hall of Equation Technology Company, newly hired employees were intensely focused on their computer screens, their expressions solemn, akin to warriors poised for battle. After numerous rounds of interviews, there were currently 32 individuals employed at Equation, encompassing designers, website operators, finance, marketing, and administrative support. As a nascent company, time was of the essence and tasks were demanding, resulting in an imperfect personnel distribution. Yet, despite being small, it was fully equipped. Let us take a moment to commend Jack Ma, whose establishment of Alipay in 2004 greatly facilitated online payments for Yuan Tutor. Meanwhile, in the immaculate presidential office, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the blue sky and white clouds outside. Inside, the spacious and minimalist atmosphere was marked by a 5-meter-long L-shaped desk before a grand floor-to-ceiling window. At this moment, Fangzhou was intently focused on his computer. Xiao Tudou, having dragged over a chair, sat beside him, her small fists clenched in shared tension. Today, Xiao Tudou wore a white coat over a wine-red, traditional Chinese qipao. Her makeup was rosy, and her hair was styled in a cute bun adorned with a red tassel, resembling a small doll of fortune. Upon entering, Xiao Tudou had removed her coat, revealing the wine-red qipao, now rubbing her hands together against the chill. "Aren't you cold?" Fangzhou inquired. Although it was March and spring was underway, the lingering cold in Jinling was quite severe. Xiao Tudou rubbed her arms, responding, "Of course it's cold." "Then put your coat back on. You mustn't catch a chill." "No, I want to wear the qipao. It symbolizes a victorious start." Fangzhou momentarily lost his focus. Recalling the last time someone had dressed him in a qipao, his mother had done so when sending him to the college entrance examination last year. This time, it was Xiao Tudou adorning him for the battlefield of business. Fangzhou smiled knowingly, playfully tapping her head. "How superstitious. Don't tap too much. I'll get stupid." Xiao Tudou huffed, puffing out her cheeks in mock indignation. One cannot deny that the qipao is indeed renowned for accentuating feminine allure. The wine-red fabric showcased Xiao Tudou's figure exquisitely, presenting a stunning silhouette. Such an S-shaped figure. No, that description lacks precision, while others may be an S. Xiao Tudou was an S. Yes, that is a more accurate depiction. Fangzhou adjusted the air conditioning to 32 degrees. After a while, Xiao Tudou felt warmer, confidently patting her 36D, saying, "Rest assured, I've arranged everything behind the scenes for you. It will all go smoothly." Fangzhou was taken aback. "You know such connections?" "Who?" With a serious expression, Xiao Tudou replied, "Guanyin Bodhisattva." Saying this, she thrust a Wunchong career talisman, obtained from Jiming Temple, into Fangzhou's hand. One could hardly argue against the strength of such backing. Gazing at the talisman, Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle, his previously tense demeanor easing considerably. "Moreover, I purchased many protective charms and spent quite a bit. I'll fetch them for you." Xiao Tudou bounced off to her office. Fangzhou had set aside an office for her right next to his. Before long, Xiao Tudou returned, cradling a cardboard box brimming with transport beads, amethyst 5 emperor's coins, jade cabbages, jade rui, and prayer beads. Fangzhou laughed. "Did you go treasure hunting or wholesale shopping?" As Xiao Tudou danced toward him with her bounty, she nearly stumbled, perhaps due to the weight of her 36D combined with her load, losing her balance. With a thud, she fell onto the carpet, scattering the contents of the box everywhere. "Xiao Tudou," Fangzhou gasped, hurriedly helping her up. Xiao Tudou, however, wore a pained expression, her frustration mounting. She suddenly raised her small fist, angrily striking her 36D, exclaiming, "You're a burden. It's all your fault. Why are you hitting it?" Fangzhou quickly intervened. "What if you damage your future cafeteria?" Xiao Tudou grimaced, asking, "Fangzhou, do you think I've gained weight?" "Not at all. Others would envy your figure." Xiao Tudou shook her head vigorously. "I don't care. I've gained weight, and I will start dieting tomorrow." Fangzhou, adopting a reassuring tone as if comforting a child, replied, all right, we'll start tomorrow. Boys should take heed. When a girl declares her intention to lose weight, merely listen. Do not take it to heart. A girl's want to lose weight. A boy's I just want to play around. You'll understand the equivalence with a little thought. Before long, Xiao Tudo adorned Fangzhou with her acquired 5 emperor's coins, transport beads, jade gourds, yellow crystals, and the Wunshan career talisman, exclaiming, "Wow, with this ensemble, even the god of wealth would be impressed." Fangzhou had never felt so adorned in his life. Yet, recognizing Xiao Tudo's good intentions, he allowed her to indulge her whims, feeling like a father letting his little girl decorate him with doll accessories. Following this brief interlude, there remained less than 3 minutes until the launch of Yuan Tutor. Simultaneously, on the top floor of the Rongguang building, Nie Yurong sat anxiously in her office, nervously sipping her red tea while staring at the computer. In the study of his home at Zijing South Garden, Zhao Ruijin was equally glued to his screen. In the boys' dormitory of Jinling University, Su Luo borrowed Zhao Bingbing's computer, his eyes fixed on the display. At Jinling Sports University, during a training break, Pang Bo incessantly refreshed the web page on his phone. In an office at the headquarters of Lizzie Media, Mariu was also anxious, stealing moments to refresh the page. Additionally, thousands of students at Jinling University were either in their dormitories, internet cafes, or browsing on their phones, all eagerly anticipating the launch of Yuan Tutor. Concurrently, within countless neighborhoods of Jinling, thousands of parents awaited the event. Coincidentally, it was Saturday, parents were off work, children had weekend assignments, and college students had free time to engage in online part-time jobs. Tick-tock, 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 as the second hand made its rounds. The moment of Yuan Tutor's launch drew ever nearer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the precise moment when the second, minute, and hour hands aligned at 12 o'clock, Yuan Tutor was launched. Chapter 78. Multiple Solutions. Unpredictable the moment the Yuan Tutor website launched, a multitude of parents in Jinling City flocked to the site. Meanwhile, in room 602, Unit 3, Building 18 of the Linha community, Zhou Guohua was also among the first to access the website. The webpage immediately presented options. I'm a parent or I'm a teacher. After a moment as contemplation, Zhou clicked on I am a parent. There was no response, so he proceeded to select I am a parent again. Previously, a promotional company had come to their community to advertise Yuan Tutor, but Zhou had paid little attention at first. Later, he noticed an advertisement on If You Are the One, which piqued his interest in the site. With If You're the One currently enjoying immense popularity, the fact that Yuan Tutor could advertise there reflected its brand strength. The site's emphasis on online tutoring for college entrance exam toppers struck a chord with Zhou Guohua. Xiao Jun, your father has suffered due to a lack of education. Otherwise, I would have long ago been transferred to the headquarters to enjoy a comfortable life. Therefore, you must study diligently, understand? Zhou gently patted his son, Zhou Xiaojun's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, Zhou Xiaojun, currently in the second year of middle school, was preparing for the daunting high school entrance examination the following year. In the province known for its difficult entrance exams, the high school admission rate stood at 49, while the undergraduate admission rate was 59. In other words, gaining admission to a high school was harder than securing a spot in university. If one failed the college entrance exam, there was always the option to retake it. But the high school entrance exam was a one-time, life-defining challenge. Hence, Zhou Guohua found himself in a predicament. Lacking academic prowess himself, he was unable to assist his child with studies, and his job in sales left him little room for flexibility. He had previously sought tutoring services, but the quality was often unreliable and the costs were exorbitant. Moreover, tutors typically came only twice a week, while his son needed an instructor available at all times to answer questions. Thus, upon discovering Yuan Tutor, Zhou approached the site with a sense of curiosity. Before long, the computer refreshed, leading him to the homepage of Yuan Tutor. The homepage was segmented by subjects, teacher ratings, and question pricing. At the center was the prominently featured section titled Online Elite Teachers, showcasing a roster of instructors, each adorned with a verified identity badge. Zhou glanced casually and noted that the top-ranked tutor was a part-time instructor named Su Luo. Name: Su Luo School, Jinling University. Score: 631. Raw score in college entrance exam. Expertise: mathematics, physics, chemistry. Notes: 2009 science top score in Lu City. The mention of a top score from Lu City immediately captivated Zhou Guohua, prompting him to quickly click into the online tutoring section. Teacher Su is currently answering questions. There are 126 students ahead of you. Damn, so many people? Zhou Guohua couldn't help but exclaim, though it came as no surprise. The competitive nature of education in the province was well understood by those familiar with it. Just then, a dialog box popped up on the screen. Dear student, hurry and create your student profile. Following were parameters including grade, subject, needs, scores, and class hours. Zhou paused to thoughtfully fill in the details. His son Zhou Xiaojun performed fairly well in most subjects, ranking slightly above average, but struggled significantly in mathematics, scoring merely 62 in the last exam. If he could improve his math grades, he would have a chance to enter a prestigious high school next year. After completing the form, he hit Enter. Generating student profile. Profile generated. Xiao Yuan has recommended the most suitable teacher for you. Go take a look. The page refreshed, revealing new options. Zhou perused through them and was suddenly struck by one. Name: Lihe School, Jinling University. Score: 581. Raw score in college entrance exam. Expertise: mathematics notes. 2009 Gone City Mathematics. Full score: a full score in mathematics. Zhou Guohua was elated. His son's greatest weakness lay in math, and the website immediately provided a top-tier tutor who excelled in the subject. Though the previous top scorer was impressive, the overwhelming number of students and high pricing made Lihe a more suitable choice for Zhou Xiaojun. The website was indeed intriguing, capable of automatically matching different teachers based on student profiles. After a moment's consideration, Zhou clicked into Lihe's online tutoring. Shortly thereafter, a dialog box appeared. Please upload a photo of the question you want to ask the teacher. Seeing this, Zhou smiled and nudged Zhou Xiaojun. Xiaojun, go fetch your last exam paper and take a picture of the final, challenging question. Zhou intended to challenge the tutor. If they could not handle such a level of inquiry, he would need to reassess the credibility of the instructors on this platform. In no time, Zhou Xiaojun returned with the exam paper. Zhou quickly used the external camera to capture the image and upload it. Beep, the teacher has received your question. Please wait a moment. Before long, a response arrived, with the tutor patiently explaining. Hello, student. This problem examines the existence of a specific geometric figure. The initial two questions are basic algebra problems. The solution process is as follows. The focus is on the third question, which is the crux of this exercise and represents at least 60 of the total score. This question pertains to the existence of an isosceles right triangle, and we can use its properties and criteria for resolution. Here, I present several different approaches to solving this problem. Take a look and see which one you prefer. Method 1. Utilize the definition of an isosceles right triangle. PCPB, CPB 90, let P, X, Y. Method 2. Use the property of medians in an isosceles right triangle and the fact that the median to the hypotenuse is half the length of the hypotenuse. Given point E2, 1, and the line BC described by y minus 1, 2x2, the slope of PE is 2 and PE equals half of BC. Formulating the equation yields. Method 3. Construct a perpendicular from point P as the right angle vertex. Method 4. Construct a perpendicular from point E as the right angle vertex. Method 5. Use coordinate definitions to determine point P. Then derive point D from point P. Upon concluding the explanation, the tutor sent a friendly follow-up. Have you understood the problem? If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask the teacher. Overwhelmed with admiration, Zhou Guohua scratched his head, uncertain. Was I inquiring about a mathematics problem? Not our question. 5 different methods for a single problem? Even Kong, e.g. couldn't write 5 variations of the character for fennel. An academic with a perfect score in a single subject was truly unfathomable. After the problem was solved, the tutor also sent over solution approach notes. Student, this problem examines the existence of an isosceles right triangle. Upon encountering such a unique figure, we should first consider its related properties. The essence of resolving existence questions lies in algebraizing the determination theorem, which involves analyzing the movement of the figure, expressing points and lines with variables, and ultimately substituting into the algebraic expressions of the determination theorem to formulate equations for resolution. At this point, Zhou Guohua felt a rush of elation. Not only were there multiple solutions, But the tutor also provided profound insights into the focal points of the examination and the thought processes for similar problems. Without a point of comparison, there could be no harm, and he recalled the tutors he had previously engaged. Who could match such caliber? This time, he had truly stumbled upon a gem. Zhou Guohua exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, the website once again displayed a prompt. Would you like to add this question to your personal question bank and personal point bank? Huh? Zhou Guohua, perplexed, casually clicked yes. It has been successfully added to your personal question bank. Personal question bank. All the questions you struggle with are compiled here, allowing for review and reinforcement. Be sure to check back often. Personal point bank. Based on the points marked by your teacher, this question has been categorized under geometric existence issues. Subsequently, more similar points will be included in this category. Remember to revisit for reinforcement. Witnessing this, Zhou Guohua's face lit up with delight. The personal question bank served as a customized compilation of his mistakes, while the personal point bank became a collection of all his weak points. This arrangement enabled targeted practice and focused revision on critical areas. Over time, it would foster a mindset for problem solving. As the saying goes, to solve problems, one must first grasp what the teacher intends to assess. Understanding the focal points of questions allows for a more strategic approach to problem solving, epitomizing the mentality of a top student. Ding! The teacher has resolved your queries. Please rate the teacher. Could one even evaluate the teacher? Having worked in sales for many years, Zhou Guohua immediately comprehended the significance of the rating system. It effectively pressured teachers to take responsibility for their questions and for their students, thereby preventing situations where some teachers might hastily or carelessly answer questions for quick profit. Although it was merely a simple question, the entire process left Zhou Guohua with a sense of seamless connection and pleasant surprise. Without hesitation, he awarded a 5-star rating. Chapter 79. The splendid first-day data, a familiar scene unfolds across countless neighborhoods in Jinling City. Thousands of parents, driven by curiosity, flock to Yuan coaching, eager to test the waters for their children. After a brief experience, they unanimously echo the renowned sentiment of "I admit there's an element of gamble involved." Yet, they have won the gamble. The teacher evaluation section of the website is soon inundated with enthusiastic comments from parents. Incredible. Unreservedly recommend teacher Wang Ling, ID 00283. Everyone who has tried him sings his praises. For English tutoring, look no further than teacher Chen Min, ID 01691. He explains grammar with unparalleled detail. I randomly selected teacher Li He for math. He offers 5 different solutions to a single problem. He can solve equations by hand and even create parabolas, turning math into an art form. After watching the problem-solving process on the website, my son remarked that his head felt itchy, as if he were about to gain intelligence. These children can indeed gain admission to Jinling University. Isn't this more appealing than those so-called private tutors outside? Jiangnan has long been prosperous, with countless wealthy families, many of whom are willing to invest in their children's education. Consequently, Yuan Coaching's back-end data begins to soar rapidly. As time flies, the clock strikes 11 at night. In the boys' dormitory of Jinling University, Su Luo, exhausted from a day of labor, is still burning the midnight oil, tutoring his last student. Ding ding, teacher Su. How should we interpret the phrase good night at the end of this Lu Sun text? Su Luo calmly reads through the article, ponders for a moment, and quickly types. Considering the context, the character night emphasizes the time, evoking the darkness of the evening, which metaphorically hints at the societal darkness of the time. Yet, under this dark sky, people still feel a sense of peace, reflecting their numbness. While the exclamation mark at the end conveys Lu Sun's sorrow for their misfortune and anger at their complacency. Students, when tackling similar reading comprehension questions, always remember to connect with the context. Soon, a message comes from across the screen, but, Teacher Su, I just can't understand. What should I do? Su Luo contemplates. Reading comprehension can often bewilder those lacking problem-solving strategies. A writer's work once included in the college entrance examination left him curious enough to attempt it himself, only to find he had failed. It was just that challenging. However, Su Luo remains unperturbed. He has his own methods. After a moment's thought, he types back, "No worries. If you don't understand, I can teach you some basic formulas that will help you score. Typically, questions about the beginning of an article relate to setting up the following text, introducing the topic, or sparking reader interest. If a question pertains to a specific sentence or paragraph in the middle, it serves to bridge ideas, lay groundwork, or advance the narrative. If it concerns the conclusion, it aims to elevate the central theme, summarize previous points, and create a cohesive structure. Su Yuxue speaks confidently, sharing his years of problem-solving experience. 10 minutes later, after finishing with his last student, Su Yuxue removes his glasses and rubs his aching trigeminal nerve. Upon glancing at the back end, today's question revenue, his heart skips a beat. Having worked diligently since noon, Su Yuxue has been online for over 10 hours, tackling more than 60 questions. Thanks to the added advantage of being a top scorer in the college entrance exam and his expertise in high-value science subjects, he averages nearly 12 yuan per question. After addressing over 60 problems, the back-end displays today's question revenue, 782. 5. Gasping, Su Yuxue is momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. Previously, Fangzhou had proclaimed to their dormitory that anyone who diligently tackled questions could expect their monthly income to quintuple, inviting them to seek him out otherwise. At that moment, Su Yuxue had thought it was mere exaggeration. Yet now, the reality is far beyond 5 times. The revenue from today surpasses what he used to earn in an entire month of tutoring. Taking a deep breath, he strives to steady his exhilaration, shutting his laptop and returning it to Zhao Bingbing. In a few days, he, too, could afford to buy himself a laptop. Old 3, your computer is back, Su Yuxue called out, though it is now 11:30 at night. Fortunately, several in the dormitory are night owls and undisturbed. Noticing Zhao Bingbing's silence, Su Yuxue curiously approaches with the laptop. Upon nearing, he sees Zhao Bingbing's bed surrounded by curtains, with the glow of a screen spilling through the gaps. The bed slightly shakes, and he occasionally hears Zhao Bingbing's excited voice. Wow, an ancestral craft, Su Yuxue thinks to himself, chuckling quietly as he stealthily peeks through the curtain to surprise Zhao Bingbing, perhaps too engrossed in his own world. Zhao Bingbing is oblivious to the additional face at his bedside, his expression animated as he watches a video on his phone. The characters are monotonous, the scenes dull, the plot simplistic, and the movements mechanical. The female lead is engaged in a rather intimate task. Subsequently, the male lead begins to push the narrative forward. At this moment, Su Yuxue unexpectedly interjects. How peculiar. Why must one give a kiss before entering? Zhao Bingbing jumps in shock, but as the legendary car god 530, his composure is formidable. He maintains his cool, responding nonchalantly. Boss, you wouldn't understand. Have you ever sewn clothes? Su Yuxue nods, recalling his less privileged upbringing where he had to mend his own torn garments. Observing this, Zhao Bingbing, with an air of profound wisdom, continues. If you've sewn, you'd know that when the thread won't pass through the needles, a little nibble on the end can help it slip through. It's just common knowledge. In that instant, Su Yuxue experiences an epiphany. The car god 530 truly is a force to be reckoned with. The following day, at 9 in the morning, the skies are clear and the sun shines brightly. Though it is the weekend, all employees of the Formula Company are present. In the office hall, 32 employees wear solemn expressions, bracing themselves as if they were students awaiting exam results after a monthly test. Observing this, Fangzhou exchanges a glance with Little Potato. Announce it. Little Potato, understanding immediately, promptly hands Fangzhou the printed document from his arms. Everyone, Yuan coaching officially launched yesterday at noon, and by midnight, Fangzhou scrutinizes the glaring data on the A4 paper, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. In total, 5,326 university students have registered with Yuan coaching. Additionally, 335,781 parents have completed registration. Wow! At the revelation of these figures, the room erupts in astonishment. Many present are employees Fangzhou recruited at a premium from other companies, seasoned professionals from the old internet realm. Upon hearing these statistics, they instantly grasp the immense value behind them. Over 300,000 registrations on the first day cannot be compared to the likes of Baidu or Weibo. which boasts daily active users in the hundreds of millions. However, for a new entity in an emerging field, achieving over 300,000 registrations on its debut is nothing short of magnificent. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Yuan Coaching launched with a mere 30,000 registrations on its first day, and even that figure made it to the debut registration leaderboard. Yet now, Fangzhou has managed to multiply that figure tenfold. Simultaneously, Fangzhou realizes that the credit for this success largely belongs to If You Are the One. As a phenomenally popular variety show currently dominating national viewership, the audience numbers for If You Are the One have reached staggering heights. The more he reflects, the more Fangzhou feels that his initial support for Mariu in creating If You Are the One was indeed a stroke of genius. After a brief pause, Fangzhou cleared his throat and continued to announce. As of yesterday morning, the daily revenue of the Yuanfudeo website reached 863,021.05 yuan, with an average price per customer of approximately 8 yuan. Among this, the income of top scorers in the college entrance examination generally ranges from 700 to 1,000 yuan. The income for achieving full marks in a single subject typically lies between 500 and 800 yuan. Elite students generally earn between 300 and 600 yuan. Outstanding teachers earn between 100 and 400 yuan. This revelation created a stir, eliciting waves of astonished gasps from the audience. On the first day, the revenue surpassed 2,800,000, approaching 3 million within just 12 hours. It is noteworthy that the Yuanfudeo platform only commenced operations at noon yesterday, and, by midnight, had only been active for 12 hours, not an entire day. Furthermore, bolstered by the overwhelmingly positive feedback from parents, a strong reputation has already begun to take shape. As word of mouth among parents continues to spread, it is anticipated that by next weekend, the daily revenue could exceed 4 million. More importantly, this figure reflects only the data from Jinling University. If expanded nationwide, without delving into distant institutions, considering only the top-tier universities, there are 39,985 universities and 116,211 universities across the nation, totaling 155 institutions. Thus, the question arises, what is 4,000,000 multiplied by 155? Chapter 80. The enchanted hot springs of Xiatangshan and Hinata's bathing scene. Upon the announcement of the news, Fangzhou was filled with excitement. Yuando is a platform that connects university students with their parents, with the intermediary profiting from the difference. However, after careful consideration, Fangzhou decided against the exorbitant commission rates of 20 to 30 that some platforms in the future might demand. After discussions with his kind aunt, they settled on a commission rate of 8. After all, Yuando possesses a charitable attribute, and establishing a positive reputation is paramount in the initial stages. Once the name is established, the profits will follow. With only an 8 stake, Ma Yun can still ascend to the throne of wealth. The principle remains the same. With a daily revenue of 4 million, if promoted to 155 top-tier universities nationwide, the daily revenue could reach around 600 million. By the end of the year, that would amount to over 200 billion, aligning perfectly with Yuando's future valuation of 1 trillion. An 8 share of 200 billion would yield approximately 18 billion in annual revenue, surpassing the majority of listed companies. Of course, nationwide promotion is a monumental task, not achievable in mere months or a couple of years. In his past life, Yuando took nearly 9 years to complete this process. However, Fangzhou's Yuando draws from the strengths of both Yuando and Zuyibang, allowing him to avoid some pitfalls and shorten the timeline to within 5 years. In short, this endeavor is akin to Emperor Qin Shi Huang discovering electricity, an overwhelming success. With the official announcement of the first-day data, the office hall buzzed with excitement. Fangzhou waved his hand generously, granting everyone a 20 salary increase, contingent upon maintaining the stability of the website without any chaos. Subsequently, he and Little Potato drove back to school, having stayed up all night monitoring the site. He was eager for a moment to catch up on sleep. As they drove, Little Potato sat at the wheel while Fangzhou, in the passenger seat, shared the first-day statistics with his allies. Soon, his phone buzzed with replies. Zhao Ruijin, congratulations, Fang. Our school has always encouraged students to pursue entrepreneurship. If you need any support, the school will be there for you. Yeah, you're wrong. At this rate, it won't be long before you secure a spot on the Jinling Rich list, with a chance to surpass Lao Deng. Congratulations. Maroyu. Strong, strong, strong. When will you come to Lichi Station again, Brother Fang? I just received some new tea, top quality to Hongpo. Fangzhou responded with a smile, stretching lazily. Upon glancing up, he noticed Little Potato pouting, her silver teeth lightly biting her lip, a look of innocent grievance on her face. Lan Ning. Fangzhou was puzzled and reached over to pat her head. Little Potato remained silent, focused on driving. Realizing her subtle mood, Fangzhou pondered deeply, recalling a little experiment from his past life. To discern what gift his girlfriend desired for her birthday, he needed only to ask, "Darling, you'll never guess what birthday gift I bought for you." Regardless of her response, he would procure the first item she mentioned, a nearly foolproof strategy. By analogy, to discover what she wished to eat, he would inquire, "Darling, you absolutely have no idea where I'm taking you for a meal." With this thought, Fangzhou spoke in a mysterious tone. "Lan Ning, you have no idea where I'm taking you today." Instantly, a look of childish delight lit up Little Potato's delicate features, breaking the ice in an instant. "Really? Are we going to the Ziyatangshan Hot Springs?" Fangzhou smiled knowingly. "Indeed, my clever Lan Ning, we're going to Ziyatangshan Hot Springs today." Little Potato's lively spirit returned, her little tuft of hair bouncing as she exclaimed, "You're the best, Fang. I wanted to visit the Ziyatangshan Hot Springs for ages. If we wait any longer, the weather will be too hot to enjoy the ambience." Fangzhou quickly chimed in, "Exactly. Hot springs are best enjoyed when it's cooler. Now that we've finished our work, let us head there right away." Little Potato nodded enthusiastically, her head bobbing joyfully as she changed the car's navigation from Jinling University to Ziyatangshan. Before long, the Lamborghini altered its course towards Ziyatangshan. Located on the outskirts of Jinling, the hot springs were not too far from them. After approximately an hour and a half of driving, they arrived at the Ziyatangshan Hot Springs. Ding dong. The welcoming bell of the hot springs rang as a young girl eagerly approached them. "Hello, are you two together?" Fangzhou nodded. "Yes, could you please prepare a private hot spring pool with a good view?" "Rest assured, our hot spring pools are renowned for their privacy and scenery." "Do you require swimsuits?" The girl noted that Fangzhou was empty-handed, unsure if they had forgotten their attire or if they simply preferred to go without. "Particularly as a couple. Please take us to choose," Fangzhou replied. They had come in a hurry, and he had tea-prepared swimsuits for the hot springs. However, he didn't mind a candid experience. "All right, please follow me." The girl led them to select swimsuits while Little Potato obediently followed behind Fangzhou. About 20 minutes later, they found themselves in an independent hot spring pool nestled on a mountainside. Fangzhou, clad in simple black swim trunks, leaned against the pool's edge, comfortably soaking in the warm water. The surrounding steam enveloped them, and the view of the distant mountains and lush trees was breathtaking. On the edge of the pool lay an assortment of treats: mung bean cakes, water chestnut cakes, egg yolk pastries, refreshing drinks, and a few rubber duck toys. Having just changed, Little Potato stood adorably at the pool's edge, her face flushed from the steam, her hands delicately covering herself, exuding a bashful charm. Upon closer inspection, she wore a four-piece bikini set, the white base slightly translucent, failing to conceal her alluring figure. Her slender waist was daintily graspable, and beneath the skirt-like edge were her fair, delicate long legs. Fangzhou found himself utterly captivated, unable to divert his gaze. Having a charming wife is beyond the reach of even the most skilled physicians, he mused, recalling the ancient wisdom that spoke true. Feeling parched, he gulped down several sips of cola and said, "Lan Ning, don't stand there too long. You'll catch a chill. The mountain breeze is quite strong." As if in response to his words, a gust of wind swept through. Little Potato shivered slightly, gradually submerging herself in the hot spring. First her little feet, then her long legs, followed by her delicate waist, and then Fangzhou's mind suddenly flashed to a famous bathing scene in Naruto, realizing with a jolt that certain elements had taken on a life of their own. Chapter 81. The debt repayment scene of Little Potato. How terrifying. How terrifying. Fangzhou could not help but take a sharp breath. He had embraced Little Potato before and knew of her extraordinary talents. Yet he never expected her to possess such remarkable gifts. The woman, with her gaze lowered and toes hidden, was a breathtaking beauty, and the scale of her allure was perhaps unsurpassed. No peeking. Noticing the intense heat in Fangzhou's gaze, Little Potato let out a soft huff, blushing as she turned her back. Her long, dark hair was dampened by the hot spring water, and the surrounding steam enveloped her, causing her delicate face to flush with a radiant charm reminiscent of a blossoming lotus. Fangzhou awkwardly cleared his throat twice. Wasn't he peeking? Clearly he had. He had seen everything, and her eyes had widened in surprise. Little Potato, with a mock ferocity, looked as if she were catching a thief in the act, exuding a demeanor of having incriminating evidence. I truly wasn't peeking. I was merely looking openly at my girlfriend. I have every right to gaze. Fangzhou insisted with utmost sincerity. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward. Upon hearing this, Little Potato turned her head, her snow-white chin resting lightly on her fragrant shoulder. You're so shameless. Yet, despite her words, a sweet smile adorned her face. Her voice tender as if it could melt one's heart. Sometimes, girls appreciate a touch of assertiveness from boys, a hint of recklessness. There once was a statistic suggesting that over 76% of girls enjoy being princess carried by their boyfriends, while more than 91% favor being playfully pinned against a wall. From this perspective, when boys are fond of a girl, they often tease her, perhaps rooted in some genetic inclination. The weather was slightly cool, and the mountain breeze rustled through the air. However, the hot spring area was alive with warmth, offering steaming water, delightful pastries, refreshing beverages, stunning scenery, and the company of someone special to share in the silliness. After a brief moment of shyness, Little Potato settled into the hot spring, gradually relaxing. She indulged in a piece of water chestnut cake, gazed at the picturesque view, played with a little yellow rubber duck in the water, and playfully kicked Fangzhou with her long legs beneath the surface. She seemed like a carefree little sprite, bursting with youthful energy. Time slipped away unnoticed until Little Potato, feeling fatigue from her playful antics, curled into a small ball beside Fangzhou, resting her little head against him. Suddenly, she asked without any preamble, Fangzhou, what kind of girl do you like the most? In response, Fangzhou jokingly remarked, I like girls with long, wavy hair. Little Potato touched her own sleek, straight hair, her expression deflating. Is that the only criterion? Actually, it is 3 criteria. Pay attention to the punctuation, Fangzhou reminded her. With a playful thump, Little Potato lightly punched him on the chest. No more of those silly remarks. I'm asking you seriously, what type of girl do you like? Hearing this, Fangzhou glanced down at Little Potato. From this angle, he could appreciate her exquisite form entirely, and without hesitation, he declared, I like girls with D-cup chests. Are you referring to brothers? Not brothers, but D-cups, Fangzhou pointed at Little Potato. Instantly, her face lit up with joy, and she blushed as she picked up a piece of water chestnut cake, exclaiming as she stuffed it into Fangzhou's mouth. During this time, Fangzhou had been preoccupied with the demands of tutoring, overwhelmed and exhausted. Last night, he had barely slept, monitoring the website until dawn, and fatigue had long since set in. After soaking in the steaming hot spring water, the weariness accumulated over time gradually washed over him, and he drifted into a deep slumber. This nap was particularly sweet. Today's pillow was soft and fragrant, though he could not discern the material. Eventually, he was awakened by the rumbling of his stomach, a clear sign of hunger. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a tatami-style guest room. The sky had darkened outside, and the room was warm with underfloor heating, providing a comfortable atmosphere. Fangzhou lay on the tatami, a thin blanket covering him. Little Potato sat obediently beside him, her round, delicate long legs gently propped under his head. Only then did Fangzhou realize he was resting on her lap. Lap pillow. No wonder he'd felt that today, as pillow was so soft and fragrant in his dreams. Noticing Fangzhou's movements, Little Potato rubbed her eyes and looked down, her face displaying a pitiful expression, akin to a little lost puppy. You're awake? Little Potato exclaimed in surprise. Caught by Little Potato, Fangzhou could no longer pretend to be asleep, so he pushed himself up, reluctantly leaving her lap, and sat up. "How long did I sleep?" he inquired. Little Potato rubbed her slightly numb long legs, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. "It's already past 8 in the evening. You've been sleeping this whole time." Then this. Fangzhou pointed at Little Potato's legs. Upon hearing this, Little Potato looked utterly distressed. "After bringing you back, I fell asleep not long after, and when I woke up, this is how it was." Fangzhou was astonished. What kind of operation was this? Chow Chow kills in dreams. While I enjoy a lap pillow. Just then, Little Potato's stomach emitted a loud growl. Seeing this, Fangzhou quickly changed the subject. "Enough of this. Let us go eat. I'm starving." He stood up to pull Little Potato, but when he yanked, she didn't budge. Little Potato sat on the tatami, looking up with a pouting face. "My legs are numb." Having used her long legs as a pillow for so long, was it any wonder they went numb? "Why didn't you wake me? You were sleeping so soundly. I didn't have the heart to disturb you." Fangzhou felt a pang of guilt and pondered. "How about I help you massage them?" After all, it was his fault they had gone numb, and he felt somewhat embarrassed. Little Potato's gaze flickered, as if recalling something, and surprisingly, she did not refuse. Seeing this, Fangzhou crouched down beside her, reaching out to gently massage her long legs. Due to years of practicing Taekwondo, Little Potato's legs had an excellent fat-to-muscle ratio, feeling soft and delicate to the touch, pleasantly warm, with a noticeable bounce when pressed. I could play with these legs for a decade. No, a lifetime." As he continued to massage, Fangzhou found himself growing increasingly distracted, his fingertips brushing against the gradually warming skin of Little Potato. She bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, and her sparkling eyes glimmered with moisture, presenting an enchanting sight. After an indeterminate amount of time, Little Potato's voice suddenly broke through the moment. Can you stop? It's quite painful." Fangzhou's face turned crimson as he realized he had been massaging for an extended period. He had been so absorbed that he had nearly lost track of time. Indeed, Einstein's theory of relativity held true. Time flies when one is enjoying themselves. "Then, let us go eat," Fangzhou suggested. Little Potato nodded in agreement. Fangzhou pulled her up, and this time, he successfully helped her to her feet. Inside the Little Tang Mountain Hot Spring Resort, there were not only tatami guest rooms, but also a restaurant and lounge, as many visitors chose to stay overnight after soaking in the springs. As they walked through the corridor, Fangzhou led the way, with Little Potato following closely behind. At that moment, Little Potato's cheerful voice rang out from behind. "Fangzhou, I've paid my debt, so you can't call me a little puppy anymore." Fangzhou halted, momentarily taken aback. Previously, at the New Year's Eve party, Little Potato had boldly wagered that if she lost, she would let him play with her legs, and then she had indeed lost. Surprisingly, she still remembered it after all this time. Fangzhou immediately gave her a thumbs up, chuckling, "As expected of my sister Ning, truly a woman of her word." At the mention of Sister Ning, Little Potato's face beamed with delight, her fair chin lifting proudly. That's right, Chapter 82. A glimpse of glory at Jinling University. After finishing dinner, Fangzhou and Little Potato returned to campus. Under the veil of night, a classic Lamborghini sped along the road. Little Potato, nestled in the passenger seat, had already drifted into a sweet slumber, her small head gently resting against the seat back like a kitten. Recently awakened and feeling invigorated, Fangzhou eagerly took over the driving task. Time seemed to blur, and before long, the Lamborghini entered the gates of Jinling University. With familiarity, Fangzhou parked the car beneath the girls' dormitory. "Little Potato, we've arrived," he whispered softly. Little Potato slept peacefully, her expression serene, breath steady and gentle. Observing this, Fangzhou leaned in to unfasten her seatbelt, ensuring her comfort. However, this position brought them perilously close to one another. The moment he raised his gaze, he was met with the tranquil beauty of her face, long eyelashes, a delicate neck, and an alluringly soft pair of lips, all within mere inches. The sleeping beauty. Indeed, a girl in slumber is even more enchanting. After all, Which young man could resist a living doll with long legs, a slender waist, and a captivating figure? The glow from the street lamp outside filtered through the car window, illuminating Little Potato's lovely features. Fangzhou felt an overwhelming rush of warmth surge within him, causing his breath to quicken. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned in and kissed her. His hurried breath brushed against her soft visage, stirring her from her dreams. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and in that fleeting moment, their gazes locked, a captivating tableau frozen in time. Goodness, is there anything more awkward than being caught mid-kiss? Fangzhou inwardly lamented. Yet at that moment, Little Potato blinked her sparkling eyes, then promptly closed them again, her cheeks flushed, adopting an expression that suggested, "I'm still asleep. I saw nothing. Please continue." However, her trembling eyelashes and tightly clenched fists betrayed her. At that juncture, Fangzhou faced an unprecedented dilemma. To kiss or not to kiss? That was the question. After a brief hesitation, he decisively leaned in once more. Opportunity should not be squandered. His mother always taught him. A soft sound escaped Little Potato's lips as Fangzhou's tongue gently parted her own. Drawing from their previous encounter, she had improved, no longer clumsy in her response. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Little Potato reclined against the seat, eyes closed, her face flushed, breathing rapidly, as if she were on the brink of fainting. Here's an odd tidbit. Girls sometimes forget to breathe while kissing due to being too engrossed, whereas boys do not. This explains why girls often gasp for air post-kiss, while boys remain composed. Afterward, Fangzhou helped her tidy her hair and clothes. Once satisfied, he exited the car, but not before returning to the passenger's side, gently kissing her porcelain forehead and whispering, "Good night, Little Potato." With that, he closed the door, waved, and made his way back to the boys' dormitory. At the moment the door clicked shut, Little Potato, who had pretended to be asleep, slowly opened her eyes, her cheeks still tinged with color. She lowered the car window, resting her hands on the ledge, her beautiful eyes following Fangzhou's retreating figure. Good night. Fangzhou. The following day, Monday, was overcast. It marked the third day since the launch of Yuan Tutorial. As anticipated, the daytime active users on the platform saw a decline. With Monday being a day of classes for elementary, middle, and university students alike, the online activity naturally waned. However, after school, the numbers would surge again, bringing the site back to life. At 8 in the morning, Fangzhou grabbed his textbooks and hurried to the second cafeteria with his roommates. The good news was that the company was not busy on Mondays, sparing him from work. The bad news was that his schedule was packed today. Strangely, however, despite merely having passed through the weekend, the atmosphere on campus had shifted dramatically. As he walked, numerous students greeted him enthusiastically. "Good morning, Fang." "Fangzhou, may I add you on QQ?" "Are you Fangzhou?" "Hello. I genuinely appreciate you, Fang." Fangzhou awkwardly responded to each, despite not recognizing any of them. Observing this, his roommate, Zhao Bingbing, burst into laughter. "Looks like our old six has become a sensation at Jinling University. Indeed, we're riding his coattails too, since last Saturday. I've had over 10 female classmates add me, all secretly inquiring about him." His roommate, Xiao Haiyang, chimed in. "What's more, there were even posts on the school forum offering hefty sums for his QQ number." Upon hearing this, Fangzhou quickly checked his phone, concerned about the potential leak of his private contact information. He had no desire to be inundated by a swarm of strangers. However, upon opening the app, he found a new friends section completely empty, much to his relief. Rest assured, that post was deleted shortly after it was made. "And I heard that student was summoned to the academic affairs office," Su Yuxue explained with a smile. Fangzhou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Principal Zhao was quite effective. Yet, an alarming realization struck him. Currently, over 5,000 students at Jinling University were working part-time on Yuan Tutorial, nearly 6,000. Some were from impoverished backgrounds, some were just getting by, while others sought funds for romantic endeavors, and some simply wished to gain experience. With the total number of undergraduates, postgraduates, doctoral candidates, and international students at the university barely exceeding 30,000, this meant that 1 in every 5 students was a part-time employee at Yuan Tutorial. Am I surrounded by 6,000 allies at Jinling University? Fangzhou felt a rush of clarity. Above him, He had the support of Principal Zhao. Below him, he had 6,000 dedicated soldiers. Oh dear, why has the yellow robe been draped upon me? Soon after breakfast, Fangzhou and his companions headed straight for the classroom in Yifu building. Upon reaching the corridor, they were met with a cacophony of chatter emanating from inside. Many students were huddled together, discussing the recent launch of Yuan tutorial and the thousands of students working part-time online. Without a doubt, the hottest topic. Is it true? Wang Ming earned over 300 in a single day on Yuan tutorial? Why would he lie? He told me himself. That's nothing. Lin Luoluo from the adjacent class scored a perfect score in physics on the college entrance exam and earned over 500 yesterday alone. 500 in a day. That is half a month's living expenses for me. Can someone confirm this? I'm a handsome guy. I can attest to it. You all know Su Luo from our class, right? He is the top scorer from Lzu City and Fangzhou's roommate. I've heard he can earn nearly 1,000 in a day. The world had become utterly surreal. At that moment, Fangzhou and his roommates entered the classroom. Instantly, the once boisterous chatter ceased, silence enveloping the room, and one could hear a pin drop. The classmates gazed up at Fangzhou, their expressions a mixture of admiration, envy, fervor, and curiosity, all focused on him as if he were the brightest star in the night sky. Noticing their stares, Fangzhou chuckled. What are you all looking at? Focus on your studies. Immediately, the students averted their gazes, pretending to be engrossed in their books, yet their minds remained elsewhere. Upon witnessing this scene, Fangzhou could not help but chuckle, swiftly joining his roommates in the back row of the retirement area by the window. As the class bell was about to ring, Fangzhou's phone suddenly rang. To his astonishment, the caller ID displayed the name Maruoyu. After a moment's consideration, he picked up the phone and stepped out of the classroom through the back door, making his way to the corridor to answer the call. Hello, Laoma. I'm about to start class. Is there something you need? Fangzhou stated directly. No sooner had he spoken than Maruoyu's excited voice came through. Brother Fang, you must prepare yourself quickly. The provincial news channel's Jinling Zero Distance is coming to interview you. The provincial channel? The one from our fragmented province. Isn't that your